You're like a bottle-sized sailboat in a high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging too warm to mend, and the storm just coming in. The tiller it starts to spin, overboard there go the men, screaming, "Oh dear Lord, no, not again." But it's just the beginning, not the end.
The tiller it starts to spin as overboard there go the men, screaming, "Oh dear Lord, no, not again." But it's just the beginning, no, not the end. She tucks you in and lays your head to rest. With the luck you're in, she'll tear that treasure right out of your chest. She tucks you in, circle and start to sing. Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink. You're like a bottle-sized sailboat in a high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging too worn to mend, and the storm just coming in. The captain in sick bay, night of dead, no sign of clearer skies ahead. But hold fast, dear lads, this is not her last. This is just the beginning, no, not the end. 'Cause she'll tuck you in and lay your head to rest. With the lock you're in, she'll tear that treasure right out of your chest. She tucks you in, circle and start to sing. Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink. Tucks you in and lays your head to rest. With the luck you're in, she'll tear the treasure right out of your chest. She sucks you in, you circle and start to sink. Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink.
You're like a bottle-sized sailboat in a high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging too worn to mend, and the storm just coming in. The tiller it starts to spin as overboard there go the men, screaming, "Oh dear Lord, no, not again." But it's just the beginning, no, not the end.
come back to you. Yeah, they will all come back to you. But nobody there means no one to share your last meal with. Your spirit's in disrepair. You wonder if Siddhartha wished all the Buddha. Was he scared? Hope his people make it back to hell. Hope his people make it back to hell. Was Jesus Father fair? Was justice done there on that limb? God's hand must have been scared, because the devil's always after him. Yeah, the devil's always after him. Oh, Apollo, can we be spared and wait for impending disaster? Oh, does anything care? Oh, they write it Zoroaster. Oh, are you even there? Or is it life in darkness after? Oh, is it life in darkness after? Oh, are you even there? Or is it life in darkness after? Oh, is it life in darkness after? Oh, about the way the world's crumbling down and down and down? No beach, just coast will come closer to town. Well, I see San Francisco Bay in the sundown, through goggles or underground. Suddenly, California can't be found. Should all take a good last look around. It's closing time. I leave home. The neon glow and the open sign. You're coming anytime, but you passed it by the road you're on. Gotta try to turn around your own sign. Oh, but you're running out of time. How long do you think we'll stumble around and drown, saying the structure of the world was faulty found? For what it's worth, the earth is round. nothing at all, at all, at all. How long till the third tallest tower falls? It's closing time. I'll leave on the neon glow at the open sign. You're coming anytime, but you passed it by the road you're on. Gotta try to turn around your own design. Oh, but you're running out of time. There's hope alive inside. You're coming anytime, 'cause there's hope alive inside. You're running out of time, but there's hope alive inside. You're coming anytime, 'cause there's hope alive inside. Oh, but you're running out of time. I wonder why you walked on by. Could it be so hard to smile? I think I'll follow you at least another mile and hold it down, but won't you all the while? All the while. Ever since our two roads have crossed, I don't know if I'm lost. I suppose that it's possible. Could you help me find God? I'm exhausted. Had it, I lost it. No matter the cost, won't just watch you walk on by. Could you say it if I should even give it a try? I don't want you to lie. I want your love is all I want for my life. To have love is all I want for my life. To have love is all. To have love is all I want for my life. To have love is all. And I wonder now if you knew somehow I was following behind. I'm on a cloud to help me write down this song of mine. You hold your head down, 'cause it's always on your mind. It's always on your mind. Ever since our two roads have crossed, I don't know if I'm lost. I suppose that it's possible. Could you help me find God? I'm exhausted. Had it, I lost it. No matter the cost, won't just watch you walk on by. Could you say it if I should even give it a try? I don't want you to lie. I want your love is all I want for my life. To have love is all I want for my life. To have love is all. To have love is all I want for my life. To have love is all. You should say anything I can do for you. Should say anything I can do for you. Should say anything I can do for your love. 'Cause for love you're gonna need two roads and crossed. I don't know if I'm lost. I suppose that it's possible. You help me find God. I'm exhausted. Had it, I lost it. No matter the cost, we'll just watch you walk on. the patio outside your door. I knock once more, wishing that you loved me so much more, and that you'd open up this door. Baby, if you could somehow see the simple man I could be, I think you'd love my love, my love. And if you want it, then it's yours. Got a ticket in the crowd outside your door. I feel ignored, but now I know why I hold the number 4. And know you'll never love me more. Baby, if you could somehow see the simple man I could be, I think you love my love, my love. And if you want it, then it's yours. Hanging on the handle on your door, never felt less like a man before. Can't you see that I need this, and we could be so damn much more? Oh baby, if you could somehow see the simple man I could be, I think you love my love, my love. And if you want it, then it's yours. Since you left me guessing at the scene of this crime, baby, I've sought to find out heaven, everything you've left behind. Got the memory of the moment you last lived in my mind. However, heaven right here on earth is now so hard to find. So I will travel to eternity to see creation's most beautiful sight. If to me your heaven, your gates are even open past tonight. And if I say it, you can trust it's true, 'cause I have put my trust in you. So lie is what I must not do, unless in love and just with you, just with you. Since you left me guessing at the scene of this crime, baby, I've sought to find out heaven, everything you've left behind. I've got the memory of the moment you last lived in my mind. However, heaven right here on earth is now so hard to find. So I will travel to eternity to see creation's most beautiful sight. If to me your heaven, your gates are even open past tonight. If I say it, you can trust it's true. 'Cause I have put my trust in you. So liar's what I must not do, unless in love and just with you, just with you. Don't you wonder where the fireflies go when it's raining? No, no, no. Don't it make you wonder where you're supposed to go? And don't you wonder what a yes would mean when you're saying no, no, no? Well, don't it make you wonder what you fear to know? It's just like those fireflies. We got a reason, yeah, a reason to hide, and we want to come out from inside. But we're sleeping with our eyes open wide. Don't you wonder day to day how the sun decided on that beautiful yellow glow? Don't it make you wonder what the time will show you? And don't you wonder why the biggest rocks always tumble while the water always seems to flow? It kinda reminds me of the people I know, and I know you. It's just like the sun in the sky. We got a reason for giving people their darkest side, and we want to come out from inside. But we're sleeping with our eyes open wide. Look at don't you wanna day to day, day to day? Don't you wanna day to day, day to day? Don't you wanna day to day about the way the words you say they turn monotone, and that's why you find me here today, singing mellow melodies through the microphone. 'Cause wherever your fears bring you is where I'll see you. You know, people, our fears are the same. Please believe you never really know what it is you could have needed. If it's only what you want, and you never really know what it is you could have seen. If it's only what you've been shown, don't you wonder when the fireflies go when it's raining? No, 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 no. Don't it make you wonder what you feel? No. Pastime. Remember when you came and sat here at my side? First time I ever really sang my mind. Layla left you for dead, no. Upon return, nobody did I find. I lost my head, left you behind. How I wish I could have turned back that time. Oh. But today I'd say it could be a good day. That made the spray that hurtles to my face when I heard of fill the space between me and the golden rays. Let's play upon this place of time. Oh, today I say be a good day. The sun on ocean waves that make the spray that hurtles to my face without her to fill the space between me and the golden rays. If it's play upon this place of ever-cleansing slates and ever-shifting sands and yet ever-uplifting hands. I fell up out of love. I don't know how I came back down, 'cause I felt like I lost gravity without you around. I don't know if I am stuck or how to get around this ever-growing cavity where once my heart was found. Oh, but today I say it could be, just 'cause the way I say it could be, how to change the way it would be, and you finally understood me. I see my reflection in a dirty tinted window and realize I'm no better than before. I'm no better, but the score needs settling, and what's more, I don't know what's around that bend. See my direction at closer inspection, it seems I've not followed my dreams. I have blinders on before. I need reminders that there's more than just what's coming around that bend. Am I too scared to face all my friends and no? Am I too scared to face the end and no? But oh God, what's coming around that bend? See my corrections to the portraits that I hang along my hall. Some may hang, some stand tall, some are gone and I can't recall the fall. But must I always follow the fools and all of their rigid rules? Or are there any around that bend? I see 17 years of semi-perfection in a mirror that's hanging on my wall. Oh, and I'll tell my friends, they see me through it all in the end. But I won't stop, I won't fall, I won't cry or crawl. No, baby, my doll, because they're all around that bend. Am I too scared to face all my friends and no? Am I too scared to face the end and no? But oh God, what's coming around that? Could it be fate? but at the moment that hand's a ball. A pretty woman put a hex on me, saying now the sky's gonna fall. But she don't know she'll be the next to be crying like a porcelain doll. Cause pretty girl, it ain't sex to me, it's putting your back up against my wall. And if only my loneliness loves loving me, yeah, then why won't Miss Misery leave my leash a little slack? So close to defeat that my feet are slipping through the cracks. Whoa, whoa, how I wish she'd wish away the weight from my back. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Whoa, whoa, yeah, yeah, yeah. So damn it, woman, quit testing me in that simmering southern drawl. Let the woman get the best of me, now she's thinking she could save us all. So lying lady, laying ecstasy, taking shelter from your own squall. Cause pretty girl, it ain't sex to me, it's putting your back up against my wall. My wall, my wall. And I know and I do believe that it's bad, that I cannot leave this bed, I cannot escape this hell. So die we might as well, but no, I know you I do defy, no lie that I could tell. So now I've got to try to find my soul in cell. If only my loneliness loving me, yeah, then why won't Miss Misery leave my leash a little slack? So close to defeat that my feet are slipping through the cracks. Whoa, how I wish she'd wish away the weight from my back. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, yeah, yeah. This brook will continue to babble on long after the light is gone. And if you heed her song, she'll lead you to Zion. A good book, a wafer, Sauvignon, a guarantee, a light left on. Believers and none may both be wrong. I think the thing you can rely on is a riverside road to ramble on, past the last of your destinations, and you can only amble along, hoping it leads you to Zion.
This brook will continue to Babylon. I've been trying to find her heart, but I guess that is gone. That is all I wanted. I thought you wanted the same, and I thought I had found the answer in money, but lost the change. I can't keep following you down these blind roads. Driving with no GPS, I lose you everywhere I go. And I wanted you to call me and say that you were right in front of me. Instead I'm writing songs thinking, what the hell have you done to me? What the hell have I done to you? I took away your innocence, but I guess it helped you out cause you're on your Miss Independent ship. I just wanted closure, you started it, let me finish it, but I can't get it right unless I write and send my penmanship. We lost that friendship, but gained experience. I was high off your love, but I think I'm getting delirious. You take over my thoughts. Now that I know you hated it, I guess I'm just a blank space, and that would make you Taylor Swift. But let me take this path I chose, cause I'm sick of trying to find happiness in money, cars, and clothes. And I'm sick of everyone telling me that they've been down this road, cause I walked down it and found nowhere to go.
This brook will continue to babble on long after the light is gone. And if you heed her song, she'll lead you to Zion. A good book, a wafer, a Sauvignon, a guarantee, a light left on. Believers and
ramble on, trying to find nirvana. I'll have to find it alone. I can see that in your persona. I need to be here alone. There was nothing that you could help me with. At least back then I had somebody to be selfish with. All alone, it's just me and this pen. Lost my life, lost my girl, lost my world, lost my friend. I am in the places in, cause I made it past the misery. I'll never let another person take away my energy. I'll never look back and say I was too scared to go for it. Used to always do that, now I got nothing to show for it. Oh Lord, hose or hosier, take me to church because at least nobody knows me there. People without the vision hate it, but below they're scared. Hope I care a little, but look in my eyes and know what's there. But when the light drops, it turns into a solar flare, and everything's no longer black and white, no polar bear. And everything I thought was real somehow just faded, man. I just wanna look at my dad and say I made it, man. He told me, son, just speak your mind and never take it back. I'm trying to find a path to Zion, I hope I make it back. Until then,
this brook will continue to Babylon long after the light is gone. And if you heed her song, then she'll lead you to Zion. A good book away for a Sauvignon, a guarantee a light left on. Believers and none may both be wrong. I think the thing you can rely on. Riverside roads will ramble on, past the last of your destinations, and you can only amble along, hoping it leads you to Zion. Da. Baby, don't you know, don't you know, don't you cry. Lot of more day to the day that I die. Lot of more day to the day that we die. Baby, don't you know, don't you know, don't you cry. Lot of more day to the day that we die. I had a hand in mine next to me, but at the moment that hand's a bar. A pretty woman put her ex on me, saying now the sky's gonna fall. But she don't know she'll be the next to be crying like a porcelain doll. This pretty girl, that ain't sex to me, it's putting your back up against my wall. And if only my loneliness of love loving me, yeah, then why does Miss Misery keep keeping me back? So close to defeat that my feet are slipping through the cracks. How I wish she'd wish away the weight from my back. Draw. I let the woman get the best of me, and now she's thinking she can save us all. So lion lady, lay next to me and take shelter from your own squall. This pretty girl, it ain't sex to me, it's putting your back up against my wall. My wall. My wall. My wall. My wall. No, I know you are to defy. No lie that I could tell. So now I've got to try to find my soul and sell. If only my loneliness of love loving me, yeah. Then why won't Miss Misery give my leash a little slack? So close to defeat that my feet are slipping through the cracks. How I wish she'd wish away the weight from my back. sad thing that I saw, alright, the bad dream that I had last night. We started war with no end in sight. Then light lit fires for, and then they light of it. Said they'd hardly make a fight of it, till I could hardly take the sight of it anymore, yeah, in this world. Oh, I know it's gonna end alright, it'll end alright, this girl. Oh, I know it's love, alright, we'll end up alright. And no war in all the world, leave the world alright, they never end alright. And the more I come to know why, the more I wonder if any of it's right. This madness we did that day ran away and we hid each a different way. But one thing that I know for sure, so never love this song, 'cause it's happier than yours, truly happier than yours, truly in this world. Oh, I know it's gonna end alright, but it'll end alright, this girl. Oh, I know it's love, alright, it'll end up alright. And no war in all the world, leave the world alright, they never end alright. And the more I come to know why, the more I wonder if any of it's right. What if I did all I could with every day, and in the end it still wasn't enough? Always tried to be the kind of man who kept going when going got rough. Feel the life that I choose will spiral down to blues, and end in my blood flowing or blowing that stuff. But all of it's a ruse, no ruler and no rules, and a lot of it concludes in a flash and a puff. And the only thing that mattered in all of this was love, and that's alright. She's the breeze that blows my mind, and she's the heat that leaves me cold inside, and she's the reason I can't find another soul to keep me satisfied. And I'm seized and eased at the very same time. I'm pleased to say I don't often compromise, but I'd give the world to make her I'd give that girl my heart, my soul, and my eyes. I never realized she's passing me by until I'm cold inside. My heart, my soul, and my eyes, and I'll never realize she's passing me by. Oh no, yeah. She's just a bird, bridges high. She's along the river that flows on by. She's just a bend in that river that flows on by, that redirected wind but let the breeze blow. My heart, my soul, and my eyes, and I'll never realize she's passing me by until I'm cold inside. My heart, my soul, and my eyes, and never realize she's passing me by. Oh no, yeah. And how long it has been since I took such a blow to the mind, and how wrong does it seem for me to touch one so sublime? And this song, it is not mine. It belongs on the breeze, yeah, the breeze that blows my mind. September 3rd, and I haven't heard from her. I thought for sure we were starting something that wouldn't allow for what's just occurred. I thought for sure we were, but I haven't heard from her. And I'm singing Mayday, Mayday, 'cause our love lasted no longer than an April day. And I could hear it in the words she'd say. Baby's got something of an August way. At the end of the summer she don't plan to stay. No way, 'cause it's no longer that April day. October 3rd, and she hasn't yet called. It seems after all we were never starting nothing that would ever last past the fall. It hurts after all. It hurts after all. And now as I fall, I'm singing Mayday, Mayday, 'cause our love lasted no longer than an April day. And I could hear it in the words she'd say. Baby's got something of an August way, yeah. And the summer she don't plan to stay. No way, no way, 'cause it's no longer that April day. November 3rd and not a word from her. I still haven't heard from her, but I still remember her. And I'm singing Mayday, Mayday, 'cause our love lasted no longer than an April day. And I could hear it in the words she'd say. Baby's got something of an August way, yeah. The end of the summer she don't plan to stay. No way, no way, 'cause it's no longer that April day. Most of what I wanna know is what's going on. What's wrong? How long has it been since you've seen the sun? Made a joke or said a pun or even made fun of me. You used to make me think that you wanted me. It's so sad to me. How can I mend you now? 1 year, yes, one more by. A little less of my time thinking, little more of my time high. And I wonder why life hangs you out to dry. So I think I might go by the east side. Meet me on the east side of the bridge. We know flying is not right, but you might for what you did. Hang your feet from the east side of the bridge. I know they're near there or here, they're taking my ditch, but I don't care. I'll meet you anywhere, so meet me. Rest of what I wanna know, I can't ask. No things stuck in the past that you maybe should have asked about the last time we spoke about pastimes. Like, are you lonely tonight, or were you only lonely that time? Because time won't be the end of another line. Even if this is the end, are you my love or my friend tonight? 1 year, yes, one more by. A little less of my time thinking, making a little more of my time high. And I wonder why life hangs you out to dry. So I think I might go by, hang my feet from the east side. Meet me on the east side of the bridge. We know flight is not right, but you might for what you did. Hang your feet from the east side of the bridge. I know they're near there or here, they're taking my ditch, but I don't care. I'll meet you anywhere. Meet me on the east side of the bridge. We'll let the sunrise be both of our alibis. So meet me. You're like the sea I'm sinking in, falling 1,000 leagues in love. And if I were to meet my demise, I wouldn't regret nor rise above. And if you were to wear a disguise, baby, your eyes would be enough to see your worth. It lies far within. I believe I found a diamond in a rough, and I wanna do something with this life I'm lucky to live, for this world I'm living in. So I'll never stop loving, because I am a man made up of more than just the sum of all my parts. And baby, I believe your body's a work of art. So show me an open mind and I will hold you in my arms, so you can feel my heart beat faster for you. Can't you feel my heart beat faster for you? Can't you feel my heart beat faster for you? I stand stressed and looking at a mess from the corner by my bedroom door. I never want to see her anymore. I now know nothing could ever be what I thought it could be before, but my eyes keep slipping towards the door. You slip away and out from under my soul implore. 'Cause I have run out of you time, and I will no longer lend you any of mine. As a man I'd plan to enjoy your curving line, but the sand in your hourglass has become too fine. I think less than I should about the mess that I left on my bedroom floor, but after all she had to be ignored. You slip away and out from under my soul employed, 'cause I run out of you time, and I will no longer lend you any of mine. As a man I'd plan to enjoy your curving line, but the sand in your hourglass has become too fine. And I want to see her ever again no more, yeah, yeah, yeah. again no more. It's my pleasure, but baby, no more. Oh, because I've run out of you time, and I will no longer lend you any of mine. As a man, I plan to enjoy your curving line, but the sand in your hourglass has become too fine. Yeah, the river of our love has run dry. It's dark and cold and empty as your ride. And as I arrive outside your lonely door, you realize the time ain't on our side no more. It's just about time. Oh, 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 oh.
All right. What's going on, guys? I'm Cole. It's Collateral TV, and we're gonna rock steady.
Charges in a country he specifically lives in to avoid rape charges because he
Lame, whoever did the research on that. The conspiracy makes every prediction. All possible outcomes are predicted, and every possible outcome can be justified by the conspiracy.
He's officially being released, right? Or
No. There are two ways to approach self-improvement. One of these ways is really boring. So you tell people, hey, here are successful ways to create new routines. Here are successful ways to enforce new habits. Then there's like the second way, which
Destiny said Andrew Tate has been arrested for rape charges in a country he specifically lives in to avoid rape charges because he was beefing with a autistic child on the internet. I think he's referencing the great Greta.
Yep.
Matt Bernstein of Thunberg. Destiny.
apparently there's some weird person on Twitter called like Save Destiny, and for some reason they decided, I don't know who does the research for their show, but apparently they think this is me. I don't know why they did me dirty like that, but okay. It's like, the thing is, I wouldn't even mind if he quoted me at any other time. I wouldn't mind if they quoted me at any other time, because I do think that well, I don't know about the, but I do believe in the sex trafficking. But I'm irritated because I feel like I was one of the only ones who didn't buy into the pizza box bullshit. I feel like I was one of the only people who was like, guys, there's probably been an investigation going on for months. I doubt that they don't know where Andrew Tate lives. I doubt they're arresting him for a pizza box. I think I was like one of the only people online who didn't do the pizza box thing, and somehow I got roped into the pizza box thing, which is kind of annoying, but whatever. That's the new we get to the Andrew Tate news. DSP story is very important. What? Okay, here's the Andrew Tate news. Andrew Tate got arrested for human trafficking. I don't know what else to say. There's no public information about it. There's no trial about it. What do you want me to say about it? What? Like, if he did that, wow, that's pretty bad. If he didn't do that, then hopefully they release him. What else do you want me to say? RLH in YouTube chat. Give me some other sample commentary that I can give on the issue. Go ahead. Everybody's tweeting out that it was that Greta, the Greta tweet that allowed the authorities to find where it was. I don't think that's true. I'm curious if there's like actually a, I'm curious if there's actually like a news source confirming that. Because I've seen a couple people retweet it, now they've gotten really big, but I haven't seen like an official news source actually confirm that yet.
Can you then
apparently it was the pizza box in his video.
I'm not actually mad at Greta. Please bring me pizza and make sure that these boxes are not recycled. Thank you. So I'm not actually mad at Greta, right? Because she doesn't realize she's been programmed. She doesn't realize she's a slave of the Matrix. She thinks she's doing good.
It sounds like what happened. This is from the little bit that I gathered. It sounds like what happened was the police have been following Andrew Tate for quite a while, and he's been making a lot of social media posts, and they used that to figure out that he's still in Romania, and then they did the raid. But it feels like people took that and they turned it into, they saw one pizza box on the Greta video, and that was the thing that allowed them to know that he was in Romania. That's what it feels like has happened. But I mean, I don't know, I could be wrong, but I would never ever trust anything the Esquire lady, or Esquire, whoever this one is, I wouldn't trust anything she says. But yeah, like this, I've seen these types of tweets going viral a ton, but I haven't seen any evidence for them. Romanian authorities needed proof that Andrew Tate was in his country, so they reportedly used his social media posts. This part sounds true. His ridiculous video yesterday featured a pizza from a Romanian pizza chain, Jerry's Pizza, confirming he was in the country. I don't think this mattered. They probably knew he was there regardless. This just feels like revenge porn, like on Twitter. I don't think that's true. Even if he hadn't posted that, they probably still knew. Nah, a lot of people didn't believe that. You can cope now if you want to, but I was there. I don't know if you were born yesterday, but no. There was that one, I remember that one lady had to do an apology thread because she made that huge tweet that blew up. It was one of the trans lawyer people. What's her name, I think? That we fought over. That shit went ultra viral. And people on the right, I'm pretty sure even Sneeko was saying shit like, yeah, like Greta probably made a call and blah, blah, blah. 500,000 likes. Who was that guy in my chat who was like, oh yeah, Destiny, no, a lot of people didn't believe this. Parents of kids at Edison High School in Huntington Beach, California. Say this video was played to their kids in math class. Kids clearly didn't want to watch this Pride video, so the teacher threatened them with Saturday school to get them to watch it.
Why are you showing this to kids?
Huntington Journal, maybe, but Huntington Beach is progressive? Wait, are you source on that? I'm pretty sure Huntington Beach is relatively conservative. That was, because I was shocked because when I drive around there, there's like fucking MAGA flags and shit up. Like, Huntington Beach is a pretty conservative area compared to like LA and shit. Why would they be required to watch that? Did the gay kid kill themselves in class? I don't know. I just don't know. It just feels weird. I don't know. Whatever, dude. You knock yourselves out. Or, I mean, you're only f***ing yourselves up, so I don't know. It's retarded. What do you think of all the Ben is center right posts? I wish I should never just try to put people on a political spectrum. It's like encourage like probably some of the worst posts in my entire community. Especially like people are saying shit like this. Like, it's so dumb. You think it's just center right to be against the fucking pride flag being in the White House? Yeah, you retard. Of course it is. What a fucking stupid statement. There's probably people on the left that are uncomfortable with this. Like, I think that comment that I made was probably the most, it like induced the most like brain rot shit. Like, you think it's center right to oppose the pride flag at the White House? Yeah, especially the trans black BIPOC BIPOC fucking pride flag. Yeah, it probably is a center right position. That might even be a center position. Thoughts on partial nudity in front of the White House? It was cringe. They shouldn't have done it. I don't know what other take I could have. I don't know what else you want me to say. Like, that's a pretty obvious take.
Last time we sat down was around 9 months ago. Yeah. You had, at the time, been deplatformed from every social media platform. We came out here, we sat down, we spoke. The Matrix was attacking you. You were saying, Matrix attacking me, Matrix attacking me. Yep. You know, the arrest comes, the lover boy, all these articles. Yep. And Vice releases the hit piece on you guys. You know, they're saying what they're saying, and I'm sure we're gonna get some comments on that. Yep. The initial 30-day lockup was extended twice, 92 days in the dungeon. Yep. Then eventually you're released, you and your brother come out and you specifically make it clear that you did 7,417 push-ups. Correct. Very impressive. You received letters from thousands of fans. You read the Quran on a daily basis. Yep. At no point was any charges, anything official charge. It was all allegedly. Yep. And while you were away, a new star was born, Dylan Mulvaney, which I'm sure you're familiar with. From there on, a lot of comments were made. Comments of people that supported you, comments of people that didn't support you. Yep. Logan Paul said by 2023, he will not have a sliver of relevance, is what he said. KSI said Andrew Tate snitched on himself after getting racial by Greta Thunberg. Yep. Destiny said Andrew Tate has been arrested for rape charges in a country he specifically lives in to avoid rape charges because he...
Lame, whoever did the research on that. That was not my tweet.
was beefing with a autistic child on the internet. I think he's referencing the great Greta.
Yep.
Matt Bernstein advocated to get you kicked off of Instagram.
Sure.
And he's part of the Blue Pill community, a big famous makeup artist.
Yep.
Ethan Klein said, and that's why I call him Andrew, the human trafficker. He sent me a cease and desist threatening to sue me for defamation for saying he's a human trafficker.
Yep.
What else am I supposed to call someone that buys and sells human beings after their will? Tate, the human trafficker. NBC in January 2023 said Andrew Tate said he broke a woman's jaw and that his business was a scam ahead of Romanian charges. Rolling Stone said
Jesus, we get it,
Andrew
dude.
Tate, ex-kickboxer, red-pilling the angry young men of America. These are people that didn't support you. Now, these are the people that supported you. Tucker Carlson, he comes out and he says on Full Send podcast, first of all, he's really smart. The spirit that animates Andrew Tate is very clear and very obvious, and it's not a malicious spirit at all. Andrew Tate's core message is respect for yourself, act like you're worth something, achieve something, do something, get the fuck off the couch, put down the porn, go do something with your life. That's the greatest message that anyone could give. It tells you everything about the people in charge who say that's threatening. What is that threatening? The same people who live on the pedo island with Epstein and the same people that were friends with Harvey Weinstein were claiming to protect women by rebuking Tate. That's Tucker Carlson. Piers Morgan, who originally, when he went on, it was very combative.
Does seem everything Minor Allen Tate's not going to jail. They obviously don't have any hard evidence of his guilt, so it will likely be a pretty rough court case. Why do people? I don't understand how people. Why do you say that? How can you be so confident? I wish that like you guys would have the same online reputation as me, because it's so funny to see how many people are just so confidently say like, oh, there's very clearly no hard evidence. First of all, there's a lot of evidence. Now, how hard it is or isn't is going to, I guess, depend ultimately on how much corroborating evidence they have or what the actual documents they've had. But like, there's been a lot of shit leaked by the prosecution, and there were the initial documents that they leaked, I think a month ago, that showed why they were kept there for 6 months. This whole thing, like, oh, there's no evidence, is a huge cope. That's a massive, massive, massive cope. You've reached the maximum of active side quests? Really?
When you see people you respect like Myron, the PBD podcast, conservatives, colleagues, and others go out of their way to ignore clear evidences to defend Tate or Trump, do you lose any respect for them or the ways they assess any matter? When viewer calls.
This sounds mean. I respect these people as people, but I don't respect them for their character judgment. So it doesn't have any impact. I mean, like, I fought with Myron, I think on a show and in real life. I think I've already told you this, where Myron was like, yeah, like, I would defend Tate because, you know, like, we're friends. Like, bro, you've seen him twice in your life. Why would you defend him? And then he was like, well, I would defend you too. And I was like, bro, you've seen me like 5 times. I might rape kids in my basement. You have no idea. Why the fuck would you ever vouch for me? You don't know me well enough to do that. So yeah, when these guys are out here like hardcore vouching for Tate, I just think it's stupid. I don't know why anybody would. You have no idea what these people are like behind closed doors. You've only seen them a few times in your life. Like, why the fuck would you ever, yeah.
It was a very good interview, entertaining, but
oh, good, we got 6 minutes through this.
To protect women by rebuking Tate. That's Tucker Carlson. Piers Morgan, who originally, when he went on, it was very combative.
Correct.
It was a very good interview, entertaining, but it was also interesting to see him trying to push you. And then he flips and he says, this is getting ridiculous. Romanian authorities must either charge him and his brother if they have actual evidence of crimes or release them. Musk obviously supported by restoring your account like this. Jake Shields said people are freaking out about young boys looking up to Andrew Tate, but totally fine with young girls looking up to Cardi B and the Kardashians. And obviously, Aiden Ross.
Can I, hold on, I want to do this. I was saving this talking point for the next time I go on a Red Pill show, okay? But I hear this so much. People that are obsessing, and Red Pillers do this so much. Red Pillers that are obsessing over women who are like, oh my God, they're looking up to Cardi B. Oh my God, they're looking up to these horrible toxic. Where were these same people? I'm curious if the same group of people had this strong of an opinion when it came to like rap. Because rap is such a horrible influence on young people. Even half of black people fucking hate rap, okay? For that exact reason. I'm so curious if they had the same opinions where it's like, oh no, we shouldn't be looking up to all these drug dealers and gangbangers and people talking about, you know, bitches and get money and selling crack cocaine and blah blah blah. Like, come on. I don't know, the freaking out over like women liking this, but who knows? Maybe some of these guys, you know what, the PBD guy actually seems like a guy that would have not liked that. I hope, but Jesus.
Red Pill community, Joe Rogan, I can go on and on and on about a lot of things that's being said. We watched the BBC interview, and we'll talk about BBC here in a minute because I have some questions on that as well.
But
sorry. The first thing I want to ask you is,
you know,
9 months, where we were at then, September to where we are today. A lot's changed. How do you feel with everything that's going on? And tell us a little bit about your current state today.
Yeah, there's a very strange sense of terror that comes from knowing exactly what's going to happen to you. There's a strange sense of calm that comes from it also. Like in the middle of the night when you can't sleep, sometimes you feel happy knowing what they're trying to do to you, and sometimes you feel terrified knowing what they're trying to do to you. I think I'm very happy. Every single podcast I did.
What's the notes riddle? What do I have to do?
The point home, and I made it very clear that they had the intention of trying to put me in jail. I said, there's 3 lives. They try and cancel you and slander you and destroy your name. They don't just want you to disappear from the internet. They want you to disappear from the internet in a cloud of shame. They have to shame you, which is why they chose the crimes they did for me, and it's why they usually choose the crimes they choose, because it's heinous. They want to shame you, and they want you to disappear with your head facing the ground and never pop up again. Obviously, they attempted to.
Am I supposed to get a weight emote?
Before. I even said to you on your podcast, and I said on other podcasts, I said, I think they made a mistake. I think when you have power and you overuse it, what happens is a rebellion. That's how a revolution starts. When you have power, you have to be very, very careful with how you use that power. The second you overuse it, there's a revolution, and we're in Romania, so they know all about that. That's exactly what happens. And I said at the time, I think I was a mistake. I think they made a big mistake canceling me the way they did. And then the second time, the second life, which I described as they try and put you in jail for no reason. Here we are in the current scenario. I knew it was going to happen. And the third one is they put a bullet in your head. So we're going to have to see how the second life plays out. And yeah, I mean, when this is all over and I win the court case and I get the not guilty, I won't be smiling. I'll be walking out the courtroom with my head on a swivel.
You know what I realize when I listen to these things about everything fitting the conspiracy? One of the big, I thought about the argument that Rob was making a ton, where he's like, why didn't they give a plea of immunity, or why didn't they charge the Paul Cumbets, whatever fuck guy that managed Hillary's email servers? Why didn't they charge him and they get him to roll over on Hillary and blah, 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 blah? You know, I'm realizing over and over again, I'm trying to think, and I'm thinking like, well, I wonder, you know, maybe is there a good reason why they did that? Why would they give him immunity? What would happen? But you know what I'm thinking? If they would have charged him with a crime for for obstruction of justice or whatever, my guess is going to be is that if he was charged with that crime and convicted as like a first-time offender or whatever, the charge probably wouldn't be that much. Like, let's be honest, is this guy even getting jail time? And then if he gets convicted and he doesn't get jail time, what I wonder is would Rob be saying, wow, the Clintons had a fall guy. He got a conviction on deleting records. Big deal for him. He got 6 months home confinement and a $2,000 fine. Why didn't they just give this guy a plea of immunity so that he wouldn't have to worry about any charges at all, so that he would have been free to say anything that the Clintons did or whatever? Like, I feel like it would be just the same thing, even if they would have gone with the lower charges or whatever. Also, I don't even know if they had enough to convict him. Like this, and even with the Andrew Tate shit, right? Because initially, remember this with Andrew Tate. They were never going to charge him because all of this was made up. They were never going to charge him because they're keeping him in jail for 6 months to be evil. They're never going to charge him because there's no evidence. Well, now it looks like they are charging him. Oh, well, obviously, they were always going to charge him because they're going to make up the evidence. They were always going to charge him because they're just going to fabricate lies. They were always going to charge him because they're trying to take him. Like, no matter what happens, it's always explained by the conspiracy. The conspiracy makes every prediction. All possible outcomes are predicted, and every possible outcome can be justified by the conspiracy. It's so stupid.
That's the kind of life I'm living now. I'm going to be thinking, oh, okay, so their second attempt failed. Now what? Like, do I want to fly private anymore? Do I want to go that place anymore? You start to think about these things. Like, do I want to do these things? A lot of billionaires dying in plane crashes. It's strange. So it's scary.
Also, this sounds like mean, but like on the grander scale, I don't think anybody actually gives a fuck about Andrew Tate. Like the types of people that be trying to get people killed, I don't give a fuck about Andrew Tate. Okay, the people that are your enemies are the blue-haired screeching progressives and college campuses. It's the non-binaries, and it's the people in the media that really hate you. I don't think it's going to be the type of people that are going to hire. I don't think Anderson Cooper is hiring a fucking hitman to go after you. I don't think Piers Morgan is trying to get your private plane shot down by the U.S. government. Okay, like I don't think the types of people that don't like you are that like it's such a weird, like this would be on like my level of being like, oh yeah, like guys, I'm so scared that like people are put. Actually, considering the communities I pissed off, I might have a higher chance of somebody killing me versus Andrew Tate. Actually, if we're being honest, I think I have a higher chance of getting shot and killed at one of these events than Andrew Tate does. Okay, let's be honest.
Regardless of how it plays out, And I guess you just have to go with the punches and see where it lands. And God has a plan for me and for all of us, and we're just going to see how it ends up.
Full disclosure, you don't have any suicidal thoughts.
I want to make it very clear, and I make it clear on absolutely every single podcast, I would never kill myself. I don't care what they say. I don't care what video they show you. Never under any circumstance would I kill myself. It's haram. Never. I don't care if they put me back in the dungeon, solitary confinement by myself for the rest of my human years. I would never kill myself, ever, ever. So if that ever happens, God forbid, do not believe whatever garbage they tell you. The chance of me killing myself is precisely zero.
And you had this complete level of certainty that this is exactly how it would play out. You've said this on umpteen podcasts that this is their agenda.
They have to damage my influence. They have to damage.
No, remember, this is not how they said it would play out. They said there would be no charges. They said all of this was fake. The defense was constantly leaking things saying the women, the accusers, didn't exist. The two that were on record have already been disproven by the police in the United Kingdom on the rape charges. This is not exactly how he said it would play out. They said over and over and over and over and over again, they said over and over again that there would be no charges. That was the original start. And I know they'll try to change it, but this is not what was said would always happen.
My influence. They can't sit there and let me be influential because I'm saying things that they don't like me saying. And there are people sitting around going, he's saying things counter to our message and counter to our narrative. Get rid of him. And they have a pretty standardized playbook. And this is probably one of the first times in history where their playbook just isn't working.
Like this standardized playbook for getting rid of you know what, bro? If you want to say that the FBI tried to tell JFK to kill himself, or not JFK, I'm sorry, Martin Luther King, and JFK to kill himself, tried to tell Martin Luther King to kill himself, that fine, sure, I can believe that there was undue spying on people that they thought were communists in the United States and the CIA, the FBI, sure, yeah, okay, fine, sure. Yeah, I can at least understand those conspiracies. I can understand those. But the Matrix, the president of the United States, countries are ordering hits on you because you got viral TikToks. Get out of here. Give me a break. Come on.
Cancel him.
I don't know how to do that shit.
Oh, well, lie about him in the news. Just say he touches chicks. Well, no one believes it. Oh, all the comments are on his side. Everyone's calling us liars. Okay, then do it again. Then do it again. Make up a new girl. Then do it again. Find someone else. Yeah. And they keep attacking me with the same weapons, but the bullets are...
I also want to encourage all of you, and I don't know how many of you are conservatives and don't care about anything I say, but here is another thing that I would encourage you for, okay? When Bernie Sanders ran in 2016 and in 2020, he was in the field both times, yes, okay. When Bernie Sanders ran both times, if you were part of the progressive movement at that point, okay, and if you were looking at the primaries, there was a lot of stuff going on in your head about okay, he's doing well here, he's not doing so well here, we don't know what's going on here, if we look at the math, it's possible he can win here, if he does well in this debate, he can do here. If you macro out and you're really, really, really boring, if you pull out on a macro level and you compare Bernie to Hillary and you compare Bernie to Joe Biden, if you pull out on a big macro level and you look at what's going on, the story was actually pretty basic and pretty straightforward the whole time. The most popular candidates were ahead in the polls most of the time, and they won the nomination. It was pretty boring, and it was actually pretty oh, yeah, that makes sense. You kind of got to do a lot of mental mindfuckery to try to convince yourself otherwise. And I would say, and I know this triggers some people, if you look at Andrew Tate, okay, is there some huge Matrix conspiracy, blah, blah, blah? I mean, I guess I'm not going to say anything is impossible, but if it came out that Andrew Tate did traffic those girls for his webcam business or whatever, yeah, everything kind of lines up and makes sense. That wouldn't be the hardest thing in the world to believe. It seems like it actually kind of makes perfect sense for everything that's happened. That's not the guy that sold a course online for how to traffic women, and then the guy that made all of his money doing cam girls when he said he was dating all 50 of those women that he flew from around the world that didn't have a history. Yeah, it's actually not that crazy at all that guy would be a sex trafficker. It actually kind of makes complete sense that guy would be a sex trafficker, I'm just saying, but I know that offends some people, but who knows? We'll see where we're at in a year or two.
Bouncing off. And that doesn't give me a sense of calm. That doesn't make me think, ha ha ha, I'm invincible. It makes me think, uh-oh. It makes me think, oh, because human life is cheap at the top. It's very cheap.
Does it make you want to sit on the sidelines and be quiet and just kind of live a life with your family, your kids? Does it make you want to do that? Maybe all these attention is actually not a good thing.
It's interesting because sometimes I analyze myself and think, why don't I just do that? Why don't I just disappear?
I'm a warrior.
I don't need money. I don't need fame. Why don't I just disappear? And then you have to, I was saying this to my brother, and he was like, well, Genghis Khan didn't need Vienna. Some people are just wired that way. Like, Vienna's a long way from Kathmandu. Sometimes that's just the way it is, or Ulaanbaatar, I apologize to the capital of Mongolia. That's just the way some people are. If I see injustice, and if I see things which I believe to be false, I feel like I am obligated to say the truth. I can't explain why, even if at my own detriment. What am I doing this for? Like, it's to the detriment of my life. And I've had these conversations at length with the people close to me, and we're all saying the same thing. It's always been the same way. Humanity's always been the same way. There's been a select, small, few good men up against evil, and evil always outnumbers you. Evil always has more money than you. They always have more power and more influence than you. If you play any video game, when you get to the end boss, he always has more life than you. He always has more hit points, but you're the good guy. And it's kind of like, it's never been any different. At any point in human history, there's been the good guys up against the forces of evil, whatever they were at the time, and you've always been outnumbered, and you've always been supposed to lose.
So you consider yourself the good guy in this situation?
I think that truth is instilled by God in all of us, and I think if you tell the truth, you're a good person.
So who do you think is the bad guy? You know, everyone uses they, them, they're after me. Who's they? Who's the bad guy?
Well, instead of saying who, what I will start by saying is what they do. And what they do is they control information. And we now live in an
To be fair, because I know a lot of you fucking retards in chat are probably gonna make subreddit posts on this. I don't think I've ever heard Andrew Tate do like Jewish conspiracy shit. That's like a red pill thing. I don't think he ever does that. He might, if he does. I've never heard it before though. I've never heard him even like joke about it before. But maybe he does.
Information society, and by controlling information,
but
they control how people think and act and react to things. That's all they have to do. They have to control information, and they have to be very selective with what they allow you to talk about and what they allow you to discuss and what they don't. And once they can do that, they can keep you bickering about garbage, and they can control the sensitive information, and then they run the world. So having all the information controlled and having this hard barrier on what can be discussed, that's how they can purport absolute fallacies. I think now it's been a couple of years, we can probably talk about it. They psyop the world into believing they should be afraid of the common cold. They psyop the world into this. And if you think about how difficult that would be to do, how difficult would it be to psyop the entire population of Earth? Well, what you do is you just lie on repeat, and you don't allow anyone to say anything counter to it without hurting them the same way I've been hurt. And you just psyop them. It's actually amazing because now I use that exact same psyop on people. I love it.
The funny thing is there is a psyop. There is a psyop. He's absolutely correct, but it's in the exact opposite direction. It wasn't hard to psyop people on COVID because COVID was real. Bro, I still remember when Omicron came out, when we got the DLC 2.0 on fucking COVID, when Omicron came out, like 30% of my fucking chat said that they were sick or out of work. There were so many people that were like, yeah, half the office, half my class didn't show up today because every motherfucker got sick. Like, COVID was real. It was a disease. And how many people died? How many people died worldwide from this shit? Almost 7 million deaths? Was it over 1 million in the United States? And then you say like, oh, it's the common cold. Bro, the flu doesn't kill that many people. Like, it's such a weird thing. But the actual psyop, the true psyop, is convincing people that the mRNA vaccines were poison because there is no evidence of that. But they've still managed to convince a lot of people, even though there have been billions of doses of the mRNA vaccine given. Where are all the dead people? Where are all of the side effects? It wouldn't just be 1 or 2 celebrities. It wouldn't just be the one case that Project Red is going. It would be hundreds of thousands of people that would be dropping dead due to medical problems. It would be hundreds of thousands of people with severe cases of chronic myocarditis. It would be hundreds of thousands of people that were having these weird stringy things in their hearts. But it's not. It's just like the few that social media can dig up and find, you know?
I love it. So when I sit with someone who's not Matrix-minded, when I sit with someone who is Matrix-minded, like when the BBC walked in here, I'm like, do you all have your vaccinations? Social distancing.
Did you actually?
100%. Social distancing, please. And they look at me like I'm crazy. Well, how am I crazy? 2 years ago, you were telling me to do this. Now when I repeat your own worldview to you, I'm crazy. Well, if I'm crazy, guess what? You're a fucking liar, because you lied the whole time. So either you're a liar or I'm not. You know, how can I be nuts? Put your fucking mask on. If I ever talk to any of these clowns again, they're going to be fully masked up. And I refuse. I don't care if you've had 2 booster jabs. No, I want all 6. All 6 injections. I want paperwork. Or get fucked.
You're not coming in the house.
Get fucked. I'm scared of COVID. It's dangerous. I believe the mainstream media. I'm scared.
Yes, that's true. Nunu, what you said. At billions of doses, even hundreds of thousands seems reasonable considering that's like 0.1%. That is true. Yes. That's why the mRNA vaccines are probably some of the safest vaccines that have ever existed in human history, because no other vaccine has been so scrutinized and so widely distributed around the entire world. So you've got the vaccine itself causing issues. You've got productions of the vaccines that could cause issues. You've got transportation of the vaccine that could cause issues. You've got administration of the vaccine that could cause issues. You've got storage of all of these things are potential points of failure. And despite all of that, you still don't have hundreds of thousands of people. And even if there was 100,000 people with bad things, statistically speaking, that might not even be that big of a deal. So yeah, it's just that the mRNA vaccine panic, that is the true psyop. It is an unbelievable psyop. But people with no understanding of data, people with no understanding of medicine or epidemiology, like just bought into it completely. Like that's the crazy meme, you know?
The word you keep using, psyop. I've never heard this. What it's short for psychological operations?
Correct.
Break that down. What exactly is a psyop?
Yeah, a psyop is the Matrix as a whole. It's like psychological operations are constant. They constantly decide how they want you to think and what they can do to make you believe that, right? There's a whole bunch of them they do. But it starts with tolerance. That's what I don't like about this whole guise of tolerance. It's not that I'm an intolerant person. It's not that I'm a bad person. It's not that I want to hurt other people. But when they keep pushing tolerance, what they're trying to say is have no standards or barriers or parameters for anything. That's what they want. You have to be tolerant. Tolerant of what? Tolerant of having your shop set on fire, tolerant of your kids being taught things you don't want, tolerant of crime, tolerant of your house being broken. Like, tolerant of what? You're not allowed any hard barrier or any hard parameters as a man anymore. That's why they push tolerance. That's the beginning of it. That's the first stage. Once you accept absolute tolerance, well then it's the end, isn't it? I'm tolerant of everything. I'll eat the bugs. Sure.
You'll tolerate everything.
I'll tolerate everything. I'm tolerant. Sure. So when I say things like I'm intolerant of certain things and people think that's bad, no, you need to have standards and parameters. And that's one of the reasons they also attack me. I say that men should be allowed to have standards and parameters.
Why does it have to be hundreds of thousands? What about the people who had legit reactions, myocarditis, etc.? Do those just not count? You're the one that doesn't count people with myocarditis. I would absolutely do it. You don't, because no conservative gives a fuck about myocarditis. But you know why I know this? Because the only time a conservative has ever given a fuck about myocarditis is when they think it's induced by the vaccine. If you really cared about myocarditis, why did you ever talk about myocarditis caused by COVID-19? Conservatives never do that, because in almost every single age group, the chance of you developing acute myocarditis as a result of infection is dramatically higher than as a result of the vaccine. There was like one age group of young men that had a slightly higher chance of developing it. But you don't give a fuck about myocarditis. Don't even pretend. You're like dancing on the fucking inflamed heart vessels of people when you act like you actually ever gave a fuck about myocarditis. Conservatives never gave a fuck about myocarditis. The fuck out of here.
In a relationship and in their lives. We should be allowed to decide who we want to marry, and we should have standards for her. They have standards for us. We should allow ourselves to have standards for her. We should have standards in what we'll accept from a government and standards in what we'll accept from a police force. We should have standards as men. But they're trying to erode all of that, because once that's gone, then your brain is completely empty. And then once your brain's empty, they can just plug in the slave program, and then it's over, right? You're a tolerant person. You're a tolerant person. You're a good slave. Slaves are exceptionally tolerant.
So the shirt you wear is what? Escape the slave mind?
Resist the slave.
Resist the slave mind. What does that mean exactly?
It's a better word, resist.
Resist.
Right? But I want to do this before we get into, because we got 5 hours there. We got plenty of time to get into a lot of different topics. So one, I do want to talk about BBC. The handling of the interview, I want to get your thoughts on it. I know there's been reactions, but I want to go a little bit deeper into it because I want to compare how your start with the interview with BBC started versus Philip Schofield versus Musk. I got all the first questions. We'll cover that. I want to talk about media. I want to talk about your evolution of your faith, atheist, Christian, Muslim, and then some of the things that's going on with politics right now. You know, maybe a little bit of Romania, you know, Trump. We'll cover what you're talking about with different things. It's funny you're saying monopoly on power.
I didn't know what myocarditis was until the vaccine came out, but okay, I guess. Yeah, that's because you only consume conservative media. COVID-19 causes myocarditis. The fact that you didn't even know that was a real thing until the vaccine came out proves my point 1,000,000%, okay?
Or monopoly on power, if you abuse it, now YouTube's turning around and saying, hey, you can talk about the election. We're no longer going to give this strike. So that doesn't work forever. First thing I want to talk about, I think the audience would like to know, For you and Tristan, 92 days in the dungeon, you know, you're in jail, your experience in there, we keep hearing about it, we read about it, but what was it like for you guys being in there?
So I'll start by saying, and I have to make this clear, that the staff in the jail were exceptionally nice to me. They were very apologetic. The vibe was apologetic. Nobody was really treating me like a criminal. There were a few guys who were icy cold, I guess you could call them. They like to think of themselves as professional, but they were just inhuman. But over time, they warmed up, and I was exceptionally nice also to all the staff. Jail was terrible. I'm going to start by saying jail was terrible, and I was miserable inside of the jail cell. It's a good thing depression isn't real, because I would have been depressed. But I think in life that you get what you give, and I wanted to feel happier, so I tried my very best to make people happy. So when the old lady would bring me my food, I would sit and say, oh, this is the best food I've ever had. I've never had food this good. Did you cook this? I thought yesterday was the best, but you managed to surpass it again. How'd you do it? What's the magic ingredient? And I ended up making friends with them. Like I had grandmas in there, the old ladies cooking the food. And by trying to make people happy and smile all the time.
You're missing a small thing here. Young people are virtually unaffected by COVID for serious effects, so the risk of the vaccine has more weight than with people. First of all, the risk of the vaccine is almost nothing. Number one, the rates of myocarditis was like, I think it was like 14 out of like 100,000 people. Number one. Number two, myocarditis was not the only issue that you can get when you get actual COVID. Number two, okay? There are plenty of other side effects, some of which theoretically could be long-term as well, for the actual infection that wasn't there for the vaccine. Number two. And number three, one of the big reasons why you get vaccinated isn't just to keep yourself from getting sick, it's to not get everybody else sick. And also because you don't want to have such a severe reaction that you end up being hospitalized from the actual disease itself. I don't even like arguing these points because they're so obviously correct that like the argument we're going to have now is not going to be one of data. It's going to be like, how can I uncontort your mind into whatever weird thing you've bought into? Because like if your argument is really like, well, 14 out of 100,000 people might develop acute myocarditis, meaning lasting for like a week or two or whatever. Therefore, I think that I shouldn't get vaccinated. Like you're already on like another world of we've moved beyond reason at that point. Yeah. Yeah, but the vaccine doesn't stop spread. My triple vax wife gave me COVID. Even again, what you're just saying there, it doesn't stop spread. If you don't get infected, number one, you're less likely to spread it, okay? So assuming that the vaccine reduces the likelihood of infection, which I know is at least the case for the first two, I don't know where we're at right now for Omicron, it does slow the spread. Does it stop it completely? No, but like an airbag or a seatbelt doesn't prevent 100% of car accident deaths either. But it's, as again, I don't want to go there. I don't want to. It's such a waste of time argument. There's no data point. There's literally not a single possible thing that could ever be said to convince you otherwise. For the people that have decided against the vaccine, they're making decisions or arguments that exist outside of the data, and there's no point in trying to argue data with any of those people. It's just a total waste of time. The highest risk of something like Pfizer dose 2 men under 30 was like 1 out of 10,000, but that was a huge outlier. Every other dose for Pfizer, if you can find me that, I'd be interested in seeing it. But what I saw, the highest risk, I think it was like 14 out of 100,000 was what I saw for research for the last one.
But it's kind of scary, and I think the scariest thing about jail was the uncertainty of it all. If they would have said to me, you're in jail for 92 days, or even 5 years, you got 5 years, cool, I'll do my time. But when you're nabbed and thrown in a cell without charge.
Isn't, oh no, wait, you're right. 1 out of 10,000 is like 14 out of 100,000. Wait, you're right. Gee, okay, yes, true. You're fuck my brain, dude. I can't have these stats are gonna make me want to kill myself. Listen, if you don't want to get vaccinated at this point, you guys, the anti-vaxxers have won the war, okay? You guys are free to do whatever you want with yourself, okay? Knock yourselves out.
Charge. You're like, well, how long, is this my life? Is this it now? Is this the end of the story? I'm just in this cell. And I was picked up on 29th of December. I went through this quick court case. Like I said, I'm inside of the jurisdiction of Romania, so I have to be very careful with what I say because the case is ongoing and we're in Romania and I can't leave Romania. But obviously Romanian court is in Romanian by law. So you're marched into this room, everyone speaks a language you don't understand for 15 minutes, and then you're marched off to jail. You're like, what even happened? What even happened to me? And they said, oh, here's the paper that explains it. I was like, that's in Romanian. And they said, oh, don't worry, you'll get a translation to English by law. I said, okay, that's fine.
This guy was under investigation for months. I'm pretty sure he'd already been raided at least once. There's no possible way that he didn't know what he was being investigated for, had any idea what was going on. I don't believe any of this.
But because I was picked up on the 29th of December and there was New Year's Eve and holidays, it was 2 weeks before I even knew why I was in jail. 2 solid weeks I'm in jail. No one told me in English why I'm in jail. I had no idea what the charge.
Can they do that?
By law, you get it on the piece of paper in English, but there's translation, it's holiday, we need to find a translator, there's a delay.
And you speak zero Romanian?
Zero. So they said, oh yeah, human trafficking. I'm like, what do you mean human trafficking? Who? When? What? What is this? Took 2 weeks before I finally got a piece of paper, and then I realized what garbage it truly was. I mean, I knew it was garbage, but I was like, this is complete garbage.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I have endless stories from jail. It was certainly, I don't think jail teaches you much new. What it does is confirm everything you already know. It confirms everything you know about the reality of the outside world, that you need to be physically strong so that you're not attacked by others, and mentally strong so you're not attacked by yourself. You learn who's on your side and who isn't. You learn who's a coward and who's not. You learn who's an opportunist and who isn't. Your circle, you certainly learn a lot about the people around you when you go to a jail cell, that's for sure. But I remember, it was New Year's Eve. When I was first picked up on the 29th of December, I was very sure I'd be out in 24 hours. I said, there's no way they're gonna keep me. For what? Like, this doesn't make sense. So, finally New Year's Eve rolls around, and I'm sitting in the jail cell by myself. And in Romanian jail, you don't leave the room. It's not like an American jail where there's a yard or anything. You're stuck in the room. It's 3x4, and that's your existence. You just stay in the room.
Are you by yourself?
24 hours
Tristan?
a day. At the beginning, I was by myself. And you're stuck in this room, and I'm sitting there. It's New Year's Eve, and there's a very faint speaker, maybe way down the hallway. The guards must have been having a little party for New Year's Eve. And there's this awful song. It's called the Ketchup Song. I don't know if you know what it is. I don't want to sing it, but it goes, hey, hey, that super annoying song. And I'm sitting there, and I know it's New Year's Eve because the fireworks start going off. And I'm looking out my tiny window, and I can just hear in the very long distance from the end of the hallway, hey, hey. And I'm sitting there looking out the window like, this can't be it. This can't be the end of my life. Even the cockroaches all over the walls didn't celebrate. There was maybe 15 cockroaches on the walls, right? And when it struck 12 and the fireworks went off, I kind of like, well, who's my friends in here? The cockroaches. I looked at them, even they didn't move. It's like, well, that's New Year's. It's funny because before that, a couple days before that, me and Tristan were discussing, do we want to do New Year's in Dubai? Do we want to go Courchevel? Shall we go Miami? We're all arguing, oh, that will be boring. Now that's too far. We had all these grandeur plans. Oh, finally we decided to go to Dubai. We were in Czech Republic at the time, and we decided to go to Dubai, and I said, let's stop in Romania so I can repack a suitcase. So
That's it. That's the only reason.
That's the only reason. So jet left Prague, landed in Romania. My jet was still on the runway. Came here overnight to pack a suitcase, spent the night, spoke to Greta with a pizza box, and it's 5 a.m. they got me before I flew back to Dubai. So that was the
infamous Greta pizza box situation.
Greta pizza box.
How much you think there's anything linked to Greta? Is there anything, because the timing of it?
Yeah, I don't think she specifically said
Of course.
But there are certainly people within the Matrix machine that you can't attack without catching flack for. There's certainly protected
Oh my
people.
God.
It's absolutely and utterly a club, and you're either in the club or you're outside of the club. She's certainly in the club, right? So if you say certain things about certain people, or you get a beef with X amount of people, or you discredit a certain person, they're going to try very hard to teach you a lesson for doing it. And you can see very clearly who's in the club and who isn't by the Philip Schofield situation. This is a man who has groomed boys and had sex with them, but he's in the club. All of the media headlines after 2 days are, let's have compassion, feel sorry for him, his mother's upset. They've attacked me for 14 months, day after day after day, and they relentlessly attack me. Nobody talks about my mental health. Nobody gives a shit how I feel. I didn't do any of the things he did. He's actually done things. I haven't done anything. But when you're in the club, you're protected by the media. When you're not in the club, you're attacked by the media. And that's how it simply works. You're either on our side or you're not. But to join their side, you have to sell your soul. Your sanity has a price. Your sanity is for sale. You have to sell it. You have to come along with your sanity, take out your mind and say, here you go. Take my sanity. I'll take 35 million. Yes, that is a woman. Yes, protect me. It's insane. And the reason these people join these clubs is because they know they're doing bad things and they feel that they need protection. The reason I stand up and argue against all this shit is because I know I don't have skeletons in my closet. You think I'd be on the internet talking like I talk and fighting the Matrix if I had skeletons in my closet, if I was actually a bad person? I've been investigated as deeply as a person can be investigated by multiple federal agencies for 14 months. I was locked in a jail cell and 2,000 people I know was called. My barber, my old housekeeper from when I lived in England 9 years ago, my gardener I used to have in another country I lived in. Everybody was called. And people were offered bribes effectively. The media are calling girls saying, if you have a bad story to tell about Andrew, we can pay you $30,000 if you have a bad story.
I don't think any proof has ever been given of this, by the way.
And they still couldn't find anyone. Still, I've been investigated to a deeper level than 99.9% of people you'll cross on the street. And they're saying I'm guilty and I'm a bad person? You go get 20 men off the street and put them through what I've been through. You'll find more crimes than you've ever found with me. Absolute clown world. It's insane. And if I was part of the club, none of this would be happening. The media would be on my side. They wouldn't be hitting me this hard. They wouldn't be lying about me. All I had to do was sell my soul and sell my sanity, and I refused. And they're trying to punish me for it. That's what's happening.
It's funny you say this. When we watched the BBC interview with Musk, right? And he goes up and the guy opens up the question with, why'd you agree to do this interview? He says, well, I don't know, what's the name of the BBC? And he's trying to mock them and all this stuff. And there's a part of it where, you know, he calls them out for the mistakes they made. Yeah. And if you go to the bottom of the interview on BBC, you'll see comment section saying, why'd you cut that out? Because Musk puts it on Twitter, but they didn't put it in the interview. Then you watch the interview with you. The first question they ask you was, what's the first question? Hey, you've been accused of
serious crimes,
rape or something like that. You know, right off the bat, they asked that question of you. And then you see the interview, Lucy Williamson, I believe, her first question was, you're facing some very serious allegations. Have you raped anybody? That's the open question that they ask you. And the video they put up, the first one, they take it down. The second video they put up, that's 12 minutes like the highlight one, they turn, the comment section is open. There's 80,000 plus comments there. Then you look at Philip Schofield. And you just brought up Philip Schofield. For people that don't know who Philip Schofield, do you mind explaining to people who he is?
Yeah, he was a TV presenter in England. He was very famous. He ran the morning show. And he was grooming children for a very long time. And all the staff knew about it. And the people who worked on the show with them were being groomed by him. And everybody knew. And it was all a big ha-ha-ha joke. And now he's come out saying, oh, please don't pick on me. I feel sad. And the media is saying, oh, leave the guy alone.
He is, when you go look up his Wikipedia, it says he rose to prominence as children's BBC continuity presenter from 85 to 87. Then went on to do programs on BBC and ITV for Going Live, This Morning, Dancing on Ice, All-Star Mr. and Mrs., The Cube, and a bunch of other things. And they interview him, okay? While he's going through the mess, you know, after 27 years of being married, this one guy that he groomed since 10 years old, his name is McGreevy, I want to say, something McGreevy, that he's going through the process. Matthew McGreevy, they met at 10 years old at a theater group. At 15 years old, Philip follows him on Twitter. While the kid is 15, he follows him on Twitter. The guy celebrates it. Long story short, Ruth Langsford, they work together with. She files a complaint. Then right after filing the complaint, McGreevy gets fired. Then he has to take a break. Then
is this
Sheffield
stuff true? I have no idea.
His wife, you know, and hey, I'm gay, I'm coming out of the closet. He's got 2 daughters. But there's
Why are you doing this dungeon? I have no idea. I'm just going until it ends.
And says, hey, your husband and I had an affair together when I was 19 the first time and 20 and all. Nobody knows if it was before or not. The interesting thing about him is his brother, Timothy Schofield, I don't know if you know about his brother.
Oh, what, the one who's in jail for being a pedophile?
Was convicted of 11 sexual offenses involving a child between October 2016 and 2019, including 2 sexual activity with a child. Here's how the interview started. First question, the guy asked him. He says, you've had quite a week. How are you? Opening question. Versus the question they ask you on the opening, right? And then he turns around and says, the media's interest in the affair was motivated partly because of my homophobia, alleging that an affair with a much younger woman would have not generated such a scandal. So he gets protected. And he says, all those people who write those stuff, do they ever think that there's actually a person on the other end, right? This is proven. By the way, this is the part where even when somebody's watching you and saying, why are they taking him to court? Maybe he did something. Why are they taking Trump to court? Maybe he did something. Why are they taking this guy? He must have done something. There must have been something there, right? It's stuff like this BBC does. If BBC, you're watching this right, I want to kind of remind you of your mission statement that you have on your website. We're going to put the link below to your mission statement. You can go find it. Here's what your mission statement is, BBC. This is why you've lost some credibility the last couple of years. to act in public interest, serving all audiences through the provision of impartial, keyword impartial, high quality and distinctive output and services which inform, educate, and entertain. You say you inform, educate, you entertain, yet you conceal, misinform, and your content's quite frankly boring. You're cherry picking on people that you're talking to. So a message like that gets the average person to say,
Fuck the BBC
everything with you is
anyway.
allegedly.
I mean,
everything he
pause.
did is proven. His brother is proven, yet let's leave him alone. Poor guy, let's target him. This is where their argument has leaks in it. And somebody like you can tear it up.
Absolutely. Philip is
Well, didn't she ask him point blank, did you rape anybody? Did you do any of this? I mean, she did kind of ask him that, right?
of the club, and I'm not. And this is the thing. I'm a mentally resilient
done with
person,
this?
right? 14 months.
It just
they've
said
attacked
clear
me.
to the top. Oh, I
I'm not
was
going to
watching
sit and
chat.
complain about that because that's not how I operate as a man. 14 months they've complained about me. If you type Romania, human trafficking, you type in any of these things, my name comes up, my face, I'm a bad person. I've lost all my bank accounts. I've lost all my social media accounts. I've been vilified all across the matrix in every single possible way. They print my face every single day with something negative next to it daily. Nobody gives a shit about my mental health, right? Because I'm the enemy. And what's scary about this is Lucy Williamson herself, she was begging me for an interview. The BBC were begging me for an interview. I don't need any of these people. The only reason I even sat down with the BBC is because they were begging me. I can go and just say my own words and get plenty of views, right? But the whole time I was in jail, they're begging me for an interview. Can we speak to him on the phone? Maybe you can give an interview from jail. Can we have an interview? Please, 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 please. And I was saying, why do I want to talk to the BBC? And the BBC was saying, no, we don't want to do a hit piece. We want to come across, we want to be impartial.
This is what they're telling me.
This is what they're telling me. We want to be impartial. We believe there's a side of the story that hasn't been told. We're really interested in some of the...
Why doesn't he publish these contacts? If this stuff happened, why doesn't he publish any of the correspondence? Because I imagine this is probably done via email, right?
Let's say, what's the word? I don't want to get this wrong. Inconsistencies in the Romanian justice system. We're very interested in his side of the story. There's been enough hit pieces. We want to tell the other side. We want to hear Andrew Tate's story. And I said no, on repeat. Then they sent me a list of questions. I didn't even ask for a list of questions. That's not who I am. I don't have to script. I never asked for a list of questions. They sent me a list of questions. Here's what we're going to ask. It's about his mental health. It's about the Romanian justice system. It's about the fact he hasn't been charged. His liberty's been deprived. All this stuff. And I thought, well, that's kind of interesting. Maybe it's a bit interesting, and the Matrix is obviously printing lies.
I don't know why not post this list of questions? Did you see Rollo say you and Lauren Southern had a kid together? Yeah, it was twins. Rollo also said apparently he is paying for a lawyer for Lauren's ex-husband. That's the funniest shit in the world. Rollo is lying out his ass about basically every single thing he talks about, but good memes. Good memes, Rollo.
It's about me, and these are some interesting questions from the Matrix for the first time ever. Okay, they walk in here all smiles and happy, all smiley faces trying to take me off guard. I already have my list of questions, right? It's all going to be nice and easy. I sit down, and they instantly attack me. They put the cameras on first, and they attack me, expecting me to stutter and make a fool of myself. It's kind of like they tried to sucker punch me. I'm in the club, and they're my friends shaking my hand, and they tried to hit me and knock me out. And this is the thing that's so amazing about it. Yes, I destroyed the BBC, but of course I did, because I'm smarter than all of them. But why should I have to rely on my wit and intellect to destroy BBC with their research team and their plan? Their
deliberate plan. Hold on one second. What have you been up to?
I went back to work last week, actually. I took like a month off of work.
Okay.
And so, yeah, I've just been getting back to it. So that's been interesting.
How's work been going?
It's good. It's good. It's work, you know. Actually, I was catching up on one of your streams before I got here. I forget who it was with, but you were talking about, was it Angela or somebody else? You were talking about how, like, you know, how human beings are like not meant to work, like how they say women aren't meant to work in general, and you're saying like human beings, like in general.
Probably not 9 to 5s, yeah.
Yeah. So my job isn't a 9 to 5. I feel pretty blessed about that. I manage to get most things done in probably like 3 to 5 hours, just depending on the day.
Okay.
But yeah, lots of talking. And yeah, it's sales, you know. Sales is fun for some people, but I think I'm kind of getting to a point in my life where I'm kind of...
Getting over it?
Yeah, getting over it a little bit, for sure.
What do you want to do instead?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out. I really don't know. Maybe I just, you know, find a trad husband and just get married and have kids.
Yeah?
Maybe that's the solution, right?
Okay, well, you're in Miami. You're looking. So if anybody out there is trying to pick up,
husband candidate, yeah.
True.
No, I don't know. Content's pretty fun, but it's also like kind of unrealistic to be like, yeah, I'm just gonna start doing content. But that's been pretty cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. Trying to figure it out. I'm trying to get into like, it's difficult to do content plus do a job at the same time is what I've realized. Like when I first started making my content, that's when I had the full month off.
Mm-hmm.
So I had a lot more flexibility.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, damn, how do I like prioritize everything?
True, that is difficult when you're trying to balance a job too. Destiny, your face is overexposed. It's not overexposed. The light is just like right here. You cuck. There's not much I can do about that. Okay, blame Amy.
Me?
Yeah, there you go.
Me.
Because you made me sit all the way over here. There.
So another thing that I missed, I didn't get to. I saw that MLD. Like, did he threaten you or something?
Apparently, this guy threatened me. Wait, where is he? MLD. Threatens Destiny. Clip.
I'm a good person with solid integrity. I got no skeletons in my closet. You can try and pull out all this bullshit, but at the end of the day, you're sick. You're a liar and you're a manipulator, like all these people that we just debunked on this live stream right here. I am so disappointed that I had to wait 4.5 hours of my life to do this, but this is the biggest viral attack against me with 100% baseless allegations put up against me against a team of sick people, chat porn pornographers, whores, liars, slanderers, philanderers, sodomites like yourself. Okay, don't with me ever again. All right, and if you continue to defame me, there will be consequences for your actions. And if you think I'm joking, I know where you live, I have your address, and I can serve you all the legal papers that need to be served to shut you and your whore wife's mouth shut forever. So don't Kurd.
What does he possibly think he can do? Please watch till the end. Oh, watch the VOD? I mean, to sue me. What am I gonna say? What are you? You're fat, ugly, out of shape, no discipline, lipo, diaper baby, probably shit yourself, beats women in the face with a bottle, fake Japanese person, doesn't speak a lick of Japanese, probably couldn't even watch an anime without subtitles, loser teacher, probably got a 2-week certification, has never had more than $15,000 in any account in his entire life. Yeah, you loser, sue me, motherfucker. If you know me, I'll wait for my papers. Listen, to be clear, I don't necessarily have a problem with liposuction. If you want to get liposuction, that's fine. It's just so funny for him to talk about people not having discipline, not having girls being fake as fuck, blah blah blah, and then for him to get liposuction. That's funny, okay?
I think when people start speaking confidently enough about something and then they have like somewhat decent editing behind it, it's like, this is legit.
I think that as long as somebody's on your team, people are willing to let a lot of shit slide, basically.
Okay.
Yeah, so a lot of it is like a team sports thing, yeah.
Mm-hmm, get what you mean.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's kind of...
What do you think about MLD and Donovan Sharp and Rollo Tomasi and Andrew Tate? Yeah.
And Andrew Tate.
Yeah, hit us with some big opinions. PBD just did a 4.5-hour glaze session with Andrew Tate.
What do you mean glaze session?
As in, it's all softball questions to give Andrew Tate the opportunity to share his message with the world and how horrendously mistreated he's been and how unfair the Matrix is and how trumped up and bullshit every charge against him is. So, you know, just a standard red pill coverage of Andrew Tate.
Okay.
But you might believe half that stuff, so, you know, who knows?
I don't know. I don't know too much about it. I mean, he got, he's officially being released, right? Or
no. He's about to get
house arrest.
Charged.
Oh.
He's about to be indicted. He's about to have some formal shit come down.
I mean, didn't the girls come out and say that it was like fabricated?
No.
Or wasn't there like transcripts of them saying that?
What happened was the police officers felt like there wasn't enough evidence to go through with things, and there were text messages that got leaked of the girls communicating with each other. And what Andrew Tate's defense team tried to make it sound like was that they were making up the whole rape charges. But the conversation between them, you can go look up the transcripts later, was basically them saying, I don't know if we should tell the police officers that we were drinking or not. Like, is that going to make them not believe us? And when those conversations got leaked, they're like, oh, look, they made it all up. But the girls were just talking between themselves, like, should we say that we drank it all, or like, would that be bad or whatever? So that's the...
Interesting. And then that one part of the message is the only thing that got shown in context, because I feel like people would have a different opinion of that if that was...
No.
What?
No, people would not have a different opinion, because everybody on the Andrew Tate side does not care about the facts, does not care about the full transcripts, does not care
people
about...
can read between the lines.
No. People saw like two lines of it, and then that was the... We can go look for the transcripts if you want, actually.
Yeah,
if somebody wants to...
I'm saying that the main post where that got out was probably just... It probably only included those, like, little bits of the
Sure, but that's because the Tate
conversation.
team is all about trying to discredit every single witness that speaks against them. So the goal is to try to make it sound like, oh yeah, like the cops dropped this because the girls were making everything up. That's not true.
I can never speak on that because I have no idea about like the legal side. I haven't looked at it, so I can't even like pretend to give an opinion on it.
Sure, that's just the UK case too, because in Romania, I believe they had discovered, because one of the people working with the Tates was a police officer, I don't know her name, Regina or something, whatever the name was, and apparently she had been working to hush some of the rape accusations that had been made at that local police officers against the Tates as well. But that's part of obviously what the prosecution is going to try to prove in trial. But yeah.
Damn. Yeah, listen, I don't know about any of that. I like his message though, for the most part.
That you should traffic women, open casinos, be a fake Muslim,
that's his
and
message?
carry a sword around.
No.
Yeah, basically,
yeah. I think that's what you're choosing to extract from the message.
The message is the most milquetoast loser shit in the world. Go to the gym, have self-esteem, be a strong man.
Told that.
Yeah, but it would be nice if they were told that from an actual role model and not an actual criminal that is likely a sex trafficker.
I mean, if what you're saying is true about him being a sex trafficker, then yeah, I could agree with that. But since that hasn't been proven, Amy, I live here. Sorry, I shouldn't look at the chat. It'll distract me. Someone asked me if I'm moving here. I live here. I think they
mean moving like into my apartment complex.
Oh.
I don't think you have plans for that, right?
No.
Okay, just making sure.
Definitely not.
Yeah.
Look at me. Okay, yeah, I need to look away now. This is hella distracting.
They had literally sold, like the Tates literally sold a course called for, it wasn't Hustlers University, it was one before, but for like how to traffic
Shit, sorry about that, guys. Shit, guys.
Women. Like
How to traffic women.
basically how to get like multiple girlfriends all working under
Get, like, cam girl type
yes, and then how to
situation.
take all the money, collect all the money from them basically. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't really know all of that.
Oh,
so
it
I
was
can't-
the pimping hose degree.
Yeah, I can't really speak on it too
Would you
much.
really be that surprised if a guy that had a course called the pimping hose degree ended up getting in
That's
trouble for
literally
sex
what it was
trafficking?
called?
That was literally what it was called. I'm just saying, at the end of the
No.
day, you gotta call a spade a
No,
spade.
it's
But
not- that's
listen,
not what
good
it was
messages
called.
for young men. They opened casinos, worked with mob guys, scammed other dudes on OnlyFans. This is all stuff they've admitted.
Oh man.
He's just not that good of a guy. He's not. I don't believe that.
I don't know. Listen, if he speaks a fancy word salad about, you know, getting in shape, about, you know, getting your finances together, about doing this and that, if he can actually back that up and there's character traits within his person that can back up those things, then yeah, I'm all for it. But if it's totally fake and fugazi, then no, I wouldn't be. But I don't know that because I don't know.
I feel like there's here's my opinion. Okay, there are two ways to approach self-improvement. One of these ways is really boring. So you tell people, hey, here are successful ways to create new routines. Here are successful ways to enforce new habits. Here are the little steps you need to do to improve your life. Usually the advice is boring. Usually it's like scientifically backed. Like people can see like these are like effective ways of doing things. And yeah, this is like the way most of these ways are known. There aren't like secret tricks out there as of yet that haven't been discovered for like how to self-improve.
Gotcha.
Then there's like the second way, which is where you give these bombastic motivational speeches about carrying swords around and shit. And these are the kind that get you like super pumped the up, and you hear them and you're really excited, and then it wears off after like 6 hours.
True.
That's what I don't like about anybody that makes you feel really passionate and strong. That
but
shit
then
is
don't
only
give
as
you
good.
the tools to back it up at the end. But here's what. Okay. What
Like the taste don't give you the tools to back
Yeah.
anything up. He just tells you don't be depressed. That's
Yeah.
for losers, and be a millionaire.
Well, what you're saying is true, but here's the thing. When it comes to people changing in life, it's always very, very difficult to change anything, to change a bad habit especially. But ultimately, there's really two things that are going to cause you to change. Number one is going to be repetition. So when you do something so much over and over and over and over again that it becomes so predictable that it's almost like weird for you to not do that thing,
Yeah.
right? That's one way of doing things, and that's what you're, or what I would conflate with the first thing that you mentioned, where saying, you know, you can create habits and routines and give somebody like a clear, laid out path and say, if you do this enough times, eventually you're going to get to the outcome. But most people don't have the discipline to be able to do that. And so the other way that most people change is through emotional impact. You know, you can tell somebody who is overweight, or, you know, maybe they're going through like some mild form of health issues for most of their life. You should work out, you should do this, you should do that. And most of them not going to do it until they go to a freaking doctor's office and they're like, hey, this is going to happen. Boom, that emotional impact sets in. It actually affects them. And all of a sudden they're able to make changes that they haven't even been able to conceive as possible for them for maybe a period of like 3 years, 5 years, a decade. But when that emotional impact kicks in, it supersedes their prior programming and like just fucking kicks them into gear. And I think that there's power in that.
I don't believe that second thing happens that much. I think the only things that can make that happen are major
emotional. You don't think emotional impact? Can
Emotional
change
impact
something?
is not watching somebody in a YouTube video. Emotional impact is like you almost die, or you experience the death of like a family member, or you in some other way you hit rock bottom and you've like been deprived of a lot of things you're used to.
But it can be a catalyst.
I don't think an Andrew Tate video is a catalyst. No.
You don't. So you don't think Andrew Tate has been a catalyst for anybody to feel emotional impact in their life and then say, okay, now I'm actually gonna, maybe it wasn't that information that actually changed the wiring of their brain to do better, but maybe from there they were like, okay, how can I find this plan? How can I find this first thing that you were talking about to actually help make these results sustainable?
There might be, I mean, like, there might be some people that do that, but I think one, Andrew Tate doesn't really give any self-help advice. Like, I've never heard him like give good advice on like working out or managing your finances or relationships or anything. Actually, I've never heard a single piece of good. It's usually like these kind of like emotionally loaded impact statements of like, you need to get out and change yourself and change the world and do all blah blah. And it's like, okay, how? So one, the advice he gives is dog shit, and then or non-existent, and then two, I had a second point and it just escaped me. Two, even there might be some people where maybe he's like their new role model daddy or whatever, and he's got that emotional impact or whatever, but there's so much baggage that comes along with like all the shit that he says and all the communities you've got to be involved in to be a part of it, that like I don't even know if I would consider it a net positive at that point.
I think the biggest problem is probably like the people who like try to rip off the message, and then all of the
Thanks.
You gonna have some?
Well, maybe, but now it's weird to eat in front of somebody.
No, it's not. You're fine. Go for it.
Okay, she said it was fine, so.
Is one of those mine?
What?
Is one of those?
Sure.
I think the worst thing that comes of that is like the discount versions of Andrew Tate that then pop up who like are regurgitating a watered down message.
Wait, hold on 1 second. Where's my we're going out to eat afterwards. Wait, have you ever had kava before?
Had what?
Kava?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, like the, it's like a natural thing you put in a drink, right? And it makes you like...
You just use all the words that trigger me.
It makes you vibey.
Natural, yeah. We're gonna, do you want to go to a kava bar after this?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, we're gonna eat and then go, okay, I just needed something small because I'm starving and I haven't eaten yet. This was supposed to get here earlier. Mel made me do this. I would normally never eat in front of somebody, but...
You're fine, I don't
Go
give a
ahead.
fuck.
You do.
Whatever.
Don't say that. I know you too. It's rude.
I
I'm being
literally-
rude right now.
I don't give
I don't believe you.
I
Okay.
don't-
Fine. Every single time you come over from now on, I'm gonna order stuff and eat it in front of you.
You're fine.
Stuff that you like. Delicious
Well,
vegan mac
can
and
I
cheeses.
eat some of it with you?
Never.
Well, then that would be rude. I mean, I don't want any of that, which is why it's not rude. So
Why don't you want any of this?
Because I probably can't eat it.
Oh, you're just assuming that?
Is there? Yeah.
It might be a really good vegan burrito.
I don't think it is. When's the last time you ate anything that was like fully vegan, if ever in your
I
whole
am
life?
a avid consumer of a product called Soylent. There's a whole thing in that box, and I drink one per day.
What is it?
Soylent. Okay.
Soylent?
It's a meal replacement drink that is
Oh.
all pure plant-based. Okay.
Oh, soy milk?
I don't know what it's
Oh,
called Soylent. I imagine there's some
okay.
soy in it or something. Yeah.
Soy boy.
I'm gonna beat the shit. You know I could kill you with my bare hands right now, right? I could. Can you acknowledge that?
I'm just kidding.
I could tear your head
You
off.
probably could.
I absolutely
I'm
could.
super weak right now.
Good. You're well.
Yeah.
Just by virtue of being a woman.
Yeah,
you're
I know.
weak,
By
okay?
virtue of being
Yeah.
a woman, but
Thank you
like
for acknowledging that.
even more than usual.
Good,
Okay, I have
okay.
not been hitting the gym. I am extra weak right now. You could probably kill me with your bare hands.
Thank you. Okay. Sorry. Go ahead. What were you saying before?
What was I saying? Discount Andrew. The problem is probably like the discount Andrew Tates that then pop up after that are regurgitating like a watered down
Oh, wait,
message
like
that has
who?
even
Who's
less
a discount Andrew
validity.
Tate?
Not Fresh and Fit. But
Oh,
there's
what
so
other names? Yeah.
But there's so many other like little like podcasts. How they're probably like this MLD guy that you're referencing. I don't know who. What did you say? Who's the other person you said? I didn't even know.
Donovan
them.
Sharp.
Who is that?
Speak his name. He's
Donovan
he's
Sharp.
a loser.
Who is this?
A fat loser.
Who is this Donovan Sharp?
That's all you need to know about him.
Oh.
He's a guy that basically says that like you should never date women older than you. You should never date women with children. All single moms are losers. And he is married to a woman that's older than him that was a single mom.
Did he originate this idea within the red pill space, or is he more like?
I think they all trace
Where did
back
that
to
come from? The
Rollo
never...
Tomasi or something.
Oh, okay. So that.
Oh my God! Hold on.
What?
We're gonna get you some. We're gonna get you some proper training. Okay, hold on.
Proper training.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Give me some good Donovan Sharp videos. These are the types of videos that when you're on my stream, you're gonna disagree with them, but I know you're gonna go back home and you're gonna be like, oh my God, actually?
This guy?
Yeah.
Oh, he did a video about the stream I was on with Waka Flocka.
Oh yeah? What did
Yeah.
he say about it? Probably that Waka Flocka was totally pussying out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Somebody link me the Donovan Sharp advice things, please. God, they're so good. He gives the best relationship and dating advice.
I've never seen anything other than the one like he responded to the episode that I was on.
Oh, this guy is just a cornucopia of great advice.
Oh yeah? Nice.
Hold on.
I mean, he does not.
This one.
Hey, how was your day at work today?
It was okay. Oh wait, where's the thingies?
Oh shit. God damn it. You're gonna make me... Here, you can wear this for now. I've already heard this. Tell me if it's too loud.
Good.
How can you say it's good? I haven't even played anything yet. It couldn't be too loud.
From your voice. Oh, is it just different?
You're right. Oh, no, Ryan, you're right. Okay. You're lucky. I'm sorry. I'm just very heated tonight. My bad. I'm sorry.
Gosh.
Just chill, okay? Okay, tell me if he's too loud.
Your day at work today?
It was okay.
Just okay?
Well, Kevin was being extra today.
Oh, you mean the guy from the sales department you can't stand?
Yeah, he's been super annoying lately.
Man, that sucks.
That's not even the half of it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're making me work with him on this project.
Damn.
I know, I can't stand him.
I wonder why he's such an a-hole all the time.
I don't know, but he has this douchebag haircut now. You should see it.
A douchebag haircut?
Yeah, it's like long and wavy on the top and like really short on the sides.
Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about.
Plus, he gave his beard a name.
Are you serious?
Yeah, he named it Keith.
Wow.
So when he comes into work, he announces, Kevin and Keith are here.
Ay, ay, ay.
I seriously hope they don't pair us together at the work conference next month.
Well, if they do, at least I know nothing will happen between you two. Hey, how was your day at work today?
It was okay. It was okay.
Just okay?
Well, Kevin was being extra today. Well, Kevin was being extra today.
Oh, you mean the guy from the sales department you can't stand?
Yeah, he's been super annoying lately. Yeah, he's been super annoying lately.
Man, that sucks.
That's not even the half of it. That's not even the half of it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're making me work with him on this project. Yeah, they're making me work with him on this project.
Damn.
I know, I can't stand him. I know, I can't stand him.
I wonder why he's such an a-hole all the time.
I don't know, but he has this douchebag haircut now. You should see it. I don't know, but he has this douchebag haircut now. You should see it.
A douchebag haircut?
Yeah, it's like long and wavy on the top and like really short on the sides. Yeah, it's like long and wavy on the top and like really short on the sides.
Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about.
Plus, he gave his beard a name. Plus, he gave his beard a name.
Are you serious?
Yeah, he named it Keith. Yeah, he named it Keith.
Wow.
So when he comes into work, he announces, Kevin and Keith are here. So when he comes into work, he announces, Kevin and Keith are here.
Ay, ay, ay.
I seriously hope they don't pair us together at the work conference next month. I seriously hope they don't pair us together at the work conference next month.
Well, if they do, at least I know nothing will happen between you two.
You stupid.
Modern women are a lot of things.
Stupid isn't one of them.
Not too long ago, women used to gush about their work husbands to their actual husbands.
But now they pretend to despise them to cover up their attraction to them.
They do this to throw you off the scent so you never suspect anything.
Law number 24 of the 49 Laws of Sharp states
that the more she tries to convince you of something,
the more likely the opposite is true.
And their workplace crushes are no different.
Does your girlfriend or wife badmouth a male coworker that she can't stand?
If so, that guy is 297% on her radar.
So the very first time she mentions a guy she doesn't like at work,
pay attention to how often she brings him up.
Because the more she talks about him,
the more she wants him.
What? Yeah. Alright, that's, yeah, I just lost like 100 brain cells or more.
You disagree?
Yeah. I mean, how can you pretend to know what somebody's thinking in real time? I mean,
he literally is a womanese translator.
That's like literally like the definition of making up stories in your head in a relationship. Like, I think that's one of the biggest problems people have in a relationship is they make up stories in their head about what they think things mean versus just like asking or being direct about it. Like, that's literally...
You're just wrong. Okay, we'll do this is a shorter one, okay? Don't worry, you'll get educated. There's only 2 minutes, okay?
I'm off to work. How do I look?
Looking good, hot stuff.
And how do I smell?
Like an oasis of feminine effervescence.
You like my hair?
As always.
Thanks, honey. You always make me feel like $1,000,000.
That's my girl.
Okay, I'm off to work. I'll see you when I get home.
Oh boy.
sandwich here, baby, but what the is going on here?
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that better?
What you just witnessed was the sloppy work seconds, and here's how it works.
Your woman gets all showered and dressed up for work.
Her hair's done,
Her makeup's on point.
she smells like a rose garden or feminine effervescence,
Her lipstick is perfect.
and she's wearing heels to flatter her backside.
She looks and smells great all day long at work.
Until she comes back to you from work.
Her hair is in a sloppy ponytail.
Her makeup is all smudged or taken off.
She smells like a mix between her sweat and her deodorant.
Her lipstick has completely worn off.
From what, we can only speculate.
And she's either wearing flip-flops or tennis shoes.
So your woman looks and smells her best for her boss and her coworkers.
But as soon as she gets home, she looks like she rolled out of bed.
And then, to make matters even worse,
She only showers before work, but never after she gets home.
guys, ask yourselves this.
Does your woman look her best for you?
Or for her boss and or coworkers.
If the answer is the latter,
And you, my friend, are getting sloppy work seconds.
What do you mean cringe?
Usually when things are like that cringe, like I can laugh at them, but I couldn't even like really laugh. No more, please. Please, no more. Please. It's so bad.
I can't believe this is one of the grandfathers of the red pill. Rollo defends this guy like crazy.
Wait, he's a grandfather of the red pill?
He's a grandfather of something. He looks like it.
No.
He's Rollo Tomasi's friend.
Okay, well, just because he's Rollo's friend, people are probably saying that because Rollo is the one who's considered to be like the grandfather of the red
Myron
pill,
defends
right?
him too.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
he wrote those books, right? The
He did. Well,
Rational
somebody
Male.
wrote them. His names are on them at least.
You think it was a ghostwriter?
You know.
So
Yeah.
he was the one who really originally coined a lot of these concepts.
I have no
Is
idea.
that the? Yeah, I don't know either, but that's what I've heard. I guess that's probably why he has respect as the Grand Wizard, right?
I mean, that's supposedly, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But also supposedly Myron was in one of MLD's early men's workshops, so, you know.
And wait, Myron was getting mentorship from MLD?
That's what MLD says. I guess he could be lying about that, but I think MLD said that Myron was in one of his early men's workshops.
How long has MLD been on the scene?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
I literally had no idea who that guy was until we watched that stream with Melina and with Angelina.
Yeah.
Yeah, that shit was so funny.
It was pretty cringe.
It was pretty cringe. Yeah, I really like Angelina. I want to do some content with her as well. She seems like a cool girl. Didn't you have some beef with her or something before that?
Long time ago,
she
yeah.
like emailed you an apology or something.
It was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Sometimes it takes people a while to realize that I'm right about everything.
What was
so,
it
you know.
about?
She hated me because I was super blue-pilled. Or blue-pilled, ostensibly, I guess. I don't think I'm blue-pilled, but...
She hated you?
Because she was on a Fresh and Fit show with me and she was on the opposition, so obviously I'm arguing.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
Did you guys get into it on the panel or something? Did
A little
you say
bit, and then she
something
made like
rude?
some TikToks afterwards where she's like, I don't know why anybody takes this guy's advice seriously on anything, and then she came on stream, we argued a little bit, but yeah.
Okay, nice. That's cool. You guys buried the hatchet.
Yeah, you know.
I don't see how anybody could see you as like unreasonable. Do you know what how could?
Obviously, I know, right? I'm the most reasonable person
or to
ever.
a degree where it's like where they could totally like invalidate everything you say and be like, how could anyone listen to this guy? Like they should be able to listen to you and still disagree with
I
certain
agree.
parts.
Well,
Yeah.
not the disagree part, but yeah.
You
yeah.
think everyone should agree with everything you say all the time?
I mean, I'm right all the time, so I think so.
Yeah.
Usually a lot of girls that I talk to enjoy like a good ribbing, right?
Yeah.
Like if you not like, oh, you're a fat bitch. Women act a certain way in society for sure, but it's because men oftentimes want it, you know, like
What do you think about the solution to the current incel problem?
we're getting more and more isolated and segregated today because of technology that originally when these things were created, I don't know if you remember like the first Facebook, like there were like four tabs on Facebook, and one of those tabs was like checking into like parties and stuff.
Right.
The whole point of social media in the early days was to augment our social interactions. It was to make it better, not replace them. And we replaced a lot of like this face-to-face in real life stuff with like online interaction, and it's not the same.
What's up, Teeters? This is Tree from treeoflogic.com, and I have my buddy Steven, aka Destiny. Now, you're going to hear me refer to him as Steven because I'm used to referring to him as that. And so he's here to join us. Say hello to everybody, Steven. Say
Oh,
hello.
I thought you were telling them to say hello to me. Like,
No,
say
I
hello
was
to,
saying- I was
okay.
saying
Hello,
you-
everybody. Yeah, what's up? Okay, I misheard. My bad. I thought they were saying hi to me. I thought we were like pretending there was an audience saying, but hey, what's up?
All right, now some of you all are probably like, why did she has Destiny on here? And this is gonna shock you. And I know I'm gonna catch heat for this, but believe it or not, I observe him a lot. I interact with him a lot, and he is very good with women. I think he also understands a lot about relationships. So yeah, I decided to pick his brain because what I'm gonna do, if you guys notice, in the past I have invited people from the center and the center left on, and I was like, why not just get a straight up liberal? Because I always invite right wingers on, and so we're gonna do that with our buddy Steven here. So Steven, let's first of all, tell us a little bit about yourself, but not too much because I'm gonna get right. Because of me, I missed the time. And I don't want to disrespect the time that you allowed me. So go ahead.
No, you're good. We got as much time as you need.
Okay, great.
Yeah, my name is Stephen Bonnell. I go by Destiny online. It's usually people know me for. People generally know me for one of two things, either playing video games or doing politics, where, as Tree pointed out, I'm pretty far left, I guess, depending on who you are. I'm not like a socialist or communist, but I'm very far left in the United States. On top of that, let's see. I mean, I've been streaming for 11 years. I'm in like an open/poly relationship. I'm not entirely sure what we're going to be talking about today 100%. So I guess, yeah, we'll get into
Well,
that.
yeah. Even though you're in a poly relationship, you have been in a monogamous relationship, correct?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Kinda? You was...
Well, I mean, I cheated, so that's why I don't do monogamous relationships
Did
anymore.
you
so-
really? I did not know that.
Yeah, well,
Why did you cheat?
probably because I don't know, because I can't do monogamous relationships. I'm
Did you
selfish
not?
and
Did you?
stupid.
Did you think it was? I mean, yeah. Just out of curiosity, and I know this has nothing to do with the questions. When men cheat, I can't relate, but I do know some friends, and I do have some females who have been cheated on. Do men? They think it's something personal with them. Did you cheat because she was not? It was something with her personally, or was just something? Explain your purpose for cheating.
Okay, so I'm gonna be very careful when I give answers because I think that the way that I do relationships and process things, I think is sometimes kind of unique to other people. So if I'm answering for myself, I'll answer for myself, and then I'm answering in general.
Okay.
I'll try to be clear on that. Okay, so that
Okay.
I don't like mix it too much, right?
Okay.
So I would say that I would align myself here. I would say that in general, and for me, I think that usually when people cheat, it's because there's something else that they want, but they don't fully want to give up or completely hate what they already have.
Yeah.
I guess so. Like you might have somebody that you love them, you're comfortable with them, you enjoy doing things with them, but then there's like some extra thing that you want too. So then you go and pursue that. Now this is for me in particular, and I know some people say this, but it's hard to tell how honest it is. But for me, at least, and it feels like for men, there's a bit more of a separation between like sex and love, as opposed to women that seem to tie it in together a little bit more.
Yeah.
So I think this is why, like, oftentimes when a guy cheats, man, I'm speaking in big generalities here, okay? So just be warned for that. This won't apply in every circumstance. But when a guy cheats, if one guy hears that another guy cheats, I don't think the guy would ever ask him, like, wow, you cheated on her. Like, you must really fucking hate her, huh? Because it's not really, I think, in general, how we process things. Like, well, just because you cheat on someone doesn't mean you hate them. It means that there's probably something else that you wanted to go after. Not to say that that's okay or you should, fuck with a relationship or whatever. But when a woman hears that a guy cheats, usually it feels like the first thing her mind goes to is like, oh my God, he must fucking hate whatever woman he was originally with. Because like the idea that you could do that to somebody, like go and have sex with somebody else and violate a relationship, like the only way you could do this is if you totally fucking hate the person. So yeah, I think there's like a different view on
or
the
vengeance or disrespect or something like that. That's what I think.
Sure.
Okay. All right. Okay. So let's go over our first question. And the first one is, what do most men want from women besides sex? And I would like you we understand that all of us are politically different. So I would see if you can give your personal experience from the men on your side versus the men you have witnessed on the other side. politically?
I mean, I think that there's like this common foundation of things that people want, but then I think that the way that they play out are going to be a little bit differently based on their political side. Like, I think in general, I think that most people, like men and women, but you kind of want like just like a partner to run like your household. So this is like somebody that you do things with, somebody that you like share responsibilities with, just generally somebody that you feel like as a partner you kind of like approach like all of your life issues with. Now, if you're left leaning, this is probably going to come out more in, I don't know, if you go to fucking BLM protests or whatever fucking crazy shit people on the left do. And then if you're right leaning, it's probably going to come out more in that, like, I'm looking for somebody that is going to be like a good, like, caretaker for my household and my family, like literally household, like, you know, raises children and takes care of the house and everything.
Right. Okay, cool. Now, I've never met your girlfriend. I think she's lovely. Somebody has to definitely have a strong character to deal with you.
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah.
And I wanted to see if you can name one great characteristic about her that you like, that you wish other American women, because she's not from America, she's from Sweden, and if there is any, I think there is, but that's one reason I ask as a form of assumption. What characteristic about her that you wish you could see in other American women?
So this is a hard one because she's very atypical, even for like a Swede.
Really?
Yeah, of course. Like, just by virtue of like the world that I'm in and because of the life that she's had, like everybody that I interact with is probably going to be like a little bit off the norm from where they're from. So like, I think that one thing that a lot of American women, I say American women, I'm sure it's true of European women as well, is like the very, very, very obsessive, like consumerist approach towards image. So the idea that you have to look a certain way, you have to fit a certain mold, you have to have like certain proportions, and then if you like fall out of this norm, you like begin to hate yourself.
Yes.
That's like a trend that I see all over like social media and everything, which is usually American dominated, but I'm sure a lot of European women have trouble with this as well.
Well, she has a beautiful body. I don't understand, like
yeah, that's another thing too. It's harder to say because like I mean, like, and again, it's a very complicated conversation to have, right? Because it's easy for somebody like her to be like, oh yeah,
right,
like
exactly.
natural. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I understand that as well for sure. But yeah, so it's hard to say like how much of it is just because she's really lucky and that she's like very pretty, or
no, that's it.
What else? Yeah, just the not like the super self-obsessed thing in terms of like appearance and makeup and filters and blah 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 is not a good thing. Yeah.
Just I mean, so like if she gained, I don't think she's the type that would gain weight, but if she did, that wouldn't lose any. You wouldn't lose any attraction to her, would you?
I don't think so. I think about this a lot. Especially when I like fight with a partner, I'm like, I'm only with this person because I think they're really pretty. But like, I've been with so many different people of like so many different body types and everything, and I don't think I would ever suffer through like a horrible relationship because somebody is just pretty. And there have been like girls that are way prettier than what I should ever be with that I've blown off because of annoying shit before too. So I don't think it's just like, oh, she's really pretty, so I give her a slide on all these things. Now everybody has their limits, of course, right? Like if she stopped showering or if she became like 400 pounds or whatever, that's probably not going to work, you know?
Yeah. Okay. Now, do you like? A lot of guys, and this is what I hear on YouTube, but I don't see it in real life. So this is the reason why I'm asking you. A lot of guys are like, nice guys finish last. Don't nobody want a nice guy. And all these girls want a bad guy. They want a guy that's going to like talk down to them. I know you're familiar with this genre called the red pill, the manosphere. And the hatred they have for women is just mind blowing. But they always tell guys like, no, don't ever be a nice guy. Nobody respects a nice guy. Now there's a difference between, I'm sorry, I'm on Twitch. There's a difference between the S word kind of guy.
You can say simp, you're fine.
Okay. So there's a difference between a simp and a nice guy, all right? And if you want to describe the two, that's fine. But I don't think women want simps. They don't have a problem with nice men. But there's this mentality that women only want bad guys that's going to disrespect them, that's going to go around and cheat on them constantly in their face, that's going to talk down upon them, maybe even emotionally and physically abuse them. What is your opinion on that? Do you think, and from your observation, do women really want these type of men?
Yeah, so I feel like I learned this so early in life. I don't know how this eludes so many people. So I think that sometimes when you're talking to a girl, you desperately want that person to like you, the way that you think that you do that is by reflecting every single opinion that they have back at them. And I remember as a teenager watching interactions like this, and I guess it still happens like even in my 20s. So, like, oh, what movies do you like? Oh my God, I really like, these. Oh my God, that's my favorite movie too. What kind of music do you like? Oh, I like this. Oh my God, that's my favorite band too. Like, you did this thing where the girl is like, it basically feels like you're talking to a guy that's like so desperate for your attention or so desperate.
Right.
Yeah. And then so one thing that I noticed early on in life is that, at least for me, so you're correct in identifying that like I have a certain personality type and I can be hard to get along with. But I noticed like usually a lot of girls that I talk to enjoy like a good ribbing, right?
Yeah.
Like if you like make fun of them over something like you, no, not like, oh, you're a fat bitch, right? Not something crazy.
Right,
like that.
right.
But like if somebody says, like there were a lot of times early on, like in college and right after, where if I'm like kind of flirty or talking with somebody, let's say like, oh, like I really like this band, and I'm like, oh, really? Holy shit, I think that band is fucking horrible. And when you say something like that, the person will like, what? And you kind of like fight around a little bit with it, but it's like it's a funny thing, and you can have like these interactions with people where because it's a more entertaining back and forth where it feels like both people are more plugged into the conversation, and especially if you can get somebody to argue about something they like, it leaves a good impression in their mind. But I think that outside observers will see that. And they take the wrong idea or impression from it sometimes. Like they'll look at it and be like, that guy just tweeted that queen like shit. All he's doing is making fun of the things that she loves, and he's a horrible, evil piece of shit. And when I talked to her, I told her that I loved every single thing that she loved. And I think that girls just want to be with abusive, horrible fucking men. And that's what they walk away with. That idea. All right.
Yeah. So they don't see. Actually, it is fun. I enjoy it. I just don't want a yes man. But the thing about it is that everybody I deal with, except for a couple of females, they give it, we call it shit talking. So it's like we shit talk each other, not all the time, but most of the time, you know what I'm saying? And it's when you do it, it's funny as hell. Cause like last night I was like, okay, do this, hit this. And he was like, yes, queen. I knew you was doing it sarcastically. And I was like, and I didn't have time to deal with it. A lot of times you say snarky things and it's like, I'm so busy. I'm like, I just laugh and I just keep it moving. I mean, that is entertaining. I think that's the reason why, I guess that's the reason why people don't understand, because they're not in the joke. If it is a joke, like it's not a joke, but they're not into it.
Yeah, it's really hard to walk that line well. And to be super clear for people that watch me, I'm way too far over on the other side of that line 99% of the time. So why very few people can interact with me for a long time. But like if I'm genuinely trying to flirt with somebody, or I'm genuinely trying, like if I'm on a first date with somebody, I'm never like going as hard as I am on stream. Like we don't sit down and I like turn it up to like 100 and it's like, how can I tear this person down in his minute? Right? Like it's usually like way more lighthearted stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Now, hypergamy. I'm seeing a lot of, and like I said, you're on Twitch, so I'm on YouTube, so I see some things totally different, and I see a lot of men are angry about hypergamy. Now, I guess if it's used in a malicious way, sure. You know, saying let me give you an example of what I mean by malicious way. So a girl is with a guy and she's been with him while he went to college and he's graduated. And so now he's on an apprenticeship and she end up, getting with the boss. Okay. That's using it in a toxic way. Do you agree on that level, or do you agree with that?
I'm not sure if I would say that hypergamy, but like sleeping with your boss to get ahead or whatever is probably,
because his boss. Okay, let me explain it more in detail. he's starting at his apprentice level, so he's not really getting paid if he's getting paid at all, okay? And so the boss is the one who owns the company. He actually has the money, he has the clout, he has the status, he has the company. So therefore, instead of her being with the guy that she's like been dating all throughout college, knowing that, you know, hey, we're gonna start off a little challenging financially, but in the end it's gonna pay off, she just, I guess they call it monkey branching from him to that. That's what they call, I didn't call it that, they call it that. That's what
I've heard similar terms of like upgrading, or there's other things that I've heard where
yeah.
It happens. It does.
So upgraded. So I guess
it happens in that. This is very, I'm not going to name names, obviously, but it's very funny because in the streamer world, it happens where two people are dating, and then one person gets way more popular as a streamer, and then they'll break up, and then the other person will quote unquote upgrade her. Like this shit happens in the entertainment world and everything. Yeah, and streamer. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So that's the toxic way of using it. So I would say that when the healthy way of doing it is when a woman basically is in a position where she has options, and therefore she's like, okay, I'm ready to have a family, I'm ready to have babies, I'm ready to do that now and not have to wait. So therefore she goes with her best choice. Some men judge women for that, and that's why it's like I don't see a problem with that form of hypergamy. What is your opinion in reference to hypergamy, period, or in those two scenarios?
So I think hypergamy comes from what we value people for in relationships generally. And people, for some reason, only ever look at one side of hypergamy. And people will say hypergamy exists because women will only ever date up.
Right.
And yeah,
that's
and
what
so
they say, yeah.
Yeah, and men will correctly identify that women tend to date upwards in terms of like class or income. That is true. However, hypergamy exists on the male end as well, but we as men generally don't value things like class or income or career. We value looks.
Right.
So men are hypergamic when it comes to dating for appearance, right? That's why you often see like older men with younger women, and it's not usually the other way around, right? And you'll see like you talk about like monkey branching and stuff, like, oh my God, like a woman, you know, she was dating this one guy, she met his more successful friend, now she dumped the guy, now she's dating the more successful guy. Sure. But then there's also the flip side of like guy was dating a woman, got a really good job, got really successful. Now he dumped that bitch and he's dating somebody 10 years younger, right? That shit happens as well on the other end too. If you're playing that game of, in society, broadly speaking, we value women for their childlike qualities, for them being young, fertile, caretakers. And then if you look at the other end and you're looking at women that value men as being, you know, providers, protectors, caretakers, in terms of like the household, like earning money and career and everything.
Yeah.
If that's the game that you're playing, well, if somebody outcompetes you, then I mean, you just kind of have to accept that that's how it's going to go, right? Because it could happen on the other side as well, right? If you've only netted a woman because you are successful and have a career, and that's like the big thing that she's drawn to. Well, of course, if she finds somebody that is going to outcompete you, she's probably going to leave you. But it's probably the same thing as well, where if you date a certain woman, you just like her because she's young and she looks good, and you start making a fuck ton more money, and your options expand. Well, you're probably going to dump her and find somebody younger and, you know, fresher looking or whatever as well. So I mean, it depends on if you're going to play that game and approach relationships that way, which is fine. You have every right to do so. But you can't really hate the game if you fuck up and somebody else, you know, like outperforms you, right? That's just something you have to accept. That's why I think that like looking at relationships through that lens and trying to get people like, I like her because she's young and pretty. Okay, well, like you're setting yourself up to get fucked in the future if somebody else, you know, outplays you at this particular game.
And in that same scenario, right, if she's young and pretty and he's like, say for instance, he's 50 years old and she's like 19 or 20, you know, who's to say when she gets like 24, she doesn't dump him for somebody else?
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? Younger and more successful, or, you know, or worst case scenario, older and more successful. It doesn't matter. The thing about it is that if you, I think you could say this is superficial. If you go to the superficial route, then what?
I don't like to say superficial, because I like, if you really just want somebody that's like young and fuckable and you can make a family with them, I mean, fucking go for it. That's on you.
Well, what, I guess I'm going the female route. Like, what about your feelings? What about if you love? See, here's the deal, Steven. When we all grow older and looks fade, but the personality, if you're just going for someone for the external for what they look like on the outside and not what they are on the inside. When they get old, like, do you really want to deal with that person's characteristics and their personality if it's something that you're because here's the deal, if you don't get along with them, because let's be honest here, when a woman is young and hot, she can have like a doo-doo attitude, right? And you'll be like, she's such a bitch, but oh my God, them titties though, you know what I'm saying? And so therefore you will put up with her bullshit because of her physical beauty, you know, but when she gets older, all right, and like say for instance, you guys get married and she gets older and the looks start to fade, but the personality is still there.
I mean, that's your decision. Some people value, you know, early life more than later life. Some people value different things and they learn how the hard way later on that maybe they should have had a different approach or perspective. But I mean, I try not to pass judgments in terms of like, you know, what do you prefer? You know, someone's like, I just want a girl that's fucking young and hot and that's what I want. It's like, okay, well, fuck it, I guess, go for it. I mean, like, I personally think you're going to miss out on a lot of aspects of a relationship. And obviously you're going to have a lot of problems in the middle and later part of your life. And there's no guarantee that particular woman is going to stay with you for very long. But I mean, hey, people want to go for it. I mean, that's on them.
All right.
The only thing I caution, or the only thing that I will aggressively fight back on, is if you enter that world and then you get burned out because somebody played it better than you, then don't come out and turn into this like woman hating, you know, like red pill, big towel motherfucker or whatever. Because like you were playing the same fucking game. You're just obsessively looking at how women are shallow because they only want to date guys that are rich and blah, 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 ignoring the fact that the types of women that only want to date guys that are rich, wealthy, successful are dating guys that only want to date women that are young, fuckable, and will have a family, right? So, I mean, like, there's a whole bunch of shallow, stupid shit on both ends, right? Sometimes when you get into those red pill communities, they act like, you know, like the average femoid is like some walking, you know, bimbo reproduction slut, and then like the average male is like Aristotle, like in a library studying, poring over his volumes of books and enriching his life and going to the gym. It's like, come on, dude, you be honest with both sides of this. Like, Jesus, women act a certain way in society for sure, but it's because men oftentimes want it. You know, like it's so funny because you walk around people that are just walking contradictions of desires, and they wonder everybody's so mindfucked. You know, like this fucking girl, she won't fucking put out like, oh my God, like she won't fuck me by the third date. It's such a waste of time. I hate this fucking bitch. And then like, 2 years later, it's like, I'm trying to find a woman to fuck, but every fucking woman that I talk to has already fucked like 3 guys, and that's disgusting. I don't want to be in a vagina that's had more than 3 dicks. And it's like, what the fuck do you want? Yeah, it's so stupid.
Yeah, I actually call the red pill community out for their hypocrisy, because they sit up here and say, oh hey, don't have sex with a single mother, but then they sit up here and complain about using condoms, and they have sex with a woman, trying to, like, I've actually seen videos of it. I can actually see it to you. It's really grotesque where they're talking about like you could how to talk women out of not using condoms. So like they're
stealthing and shit.
Yeah, they're making single mothers, and then here it is, they want to talk about a woman's body count, like, yo, what's her body count, but they want to add to her body count. So it's like all this contradiction. And first of all, let's be clear, these guys, like, I don't see them being chads or anybody like busting down their doors, like trying to throw the pussy at them and stuff like that. It's like, please, you're fooling yourself, whatever. So going on to, I want to talk about something in reference to women. I'm trying to get, I know you see this with men, but a lot of women, and especially the ones I've been dealing with, are having problems going around men, approaching men, letting men know that they're interested. And so I did a couple of scripted videos and telling them how to basically attract men and to go around men and to flirt with men and not just expect all the men to come to them. And so as a man, I just wanted to see if I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions. Well, this is one of the questions that I was interested in, ask a male point of view, is how to get a man to linger. Like, once they have initiated that communication, once they have established that rapport, he got the number, they went on a couple of dates or whatever, what do you think, what are the non-sexual things that a woman can do to have that man stay on her, like she to stay on his mind when she's not there?
So I can answer this really well from the male to female side, but I don't date men, so I can only speak in things that are general. I'm trying to be very general here, basically.
Okay.
So I think as a woman, this probably applies to men too, but as a woman, it's probably really, really, really important to figure out what is the guy after. Because like if you meet somebody on Tinder and they're fucking you after the first date, and you guys were sexting after like 5 sentences to each other, and then he doesn't really talk too much afterwards, this guy is probably not, if you're trying to move into, yeah. This is like a general thing. I get really scared repeating some of this stuff because I feel like I figured this out when I was like 18, 19, and most of the opinions that I had back then were really dumb, at least politically, well, in my opinion. But it feels like a lot of like the kind of life relationship stuff I'd pieced together early on. So if I ever get contradicted on this, I welcome like updating my worldview. But this is something that I firmly believed in for over a decade. I think that men and women view sex and friendship in fundamentally different ways. So in my opinion, I think a guy has one ranking system that every single female friend he has goes on. And it is like the fuck ladder. Like, this is like the most fuckable person all the way down to the least fuckable person. And a guy will fuck any woman friend he has.
Yeah.
Sometimes it might take alcohol to get way down at the bottom part of that ladder, but he will do it, okay? Whereas it feels like women have two separate buckets. Where, and it's very, the sorting happens like almost immediately. I don't know why, but a woman will see a guy, you're like, I'll fuck that dude. And then a woman also has like a bucket for like, these are like, like friendship people.
Yeah.
And that separation will happen. And I think that sometimes guys talk about like the friend zone or whatever. I think what happens is because men and women view, I think, relationships like differently like this. I think what happens is a lot of the problems that we have end up with us trying to view the other person how we view other people. Let me be more clear. So a guy has one ranking system for all the women in his life. If he's friends with a woman and she views relationships like he does, it should be the case that if you get closer and closer and closer to this woman, eventually she's going to want to fuck you / date you. That has to happen.
Right.
Because in a guy's mind, that's exactly how it would work. If you get closer, right? Whereas in the woman's mind, these are two very clearly separate buckets, right? So this is like where the friend zone comes in for guys, I think, right? You get friend zone because you don't realize that you're in the friend bucket and not the relationship or fuck buddy bucket. But I think for women, so circling back to the question, I think for women, I think you can get stuck in something called the fuck zone, where when you look at guys, you think that, okay, well, he has two separate buckets. One is for like friends and one is for like fuck buddy / relationships. He's fucking me. So if I continue to get closer and closer and closer, we're going to be dating. It has to, because in a woman's mind, I think generally that's how it works, right? If a woman is fucking a guy and they get closer and closer, in my opinion, most of the people that women fuck, they would consider dating or would be willing to date immediately. For guys, that is not the case. So women think that guys feel the same way. So if a woman is close to a guy and they're having sex, you're like, okay, we'll get closer and closer and eventually we'll be dating. And then you get stuck in the fuck zone where you're never going to actually be friends or whatever. So I think that figuring that kind of stuff out early on is really, really, really important in terms of like, how do you keep yourself in a guy's mind to circle all the way back to that? Yeah.
That was a freaking slam dunk answer. I loved it. Wow.
One more quick thing that I can add to that too.
Yeah.
I think it's really cringy. 99% of the relationship quizzes and love and all that blah blah blah. There is one really old book, I think it's pretty old, that's come out. It's called like The 5 Languages of Love. I think that is a really good approach. Maybe this is more like towards relationships and not like when you're first getting to know somebody, but I think that's a really good approach to figuring out like what does it for certain people, because some people are very much into certain things and very much not into other things. So like for me, like I fucking hate compliments. I don't give a fuck. If you can give me as many compliments you want, and it's just annoying to me because now I feel like I have to give it, and it's just, I hate it. But if you do like little like acts of service, I think is one of the languages. Like if you get me like a hot chocolate, or if you like get me like a particular thing, that actually means so much to me, right? And learning those little things about another person helps too. But that's more like once you're in a relationship, not like just as you're starting to flirt, I guess. So yeah.
A follow-up question to that. Now, we know that the way that a woman can prevent being in a sex bucket is just basically not engage into sex early on, right? And what? Because this is what I tell women. Like, listen, now this is just for traditional women. Modern women can do their own thing. If a woman is looking for marriage, then she needs to make sure she marries her best friend. So a guy can't fake a best friend. So if he is not your best friend first, keep your legs closed. All right. Now, if you're modern and you want to get your freak on, whatever, do you, boo. All right. But that's my thing is that if you are dating a guy and he's courting you, you know, hey, say, listen, I'm interested in something serious, because for some reason there's a lot of women who get emotionally attached to men that she has sex with. It's not with all women, but there's a lot of women that do that. What is your response to that?
So I think that if you had found the one that you were going to marry and you end up fucking him on the first date or second date or whatever, I don't think that ruins that.
Yeah, it does.
Oh, okay. I disagree with that. But if you hold off on sex until 2 or 3 or 4 dates or whatever, you will probably weed out a lot of the men that you would have wasted your time with anyway. I do agree with that. So like if there's like 10 men that you would date and, you know, 2 of them would be like long-term, like I could marry these 2 guys.
Yeah.
If you don't fuck on like the first, second or third date or whatever, then you'll probably weed out like 6 or 7 of the 8 like worthless men. But I think if you would have fucked like the 2 like marryable men on the first or second date, I think it probably would still work out. But you don't think so?
No.
Why not? I'm curious.
Because men, in my opinion, and from what I've observed, because I can't say I've done this personally, and like if like in college and in the past, if I had sex, I guess if I had sex with a guy, early on, it was because I was like, look, I'm just trying to get off, and I never took it to a relationship level. If I was like when I'm vetting a guy, and like I'm like, okay, this guy seems like someone I want to have a long-term relationship. Now I wait because I don't want my judgment to be clouded off of the sex. So that's the reason why I'm like meeting on the second time and having sex with somebody I'm serious about, that's never going to happen. But that's just, you know, I think that because I'm coming from a traditional point of view. Now, that's the only reason, because like I said, women, and you know this, women tend to get a little possessive. They tend to get a little crazy when they share their bodies with you, okay? Even if you let them know, Steven, you're like, hey, this is what I am, this is what I do, this is what it is. You know what I'm saying? You need to know what it is, what you're getting into. And they go, I get it. And then, you know, they open their legs to you anyway. And then next thing you know, they just get to the point where they're possessive of you, knowing ahead of time it is what it is. And so I think it's because some women just can't handle it. They should keep their legs closed for a while, until they get an understanding of their emotions for this other man. And when it comes to the guys, it's easy for a guy, but it's also easy for alpha women. That's why I say I can't put myself in most women's shoes. I'm different. I'm a little dominant, so I have that mentality like a man. I don't necessarily fall in love with men that, you know, I have sex with. But that's not the norm for most women.
Yeah, I think I don't really want to agree with you, but I think what you're saying is pretty true. I think that it's really important that so here's just like a piece of advice, life advice, being the age-old 32-year-old here. You do not know how you will emotionally respond to something until you experience it. And if you think otherwise, you're lying to yourself. Now, the problem with advice like that is that nobody that's young will ever believe it. If I could go back, I've said this before, if I could go back in time and talk to myself and I knew that it was me from the future, if I was 18 and I saw myself step through a fucking time machine, and that was 32-year-old Steven Manel, and I'm 18-year-old Steven Manel, I'm like, oh my God, this is me from the future. And I started giving myself all sorts of advice. As soon as he stepped back in that time machine, I think, what a fucking sellout loser. I'm not going to turn out like that moron, all right? I got shit way more figured out than he does. I don't know what happened to that guy. That's exactly what I would think. But so knowing that you'll ignore my advice, all I would say is that, like, a word of caution. A lot of people think they can handle things or think they can do things, and then when they try it, your emotions will just go in another way. And no matter how ice cold you think you are, or no matter how badass you think you are, or whatever, you're gonna meet some person, and they're gonna say that it's just casual and it's cool, and you're gonna fuck them, and you're gonna fall hard for them, and you're gonna think that maybe they will too, and you're gonna find out they're fucking other people, and it's not gonna work, and you're gonna go crazy. And shit like this happens a lot. And it's not a bad thing, you know. It's part of the.
It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's
yeah.
what
I mean, it's part of your discovering yourself and everything. But like, yeah, there are a lot of people that try to get involved in certain casual things. It seems like this does happen to guys too, though. But again, I don't have as much experience with men doing this as women, obviously, because I mainly date and fuck women.
It does happen to guys. Yeah.
Yeah, where guys will think they can do a casual thing as well, but then they end up getting hyper possessive and crazy about it too. Yeah. And then the shitty thing from the female side is that if you're dealing with a crazy male, he'll fucking kill you.
Right.
Whereas if you're a male dealing with a crazy
stalk you,
woman,
leave dead animals on your front porch, you know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So just be aware of like when sex and emotions and that shit gets involved. So here's something, I think I might have said this on stream before. I don't know if I've said this publicly before or not. I think I have, but I consider myself to be one of the coldest and most emotionally detached people that I know of anybody. It's just the way that I am.
Yeah.
Even saying that though, if I meet a new girl, I know I can get swept up in dumb shit for 2 weeks. Like I have like a personal rule where when I meet like new girls, I will not like fuck or make any moves on them like in the first 2 weeks because I'm gonna fuck my own mind up. And there have been a few times that I've broken that rule and I have gotten mind fucked for so long. And if you look at me and you see me as like the debater, stoic person about, even I will get mind fucked on stupid shit like this, where you get like way too obsessed or into somebody because you didn't like chill for a sec. So just heed my word of advice that just be careful.
Yeah. Okay. Now, self-esteem. I know I asked you in reference to answering this for women. I also want you to throw in there for some men too. I have seen, maybe because like online, you are exposed to way more people than in person. So in my real time, my circle does not consist of anyone with low self-esteem. The people I even interact with closely online don't have low self-esteem. But for the masses, men and women have low self-esteem. I don't know necessarily what is the root cause of this, but and I don't know if it's because, and that prevents them from taking chances, from approaching the opposite sex or the same sex. It just depends. It basically hinders them from moving forward for better things, and because of fear. What are your suggestions for men and women building up their low self-esteem, building their self-esteem?
This is something I've also felt for probably 15 years. I think that having like high self-esteem or high self-confidence is the single most important quality that a person can have, because literally every other personality trait and every other thing you do in life is going to have that as the foundation. So unfortunately, that being said, I don't know what you do with somebody that's like past, 18, 19 years old that has really, really bad self-esteem. That seems like one of those characteristics that when that gets like lodged in there, by the time you're in your mid-late teens, I don't know anybody that's ever changed that. That sounds really horrible to say, and I don't mean that, like, there's got to be a way to change it. But yeah, I don't know people, like, even if I think back to like my sophomore, junior year in high school, I don't know people that had like massive self-esteem issues, that were like very, like depressed and blah, blah, blah all the time, and had all these like confidence, issues that like when they were like in their mid to late 20s are like, oh my god, like I feel so much better, I'm so confident, I'm so like, it just seems like that stuff will stay with people for so long.
Is there no hope for them though?
Well, there must be. I mean, like every now and then, like I read stories like people can find like certain things. Like I think some people will find avenues to confidence through like the gym. So like taking care of your body and doing that is probably like a big thing.
Yes.
Sometimes people will have like really big life events that will turn them around. So maybe their parents die and they get more responsible, or maybe like they have a child and all of a sudden somehow they like actually get into shape and they start doing things. So sometimes like big events can happen, but the only other way to get there, if I had to guess, is it's going to be like a very slow churn and burn that is going to require like a deliberate mindset every day to get there. And you're fighting against everything in society to do it. Because I don't think that society really wants like super high self-esteem, high confidence people.
Yeah.
Because I don't think that those people plug into society in the way that we want them to right now.
Okay, very good. So with to make a segue from self-esteem to someone, especially with women, you see a person, they see red flags in this guy and they ignore it. This has been something I've been wrestling with a lot of my females subscribers. oh, they'll tell me about the guy. Well, he did this and he did that. And I'm like, well, wasn't that how he was in the beginning? Well, I thought when I showed him I can cook for him and that I am good for him and I'm understanding that he was stopped. And I'm like, you stop trying to fix men. You know what I'm saying? Like, that is so frustrating to me. What do you think? How can women avoid or take the courage to not engage with men or avoid men, or I don't know, just leave men that show the obvious red flags that are not compatible with her?
Okay, so here's two huge pieces of stuff. I'll fight to the death for these. So number one, when you first meet somebody, you're not meeting them. You're meeting their representative. Yeah. Is this a Chris Rock skit?
Yeah, Chris Rock said that.
Okay,
very good.
Thank you for knowing that. Oh my God, I feel like I heard this like 20 years ago.
Chris Rock said that. Yeah.
Yes. Not meeting that person. You're meeting their fucking representative.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're not. Okay. So that's number one. The second piece of advice that goes along with that, and a lot of people get mad when I say this, you are not dating somebody until you are living with them. Whatever you have before,
a lot true.
Yeah, a lot of traditional people get mad at that. But if you're not living with the person,
I'm traditional, and I actually agree with you on that one.
You guys are your friends, and maybe you hook up, and maybe you tell each other you love each other, and that's really cute. But if you're not with that person and forced to be with that person on your worst fucking days, and seeing that person that is forced to be with you on their worst fucking days, you don't know what the fuck that person is like. Because when you are truly married or a long-term relationship and you're living together, you don't have the option of just not seeing them for 2 weeks while they're doing whatever crazy shit. Yeah. So, I mean, like, and then also, it's so weird, but like, you talk about like red flags, like people now, even though when you meet somebody originally, they're trying to put their best impression on, like nobody can keep up a fake act for weeks and weeks and weeks, unless you've got like some Ted Bundy, some crazy sociopathic serial killer, right?
Yes.
People will start to show you who they are very quickly and pay attention to it. There's like this, we do this weird thing where we fill in the blanks for people so much because we see some things that we like and those are the only things we want to focus on and everything else hopefully fades away.
Yeah.
But once you're like, I mean, like if you're like 12 or 13 and you've got like a crush in middle school, sure, you know, people will change through time. But if you're fucking 25, okay, and you meet somebody, you're not going to fucking change this person significantly. Now, is the person like a little bit messy at home? Like, and you can get them to clean up a little bit more, sure.
Yeah.
But if the person is like shitting all over their fucking toilet or something, right? It's time to just leave, okay? This is not like, you laugh, but like I will read threads and I will talk to women, and I know women in my life. I know beautiful women, okay? These are the types of women that people will post about like dreaming to be able to be with or be with fuck. And when I talk to them about some of the guys that they're with, where they will say these just and these bizarre things about these guys that are just disgusting. I'm like, why the fuck are you still? It's like, well, maybe if I can get him to clean up, blah, blah. And it's like, if you've got to tell this guy, you know, that it's like not okay to leave food, you know, like sitting out in the kitchen for 2 fucking months, like this is gone. What are you doing, right? And people will run into all these red flags like 1 month into a relationship.
Yeah.
Okay? Here's another thing, okay? And I hate to generalize because this isn't always going to be true, okay? But if you're having huge fights or running into major problems, like, and you're dating for like 1 or 2 months, it's fucking leave. Pack up and leave, because that shit is only going to get fucking harder because you're still coming off the honeymoon phase at like 4 to 6 weeks in a relationship. Like, there's no fucking way. Like, I'll see people on Reddit will go on our relationships and they'll be like, oh, so me and my boyfriend got in this huge fucking fight and he called me this stupid bimbo slut and he said he hates my mom, but I think he's okay and blah, 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 blah.
What?
Can I have some advice on this? By the way, we've been dating for 3 weeks. And it's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, why? Just leave. Yeah. People, if you see red flags like super early on, you can do better. Just fucking leave. Don't think you can change somebody like that. You can't. You cannot do it. I don't know why people think they can.
Agreed. Another excellent answer. You've been knocking them out of the park today, Stephen. I'm very proud of you.
I've been around the block for
Yes, you have, you hoe. That's why I like you so much. Anyway, let's see. Emotional baggage. Should a woman bring emotional baggage to a relationship, or should she deal with it and get rid of it prior to the relationship, or should a guy accept a woman with a lot of just emotional baggage, period, and help her work with it? What say you?
So I'm going to quote your good friend Jordan Peterson here.
What?
So there's a concept that he talks about called integrating your shadow. there's two ways, basically, in my opinion, that like bad experiences can affect you. Either one, well, there's three ways. Either one, it affects you and you become traumatized by something, and then like every time in the future you see a particular thing, it triggers you, like actually triggers you, and you just have a bad emotional reaction and you can't deal with it. The second way is you quote unquote deal with it by hating everything associated with it. So maybe you have a bad experience with like a white guy or Mexican or black, and you're like, I'm never dating any one of those types of people again. Fuck that shit. I had a bad experience, right? And then that's your way of like when we're dealing with it. And then the third way, the way that we're supposed to deal with things is if you have a negative experience, okay, you have to understand those feelings. Why do you feel this way? You know, you have to look at what happened. Why did it happen? And then do you want that to happen? Usually not. And then what do you want to happen? And then what can you change going forward, right? So I dated a guy, he cheated on me. Obviously I didn't like that, you know. Early on when we first started dating, he was very flirty with other girls. Even when I told him it was uncomfortable, he seemed to not give a fuck, blah, blah, blah. Well, okay, so you know what happened? Maybe I should have stronger boundaries with guys. Right. And if they violate those boundaries, then I'll, you know, put down an ultimatum. And if they don't like it, I'll leave. Right. And if you can like integrate those negative experiences in a way that strengthens yourself and your own understanding of relationships, that's like the only positive way to move forward. You can't go into, so you use that cheating example. So there are like three ways you can go into the relationship, using all three examples again, right? So the first way, you start dating a new guy and you see that the guy has like a female coworker or woman coworker that he's friendly with, and you find out and you call him a lying, cheating whore, and you just dump him immediately. No talking to girls, fuck you, I'm not dealing with that shit again, right? That's like, so that's the person that's like traumatized, and they have, right? And then the second thing, you know, maybe you talk to the guy, or so you start dating a guy, fuck. The first one was you have like a really, really, really negative reaction to it. The second one is you have a, oh God, fuck. What was the second one? Do you remember what I gave?
The second one was, hey, he cheated, and they go like, actually, you used the second one for the first one, Steven, because you was like, oh no, sorry, I fuck all white guys, fuck all black guys, fuck, that's what you said.
Oh yeah, so okay, so oh yeah, shit, you're right. I'm sorry. So the first example I do the same way. So the first example would basically be like, I'm not gonna date any guys with any women friends. That's the first one. Yeah. Unironically, I know women that do this. Usually it's older, but yeah. So one is like, I'm not gonna date any guys. So the second one is you find out that he's been like talking to a female friend, and you're like, fuck you, I know you're cheating, I know you're lying, and then you dump him or whatever immediately because you're right. And then the third, the healthy example would be like, hey, like you have like certain women friends, like if you're gonna talk to them, like just don't be like overly flirty or any shit like that. Yeah. And I guess like depending on like what level of trust or verification, like maybe like, oh, it'd be cool if I could just meet this friend so that we're friends or whatever, or something like that. Like that would be like a healthier way to kind of like move forward with it, rather than having like either the immediate write-off reaction or the immediate negative reaction. So yeah, so sorry. So circling all the way back to the question, I don't think you should ever bring quote unquote emotional baggage with you, because emotional baggage implies that you have some prior trauma or problem that you never resolved, and you're probably not going to resolve in your new relationship. You're just going to constantly take that out on your partner, which is just going to fuck everything up, I think.
Okay. All right. And then name 3 characteristics or personalities that men prefer in most women. I know you hate generalizing, but I had to put that in there because a lot of women want to know, what do men want? What do they prefer? What do they like? And so, and we're going to get to the, by the way, guys, we're going to get to the men part too. It's right after this one, but what is your answer? I'm gonna ask it again. Name 3 types of personalities and characteristics that men prefer in most women.
Well, I mean, like, I think that, I think that, so you're asked me to speak in generalities. I think generally men, it seems like they just favor like very like beautiful, young, like sexually active, just with them women, right? It seems to be like that.
That's not a characteristic.
Well, I mean, no offense, but for some people, yeah, being pretty is like their whole personality. I mean, it can be. I mean, like,
bro!
So I mean, like, it depends on what you mean by that, right?
I stand corrected. Okay. All right, that's one, I guess. What's the? Give me 2 more.
Well, beautiful, young, and sexual. That's 3 different ones.
You cheater.
Well, they're distinctly separate things, right? How about like? Yeah, sure. I think that's generally what a lot of people are after. I mean, like in terms of like 3 personality characteristics that people should hopefully want. I mean, like I would hope is that like 1 is that you have somebody that is like relatively like understanding or patient, so like they'll work with you to understand if you are a certain way, you do a certain thing. This is important for me because I'm an incredibly difficult person to get along with. The second thing is these are all like really boring because they're so obvious. The second thing is like you need somebody that is like good at communication. You are going to fight with whoever you date. It is going to happen. You cannot avoid it. Anybody that says otherwise is either lying or they've had part of their brain removed. So they have to be able to like resolve conflicts, and that only happens by them being capable of communicating. And you have to understand each other's communication styles as well for this. So like a big problem that I have is I am the type of person that if I get really upset about something, I need 6 hours to cool off, or it's going to be a really bad
Yeah,
conversation.
because you don't want to. I'm the same way. You don't want to say something out of anger, so you need that cool down time and everything, so that you can basically get your thoughts together, get your arguments together, also self-evaluate your emotions better, and then come to it with a level and cooler head. So yeah,
exactly.
I agree. Yeah.
But I've dated, for whatever fucking reason, the women that I tend to date usually need things resolved immediately. So a lot of the fights that I'll get into will be they need the resolution now and I don't, so they're ready to talk about it now, and then I'm just like, you're being a fucking retarded bitch. I blah blah blah. I'll just be like really upset, and I know I'm being.
Say that to them, do you?
I'm just really upset. Okay, okay. I usually don't say retarded. I usually say autistic.
You are
okay?
not supposed.
I know you're not supposed
Just
to, but
walk
listen,
away, Steven.
I agree. I agree with you, but for some reason, some people are like, I can't do that. I don't have the option of walking away because they have to resolve it now. But sometimes they will let me resolve it later. But then what happens there is we'll go to quote unquote resolve it later. In 6 to 8 hours, I'll be cool.
Yeah.
I'll be like, listen, I was being a dipshit earlier. I was dumb about this or whatever. But the other person will be like a wreck. They'll be like, dude, I didn't know for 8 hours you were going to dump me at the end of it. And I'm so stressed out and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, okay, well, I'm like over this. Like, I don't even know what the fuck we were fighting about. I don't care anymore. You know, like I'm sorry. Whatever I did was dumber. Right. So yeah, like having like the ability to understand each other's like conflict resolution is like really important, which is part of like communication. And then I think that like sex is a really, really, really important, important characteristic that you have to like match on. You can't be completely sexually incompatible. Like it's not going to work with that unless you're in an open relationship or something. I guess they can get it from somewhere else. So, yeah.
Okay. And last question for the women, and we're gonna get to the guys. Do you think women are currently in a better position to find suitable mates, or in a worse position today to find a suitable boyfriend, mate, or husband?
I think that everybody is in a suitable place to find people as long as they know where to go and they know what they're looking for. Just depends on like what we're looking for or what we value, or yeah.
Okay. And let's see, getting to the guys. Can you express why men should not worry about the alpha beta label, and explain why because you don't really I'm not assuming that you really don't believe in the alpha beta thing, right?
I mean, like there are like aspects to it that can be kind of true, but no, I don't believe in like the strict, like this is an alpha male. 99% of the time when I hear somebody say that, I can immediately write off most of what they say because they're about to say some cringy, stupid shit. Yeah.
So you have a lot of guys that are like worried about being beta because they think being who cater to this, and I think this is a little bad for them, toxic for them, because it brings down their self-esteem. So that's why I'm asking, like, why they should not worry about the whole alpha beta label, and why they should just basically work on themselves and improving themselves regardless of that, of trying to appear alpha.
Yeah, like I think that like so if we are going to entertain the vernacular of alpha beta, I think that these are things that have to come as a byproduct of who you are. They can't be like a destination or like a goal.
Yeah.
Like it shouldn't be like, okay, I'm going to become alpha, so here's what I'm going to do. It's more just like, you know, I'm going to, you know, start going to the gym or take care of my appearance or, you know, work harder at my job or career or school or whatever. And then like, as a result, hopefully you foster some sense of confidence and then people are attracted to that. And it's like, okay, cool. I'm kind of like alpha now, right? That's like a byproduct of what you are. It's not some like destination. Like I'm on my way to being fucking alpha or whatever, you know, some crazy shit like that.
Right. Now, what are we talked about red flags and men that women should avoid. What are in your opinion, when men see, and I think I think both genders are both in men and women, they both are guilty of this, where they see something in the mate and they'll just like forget about it. Like I said with the men, I said this earlier, you know, a woman with men, they'll see a woman who's beautiful, she's gorgeous, she has a wonderful body, but she's rude, she's degrading, she's manipulative, she's unhinged, and they overlook that. So because they still looking at her body, and we understand that men are driven physically while women are driven emotionally. So what is your opinion or to men who ignore those red flags, and how they should avoid those red flags, and what to do if they see this in the women that they're currently dating or courting or going out with?
So this is when I have to be careful again, because I think that the preferences can be kind of different sometimes between like things that I would like versus what like average guys seem to look for sometimes. For me personally, I can't, if somebody just looks good but everything else doesn't work, that's just never going to be enough to get me off the ground for anything, probably. That seems to not be the case for a lot of guys, or it seems like they deal with, because there's some women who's like, I have no fucking idea how the fuck anybody likes you, but I mean, I guess you look good. So I guess for a lot of guys, maybe that is enough. I guess the closest equivalent for me, I like people that are fucking crazy, and even if they've got a lot of other problems, like that's really interesting. So maybe that's like my equivalent to that. I would say that for me personally, and I think this is a more common thing that people look out for, is the number one most immediate like turn off, horrible fucking shit for me, that I just like, my attraction will go from literally 100 to 0 in like 2 messages. It's when I see somebody that has like massive self-esteem issues and then they take it out on me. So like if I am on Discord and somebody messages me like good night, and I'm busy with something for like an hour or two and I don't respond, and they send another message and they're like, I see you're still online, but I guess you're too busy to talk to me, so bye. If I see some shit like that, yeah, I'm like, I'm never talking to you again, because this is not going to work. People that get like very like,
that's just worse than the text messages. Like, you text someone, right? Or they text you and you're just busy at the moment. And they're like, I text you, I said, hey, are you busy? And I can say, I saw that you read it, but you're not going to respond back to me. And they just freaking go crazy. I don't understand. I think, could it be possible that these people are so used to getting what they want that when you don't bend to their will, they go crazy on you? Or what do you think drives them to do that?
I think there's a lot of things. You know what? Believe it or not, you do believe it. I can't talk to many people about this because everyone in Twitch is fucking 19 years old. Remember back when we were in school, you might go days without talking to your significant other sometimes because you might not have the time to call them every night or whatever. You probably call them on the weekend at least or see. But sometimes you might go days without talking to your significant other. I went to an all boys high school, so if you were dating a girl at a girl high school, then you're not going to see them. So maybe for other people you see them during class is different. But yeah, like you could go so long without talking to somebody. Yeah. I say so long, like 24, 48 hours or whatever. And I remember it was just during high school when I think flip phones started to come out and the BlackBerry started to, I don't know if anybody had a BlackBerry. I think that was mainly business people, but like the flip phone stuff started to come out.
BlackBerry was for the rich people.
Yeah. Very, very, very quickly, I noticed that this happened within like, it felt like it happened in like 2 to 3 years. Texting started to become like a relationship requirement. What? To where you were, if you see somebody you talk, maybe you call them, and you chat with them for 30 minutes, an hour at night or whatever, depending on how obsessed with each other you were because it was high school. But very quickly, it got to the point where like cell phones came out and now you were like texting your significant other constantly. And if people weren't responding to text, people were getting in trouble and shit. And yeah, I think that culture of like needing somebody to respond immediately, like that just became like ubiquitous with cell phones and all of that in school. So, yeah, when people start getting like very clingy or desperate for time or attention like that, that's easily the biggest red flag because that's going to come out in so many other ways. Yeah, I like and then like just any type of comment like that. I remember there was it sounds so stupid. I remember there was a girl that I stopped talking to because we were sexting and trading pictures of her. And she sent me a picture. I was like, oh my god, like your body's almost perfect. And she was like, almost. And we actually.
But there's nobody's perfect, is it? Nobody's
yeah, because I'm not gonna say that. Like, fuck.
Nobody's perfect though. Why was she?
I thought she was joking. I was like, haha, and she was legitimately upset that I said that. And I was like, no, this is not gonna work. We're moving on from that. Yeah. So like, yeah, I don't know. When I see like those like little like the huge self-esteem red flags, it's like this is gonna manifest in so many other problems that I can't. Yeah, fuck that. But that's like a me personally thing. Seems like a lot of guys sometimes don't mind the girls that have low self-esteem or obsessive.
Yeah, they don't. They don't, and vice versa. Like. Guys don't mind dating girls with low self-esteem, and girls don't mind dating guys that just don't have any respect for them.
So something that you're talking about, these are two stereotypes that absolutely existed in high school and perpetuate past that into however old people get. There are two types of personality types sometimes. There are more than this, but these are like two archetypes that I see. Mm-hmm. You have a person that is perpetually kind of depressed and need somebody to take care of them and guide them and give them help, and they need that. And then you have this other archetype that is like the perpetual caretaker, where the only time they feel important in life is if they have somebody that needs them, that they can guide or whatever. And when these two people hook up together, it is like the most toxic form of magnetic attraction, where you have somebody that's in that perpetual depression cycle. And I'm saying depression in quotation marks, not actually clinical, they're just like always sad or mopey or angsty or depressed. And then you've got like their caretaker that feels like they always need that other person to be sad and come to them and, lean on them for support and blah, blah, blah. And it's such a toxic, cancerous back and forth that neither side will ever grow out of because the other side needs them to constantly feed into it. And like, yeah.
Okay, give me 5 questions all men should ask women to vet for long-term relationships.
Oh, fuck. Was this on the thing? I don't remember. Oh, shit. Sorry. 5 questions all men should ask women they vet for a long-term relationship.
Yes.
Well, so the most important one, if we're talking long-term, is probably children.
Hmm.
So that would be one.
Actually, that should be the number one. Do you want children? Yeah.
Yeah, because that could or couldn't be a deal. Well,
Absolutely.
these are your 5 questions are going to be deal breaker questions, right?
Absolutely.
The second one is going to be living situation, especially, and this is a really hard one for middle adult or young adult people, is if you're still in school. Are you willing to move when I finish school or when I get a new job or something like that? So that's number 2. That's a really important one. The third one is, I don't know if this is a question so much, but figuring out that sexual compatibility is really, really, really important. I would say that those are like the 3 most massively important questions to be asked. I think everything else is pretty minor. Oh, 4th one might be finances. Holy fuck, some people are really, 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 really bad with money.
Do you think you should know their FICO score?
Yeah, maybe. I don't care so much about FICO. I care about like how much debt are you carrying and shit. FICO is probably important though.
Well,
but I don't think
the
thing is, you can have a really good. My uncle died with really good credit, and he owed like $30,000 in credit card debt, but he paid all his bills. So,
smokes.
Yeah. And this is a
Okay,
guy
good
who's
point,
like
yeah.
on paper income was $15,000 a year, so because he worked at a gas station. So yeah, I know, yeah. So, I'm just saying having a good FICO is enough, but yeah, I mean like the financial part is really, really, really important. Here is like a fifth one. I think I've been lucky enough that I've never met a woman that has done this for me. I wish I would have, because it would be so funny to like storm out. If you have somebody that treats you like shit around friends or family, you should immediately, you don't make a post on Reddit, you don't ask for advice, you just fucking leave.
Exactly.
I will read these most unbelievable like relationship advice posts, or I'll even hear from friends. And again, these are like pretty people, awesome people that will say things like, oh, like I was at my boyfriend's house, but like his parents hate me. Like every time I go over, like they talk about how lazy I am and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, what does your significant other do? They just fucking sit there and listen to it. Like I could not imagine for a microsecond me having a significant other and my parents shit talking that
Right.
other. I would be gone. I'd be like, well, fuck you guys. Like I'm out. Like I can't imagine if you have a partner that would stand for that, they're not going to stand up for you anywhere else. And like at the end of the day, there's that person should be like your number one advocate. If this is like your life partner, this person should be advocating for you hard and literally advocating for you. If you're like on your deathbed or whatever, they might be the person, you know, signing the DNR or not, right? They might be the person saying like, are we going to bring this motherfucker back from the dead or not? You know, like this is literally your advocate. And if they would even stand up to fucking mom or dad for you, like, fuck, yeah, fuck that shit.
Good point. Okay. Now, I'm going to explain my next question I had given, like, how can men improve their observation on women? Let me explain what I'm talking about. I have male friends who have women, and I obviously see how these women are not really into the relationship, you know. It's like I say, hey, your girl got dead women's eyes. It's like she's not looking at you lovingly. She doesn't really, you put your arm around her, you lean into her, and she just sits there like that, and you know, and then when she cheats or when she breaks up or when she just ghosts him, he didn't observe how she was. Just like what you said earlier, where you know, if your mate allows their friends and family to disrespect you, you know, saying like to leave, I wonder like. Maybe this is the wrong way I put it. Like, how can they improve their observation? Because a lot of times I think guys, here we go. Sometimes guys are oblivious to the obvious signs of women. And it could be right in their face. Now, their friends can see it. And if they're like, hey, man, your girl, she's a bitch. She's did. Oh, you just don't know. You just don't understand, blah, blah. I don't understand. What is your opinion on that? Because I was like, listen, look at this. Look at the way she stands near you. When y'all take a picture, you know, saying she wants to be away from you. Look at her body language. But then again, I look at people differently than most people. So I see differently, especially being a former police officer. I have, and also growing up in the hood, we had to observe people's body languages. And I think maybe it's unfair of me of expecting other people to do the same. What say you on this?
The problem is that everybody can do this and everybody does do this, but when you're in the middle of it, it's hard to know that it's happening. Fuck, I wish I could remember. There's a really good quote about something like, you never know when you're in the middle of an eye of a storm or something. I can't remember. There's a quote that has to do this, but like, because any person that you're describing, once they're out of that relationship, will usually look back and be like, oh God, what the fuck was I thinking? Like I was being an idiot. Like it was so obvious, blah, 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 blah. And you hear a lot of this from like people in abusive relationships, people that get out of like horrible relationships. Mm-hmm. And yeah, when you get out of it, you could tell, so the question is like, how do you not let yourself become so emotionally compromised in the middle of a relationship?
Right.
Yeah. I don't know what the answer to that is. So like, thankfully, personally, I don't have to deal with this much because I'm a little bit more disconnected than most people. However, I do realize that I can make bad decisions when I first meet somebody because I can get swept up in that new girl dumb shit or whatever.
Right.
So like I'll have like this mandatory, like I'm waiting like a couple weeks before I make any big moves or whatever because I don't want to be like an idiot. And that seems to like be helpful for me when I recognize that. So I guess like, I guess if I could give any piece of advice, it would just be like recognize when you feel like you might be emotionally compromised and then take a step back. And yeah, I don't know. There's like, there have been two big experiences in my life that have made me pay more attention to my emotional state. One is doing a lot of drugs, and two is
really?
and two is having a kid, actually.
Okay.
So for the
Yeah.
drug thing, something that I noticed was on a day-to-day basis, my emotional response is like this. I'm like very stable, very level. Maybe I'll get a little like upset about something like League of Legends or whatever. Maybe I'll get a little happy or whatever. But like I'm a very, very, very emotionally stable person. I go to sleep happy, I wake up happy. But I notice that like when I'm doing like LSD or mushrooms, like my mood will wildly fluctuate based on like the changing of a song or something. And I'm way more aware of it when I'm like, if I'm like high on that type of drug. But I try to take that.
If you go to bed happy and wake up happy, why do you need drugs?
Because drugs are fun. They give you new experiences. But regardless, coming out of those experiences, I try to be like more aware of my emotional state, knowing that, well, okay, maybe there are things that impact me on a day-to-day that are influencing my mood, and I just don't notice it as much. And I've talked about this on stream a lot. One thing that I noticed the most for this, and it sucks because it's so hard to tell. So I have to actually I have to take a step back and just ask questions to myself, because I can't tell. The number one thing is I'll be streaming, I'll be really pissed off, and it'll just be like a bad day. Like I'll actually be pissed. I'll be banning chatters left and right. I'll be banning subs. I'm just like, fuck you guys. I turn my stream off. I fucking go, maybe I'll go to McDonald's, go to some place, I'll get something to eat. And then after I eat, I'll be like, oh my God, I feel a million times better. I think I was just hungry. And it's funny because I'll tie this back into having a kid. Kids are so emotional.
Yes, they are.
They're so fucking stupid when it comes to recognizing their emotions. And if you've ever...
They don't care, though. That's the thing.
They might,
I got godchildren. I totally observe. I totally can relate.
I don't know if it's that they don't care. They just aren't aware. So like I'll be talking to Nathan and I'll be like, and he'll just be acting up. And I'll be like, Nathan, you need a fucking nap. You are a terror. And he's like, I'm not fucking
true.
Well, he actually doesn't cuss. But he's like, I'm not tired. I'm like, you are so tired. And you'll take them and like, I'm not tired. I don't want to. And you'll lay them in bed. And before you even close the door, they're fucking out.
Yeah,
like,
they're
completely asleep. Yeah.
Yes.
Or same thing when they're hungry. It's like, Nathan, you need to eat. You're being a piece of shit right now.
Okay,
you need some
good
goddamn
point.
food.
Yes.
Yeah. And then you'll be like, I'm not hungry. I'm not hungry. And then they eat a little bit. And it's funny because the most funny thing is kids will try to fight it, but they won't. So like you know, like when you put them to sleep, you'll see sometimes like kids will fight sleeping so hard. They don't want to sleep. They'll try to roll around, but they'll be tired. And same thing when they're really hungry too. Sometimes you give them food and they're like, I'm not really hungry. And then they'll just like start eating it. Yeah. And then afterwards they're so much happier. And it's like, oh my God. But it's funny because we'll make fun of kids doing it because it's so obvious. But I think as adults, I think we do it too. So bringing all of that back, if it's impossible for you to know that you're grumpy because you're hungry and we eat every fucking day and you still can't notice sometimes that you're grumpy and you're hungry, which I have trouble with, you're probably not going to notice if you're in the middle of a horrible fucking relationship and you're also crazy emotionally compromised. So just be aware that sometimes you have to step back and you either have to be really honest with yourself or you have like that one good friend where you're like, hey, you think I'm like fucking myself in this relationship? Because I don't know if I can tell right now. It's good to just be aware that our emotional states literally inhibit our ability to interpret fact and fiction.
Good point. Excellent point with the kids. I swear. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Do you want to answer the next one or you want to skip that one?
Who has the highest priority, your bros or your girlfriend? So I've seen two different huge life philosophies on this. You mentioned it earlier, actually. You said something that makes me think you lean to one side. I don't think there's a right or wrong one. So I've heard the life philosophy that your partner should be your best friend.
Yes.
But then I think I subscribe to the other life philosophy where my partner fills out like a very special, unique role for them. But I don't know if they're 100% like my best friend for everything.
You still have other best friends. Like I have some best friends in my life, you know, saying regardless.
Yeah, so for me,
they don't replace your current best friends. That's I guess that's what I want to. Sorry, I'm for interrupting you. They don't replace your current best friends. They are also your best friend.
So yeah, so like I don't consider like there to be a priority list between like my fiance or like another person I see or like my friends or whatever. Like it's all going to be relative to what's going on at the time. And the reason why I'm careful when I phrase that is because this is a problem that I have a lot, or that I've seen happen a lot, and that happens to me a lot.
Okay.
Is you run into this weird area sometimes where if you choose to do one thing over something with your significant other, they think that you don't like them as much as the other thing you're choosing, and I hate that idea. So for so like if Melina wants to go do something or whatever, and instead I'd rather like just let's say that she's like, oh, there's a pretty mountain I want to go hike because she loves outdoor stuff. I don't as much. Like, and I'm like, well, actually, you know, like on that day, I really wanted to play League of Legends with my friend Mr. Mooten.
Mr. Mooten.
Mr. Mooten, yeah. So what she hears is, you actually like Mr. Mooten more than me because you want to do something with him instead, right? And that's the thing that I notice, like a lot of people, or it seems like a lot of women will have like that kind of mentality where if somebody chooses one thing over another thing, that they like that thing more than the other person. Even though when it would come to other priorities, like I'm never going to move in and live with Mr. Mooten over her, or I'm not going to like travel internationally with Mr. Mooten over her, or I'm not going to do it, right? Yeah. But they'll still get that. Yeah. So that's why. So when you talk about like highest priority, I don't like that. Like the highest priority is almost always going to be the person that you are living with, that you have a relationship with. It should be, but that doesn't mean that they're like the highest priority in every single category in your life.
True.
If that makes sense. Yeah.
Good answer. I that's why I said you can skip it, but I'm really proud of you. You actually took it head on. That was an excellent answer. What do you think about the solution to the current incel problem?
I don't know. I think it's a really, really, really hard problem. I think that it's really hard to meet people today, and I don't know what the solution to that is. You know, ironically, there was a Pete Buttigieg put out an idea, and I swear to God, he ripped this from my stream. I had an idea that I think that what we should do is we should have 4 hours every Sunday, fucking mandatory community service. From like 18 to 30. You have to go 4 hours. You're assigned to a group of 10 people, guys and girls, and every fucking Sunday for 4 hours, you're going to do some bullshit community service project, clean up trash, whatever the fuck. Because it feels like the most important times in your life where you get socialized with people are school and work.
True.
And people have this really weird idea that finding people that you click with for friendships and relationships is a matter of sorting through the people that you're the most compatible with. And you see this. So like, you know, why is, you know, Tinder is nice because, you know, Republican, swipe left. They believe in this, swipe left. BLM, swipe left. Or this thing, swipe left. They do this, blah, 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 and you find like the perfect. Or like on OkCupid, it's like 52 dimensions of compatibility, 192 paradigms of personality, 7,488 characteristics of commonality. It's like, holy shit. But you notice that somehow, even though apparently it's so important, we have all this in common, when you stick a bunch of people together in an area, they all start being friends with each other and they all start fucking. You go to schools and everybody seems to make friends generally. Everybody is fucking generally. You go to workplaces and it's funny because people always have this dumb thing like, don't eat what you should, don't fuck your coworker. Everybody fucks your coworker. Every fucking coworker environment. You said you were a police officer. I don't give a fuck. I know what happened there. It happens in every environment, every work environment. Because if you spend that much time around people, you're gonna form friendships.
No lies detected.
You're gonna start fucking. You're gonna start forming friendships. And but we're getting more and more isolated and segregated today because of technology that originally when these things were created, I don't know if you remember like the first Facebook, like there were like 4 fucking tabs on Facebook. And one of those tabs was like checking into like parties and stuff.
Right.
The whole point of social media in the early days was to augment our social interactions, was to make it better, not replace them. And we've replaced a lot of like this face-to-face in real life stuff with like online interaction. And it's not the same. It's totally not the same. And yeah, we've lost, like, we don't have really churches anymore. We don't really have very much community anymore. You know, there's no more union meetings and any of that shit. So you've lost like all these like places where you'd meet people in real life. And now all you're left with is your job. And then that's it. Maybe online, but like a lot of these people you never meet, and these communities can be segregated. And yeah, so yeah, I don't know. It's really, really, really hard. We don't like meet a lot in real life doing things anymore with people that we don't like choose to be with automatically. So it's hard to meet new people.
Actually, this is going to surprise you. I had this conversation with, because I had Sargon on last week, and I was telling him, I said, Sargon, I said, we all come from the atheist community. I said, you know what? I said, this is going to shock you. I'm going to get back into the church because of the community. I said, there's no way I can go back into the belief of a deity like that. However, I do believe that I can embrace Christianity underneath a new mentality, and I'll begin to explain it to him. But I was like, but one of the things I do miss is the community that I had left when I left Christianity a long time ago. And then I went into the Nation of Islam, and then I went from the Nation of Islam to Sunni Muslim, and then after that, it was like, dude, I tap out on religion altogether, and I begin to study all of the religions from Taoism to paganism to all of this. So I begin to miss the community that embrace, and of course you understand I'm in the South, so that's really big down here. What do you think about, I'm not saying that they should do this, but what about embracing the communities that they left? What do you think?
Yeah, so something that you're kind of getting at that was really unfortunate is you have like there's two words here. You've got theology, and then you've got like not religion. It's another word that I'm looking for, but like so you have theology, which is like the belief in God, and then you have like this collection of rituals and community service and everything, and community building and community organizing. And these two things, for some reason, atheists, in their desperate attempt to like get rid of theology, and this perfectly describes me because I was a hardcore atheist, anti-theist. When I was 16, 17, I went to Catholic school my whole life. I became very atheist. For some reason, we ceded all of the ritual and traditional, all the rituals and traditions, we ceded all of that to the religious people, and we just dumped all of it. And I think that there needed to be some replacement there, because there is so much value in church and in going to church, independent of the theological aspect, that I think that just giving all of that up is really, really, really unfortunate.
Yeah.
And yeah, like especially with not colored communities, people of colored communities. I don't know how the fuck to say it, but when I would go,
I don't see no difference. Colored people of color, I don't see the difference of it. But that's your side that got that issue, not ours.
Yeah, sure, okay, colored communities. Even the white communities that I would go to Catholic church with were like pretty communally driven. But like when I would go to church with my black friends, that shit was fucking crazy. It was like a 3-hour thing. Their kids fucking running all over. Like you'd like meet other kids, you'd see other families. Like people, like church was like a 3 to 4 hour thing for his family. And when I would go, there'd be like so many people that you meet, everything. And then in Florida, in Hialeah, when my Cuban grandma, when they'd go to like, I guess like Hispanic churches and shit, or maybe they were only Cuban churches, I don't know, but you'd see like so much socializing, everything that goes on there. It was like such a huge thing that like people would like look forward to it. And depending on what you like, you get to put on like a cute dress or like your cute little outfit or whatever, and you get to show up and you get to dress up and you get to have fun, you get to talk to people. And yeah, losing that like whole event seems like pretty sad for most people. It would be nice to replace that somehow.
Yeah, because that's the only, that to me, and I've actually been happy, you know what I'm saying? I've been happy, period. But I enjoy it. I really enjoy it. And I don't hide and say, oh, they go, so how long have you been a child of the cloth? And I let them know, like, well, and I
I'm here for the bread.
Believe it or not, I don't get any hostility. Actually, I get more attention, because I think they're trying to like win me over.
Because they want to grow their community and everything.
Yeah. So there's that. So it's been. I've actually really enjoyed it a lot.
And this is, I hate this so much, and it's so frustrating and embarrassing to me. But like, Melina actually pointed this out. For whatever fucking reason, conservative people tend to be so much more friendly in person, that like if you go to churches and you hang out with people, like, usually they're going to be like really cool and really friendly. And like, there's a lot of like redneck white trash people in the South and shit, but like most of them, now I'm white, but I mean, it sounds like even your experience is generally pretty friendly.
They're very friendly.
Generally like pretty hospitable, pretty friendly. Like we'll joke around or like, so I mean, like that's another thing too, yeah.
I'm gonna tell you this little quick story in reference to a redneck situation. You don't know this, but I have a motorcycle. It's a 1100 cc Honda Shadow, and I was riding it in the backwoods somewhere on a dirt road, and I turned it off, but I left my light on because I saw this beautiful pond. And I went over there and I sat there for several hours. I came back, my freaking bike was dead, and I was like, oh fuck, I'm over here in bummerfuck goddamn Lynch County, and my daggone bike won't start. And so there was this huge, the stereotype is real, huge truck, Confederate license plate in the front, okay? And this small guy got out, and then this big guy got out, and the small guy had the Confederate flag with them. It was this racer who died in NASCAR with the shades on, and I think he had the number
a Dale Earnhardt?
Yeah, and then it had "Keep on Flying" and everything. And I'm swear to God, I was scared as hell. I was like, oh shit, what's going on? And like, what's going on there, gal? And I was like, I left my bike on, and it does the start. And they actually taught me how to kickstart my bike. And when it kickstarted, they turned it off and they kept it up. We was out there for like a good 40 minutes until I got it. And once I got it, they told me where the nearest place to get a new battery and everything like that. And I was so appreciative. And it's like, they are friendly. I never really had any bad encounters with any of the rednecks down here. But I'm not gonna lie, I was scared out my fucking mind, you know, when I saw those two guys coming towards me with coming out of that big truck, stuff like that. So yeah, they're pretty cool down here, you know.
Not to say that, like, I'm sure there are, of course, bad experiences people have, but sometimes people are really quick to stereotype like every single experience as being fucking horrible or whatever. And I did like, I don't want to, man, fuck, I don't want to make this like, I don't want to get like too political too or whatever, but it's one of the things that's upset me about like the whole ACAB shit or whatever too.
Yeah.
Like, people have this like most cops, I personally feel like most cops, at least outside of like the major cities, are probably like are like fairly friendly people. If your like car is broken down, like they'll try to help you, they'll drive you to get some gas, I guess. Like they're generally like pretty decent people. But like but you are gonna run into shit cops, and cops that are in big cities, just in my personal experience, it's sometimes more dickish as well, but probably because they see some crazy fucking shit that I have to experience. Yeah. But and like cops that run like speeding traps, okay, fuck them. They're always going to give you a ticket if they pull you over no matter what story, right? So there's going to be exceptions. But like, yeah, but people have this idea that like, if you're black and you get stopped by a cop, you are going to be fucking executed on the spot. And it's like, damn, like people are so crazy sometimes with the stereotyping. Like, just chill.
I think people don't understand, and I'm speaking as a former police officer who worked in a big city. I would never wish anyone to see what I've seen, and that's where my most extreme PTSD comes from. It's under control, so it's not a big deal, and it doesn't affect my life. But I wish, I rarely have regrets, but I think that those situations that I experienced, you see the worst, the absolute worst of people and the worst of situations. It is so horrid. I'm not even going to repeat it, what I witnessed. But because you see the filth of people, you do get to the point where it kind of hardens you a little bit so that you don't go crazy. And then it also makes you not think much of humanity, really.
Sometimes, yeah. I remember my dude, I hope I get her on stream someday, because god damn is she fucking funny. I have a big, can I say dyke? Is that a loud word?
We can say on YouTube,
Big dyke lesbian aunt, okay? And she is very Cuban, NYPD, fully retired. She put in her 20 years or whatever in the service, and god damn is she fucking hilarious, dude. And like, because I would debate, because I used to be way more, when I was younger, like very liberal or whatever, and like, it's funny because like I so many arguments that like I talk to her like Ceci, you can't just stereotype people, like that's not blah blah blah. And she'd be like, Stevie, by the time I hopped off my fucking bike, if I see you, I already know 95% who the fuck you are. It's up to you to say the other 5% to figure out if you're gonna have a bad day or not. Like she'd be crazy. She's like, and it's just so funny listening to her and her crazy fucking stories, like doing like night patrol and shit. And, oh my god, yeah. Something that you said earlier, and I say this on stream a lot. I do believe that there are at least enough for us to notice, there are cops that act in really fucked up ways in the United States, and I do think that they should be held accountable for it. And I do think that we need to reevaluate how like cops and citizens interact. But I always tell people, like, people are very quick to look at all these videos of, you know, look at this police stop, watch this, where this police executes this, you know, innocent black person in a car, blah blah blah, and they're really fucked up and they're horrible and they're hard to watch. But I also tell people, you need to watch a lot of these like traffic stops where a cop pulls over, they're patient with a person, and the guy ends up breaking away, gets a gun, and executes like these cops like on camera, and you hear them like screaming and shit.
The most recent one was so hard to watch. We watched that the white guy got pulled over and
with the two cops that
and
it's funny because like, if you were to go back and listen to this, like up until the guy gets out of the car and shoots him, everybody's saying, why are these cops being such dicks? Why are they shouting at the dude? Like, why are they being like such assholes?
That's why.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and now I'm not saying that justifies or excuses anything, but like, man, it's when things can flip like that fast, like it puts you in another state of mind, and it's good to just be aware of that, you know. Just even if you do still want to ACAB and HACABs are fine, that's fine, but just at least be aware of like what you're talking about or like the other side that you're like speaking out against, because it's good to have that perspective, you know.
Right. Okay. 2 more questions, because Oh God, talking with you is so fun, Steven. I mean, I'm having a good time. You kind of touched on this earlier. If you can give but if you don't want to talk about it again, we can go to the next one. If you can give any advice to your young self, but excuse me, no, I think I took that out. If you can give any advice to young males between the ages of 14 and 21, what would it be?
So in terms of, I mean, like, I think self-development is really, really, really important. So like something that I wish and I'm finally getting back on this train again. I wish I would have taken this more seriously growing up. I think everybody should be somewhat like physically active. Like there's no reason not to just like go to the gym. I think you get like gym memberships like $30 a month, like, or get outside and walk a little bit, like take care of your body like some point a little bit, because it is like it's like the thing that you live with the most more than anything else that you'll ever have. So like that's like number one, just make sure that you like do like take reasonable efforts to take care of yourself. I'm not saying like don't ever eat fast food ever again or whatever, but just like take like reasonable steps to like take care of yourself. That's number one. Number two, this is pointless advice to give because everybody will ignore it. And the second you get through life a little bit, you'll realize that it is probably the most important advice is try hard in school. God damn. You will never, ever, ever find a motherfucker that finishes college or didn't finish college and you ask them, it's like, do you think that like school is a waste of time or that you were happy with the amount of effort you put in? Ubiquitously, every single motherfucker will tell you, I wish I would have played like a little bit less World of Warcraft. I wish I would have just skipped a couple of these things and just studied a little bit harder. My life would be so much better for it, just a little bit. I would have gotten that full ride scholarship. I would have passed it fucking class. I wouldn't have had to be a super senior, taking 6 years to get my degree. Like every single fucking person that you meet out of school will tell you, I wish I would have tried a little bit harder at school. It's so dumb. I didn't need to do that extra mythic raid. I didn't need to go for that extra night of, I could have just did a little bit more, right? Yeah. So like try hard in school, do like a little bit of self-development. I think those are like the two things that I would like, those like general broad things. There's like a million other like more specific things. Those are like the two general pieces of advice I would give. Yeah.
Okay. And last question that I'm going to ask from my list. I don't know anything about dating apps. I don't do dating apps, and I don't have to. Never have, never will. It's not the thing I deal with. However, I'm encountering a lot of women and men who are, that's all they know. You deal with dating apps. So can you just give some advice on the do's and don'ts on dating apps for beginners or anyone who is currently only relying on dating apps?
So if you're going to use dating apps, the number one thing I would say to shift your mind towards it, I'd say this for gamer people, stop viewing Tinder matches as quest rewards and start viewing them as like rare drops. So like for some reason, when people get on these dating apps, every time they match with somebody, they're like, okay, this has to be the one. And they will chase that shit down so fucking hard. But that's not true. You're going to run into a lot of garbage on dating apps. Swipe a lot, meet a lot of people, and understand that you might go through like, 10, 20, 30 dates before you find somebody that's like, oh, this person's like really cool. Like I get along well with this person. I mean, you have to be persistent. You need to employ like reasonable strategy. So like make sure that you have good picture. Like don't do this weird thing where you've got like two pictures and one is from like 1992 and it looks like it was ripped off a fucking VHS player. Okay. Where like if they were to put this picture on their TV, the fucking girl from The Ring would come out of the well and kill them. Okay. Don't do dumb shit like that. Like have like decent pictures where you look okay and you're dressed all nice or whatever. And then yeah, just you try to talk to a lot of people and work your way through a lot of profiles, and then like hopefully you meet people and you'll find somebody eventually, hopefully that way. That's like the goal, I guess. Yeah. Okay. If you could, don't rely on dating profiles at all. We have a really bad time. I'm so glad that I learned this early in life. I'm so glad that I missed the internet age by like in the early part of my life, because I think I would be swept up in this just as much as anybody else, especially because I live on the internet so much. So I'm so grateful for my real life experience. You do not know any, okay. This is just a fact. I hate that this is real and I hate it so much. But chemistry is very, 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 very real, and you'll never capture that in a dating profile. You can't. There are people that I have met in my life that, given the collection of traits they have, if I saw them on Tinder or OkCupid or Hinge or whatever, I'd swipe left a million times. It's the easy swipe lefts in the world. I'm never going to get along with this person. But when you meet them in real life, it's like, damn, I click with this motherfucker so hard. And I don't know why. We don't really have any shared interests. We don't really do much. And politically, we're completely disagree with each other. But holy fuck, it is so much fun to be around this person. I love it. It's so enjoyable. So when you get hooked into this online world, you get into this weird mindset where you think you can filter people based on traits and characteristics and personality. You really don't know until you see somebody in real life. So never be scared of like giving real life a try and meeting friends of friends and meeting people through, like groups of friends and coworkers or whatever. Like do that, because until you've got like this big repertoire of like people that you've seen in real life and you've met in real life and you've interacted with in real life, it's really hard to say like what you actually want or don't want.
Okay. Very good. All right. So that concludes my questions. I'm gonna go ahead and end our interaction here. I just want to say I knew he was gonna do good. I knew it. I was like, I said, you know what? I'm really good at picking winners, and I said, Stephen, although I, do not suggest his lifestyle for my crowd of traditional conservatives, I think that he has a lot of wisdom based upon your life experience. See, this is the most important thing that will make you knowledgeable about certain aspects of life and things that other people don't have the option or the experience. So, and I think you did very well, and I'm very happy to have you come. And I hope to have you come back again in the future.
Thanks. Yeah, anytime.
Yeah.
Any topic, just let me know. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Are you gonna? Who do you have lined up next for this?
I don't know. I just had Sargon last week. I just had you. I've been so busy. Like my political channel. I think I told you that last time when I was cussing out Lego Head, that my political channel is taking off. So it's I have to make sure. This is my third or fourth time seeing my channel take it off, and I believe it or not, I have sabotaged it. This time I'm not going to do it, and I'm not going to sabotage it. I'm just going to go ahead and let it do what it do. And I'm caught up in the algorithm, so my attention span has been on that. But I hope to invite more people from the left, center, and the right. It's easy for me to get people on the right because I'm on the right. But well, who do you suggest? Who's on the left, or a liberal, or a left-leaning centrist? That it's also experienced in women. That's the key here. Or married,
man.
or
well, I've got two big examples that I could think of. It'd be great if you could get. There's a guy on Twitch called Central Committee. I think we'd all want to see that episode.
Okay.
Mike from PA or Vosh. I think either of those two. Yeah.
Mike from PA.
I think I want to see.
Are you serious? You just trolled me.
I think we'd want to see that episode.
No,
I think
we
it'd be
don't.
Really funny. I think we all. I think I speak for all of us when I say we'd all want to see those episodes. All right. Those can be the lost tapes. Okay. Especially your third season release, that the unaired ones. Yeah. But.
All right, Stephen. So thank you so much for coming by. Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to leave all of his. Oh, I heard you on TikTok now. Yeah, you just got a TikTok. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm Destiny on TikTok, yeah.
So I'm going to leave all of his social media links below this video. And so go check him out, his Twitch, his TikTok, his Instagram, all of the things. I'm going to get all of it from him. And you go ahead and check him out. Now, remember, he is a liberal. So if you're my audience, take what it is that you will, okay? But I invited him on here for this particular topic only. So if you go there, understand you're going to deal with liberal politics.
We got healthcare for everybody, universal healthcare, pro-trans rights. Oh my God, we have so much left-leaning, liberal-friendly content there. It's going to be great.
All right, I see you guys next time. Later, taters. Okay, that was great. That was good. I knew he was gonna do well. You know, I haven't even looked at my chat at all. Let's see. Okay. Hold on. Somebody asked a question. Seeing Stephen had a tab open with Bari West article or Aruna Kalunalani Yale CRT lecture. Did he have the chance to listen to it?
Oh yeah, we read through that whole thing. Jeez. Do you know what that is in reference to?
No,
or?
I don't know what that. It's at PSA Stench and Friended are going over it right now. Would you like to join?
Sure. Is this somebody messaging you? Or?
Yeah, so, someone, Paradox Engine just sent me that. And thank you, someone called Tree Fan says enjoying the talk. Thanks for hosting. They just do it through a donation. So they're sending that to you about reference. I don't know what I don't know what I just read.
Okay. I don't know if this person's like, yeah, I'm not 100% sure either. I mean, I went over a talk yesterday, but
No, that's coming from my. I'm not live streaming on YouTube. I'm live streaming on Twitch. So they're coming from my Twitch, my Twitch channel. Stench and friend. You mean Stench and Friended, right? That's what those guys' name are, right?
Maybe are they like live streaming or something, or?
That's what they're saying. They're saying they're live streaming, going over it right now.
Do you have a link to their stream? I guess.
No. I'm just relaying the message. I don't even know what they're. I don't even know why they want you to go over there. But I don't know. Maybe I'm just gonna take it as them as they are informing you about it. I'm not sure. This is not somebody from my crew. This is one of your boys. Hi, boys. So there's that. What is your opinion? I think I know. I haven't asked you, but I think I'm gonna assume you're not pro CRT, right?
Man, I don't know. I have to do more reading into it. I think it's like most stuff. I think a lot of it gets overblown, and it's hard to tell. Like, it's hard to separate fact from fiction. I just don't know what the fuck people that believe in that shit actually believe. Like, if I'm to believe the conservative like point of view of it, then it looks like really fucking stupid. But usually the truth is somewhere in the middle or whatever. Yeah. So I don't know. Like, a lot of the people that I've seen that talk about critical theory. Like, so we read that whole article yesterday. It seems like they're a little bit too off the deep end of that shit. Like that article that person just told you they were referring to, that woman thinks that like every white person that has a gluten intolerance just says they do out of guilt for slavery. It's like very, very, very bizarre shit. Yeah, and it's just really, really, really bizarre shit. So yeah, I don't know. Someday I'll probably do more digging into it on stream. But to be honest, it just seems like such a non-issue. I don't know why the fuck anybody.
Well, because the reason, no, it's really not a non-issue because they're coming out with, I never knew this was a problem, but there are red states that are now banning it outright in legislation to be taught in schools. Florida has done it, Texas is doing it, and Georgia has done it, and I think a couple of other states have banned it.
Yeah, I mean, banning it in a form of like teaching your staff is probably good. In terms of just teaching kids about it,
No,
I mean, you
teaching
probably want to learn.
Both.
Yeah, that's
to
weird.
get it completely out of school. So I was like, well, what is And then when I looked into it, I was like, oh, nah, I'm done. I mean, it's actually saying, Stephen, that you can't help but being a racist because you're a white Hispanic.
Yeah, but like that's what I'm saying. Like the problem is that like it depends on how you. It depends. All of this is so contextual, is what I'm saying. There was a woman that got in a lot of trouble a long time ago. I don't remember. But she said, I don't remember who it was. You can look this quote. It was really famous. But she said something like, sometimes white people just need to shut up or whatever. That was like her quote. Do you remember this?
Yeah, I know who that is. Yeah.
A lot of people got really mad about it. But when you like looked at the context of like the whole speech, like, yeah, I mean, like it makes sense. Sometimes there are groups of people that just need to shut the fuck up and listen to like what another person complaining about sometimes. But now like there are ways where like that could come in multiple ways. Like it could just be like, white people need to shut the fuck up all the time because their opinions aren't valid and they blah, 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 blah. Or it could be like, sometimes, it's good to listen to other people's perspectives. So that's the only reason why I don't want to pass like this crazy hardcore judgment on the critical race. Because somebody's like, everybody has, like a little bit of racism. It's like, that's probably true to some extent. We all harbor like these stereotypes and grudges. But like, some of the critical race theory stuff I've read, it goes way farther that like every white person, it secretly hates black people and blah, and it just goes way, way, way farther. So, but I don't know like what is the accurate representation. That's all I'm saying. I can't pass judgment on the whole thing.
Okay. But, all right. Okay, cool.
Remember to hit that like and subscribe, and don't forget the notification bell so that my videos show up right in your feed.
I was waiting to be honest. I was waiting for him to cut his hair, but I just gave in. You got to pick your battles.
So, anyways, kind of had to backtrack. We pull in, and it looks like the Eagles are playing the Cowboys or something.
Yeah.
And we're like, this is a fucking comedy show? Are they having like a preseason game here next? Like, what's going on? So we got in there, and yada, yada, yada. It's still broad daylight because it's summer. It's outside. And the place holds 10,000 people, and maybe like, I don't know, 35, 40% are in there. Maybe 20% are sitting down. The rest are walking around trying to find their seat. And Voss goes out and brings up the first act, who I'm not going to name his name because he went out there. He was from Philly, had all his family there and all that type of stuff. And it's not Dom Irrera, if everybody keeps guessing that one. It was broad daylight. He goes out there and just does his act. And within, I don't know how many minutes, he starts getting booed. And, dude, everybody backstage is just going like, oh, God, in their own way going, it's going to be one of these, right? And I'm looking at the list. How far down the list am I? This is how it's starting. So he goes out there, and, like, by the end of his act, it was this core group of people that started booing him, and then it got a little bit bigger. So there was probably like maybe like 1,000 people just chanting, asshole, asshole. And this guy was so deer in the headlights, he just ends his act with, like, as they're chanting asshole, he just goes, thanks a lot, you guys have been great, good night, right? And gets off stage. Had an absolutely stunned look on his face. And I went up to him to try to console him, and I was kind of doing that, dude, while kind of laughing because he had this stun, like, what the fuck was that? So then Voss goes out, and he starts doing time. And you got to understand, Voss is doing time in front of a crowd that's sort of going in. I don't know why we started it. Maybe it was one of those things you had to be out of the venue by a certain amount of time.
Yeah.
These people were getting fucked up, and they were still throwing footballs around, and we're walking into the stadium. And Voss starts trying to do his shit, which was impossible, dude. It was like this bright sun. It was ridiculous. So they start turning on him, and he goes, you know, watch your mouths or I'll bring so-and-so back. And he shit on the first guy. And to me, he just turned the keys over to the crowd where they do the Caesar thumbs up, thumbs down, which is the vibe Voss likes and the vibe I don't like, right? So, dude, the lineup was insane. Like, Tracy Morgan, Patrice O'Neal, Ralphie May, I think Bob Saget, Robert Kelly, Dom Irrera, myself, Opie and Anthony, and Jim Norton closing.
Yeah.
So, people, I don't know. Like, I knew something was fucked up when Tracy Morgan went out, and he was supposed to do 15 to 20, and he pulled up at about 7 minutes, 50 seconds in the middle of a bit, just stopped and went, thank you, good night, God bless, and just put the thing down. And you know that deal, dude. You do those uptown rooms, they boo in those, and you go into the black rooms enough, you can feel a boo coming.
Yeah.
And he was just looking around.
It's like he saw the ocean go out, and he went, "Oh, there's a tsunami coming, guys."
Smartest fucking dude of the night. He looked at this bunch of crazy drunk white people. They're not going to remember if I did 7 minutes or 17.
Yeah.
God bless. I'm out. Put down the mic and fucking walked off. And then Ralphie did his thing. Patrice did his thing. Bob said, I think Patrice closed out the first half, and then they had a break. And at this point, now the sun's gone down. And now it starts to look like the Apocalypse Now, like bridge scene that you see on the YouTube video. And what happened? They showed a video in the middle. Their video in the middle during the intermission was some guy had an ear infection, and somehow he dribbled some of the stuff out of it, and then another listener drank it, and then somebody who was watching it threw up in a barrel. So that was the let's all go to the lobby moment of that show. So then the second half started. Bobby went out and killed. Had a great, because one of the big myths is that everyone was bombing. They weren't. Patrice killed. Ralphie killed. Tracy went on early. Tracy, the sun was going down, so he was the smartest guy. He was doing fine, but it was starting to be like, all right, already, like that. You just, there's no way to. You had people sitting on grass. There was lawn seats.
Yeah.
In broad daylight watching stand-up comedy, and you're this fucking big, and then there's a bit, and they're hammered. It was an impossible situation. So Bobby came out to start the second half, and he killed, and then Dom went out, and Dom, fucking A-level material, standing there delivering it, and about 3/4 through his set, the boo bird started coming back. Now, nobody has booed since the first guy, so let's end that whole myth. And the first guy went on around 7. This is now around 9:45 at night, which is always great. You know, let's do a 3.5 hour comedy show outside of a drunk people. What could go wrong?
During the change of day to night.
Oh, yeah. It's so Dom, about 3/4 through his set, they started, the boo bird started, and he just stood there like eloquently And he just said, he goes, I'm not leaving. He goes, what? Why would you think I would ever leave? And it was just almost like philosophical, and they were kind of like, oh yeah, what were we thinking? And they kind of stopped. And then he ended a set. And he ended it on a good note. And at that point, I was annoyed. I was just annoyed because I was sitting there going like, this is one of the greatest comedy lineups that I've been, as far as up and coming guys that I've been around.
Yeah.
And these fucking people are treating everybody like shit. And, and I'm a defensive fucking angry dude anyway. So it was just kind of the perfect storm. So I walked out there not even nervous. I was like, these guys don't even deserve a show. Fuck this. What the fuck am I even doing on this tour? So basically, I did the reverse of you praying. I went the completely other way. I walked in there like I was walking into like fucking Vaughn's to go buy a fucking chicken breast or something. I had no nervousness.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden they introduced me and the fucking whatever curtain or whatever I walked out from behind. I looked out and I was like, oh my God. So I was like, fuck, what joke am I going to do? So I did the first one and it wasn't working. So I bailed on it. And then I did this next joke, which I didn't realize they were playing as the radio promo. So everyone had already heard it.
Oh.
I don't know what, dude. I didn't want to do the show at that point. So really them booing to the level that they did was my fault. Like I wasn't a professional. What I should have done was I should have kept my head in the game to survive it. So I came out and threw gas on a fire that was already going, and I pulled up halfway through that second bit, and I said something like, oh, what, you guys aren't going to laugh at that? And then it was just this thunderous boo. And I just snapped because I didn't want to be there. I just kept thinking the whole time backstage going, I didn't have to be here.
Yeah.
I could have been in a place in front of 150 people that wanted to hear my jokes. I would have made 10% of whatever I'm making tonight, and I would have been happy.
Yeah.
I don't fucking need... I've done this. I've been humiliated. I've had enough shit thrown at me. I'm 15 years into my fucking career. What was it? 06? 14 years into my goddamn career. Okay? I don't want to do this anymore. Okay?
God.
So that was the vibe that I came out with, which was a fucking stupid vibe to come out with. So whatever. So they booed me and I just snapped because I remember the time when I got booed. Another time, I didn't leave the stage, but afterwards, it just kept gnawing at me. The faces of people in the crowd, just thinking like, I let that guy boo me.
Yeah.
I let that fat guy boo me, and I didn't call him fat.
Yeah.
I let that dumb chick. I didn't call her a dumb chick. What the fuck is wrong with me? And I never made a point to say that. Well, the next time that happens, because who thinks it's going to happen again, or who thinks it's going to be fucking 100 times worse
in a fucking stadium?
Yeah. So that's basically what happened, and I'm a big sports guy, and that's really what saved me. Because people go, oh, you turned the crowd around because they respected and blah, blah. No, because what it was in Jersey, so it was close enough to D.C., it was close enough to New York, and it was in Jersey and Philly. So what you had was fans of the New York Giants, the New York Yankees, the fucking New Jersey Devils, the Washington Capitals, the Washington Redskins, and all of them are in the same division.
And you're making fun of...
They fucking hate the Eagles. They fucking hate the Flyers. They fucking hate the Mets fans hate the Phillies.
Yeah.
Giants, Redskins fans hate the Eagles.
That's so fucking interesting.
So that's what it is. So I started shitting on their teams, and I know my stuff when it comes to that stuff. And I just so happened that I was also in a city where they were having this championship drought, so it just became that's what it became. I can't remember what I started. I think I just started just saying mean shit about their moms and wishing AIDS on them and everything. But then once I got into the sports thing, that's when it took off. Like all that fuck the Liberty Bell and shit. I was just anything I could think of Philly at that point. But when I was doing the sports thing, and I've never watched it. I've seen clips, but I never really watched it. But like, it was the sports thing that dragged. I mean, there might have been, and if there was people from like fucking Western Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh Flyers is one of the biggest rivalries ever. And when I made fun of their slacks that they wore, You know,
Well,
and called them a bunch of faggots back when you didn't get in trouble for saying stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know, and there was nothing homophobic about it. It was just like, that's why I love that Louis C.K. joke when he talked about the word faggot. Like, I never associated that with homophobia. I just to me that just meant you were a douchebag and I couldn't count on you.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
So, and it still kills me to this day that I forgot to bring up the 76ers.
Really?
I forgot to bring up the 76ers. And I instantly knew I was going to say something along the lines that the Philadelphia 76ers, all you have is Allen Iverson. And the rest of the team is just like this crowd, a bunch of nobodies going fucking nowhere, just something along those lines. I mean, it was all the same thing.
Please report it for cyberbullying.
What other evidence do you need that is deplatforming other than her saying go report the video?
Yeah.
This post doesn't say anything about deplatforming. This post asks her followers to report the video.
You just lied.
That's still not deplatforming. That's step one to deplatforming. As I said before,
that's so.
I never accuse you of doxing her. I never accuse you of calling for her doxing either. Think before you dox is a play on words about the fact that she got doxed and the fact that Sean's channel was a part
but
of it.
obviously, if you see that fucking title, why
I
can't
don't understand how these guys are the most academic people in the world who will give you a 27-page essay about what a microaggression is. Well, if you go up to a person and you say, your hair is curly today. They've got like 15 different academic papers that they can give you for why you're basically fucking Hitler and you're engaging in colorism and you're exclusionary and you are and doing microaggressions and there's a black tax on certain hair products. And it's like all these 50 million things. But then when it comes to like criticism of his behavior, it's like, well, did I actually say the actual word? You wanna know how stupid this guy is?
We're going to go through the most pressing drama in the culture war right now. It involves a large anti-woke YouTuber and a large leftist YouTuber, one of which you have experience with. Big drama. People have been waiting for you to watch this. So, I've been following this drama. Noah Samsen and Think Before You Sleep.
Wow.
Have a long history of hating each other, of making videos responding to each other.
Give us some details. Who are both these people?
Think Before You Sleep is I wouldn't say right-wing, but like an anti-woke YouTuber.
Okay.
He makes videos basically going after people like Noah Samsen, on stuff like fat acceptance or forced diversity, stuff like that.
Wow.
Versus Noah Samsen is a leftist YouTuber, so he makes videos. I think he's made videos about you.
Indeed.
And he's made a bunch of videos about a bunch of different people. I think he probably supportive of a lot of people on the left. I don't know, Hassan Pike or something,
Okay.
I would guess. But they have this drama because of a situation with another YouTuber.
You may notice
Illy
a random
Nation,
child.
who's not a political YouTuber, really. She just makes, I don't know, I'd say more silly, somewhat, I guess you could call it social commentary, but they're like just like little animated storytime videos or whatever. I think Jaden Animations chat. And Think Before You Sleep made a video about her. Unfortunately, she ended up getting doxxed by a third-party site. And Noah Samsen has now made this video as well as another follow-up video. Now, I don't think we have to watch the entire thing. This one we probably have to watch half of it.
Okay. All right. We got it. Hold on. Wait. Let me hear this.
Throughout the video, that's me. That's me as a boy. It's my new little voiceover avatar.
Okay. You can hear it? You're good?
Yep.
All right. Are you ready?
You may notice a random child throughout the video. That's me. That's me as a boy. It's my new little voiceover avatar thing. I'm trying that out. Hope it's not terrible. Okay. On December 21st of last year, the Storytime animation YouTuber Illymation released a video called Perks of Being the Fat Kid. 2 months later, the anti-woke YouTube channel Think Before You Sleep, hereafter referred to as Sean, hi Sean, responded to Illy's video in a video titled Fat Acceptance Cartoon. Right after Sean posted this response.
It's your stream.
The comment section on Illy's video went through some changes. It was flooded with hate comments, threats, insults, inflammatory accusations, also a lot of anti-Semitism, so that's kind of weird. When one of her followers reached out on Tumblr to ask if she'd seen the video, Illy replied, and after expressing frustration about the harassment she was receiving, she ended the post by asking her followers to report the video. In response to this one Tumblr post, Sean made a whole new video, Woke YouTuber is trying to deplatform me, in which he accused Illy of leading a campaign of targeted harassment
Campaign
and mass flagging
campaign against me, mass flagging his channel, mass flagging
against him and his smaller channel,
deplatform a smaller creator, harass a much smaller creator
in order to deplatform him,
deplatform me, to try and get me deplatformed
and take away his source of income.
Take away my source of income.
The only evidence he has provided for any of these accusations is that one Tumblr post. This new video from Sean brought Illy even more
targeted harassment,
which culminated in her receiving receiving death threats, rape threats, and being doxxed. For her safety, she was forced to leave her home state, breaking the lease on her apartment, which cost her over $10,000 in legal fees. Sean, meanwhile, made out.
Can I just a quick thing? When people are like forced to leave, like really, were you? Or did you get like one comment on Twitter DMs and you were like, I'm gonna move out of my apartment now?
I think this is always the thing that I'm perplexed about as somebody who like has been doing YouTube stuff and has like been doxxed. Generally, like nothing happens.
Yeah, but okay,
like
whatever.
Like generally nothing comes of it. Not to say that it's like a good thing to do to someone or like they shouldn't feel scared or whatever. But generally, you're not. I don't know if you're forced to leave. You choose to leave. Oh, whoa.
Don't worry about what I'm opening in my monitor. Keep going.
That person definitely needs to be banned. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think part of the reason he put that in there is kind of add to the narrative. I think Before You Sleep cost her, but we can keep watching.
Out with a slightly better deal. 3 videos, 2.3 million views, 40,000 new subscribers, made out in the lease threats, rape threats, and being doxxed. For her safety, she was forced to leave her home state, breaking the lease on her apartment, which cost her over $10,000 in legal fees. Sean, meanwhile, made out with.
What is $10,000 in legal fees? You have to pay a lawyer to break a lease also? That's bullshit. It's
I don't know.
Bullshit.
I don't know what that means.
I do know. It's bullshit.
A slightly better deal. 3 videos.
Could it be the legal fees are
views.
related to?
No, it's bullshit.
Did somebody like try to come to her house or something?
I think actually it's bullshit.
40,000 new subscribers and a big stack of Google AdSense money. There's so much that I want to talk about from this situation. I want to talk about how Sean spends a good amount of his video insulting Illy's appearance under the guise of giving her tips on how to be more attractive.
She could easily be considered attractive by most people if she just stopped wearing those grandma glasses, picked better clothes, learned active by most people.
Okay, wait, just as a quick thing before we get into it. First of all, this cat is adorable. Wait, this woman is attractive here, right? Am I crazy?
Yeah. She's cute, yeah.
Okay, yeah, jeez, but okay.
If she just stopped wearing those grandma glasses, picked better clothes, learned how to style her hair instead of always leaving it flat to her head with maximum forehead showing, and watch some makeup tutorials.
I want to talk about how he spent what must have been hours digging around her social media accounts to find photos of her eating junk food and of her body at a time when she weighed less in order to accuse her of lying about her diet.
So now I have to do some investigating to find out what Alyssa's eating habits are. After scrolling down through her community tab, the only thing I was able to see her eating was ice cream. Strike one.
I want to talk about how he had to lie for a lot of these insults, like how the very next post on her community tab after the milkshake thing showed her holding a bag of wheat bread, or how the photo he used to insult her fashion sense by saying she dresses like a homeless person.
Holy shit, that is bad. This girl has millions of followers, yet if you saw her out in public, you'd be afraid that she's about to pester you for spare change.
Was taken while she was hiking, and Sean knew that, but cropped out the identifying information so that his audience wouldn't. The less perceptive ones anyway, given that she's identified
I have no stake in this game
taken
at all. Okay, I don't know, because I don't know, but it is this guy. Why would you pick this picture? It's retarded.
Yeah, I agree completely.
Okay, yeah.
She was hiking, and Sean knew that, but cropped out the identifying information so that his audience wouldn't. The less perceptive ones anyway, given that she's, you know, sitting on a log in dirt. I want to talk about all that, but I have to shelve those points for now because there's a more pressing issue at hand, which is that Sean's videos caused a doxing. On the internet, things like doxing and harassment are often treated as natural law. Mean comments are inevitable. Even if you ask people not to, they'll still leave them. If people are going to take things too far, like doxing, then there's not much you can really do to stop it. This seems to be Sean's perspective on the matter.
This comment brigading behavior appears to just be a fact of nature that creators can't control. So really, it's on YouTube to make an interface change that addresses this problem.
The only real exemption from this excuse seems to be when a creator directly asks their audience to harass or dox someone. If that doesn't happen though, then sorry, it's the internet. Now, while that may be the case in some situations, this is not one of them. Sean didn't ask anyone to dox or harass Illy. What he did do, though, is misrepresent and deceptively edit her video in order to conjure ideas which directly motivated the people who did. And when I say directly, I mean directly. We doxed Illy because she tried to get another popular content creator, Think Before You Sleep, taken down by YouTube, all because he made a video right.
Okay. Hold on. Okay, initially, the way that this timeline is presented is it sounds like he made a video about her, and because of the video that he made, people doxed her. But now it sounds like he's saying that he made a video about her, she got mad at the video and tried to get it taken down, and then now people are doxing because of that. What's the real timeline?
That is basically the correct timeline, yes. But I think it's kind of silly to draw a through line and say that because of him making his video, she got doxxed.
It sounds like the reason why she got doxxed is because she tried to take that video down.
According to these people, yes.
Rightfully criticizing her, she is also promoting fat culture and how being fit and working out your body is useless and fat-phobic. She also promotes that's an anti-trans slur, and woke culture. That was posted on the website that hosted Illy's doxing information. The actual doxing took place on a different website, and the very first post of the original doxing thread shared these same motivations. We need to dox her because she promotes fat culture, she believes in woke bullshit, and when a based YouTuber like Think Before You Sleep called her out, she threw a fit and asked her fans to mass flag his channel to get it deleted. The people harassing her in the comments are motivated by these same ideas. Illy is woke, Illy wants to deplatform Sean, and Illy promotes obesity. These accusations are being repeated.
This is like one of the dumbest guys on YouTube. Oh God, okay.
Across the internet in videos with millions of collective views. They pervade the dox.
Are we still doing this? It's 2024 and we're like taking posts on 4chan and saying that like because he made the video and because these people don't like her for the same reasons he doesn't like her. It gets better than this, right? He's got like better material. He's getting to better material, I'm sure.
There'll be more interesting stuff. I don't know if it's better material.
Okay, we'll see.
But I mean, that is basically like the frustrating thing about the situation, which is that, and the comments from his channel seem to agree that because, in Noah's opinion, Think Before You Sleep misrepresented Illy, that she got doxxed, and therefore he should be held accountable. And I actually
it's not even 4chan, it's Soyjack. I don't even know what that is, but okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I actually talked to Noah about this in DMs, and he was like, I don't understand how everybody thinks that, I'm pro deplatforming, when all I said is that, basically, like, here's, basically this person who got her doxxed, and, like, I think YouTube should do whatever they want, is what he says. And I'm like, well, obviously, when you, like, draw a line like that, saying, like, Think Before You Sleep makes a video that gets her harassed, and YouTube can do whatever they want, and it's justified for Illy to want it taken down. Like, you're promoting deplatforming. Like, some of the arguments he makes in this are straight up retarded. Like, he's like, well, she just wanted that one video down. YouTube is a 3-strike system, so it wasn't technically deplatforming. It was just taking down that one video.
Okay.
Like it's very
sprinkled between a sea of death threats, rape threats, and depictions of Illy committing suicide. These ideas are the reason they hate her, and all of them, every single one, was fabricated by Sean. How he did this is the topic of today's video, so let's check it out. Alright, so the first one of these narratives that I want to look at today is the idea that Illy promotes obesity. One of the main concluding points of Sean's video is that Illy's advice is going to kill people by causing them to eat themselves into an early grave.
You know what's great about this advice? Because you conflated being overweight with extreme obesity, so you could say that both are healthy, what's going to happen is that people who watch this video that are 300 pounds are going to say, see, Alyssa is fine with being overweight, I don't have to change either. And then they'll eat themselves into an early grave.
Can I just also do one quick thing? Because I don't know what this content creator does if he literally like scrapes like the bottom of the fucking barrel for the bravest positions he can take, which is shitting on fat people, which is like, congratulations. There is not a single fat person in the history of all of mankind who thinks they're healthy or doesn't think they're healthy and then watches a YouTube video and is like, oh, maybe I am healthy. Like if you're obese as fuck, you smell bad, you've got weird rashes, your joints ache, you can't run, you can't walk upstairs without like heaving and breathing, your doctor shit on you, your friends shit on you, like it's bad. Like there is this weird myth created online.
You don't think there are some delusional people out there?
And there are some people that think they're Jesus and they jump off balconies. But the idea that this is like a measurable thing in society, like a lot of people like, oh yeah, like being fat is actually awesome.
I don't think it's like a super widespread thing.
It's a huge cope, and they know they're coping. They're not like, I don't think there's a measurable group of people like actually deluding themselves into thinking this.
I mean, there's like big Facebook groups. So basically the way it is just on the internet, anyone can congregate around a retarded idea, right? So like every delusional person who has this idea is going to go online, and then it looks like there's a larger thing than there is.
Sure, but they'll like just cope about it.
Yeah.
But they're not like actually thinking like, oh yeah, like I think I am going to stay fat. Like this is a great idea now. Like they were probably always, I don't know. Maybe, but like when we say some of them, I mean like you can find people online that like to do anything. The people like this act like it's this huge social problem. Like a ton of people are going to be fat because of like YouTube videos talking about like fat. I just think it's like really cringe. I don't think I don't think it's that. I don't think it's a huge thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Note that it's not just it might happen. He said that it's going to happen. So it's sort of a direct accusation there, just so we're clear about that. Now, that's a pretty serious accusation, right? So how does he justify it? Well, right before it, he presents what he calls Illy's final piece of advice and uses that as evidence to argue that she is promoting obesity.
All right, let's see Alyssa's final piece of advice.
A carrot isn't an inherent good food, while chocolate is an inherent bad food. Food is just food. No matter how many calories, carbs, sugars, you should feel free to eat whatever food you want to without beating yourself up about it.
I'm done. That was such terrible advice. I don't know how this video could be considered as anything other than enabling food addicts to not fix their health.
So Illy's quotes here, that food is just food and you should eat whatever you want, were the most...
Have you watched her full video?
He's gonna play a clip here where he's like basically making the case that Think Before You Sleep took her out of context.
Okay, because technically what she's saying is correct, but I mean that could be construed in a stupid way. She could have said it dumbly, or she could have, but I don't know. We'll see.
Important pieces of evidence to Sean's conclusion. Accordingly, they were represented in a few other places. In the thumbnail of his video, for example, Illy is holding a sign that reads, "Eat what you want," to an audience of children, while her avatar holds a milkshake and is depicted as being unstable. These quotes seem to be the real sticking point for other creators that covered his video.
Food is just food.
What did you mean by that's a correct thing? Chocolate is not good for you.
No food is good or bad for you. Every food just does different things. The problem with highly processed food or food that's like really high in simple sugars is it tends to be a lot of calories with a really low micronutrient and bad macronutrient profile. But it's not technically bad for you. Like, let's say, for instance, you're working out, you're a big guy, right? Let's say you want, like, you're trying to eat like 2,500 calories a day. Let's say you hit all your macros and like 1,800 calories. You can eat 700 calories of candy bars if you want. Or you
okay,
can
do you think that's what she's saying?
That's why I said I don't know, but I have to hear the rest of the video.
Because I feel like what she's saying is basically just a more, like, she's not like a scientific YouTuber. I feel like more what she's saying is just like, you don't have to think that much about it. Nobody really cares. Like, you shouldn't worry that much about your appearance. Stuff
I would have to hear the rest of the video. Okay. But I mean, like, it's kind of right. Like my assumption would be that, like,
we can say chocolate is not good for you.
I mean, you kind of can.
It's not good for you. It's bad for you. You can still eat it as long as you're eating a lot of other things. Why would we mean it's
bad for you?
Like, it's just like sugar and fucking fat.
Your body needs glucose to survive. That's not bad.
Yeah, but you don't need chocolate to survive. You don't need Coca-Cola. You can get that stuff from other food.
Well, it depends. You could need it. Let's say you hit all your micros and macros in 1,000 calories. You might need 500 calories of simple sugars to survive, right? Isn't that what people when people eat like potatoes and shit? What isn't that? Just like carbs and starch, or like people eat bread? It's just like carbs and.
I mean, yeah, bread isn't particularly good for you either.
Well, it's
okay to eat.
It's not that it's good or bad for you. It's just that different food offers different things. Like, if you need 300 calories to hit your like goal at the end of the day, and you just eat like a bar of chocolate, it's not that big of a deal, right?
But can we generally say that like chocolate is bad for you, and you'd probably be better off like eating something healthier to get that 300 calories?
I mean, I think you can, but I think the problem is that it just depends on your approach to food. Like, if you're trying to tell somebody to diet, the honest thing should probably be to stay away from like super processed foods and like simple sugars. Like, if somebody tries to like maximize for those two things, they'll probably be okay. But if you're like trying to go through like, well, this is good for you and this is bad for you and this is good, it's not really technically correct. And then two, it leads to like a weird thing of like food analysis, I think. But also, I would have to see your full video. Like, I don't know. It's like, it could be right, it could be wrong. Like, yeah, I don't know.
Well, we're gonna see more of it. I gotta get some water real quick.
Okay, be careful, babe. What's the difference between a processed food and a super processed food? My understanding is the more you process a food, generally the easier it is to digest, and the more like things like fibers and everything are removed from the food, meaning that the satiation is incredibly low. I don't know if you would say the bio or the caloric availability is generally very high. And you just like, and then I think it also tends to strip away other nutrients as well. So like, the more processed something is, the quicker and easier it is to digest, the quicker you're hungry for the next meal, and then the less like micronutrient fulfilling it is. I think as a general rule of thumb, I think that's true for like processed, like the more you process food. Insulin spikes as well. I don't think insulin spikes matter much as long as you're not diabetic. I tried to look that up, but I don't think that's technically true. I don't think insulin spikes matter or sugar spikes matter. As long as you're not diabetic, it doesn't, like, your body can handle, you eat sugar, make insulin, you hide the sugar, like, it's fine. Like, as a rule of thumb, if you're trying to avoid food, like, probably staying away from candy bars and shit is probably okay.
I think that's the majority of what he's saying.
Yeah, sure, but that I would just have to see, like, I would need to see her video to know better.
He's gonna make the case that, well, I don't want to spoil it. We'll keep watching.
Okay.
The stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Clearly, there's a couple of dumbass arguments that are open to be criticized.
Well, actually, all food is the same. No, you fucking idiot. Of course, all food's not the same.
Or she basically says there's no difference between eating a carrot and a cookie or whatever, pure gold. Did she actually say that? That's really funny. Yeah, I mean, the fat acceptance stuff is just gone way too far, I think.
You give up on yourself, your goals, and that food is food.
What you are proposing is very unhealthy and dangerous. What is your problem, you evil, life-destroying monster? You just ruined a bunch of young people's, especially
These comments
girls'
are
lives.
retarded.
So did she really say this? Is she really going to get people killed? Let's take a closer look at the evidence and find out. So one thing I noticed in Sean's video is that there's a funny cut when he shows this clip. Right after the line, no matter how many calories, carbs, and sugars, the video skips just a bit. The s'more changes hands, the boy's blood sugar monitor, that's what this is, it just sort of appears on the chair. There's
Can
a
we just
break
pause it for a
in
second? No, if you're
continuity.
watching this, I don't know if I said this before. You don't need to spend 13 seconds explaining like that there's a cut. Like just say there's a weird cut. You don't need to go like the blood sugar monitor and this happens and like just say it's so slow. Why do you talk so slow too? Jesus. It's fucking no. I make video essays. This is such a fucking pet peeve. It's like unwatchable.
Okay.
I went back to Illy's actual video and see if you can spot what he decided to cut from this sequence.
No matter how many calories, carbs, sugars, whatever is in it. Unless you have life-threatening allergies or dietary restrictions to follow, you should feel free to eat whatever food you want to without beating yourself up about it.
So immediately before she says that fated line, eat whatever you want, she added a caveat. She said, unless you have life-threatening allergies or dietary restrictions to follow. While this line is being delivered, you can also see on the screen that the boy who has diabetes is taking a reading of his blood sugar and then gets the green light, so he's good to go for having a s'more with his friends without throwing his blood sugar out of whack. This line, as well as the depiction on screen, is an acknowledgement that
This line doesn't fundamentally change the thing Before You Sleep was talking about. He wasn't talking about having diabetes or having a peanut allergy. He's talking about obesity and getting fat.
I have to watch her video. Okay. I don't want to... I'm going to kill myself. Okay. Here's a big issue that people run into when they go to do diets. There's two big issues, okay? One is that people think like calories in, calories out, which, while absolutely true, is meaningless in practice. And then the second thing is people view diets as like punishments. And when you view diets as punishments, you run into this weird cycle of you look at healthy food as this thing that you have to like suffer and endure. And if you like have a breakdown in will, you feel like shit and you eat a candy bar and it like destroys you. And sometimes you'll just quit because you're like, F me, I can't do it, right? I think that when you have that, that's why I'm saying that like when you look at food, food is just food. It's got a variety of different macros available, and that's it. Some stuff has like a lot of carbs, no micronutrient value, and doesn't leave you like very filled. If you're trying to lose weight, you should probably avoid those foods. But if you start labeling foods as like good and bad and good and bad, you like moralize your eating habits, and then you just start to feel like shit and it your brain up. And I'm generally more in favor of like have a realistic view of food. And when you're trying to do like healthy diets, you can make a healthy diet that tastes like really good and is fun to eat and you don't feel like shit when you do it. Whereas if you're viewing foods like you're moralizing them, I think that that's a really damaging way to approach a diet.
I mean,
but I don't know what her full video is and I don't know what his full video is, so I might agree or disagree with either one. I just haven't seen their whole thing, right? Yeah.
Okay, well, why don't we just click on her video and just watch that part of it to get the context? Why don't we do that?
You want to? Okay.
Yeah.
2.5 million subs. Holy shit.
So we look for the campfire scene, basically?
Oh my god. Oh, sorry. Okay, I'm gonna do redefining healthy.
Is that the same campfire scene, or is this even the video? Oh, this is it.
It's coming. Okay, we're gonna watch from here. Okay.
Okay.
We're watching it all,
Yeah,
Tom.
you'll make a good
Welcome to the research stream. This is what I do on stream. Okay, we're gonna get the full context for the video so that I can understand this video.
All right,
okay,
we'll get the full context. All right, Jesus.
What did I do as a young girl who wasn't confident in her body? I started dieting.
Hey, don't. You're doing it. Don't do this. Don't do this to me, chat. Don't make me soy the fuck out. Okay. Don't make me soy out. Don't put me in a spot where I ever have to defend Noah Samson, one of the worst human beings on the planet, okay? What she's saying is that, and this is something you'll learn as you get older, and maybe, I don't know, she'll go through this in the video, okay? But when you're a girl, when you're in class, when you're in school, there are certain things that are trendy, there are certain things that are cool, but different people, it's true for men as well, but when you're a woman, different people have to dress in different ways, especially depending on, not just like distribution of the body, but especially depending on your boobs, okay? If you got huge ass boobs. There are certain outfits that if you wear them, people are going to look at you and call you a slut. There was actually some drama on Twitter that I think Lauren Southern, I think Brittany Venti, and I think a couple other conservative women were involved in on Twitter, where people were like, oh, this is like a good conservative dress and this woman looks like a slut. And the only difference is one woman just had bigger boobs, right? Now, if you're in grade school or middle school or high school as a girl, you might not have learned these things yet, but as you get older, you realize like, okay, well, like I have like no boobs, or my boobs, I've got like, you know, in 32 Bs. I'm this itty bitty girl and like my tits don't show, and I can like go braless. Whereas for other women, depending on, even if you wear a sports bra, people are going to call you a slut just because they can see your boobs bounce. This is just something that women have to deal with, and you learn it growing up, and sometimes it's annoying, sometimes it's not. But don't spam question marks just because you're a guy and you have no fucking idea what it's like to have to deal with like boob sizes and shit. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Okay, I don't care. I hate all these people. All right, keep going. Okay. Oh God. The irritating thing is that I bet if I watch who's the retard guy doesn't sleep or whatever, what's his name?
Think Before You Sleep.
Think Before You Sleep. My guess is there's probably good criticism you can make in this video. He didn't make any of them because he's like anti-soy rager. Okay, so dieting to change the shape of your body isn't necessarily a bad thing, and being in a healthy BMI doesn't necessarily mean that you're in a healthy weight. Like I think my BMI is squarely in the healthy zone right now, and I've got like visceral fat that I can lose. Tom over here, who's shredded, okay, came in, he just came back from some DXM scans. I think what was it, 9.5% body fat? Tom over here might be a little bit, 9.5% body fat. Tom over here might be a little bit high on the BMI thing, but since he's a shredded, okay, Greek God sculpted body, he might not need to lose as much weight. Okay,
true,
so just because you're in the healthy BMI range isn't really indicative of whether or not you need to lose weight or not. BMI is a really good guesstimate, especially in population levels. Yeah, okay, but you don't. Yeah, yes, kill me. Yes, kill me. Kill me. Yes, I don't have to watch this video. Yeah, kill me.
Noah Samson will never hurt you again.
Thank you. Oh, I'm so alive. I'm so miserable. Okay, but anyway, okay. All right.
Okay, but
what? Yeah. But I'm saying that's a criticism you can make right here, right? Just because people are trying to diet to change the shape of your body isn't necessarily bad. Now, ideally, you're dieting for health, but you can also diet for a body change shape as well, or to make other. There's nothing wrong with that fact. That's not wrong in itself. We need more data to supplement that. For instance, I'm willing to bet that you could probably find scary numbers on number of teenage girls, especially girls that have had an eating disorder.
That's high. Yeah.
Now this is scarier. Researchers learned that 35 to 57% of adolescent girls engage in crash dieting, fasting, self-induced vomiting, diet pills, or laxatives. Additional studies indicate that 10 out of every 100 young women will struggle with an eating disorder. This is more scary and harder to defend, right?
Yeah.
That's better than this, in my opinion, but okay. Okay, so there we go. I got one criticism so far, okay?
The purging stuff is scary, bro. I remember in high school, it was like a huge thing.
Yes, and it destroys your teeth and your esophagus, and vomiting is... The reason why it feels so good after you vomit is because your body floods the fuck out of you with endorphins, because it's a very hard process on your body. Your whole digestive tract is working backwards. It's like pulling my out of your mom's ass when she really only wants it to go one way. It's hard.
Thank you.
Teenagers should be focused on getting good grades, hanging out with their friends, and seeing the Timothy Chalamet Willy Wonka movie, not counting calories. Why are
Look, okay. This is dumb. I agree generally, but you shouldn't be like, you can just do whatever you want and just be unhealthy.
True.
That's retarded.
No, yes. Well,
kids
even more than that, that's really bad, because starting bad dieting habits when you're a kid, you will never escape them. If you fuck your body up, I'm sorry, I'm sounding really extreme.
No, go, yell.
Shut up. You know this if you are obese or overweight. If you mess your body up as a kid, I don't mean mess your body up also. What I really mean is when you create really poor eating habits as a child, the number that I read, I always recite this and I need to find this source again, but I read something that like only 2% of people that hit the obese BMI thing ever make it back to normal BMI. 2%. It's really hard to start with really bad eating habits as a kid and then to make it back when you're an adult, especially because everything is working against you, okay? When you're a kid, you are super fucking active. I'm not lying. This sounds like an over-exaggeration. It wouldn't surprise me if I was burning 3,000 to 4,000 calories a day working 12-hour shifts at the casino. When you are on your feet moving, constantly, moving all fucking day at a job or whatever, and then you immediately go from that to I'm sitting at my computer for 15 hours a day working, your expenditure is plummeting. So you're working out less, you're moving less, your body is aging, so you start to consume less calories, and then you get bigger and bigger. It's just, that's a death cycle. You never want to be stuck. You never want to be stuck in that death spiral of being obese, getting older. And also keep in mind this too, people don't understand where obesity comes from. Generally, obesity isn't you're 100 pounds and then next year you're 200 pounds and you're obese. Usually it's like you're 19, you weigh 120, you're 20, you weigh like 124, 21, you're like 126, 22, 23, 24. You gain like, 3 to 5 pounds a year. It's never like a big deal. But then all of a sudden you're like 28, 29, 30 years old and you look good at 125 and now you're like 155 or 160 and you haven't like exploded in weight, but you just gain like 25, 30 pounds. And to really truly lose weight, you're looking at about, this is cap your mind right here. Your cap on weight loss is about 6 pounds a month. Anybody that tells you different is lying 1,000,000%. Know that. Anybody that tells you will lose more than 6 pounds a month is lying to you. Always. They're always lying. Drill that into your head. A lot of people are right to type in chat, I'm wrong on that. You're only losing 6 pounds of fat a month. When you start dieting, you can lose a lot of weight immediately because your diet is getting cleaned up. You're not consuming as much sodium. Your water levels drop. But you know what? This is every person's new journey to dieting. As you start dieting, you lose about 4 pounds in like 1 to 2 weeks, maybe 1 week, and you feel really good. The next week, you lose about 1 pound. The next week, you gain a pound. The next week, your weight doesn't change. And all of a sudden, the diet you were doing doesn't work at all. And then the next week, you might gain another half pound because your body is equalizing and like levels of sodium and shit in your body. Because usually when you start dieting, you go from eating a ton of french fries to a ton of like fruit and fucking salad, and everything is equalizing. I'm just saying that you're losing about 6 pounds of fat a month if you're hardcore dieting. A pound of fat is about 3,500 calories. Average daily diet is about 2,000 calories is your consumption. If you cut 500 calories a day, it's 3,500 calories a week. It's about a pound of fat a week. Anybody that says they lose more than that is lying to you. A lot of people lie, okay? They lie about their numbers. They lie about their weight. They lie about their dieting. Just as a heads up, don't trust any fitness influencer. Don't trust anything else. Okay, I see so many people say shit like, oh yeah, like I lost like about 20 pounds last month. No, you didn't lose. What did you do? Amputate your fucking leg, motherfucker? You did not lose 20 pounds last month, okay?
Can you lose 20 pounds if you just like straight up don't eat like for
like you can literally you can just do that. Let's say you consume 2,000 calories a day, and in 30 days, let's say you don't eat anything, you don't eat a single piece of food, you can lose 17 pounds in 1 month if you drink only water. Okay. If you starve yourself for a month, yes, but realistically nobody's doing this.
Okay, so let's say
this is starvation.
Okay, so let's say you have 17 pounds of starvation plus let's say like 5 pounds of water weight you can lose. Okay.
Well, yeah, but we're not counting the water weight because the water will equalize.
Okay.
The only, just don't do this. Also, now this is a little bit more tenuous, or I'm not as confident on this, but I know they did a lot of studies, or they did 2 for the Biggest Losers. Do you know that show?
Is that the one like the people who lose the most weight?
Yeah, if you crash diet, there is a chance, at least, I'm saying there's a chance because there's only the N equals 10 or 15 from that study. There's a chance that your body will have permanent metabolic adaptations, and that is incredibly scary. So be careful for crash dieting as well.
What are those permanent metabolic adaptations?
They're unbelievable. Biggest Loser study, adaptation. Listen, if you've ever done any dieting or whatever, these are the scariest charts you will ever see in your entire life, okay? It is wild. I'm not gonna be able to find it. Hold on. Okay. I think this might be it, okay? So here's your average age, okay? Plus or minus 10. So your average age is 35 years old, okay? Your average weight in kilograms is about 150 kilograms, which I think is like 310 or something.
Yeah.
Pounds.
It's 300 pounds.
Okay, about 300 pounds, okay? The average resting metabolic rate, this is the calories that your body burns just to stay alive, okay? So not your total daily estimated expenditure, that's gonna be your movement plus your resting metabolic rate or your basal metabolic rate, right? So this was 2,600 on average, okay?
For somebody that heavy.
Yes.
Which is above average for a person.
Correct. Yeah, because they're fat, right? Yeah. The more you weigh, the more homeostasis costs or whatever, right? Now, at the end of the competition, these guys went from 149 kilograms to 90 kilograms, and their resting metabolic rate, meaning the amount of calories they consume to stay alive, dropped to 2,000. You would expect to see this drop, okay?
Because they weigh less.
Correct. Yes. Okay. Now, the terrifying part is after 6 years, on average, these people gained back about 40 kilograms. So they're still 20 kilograms lighter, right, than their original weight.
Is that because of bad habits?
Yeah, probably, or whatever. They rebounded, people do. But look at the resting metabolic rate. It's lower on average than the...
Okay, it stayed down there.
So now you weigh 300 pounds, and if you eat more than 2,300 calories a day, you're gaining weight.
You have the metabolism of a skinny person.
Yeah, can you imagine trying to cut? You're like, I've got to cut to 2,000 calories a day, and somebody's looking at you like, bro, you're 300 pounds. What do you mean you're on a 2,000 calorie daily diet? You could probably eat like 2,500 so lose that. You're like, I can't, I'm fucked. That's why I'm just saying. Now, let me caution you. This is literally, I think, like a sample size of 10 or 15, and this is with crash dieting. But be careful. Just be careful about like the crash dieting shit. There could be other things. Yeah, somebody said the author reinterpreted that study and thinks it's more about long-term exercise than the crash diet. There could be other factors at play here, and maybe their metabolisms did rebound eventually. I'm just saying that like if you're aiming to lose fat, 4 to 6 pounds a month, about a pound a week is good. That's a healthy way to do it. You're making changes in your dieting, your exercise. You're
gonna be someone who's like, I did like one cut. You're just gonna be like completely fucking miserable if you don't do it like slowly and like try to have like you can like eat less than you're supposed to and you're gonna feel like shit a little bit, but you need to still have things that you like to eat. You need to like be having a relatively mixed in diet. You can't just be eating like chicken breasts like with no seasoning and absolutely
yeah, because that shit will get miserable after a week or two. Yeah,
well, it gets miserable after like a day for me. Like that was how I initially failed my first cut, because I was like, I'm gonna eat 1,300 calories a day and I'm gonna be fine. And then after 2 days of that, I was like, I'm going crazy, and I like pigged out a bunch of ice cream.
And like cheat meals can like destroy a week's worth of diet. Like you can put away easily like 1,500 calories of like ice cream or croissant. Like I think a croissant is like 300 calories. I could eat 5 croissants in one sitting if I really wanted to. Absolutely. So
you really have to take it slow with everything like that.
Weight. You should view weight, and there's another reason why I kind of agree with what she said, but maybe I won't. We'll see. Weight is a function of your lifestyle. So if you want to change your weight, you should try to change your lifestyle, not just like crash diet for a little bit, because it's never going to. It's never gonna. Hold on. This guy said clearly you have never been bodybuilders. Show him. Show him the biceps. Show him the biceps. Show him the biceps. Show him the biceps. Show him the biceps.
I'm not a bodybuilder.
Both of them. Both of them. Both of them, Tom.
Both of them.
Hold them up. Both. Yeah. Give it up. Look at that.
What's up,
No pump. That's no pump. That's no pump. That's no pump.
That's what's up, DG.
They're 2 times larger. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. You're good. He's got a lot of water weight too. I saw him eat 10 of these creatine pills. So
I don't have that much. I don't have any water weight right now. I don't think.
Shut up. Okay. There we go.
Kids so body conscious. Why are they getting bullied? Who is teaching them this?
Why is the left arm so much smaller? Because I ferociously beat your mom with my right.
True.
My bad. Wait, is it that much smaller? Hold on. We just need to do a comparison. Bring up the camera again. It's not that much smaller. There is a difference, but hold on. I need to actually know. Is this real? Hold on.
Wait, shit.
Even camera. Is one of them way smaller?
I would say you've got like 34-inch arms here, like 28-inch arms.
That's
there,
not true.
I would say.
That's not true.
Maybe you're like flexing the right one more.
Hold on. No, that's not true.
How much do those inserts cost? Is that synthol? Is that what they call it?
It's your mom all. It's Rapinol. It's NRT.
Yes, true.
When are you gonna get biceps like that, Destiny? We tried to get you to go to the gym. Did that work out?
Yeah, we did. We went to the gym. It was in our documentary, remember?
We went once.
Yeah, it was great. I enjoyed it.
And? Are you still going?
Yeah, every day. I just came from the gym. Remember, we passed each other by on the way up from the gym.
Oh, yeah,
Full control and responsibility over their health. No. That is woke crap.
380.
380. Yeah, 389. I bring the quarter-pound plates with me. This idea that like you're in full control of your weight and full control of blah blah blah, independent of all your environment is stupid. But it's also stupid to go the other way and say you're a total slave to your environment and nothing can ever be changed to. But we'll see which way she goes in this. Good luck.
In the very colonial belief that every individual has full control and responsibility over their health.
Also, anytime somebody, I don't want to say it here because I'm trying to critically analyze their video, but anytime somebody's like colonial or imperialist or whatever, there should always be huge red flags to you.
I had to order that dress online because they didn't have my size in store.
Before we also go too far into here, okay, she probably was fat, and that's not good, and we'll get into that. But also, women will know this more than men, but it's equally true for both sexes. It's almost anybody can look good if you're like very aware of what you're supposed to wear. I don't know if anybody has videos of it, but like there was some fat dude whose TikTok we were going through. Like if you know how to rock a certain, no, I shouldn't say know how to rock a certain outfit. Different outfits will look good on different people. Even if you're fat, even if you're skinny, if you got huge tits, even if you have no tits, big ass, no ass, unequal biceps like Tom, whatever. Like you can find outfits. Outfits that make you look.
If you're a man though, do you think it's way easier to look good if you're fat than for a woman?
It's different. It can be more challenging for women possibly, but women tend to know way more about fashion and clothes than men. But I'm just saying that like even as a chubby woman, like there are outfits that you can wear that make you look. Jesus Christ, is she chubby? She is chubby, but this outfit looks really good. Damn. God damn.
Stop, bro.
Who is this?
I don't know.
What do you mean? Stop. Holy shit.
Some woman.
Can you hold on? Okay. Can you do the thing where you choke me again? But now I'm imagining her legs around me. No, I'm just kidding.
Her legs.
Damn. Okay. But anyway, yeah. So if you feel like you look really bad in an outfit, unless you're legitimately like 400, 500 pounds, if you feel like you look really bad in an outfit, you can pick a better outfit. I promise. Okay.
Or you can lose weight.
Or you can lose weight. You can do that too. But if you have to dress up for an event, don't beat yourself up trying to fit into some like really. Don't try to fit into something that doesn't fit you. Just buy something larger, or buy something that's more form-fitting for you. Okay.
So she was just like tired.
No, hold on. Also, I'm sorry. Oh my God.
Was she just like exhausted?
No, hold on. I just want to say, listen, okay? Jesus fucking Christ, all right? Listen, all right? Without making anything personal, this is some stolen valor, okay? Her proportions, if this is the fattest she's ever been in her life, she can totally rock this body, and most guys will simp over this. She's not like, she's like a little chubby in the middle.
But she also, I feel like it wouldn't be super difficult to lose that weight.
Possibly, maybe, but I'm just saying, like, I thought this was like a beluga whale type girl. She's just like a thick mommy type body girl, and I'm not trying to. Sorry, I'm not trying to like. I'm just saying that like. No, I'm just saying that like I thought that she was like a massive fucking whale, but it's like this is not even close to what I was expecting. But sorry, but anyway, okay, sorry. Wait, hello? Wait, what just happened?
Did you stop streaming or something?
Oh, me. She copyright protected the video.
She did?
Yeah, so we can't watch stream. Me. I only usually look at this when I'm playing music because usually it's really rare that YouTubers do this. Oh, but she probably did it so that she doesn't get bullied.
Oh my God! Wait. So we just have to wait? Just wait it out?
Yeah, it'll be like
OBS or something?
a minute or two. No, it'll come back.
Okay. That fucking blows. No.
Like I feel like especially if you're trying to look slim, is like under boobie look.
I have no
idea
what's going on there.
Yeah, I don't even think this is a body issue thing. I think it's like. I legit think with like a different outfit, I don't think anybody would know. I don't think anybody would have given me any comments. I think it's the outfit more than anything else, but whatever.
I agree. I'm very perplexed by people that have like huge audiences and get really upset still by comment sections.
Sure.
Like, have you not been desensitized to that by now? Well, I guess we are in like super, relatively toxic communities, but.
Okay. All right, can you hear me? Okay, sorry. 2 quick things, and then I can't watch all of this on stream. Sorry, but I might just like to exit off stream. Okay, just a real quick thing. Okay, if you've been working out for 3 months and nothing has changed, okay, either 1, you're not actually losing weight because you're not counting your calories, meaning you're eating more than you realize. That's probably the most likely thing. Or 2, it's also possible you can lose fat and gain muscle at the same time. Although you should probably still be losing weight. I don't know how much muscle you should be getting, but if it's been like 3 months. You are not.
You're not doing the right exercises.
That's something that's going wrong. You can't just you don't just do the same thing and hope for the best. You have to make a change if something's not working.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you need to. If you've got trouble with your finances and you're trying to like bring your spending under control, people are going to tell you to make a budget. They're not just going to tell you like here's a spending plan. They're going to say like here's a budget. Like you need to keep track, or like you need to keep track of your expenses. It's the same thing with eating. You can't just you can't just eat whatever and hope you're hitting your calorie count every day. You have to actually count. Okay, give me like 3 minutes real quick. I'm just going to 2x the rest of this video. All right. And then I have to silence you guys. Hold on 1 sec. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Okay. This is the issue. Okay.
Oh, here's the real issue.
Yeah. Here's the real issue. Here's the real issue. Okay. Yeah. The ending message isn't nice. Okay. The real issue is people are retarded. And for some reason, people can't acknowledge faults about themselves without fucking hating themselves, okay? It's okay to look in the mirror. You should be able to look at the mirror and love yourself and love your body while recognizing faults that you can work on. That's it. But people have a really hard time doing that for a variety of reasons, for a variety of good reasons, okay? You shouldn't have, I don't know this, she brought up this body neutrality. That's not true. There are healthier bodies and there are unhealthier bodies. There are better versions of yourself and there are worse versions of yourself. You don't have to be neutral on it. You should be neutral on like the love you have for yourself. You should always love yourself, but like you can recognize faults, and hopefully through the recognition of those faults and the love you have for yourself, you work on improving yourself. The idea that you have to see everything neutrally is stupid. When you say that like I would also be curious, she never gives her weight and height, which would also give us a little bit more indication what she's talking about. When she's like, maybe our bodies don't need to be less fat to be considered healthy. That depends on how fat you are. That's a meaningless statement. If you weigh 105 pounds and you're 6'1", you probably need to gain some weight. If you weigh 150 pounds and you're 5'2", you're probably an unhealthy weight, and that unhealthiness like manifests in very real ways. Inflammation all throughout your body. It's really bad for a lot of your joints. It takes a toll on your organs depending on the amount of visceral fat. There's a whole bunch of different things that can your hormones. There's a whole bunch of different things that it can affect you negatively with if you have too much weight on your body, especially depending on how you carry the weight and where you carry the weight. So yeah, you can lose weight, it's fine, but you don't have to hate yourself because you're fat. Just like recognize, like, yeah, there's a negative aspect of myself. You can also recognize it's negative and not fix it. You can say, F it.
Can you realistically expect the average person to totally divorce these things?
You have to try, and that's what you should encourage people to do. It's better than otherwise, right?
Yeah.
Like, it can't be all one thing or all the other thing.
I think it's good to generally like not be...
Gas, thanks for 20 gift subs.
I think it's good to not be super mean to fat people. I always wonder, like, where are these people that treat fat people like they're subhuman? Like, is it just comment sections?
It is comment sections, yeah.
Because like in real life, like nobody's discriminating against a fat person, right?
Well, not like, depends on what you mean by that. Like, people will make comments and joke and probably bully you and shit, yeah, for sure.
In the adult world still?
In the adult world, I mean, it's not going to manifest like directly, but like nobody in the adult world is going to directly make fun of a guy for being 5'3", but people are going to notice it and probably treat you differently, right?
Okay, I guess.
Yeah, so it'll be the same
I
thing.
just feel like it's not, I don't know, that big of a deal, but...
Well, maybe you should try being fat for a little bit, see what it's like, Tom.
That.
Also, if you're like 4 months in and you have no change in your shit, then you're doing something incorrect, all right? Just, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
True.
I've always heard that BMI is a shit metric to use personally, that it should only be used to demonstrate population health. BMI is probably going to work for 99% of people. It's probably fine for you. Okay, sorry. All right, we're doing this. Good luck.
Some exceptions to her statement, which would include, for example, a diabetic person's blood sugar imbalances, or most importantly for Sean's conclusion, the dietary restrictions recommended to morbidly obese people. He just cut that line right out. And this is important.
Okay, but she didn't say dietary restrictions to morbidly obese people. That's not true. And also, if you caveat by saying like, oh, well, you should eat whatever you want as long as you're considering your dietary restrictions, you've actually encompassed literally every single thing, right? Well, of course, everybody should eat everything they want except for dietary restrictions. But what we're arguing over is whether or not you should have dietary restrictions. So it's kind of a...
Well, when she said diet, I think what she means by dietary restriction...
It's like if you have an allergy?
Yes.
I guess.
It's like
but
peanut
then,
stuff.
in that case, that's a dumb
Because
statement.
her argument is like you shouldn't really care if you gain weight.
Yeah, that's
if you
probably
eat,
dumb, yeah.
Which is dumb.
Yeah.
So like this
Right.
line does not meaningfully change it. So Think Before You Sleep did not take her out of
No.
context in a meaningful
You
way.
shouldn't have cut the line. I don't know why you did that. But you're right. Yeah,
I
it
mean,
doesn't
probably
really
just to make
change
it
it.
more entertaining.
I guess.
I don't know. Easier to
Recommended
watch.
to morbidly obese people. He just cut that line right out. And this is important, right? Because this line directly refutes Sean's narrative that Illy is promoting obesity. This phrase, dietary restrictions, rules out the more extreme situations that Sean is referring to when he says that this will cause viewers to eat themselves in...
The sleep dipshit is a dipshit, but like this statement is also meaningless. Like dietary restrictions, if you're saying dietary restrictions include diets, like to lose weight, then you're literally saying you can eat anything as long as you don't eat what you're not supposed to eat, which is a meaningless statement.
To an early grave. There's another equally important misrepresentation of what Illy says here, which has to do with context and framing. If you notice, Sean introduces the clip from Illy's video by calling it her advice.
Let's see Alyssa's final piece of advice.
Now, what does he mean by advice? Just general advice or something more specific? Well, seeing as his conclusion from this advice is that Illy might kill fat people by enabling them to overeat, it's safe to assume, I think, that when he says advice, what he actually means is nutritional advice. You know, advice for dieting and weight loss. That's what the conclusion implies. And so, when these lines, food is just food and carrots aren't good and chocolate isn't bad, are being presented as dieting advice, and yeah, you already know people were gonna have something to say about that, and say about that, they did.
S'mores are a diet food. Got it.
So 27 bars of chocolate is equal to a meal of broccoli, grilled tomato, mashed potatoes, and chicken. Nice to know.
I have diabetes type 3. Time to eat 4 trillion Oreos.
It's really funny, that last one, given that Illy specifically accounted for diabetic people, but Sean just didn't show it, so then there was a bunch of comments about diabetes related.
I mean, yeah,
the other alleged creators covering this video
These
did the
comments
same.
aren't because of what Sean said, and at least in the clips we've seen.
Sure, maybe, yeah.
Like,
same thing.
Carrots are definitely healthier for you than a chocolate bar, so telling kids something otherwise is actually harmful.
What has more calories? 1 pound of broccoli or half a cup of olive oil? Half a cup of olive oil.
Did one of your professional doctors...
Like, this is like retards fighting retards. Who the fuck is eating a pound of broccoli? It's like, it's just retards fighting retards. Anything having to do with diet and nutrition is fucking idiots.
tell you this? Was the nutritionist the one that told you that carrots and chocolates are the same? I can't believe a full-grown adult actually believes this dumb shit. Here's a fact. Chocolate is high in sugar and saturated fat.
Yeah, they just go on like that for like 10 minutes. They sound like they're having a blast, honestly. There must be a floor to critical thinking that when you blow past it, everything just starts feeling like pure euphoria. This response here from both audiences and creators relies on Sean's framing of Illy's words, that they were intended as dieting advice. But the thing is, they weren't. Illy's video has some fairly straightforward themes. She talks about dealing with negative body image, about getting bullied, starting unhealthy eating habits, and frustrations over weight loss. Her video is a direct critique of diet culture.
So to be clear, unless I forgot, I don't think she talked at all about starting unhealthy eating habits. She just said that she went on a diet when she was gymming. I don't think she said anything about it personally. She had that one picture of like some people diet too much or whatever, but I didn't remember.
She didn't really talk about anorexia.
I don't think she said anything about unhealthy eating habits. So Sam, what's his dipshit's name? Noah just added the shit in out of nowhere, but okay.
culture and its morality-based food logic.
Diet culture is an entire belief system that associates food with morality and thinness with goodness.
She relates her own experiences to the common occurrence of teenagers dieting despite already being at a healthy weight. Immediately before the good and bad foods clip, Illy introduces a concept called body neutrality, which advocates for removing the moral element from how we view our bodies. She then states that she is about to apply that concept to food. So given the actual content of her video and the direct link she'd just drawn from moral neutrality to food, when she finally actually says these lines, her intent could not be more clear. She's talking about morality. She's saying that eating carrots doesn't make you a good person, just like eating chocolate doesn't make you a bad person. By presenting only the tail end of this sequence and neglecting to accurately portray the central themes of her entire video, Sean has removed it.
Okay, this is just fucking brain dead. You can never remove the way that people view like exemplary forms of the human body and remove all normativity from that. That's impossible. When people are carving marble statues or drawing paintings, or we've got the Olympics, like to some way or in some way, like your body can be honorific, or like you can celebrate like a person's body that's gone through a certain amount of training that looks a certain way. The idea that you would always be able to divorce these things from each other is ridiculous. That will never ever happen. If you're super fat, people are always probably going to normatively load that a little bit bad, because even on a purely like naturalistic sense, your body is, you would view it as like performing suboptimally, right? It's just not, it's not good. Like it should be better. And even when you say good or bad here, like whether we're talking descriptively or normatively is almost impossible to separate, right? Because people like, it would kind of be like saying, it's the equivalent to saying like, we need to stop viewing sickness as being morally bad. And it's like, maybe in like an ultra technical sense it's true, but like nobody's going to view it that way. Like being sick and having the flu and having disease is always going to be seen as almost like a normatively negative, bad thing, not just like a status of the body. So the advocating for the separation of these two things is probably never going to happen, but
it from all context. The result is that he's framed her as both an idiot that can't do basic math about calories, and more seriously, a dangerous person whose dieting advice will end up with people dead. Along with Sean's conclusion that Illy's advice is going to kill people, he also claims that because of this sequence, the message of her video is that she endorses drug abuse.
Stop writing criticism off as malicious concern trolling when the ending message of your video was effectively, if you can't stop doing drugs, then drugs aren't bad, and you should take whatever drugs you want and as many drugs as you want.
This was yet another inflammatory statement that was mainlined into the beautiful working brains of the people harassing her.
Why did you just sell me drugs?
Next video, the perks of popping pills.
Should I be celebrated for my lifestyle choices? Gather round and cheer me on while I drink heavily 5 days a week. I'm an alcoholic. Accept me.
Here's a comment saying she compared coffee with fentanyl, and then here's another comment saying that she actually said that. The severity of these accusations is then compounded by his immediate reminder to viewers that her audience is probably full of children.
Keep in mind that Alyssa's videos are clearly targeted at children based on the style of animation and the references and jokes she makes.
The implication here is that Illy's video may end up directly harming or possibly killing children. If we hold him to all the assertions he's made here, that's what the video is telling us. And then we remember his inclusion of children in the thumbnail and his later speculations about her child audience.
Considering that in this post you stated that your market is children, do you really think this is being a good role model?
And the results are that his viewers have heard his message loud and clear. She should not.
Also, listen, I don't know for this whole dipshit, the soy guy of his video, I don't know how hard he went on her. Maybe it was uncalled for. I don't know. I haven't seen anything so far to suggest that. But keep in mind that this like attack the children thing, like Samson and all these other lefties use the same shit too, right? You remember like the Friend World stuff and the Pepe the Frog and shit, where they're like, you target children with Nazi like cartoons and stuff, and you guys like, everybody does this shit. So everybody, like, children are like used by fucking everybody. It's like the debate pedophilia. You try to bring a child out and then use them for whatever political goal you're trying to push. Like everybody does this shit.
Not be telling children that it's okay to be unhealthy. 4,000 likes. Illy, you're feeding 14-year-old insecure children lies about health. As a soon-to-be doctor, yeah, I'm sure that's true. As a soon-to-be doctor, you are making everything worse for the next generation. A little content warning here for some bad stuff. I hate this lying Jewish blank with all my heart. She needs to die. The new video she made is promoting childhood obesity. She is a cancer to this world and needs to be rotting 6 feet under the ground. This comment is from the doxing
I don't understand why even show these comments as if they have anything to do with
yeah, they're dumb.
Before you sleep.
Yeah, they're dumb.
They're just crazy comments. He didn't even say anything about her being Jewish. Her being Jewish has nothing to do with the video.
Yeah.
They stated they were going to visit her in California. They said they wanted her dead, and at that point, they knew where she lived. Thankfully, Illy was able to move before anything violent happened, but if someone...
Okay,
this
so person, can we pause this here?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think is the likelihood that something was going to come from these comments?
Almost nothing.
Like 0.00000000000.
Unless she received like specific death threats, I would say probably nothing. Yeah, it's probably nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Had taken action. Sean's video very well could have been what pushed them over the edge. Before we move on to the next section, I just want to play the part of Illy's video that comes right after the sequence we just watched, but that Sean decided to just leave out.
Oh great, now she's glorifying obesity. I'm not glorifying anything. My point is simple. Don't be a to fat people. And don't use, oh, I just care about their health as an excuse. Being fat doesn't automatically mean someone is less healthy or too lazy to look like you or however you think they should look. You don't know these people.
Those are the devil's advocate characters there, advocating for the thing Sean...
Well, that's true. What she's saying there, her video didn't really address that. There are good arguments to be made there.
matter. Like, for instance, like people that tell fat people that, you know, oh, you're healthy at every size, like that's dumb and you're contributing to the harm of fat people. But people who also just bully the fuck out of fat people are also contributing to harm. Like, bullying people doesn't make them not fat. If that was true, there would be no fat people. So like bullying somebody to get them to not be fat has about as much chance of working as bullying somebody to make them grow taller. Like, it just typically, like, people's minds just don't work that way. Otherwise, everybody would be a fucking bodybuilder. LeMayo, not at all. Individuals respond differently. What a worthless fucking statement. Like, when you write something like that, I'm curious, do you hook like a flexible tube directly from your asshole up into your nose so that every time you fart, you like get high off your own fucking gas? Like, why do you bother like typing stuff like that? Individuals respond differently. Individuals respond differently. Like, can I walk around like feeding your whole family member, like every family member bleach one at a time until I find one that responds positively to it? Like, yeah, people respond differently to things, but we can generalize human behavior. Generally, bullying is not a good motivator for human behavior. Like, this has been known for a long time. It's not like a debated or a contested topic, you fucking moron. Clearly, as fucking retarded as you are, you'd be infinitely smarter if bullying worked, because I can tell you probably made fun of a lot for how fucking stupid you are.
Out of just $5 a month, which costs less than many of today's cups of coffee in this world. All right, now let's get back to the video. Okay, so the second idea that Sean fabricates in his videos is that Illy tried to deplatform him.
Deplatform me, to try and get me deplatform a smaller creator.
This idea drove the second, more serious wave of harassment, which is what led to Illy's doxing. It was also another one of the explicitly cited motivations.
Health only exists towards certain ends. You only need to be healthy enough to do the things that are important to you in life. If your life goals don't have anything to do with being able to move quickly or live past 75, then you can be healthy at 600 pounds. There can't be objective sense for healthy, only a subjective one towards certain subjective and personal ends. So whatever, I agree with like your message, but the fact that you put 600 pounds means that I don't have any idea what the you're talking about. Yeah. Like, if you're like a 5'6" woman, you can probably be like decently healthy at like 140 pounds or whatever, like maybe like a little bit chubby. Like, yeah, you're probably okay, assuming you like move around enough and you do okay cardio or whatever. Like, yeah, you can probably be a little bit overweight and be fine, sure. But 600 pounds like blew the fuck out of whatever point you were trying to make. Like, Jesus Christ.
Of the doxers. Other creators covering the story were very vocally opposed to this idea.
They tried to deplatform. Think before you sleep.
Getting deplatformed when you're an influencer is essentially like being fired.
I am never for deplatforming. People sometimes just don't get it and they want.
Is 5? Did I say 5'4", 140? Would that be chubby for a woman? I think so.
But for deplatform people no matter what.
Don't
that would be.
All right.
And hate to him, by the way, just make sure you harass and deplatform him. 14,000 likes. Just take away his income by completely taking away his channel. 2,000 likes. Is this the channel that's trying to get other channels deplatformed? 5.7 thousand likes. So is this what actually happened? Well, why don't we take a look at the evidence? As I mentioned in the intro, there's only one piece of evidence that Sean has presented for every accusation.
Since this video went live, I've been getting hate comments bombed on my Fat Kid video, on other videos on my channel, as well as on Twitter and Insta. I submitted reports, but it took a while for human review at YouTube. I chatted with the help desk person today, and the live chat help section were helpful. Push your test would sit tight. However, if you or anyone else reading this comes across this video, please report it for cyberbullying. Oh, okay, so she is calling for reports of his
she's calling.
Well, why don't we take a look at the evidence? As I mentioned in the intro, there's only one piece of evidence that Sean has presented for every accusation he's made here, and that's
what other evidence do you need that is deplatforming other than her saying go report the video?
Yeah.
What other piece of evidence could there possibly be needed?
Sure. Yeah.
Do you need 18 different instances of it? Isn't one enough? I don't understand.
True. You have an opinion on the new physical therapy idea that there is no bad posture? The claim seems wild to me, but it seems like it's being mainstreamed quite a bit despite the evidence being pretty weak. It depends on what you mean. There's not like bad posture for sitting, but there's like optimal posture for doing different things with your body. Like there's optimal posture for walking, for running, for doing different lifts, for like doing certain things. But like for sitting, as long as you feel comfortable, it doesn't matter. Like the idea that you have to like sit straight all the time is retarded. There's no reason that that's like an important thing. If you want to look a certain way, then you can do that, but...
Lee's Tumblr post, specifically its last line, which reads, if you or anyone else comes across this video, please report it for cyberbullying. Now, viewers that are paying attention right now may notice that this post doesn't say anything about deplatforming. This post asks her followers to report the video.
You don't have to say I'm deplatforming someone to be deplatforming someone just because you don't use the fucking word. Sure. What does that even mean? What is that argument? This post doesn't say deplatforming.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, in the fucking Holocaust, Hitler probably didn't say we're going to exterminate every single fucking Jew, but it still was happening.
Damn.
Post doesn't say anything about deplatforming. This post asks her followers to report the video. Reporting and deplatforming are not the same thing. This
is completely,
because a report can lead to a deplatforming.
Why even make this distinction? Why even make this distinction?
To understand why that is, let's take a minute to walk through how the deplatforming process actually works. This part will be a bit dry, so I'll throw some visuals up on the screen now to keep things interesting for you guys. Enjoy. In order for a YouTube channel to be terminated, it has to receive 3 channel strikes. Channel strikes are usually issued when a video is reported. That report is reviewed, and the reviewers determine that the video has violated the YouTube community guidelines. I say usually because there's quite a few other things.
I thought you might have heard
heard
for
something.
example, it's your channel's first time violating the guidelines, you'll most likely get let off with a warning. This warning can be dismissed after 90 days by taking a policy training. If a warning is issued, it can be appealed. An appeal is when you argue your case that the video has been flagged by mistake. If the appeal is granted, then the warning is removed and your eligibility for receiving a warning on your next violation will be reset. Sean has alluded to having his finger on the
She
pulse
said
of
so?
YouTube's community guide.
Just as a quick thing, I don't know if he's going to keep talking, but if he doesn't, he just lied. Because he made it sound like you get 2
Nice.
strikes and you're out, and the only exception is sometimes you get 4 strikes. You're going to appeal and get 5 or 6 strikes. He's not talking about the other extreme where you can have a channel nuked in 1 strike. You're aware of that, right?
Yeah, that's
That if
happened,
you get a
yeah.
really bad up, you can have your entire channel destroyed. And there's also things I
You know what would be
you can
crazy?
get kicked out of AdSense for unrelated things. I don't know if you need a strike to actually get removed from AdSense.
You can, yeah. They can just take away
Yeah,
your
so
monetization.
him
yeah.
talking about this is he's missing
But,
two.
but he's putting so much faith in YouTube as
Sure.
if like every single case is treated exactly the same way.
Yeah.
And they're always like, you know, the most fair parent where it's like you fuck up once, they're like, okay, make sure you
Yeah,
don't do
so
that
I'm just
again.
saying, so
like with Sneeko, did they give him 3 strikes over the course of time, or did they just say you're gone in one day?
So his framing here is disingenuous at best, but I would say no.
I think it's dishonest. He's a
full
fucking
lie.
YouTuber.
Yeah, it's a full lie. Unless he goes into it right now, maybe he'll bring it up now. But
Guidelines.
Speaking of YouTube rules, and as someone who regularly reads them,
So I wouldn't be surprised if he had a clean record and a warning available to him. I haven't seen him state otherwise. However, if he has violated the guidelines before, then receiving a guilty report would remove his video and give his channel a strike. There's a few other things to go over here, though. Just like the warnings, channel strikes can also be appealed. Were he to receive a strike, John would again have the opportunity to argue his case for why he thinks the reviewers got it wrong.
I wonder if he's going to go over this too. A strike also will prevent you. Your first one is uploading for a week or 2 weeks. For the first one, do you
First
know?
one's a week.
A week,
I
yeah.
think.
So that's a week. If you upload daily, that's a lot of money. You can't stream also on your channel as well. But okay.
But it's so frustrating. Why is so much faith being put in YouTube? He's like, you can argue your case to YouTube. Yeah, as if at fucking YouTube they're gonna treat every review really fairly. Every appeal is gonna be taken by, you know, somebody at YouTube who's a higher up in California who understands the entire process instead of some like Pakistani in a fucking call center that they hired out. Like, what is that realistically? Like, why is so much faith being put in this fucking website?
Sure.
If the appeal he submitted were to be granted, his video would go back up and the strike would be removed from his channel. The important thing here, though, is that even if he had been issued a warning, granted, his video would go back up and the strike would be removed from his channel. The important thing here, though, is that even if he had been issued a warning, appealed the warning, lost the appeal, then received a strike, then appealed that strike and lost that appeal, finally actually getting a strike, that's still not deplatforming. That's step 1 to deplatforming. As I said before,
that's so...
That's step
Genius
1 to deplatform
analysis.
it? Yeah. He wouldn't apply this standard to anything else. This is stupid.
No, you never would.
The stronger Noah argument that he could make here if he wasn't a fucking moron should be that, like, not all deplatforming is bad, and if you feel like somebody's genuinely violated the TOS, then you can genuinely report them, and he should have been making that argument. That's the stronger argument. Like, if somebody, maybe you would agree with this, like, if somebody made a video where it's like, hey, I'm talking to, you know, Tom's friend Jamal, and I'm going to make a video calling him the N-word for 30 minutes, it'd probably be fair to, like, you guys should report that video. He's just like, f***ing this guy.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's fair. And it's technically that's deplatforming, but it's like he's clearly breaking the TOS. And a TOS that, like, we all agree,
Wait,
like, you shouldn't do this.
I'm talking to Tom's friend Jamal. You're gonna call my friend the N-word? What is the context? of
There's like a guy makes a 30-minute video just calling a dude the N-word over and over again.
Oh.
The world of streaming has been the hub of the internet's most degenerate, ego-driven,
Life is in danger and you arrest a Palestinian Muslim who's viral? Are y'all dumb or are you stupid?
cloud-hungry creators that will put others in danger for the sake of going viral.
Just jump in right now. I'm gonna jump in with my shoes on. Okay. Ready? Yeah. Ready? Oh! I can't swim. I can only float.
Oh, she might literally die.
We leave.
Oh, this is bad.
Dude, Natalie.
Dude, I'm sorry. I didn't know.
Oh my god, are you okay?
She literally hit someone with her car, and even the good ones like Vitaly, who claim to be catching predators, seem to be faking some of, if not all of them.
You want the Let's take off your pants. I'm gonna you right now.
They did not tell me that the were fake, right? Just to be clear. So in my brain, even to this day, I was always under the impression that they were real.
And it's been such a successful grift, even Jack Doherty is copying it.
Bro's running raw.
Why are you cheering? Did you catch a pedo or win the World Series? But this time they decide to be the predator, for real, soliciting a minor on live stream. They're so desperate for any woman to come back to their live stream or house party.
Mike, I'm just looking out for you. We don't like teenage girls. I do. So leave. I love them. I love them.
These are the predators of Kick.
What else? Here you go.
Oh, just ignore him, ignore him.
It's a mess. These people don't care about anybody, anything. That's why you gotta do something nice for someone, like getting your dad a quality Holzkern watch made partially from natural materials, making it the perfect Father's Day gift. Holzkern is innovating the watch game for men and women with over 1,000 different designs. This one's made from walnut and maple. It's entirely made of wood, giving it this really unique look that I have never seen before. This one's my favorite because it's more of a casual watch. I could wear it every day. It's comfortable, but if you're looking for something a bit more spiffy, Holzkern's got that too. I went to a wedding. I repped a cobalt watch with a warm walnut stainless steel ring and tied it all together with a Holzkern necklace. And it wouldn't have been right for me to leave the lady hanging, so I got her this stunning blue and gold necklace. She looked beautiful, from watches and rings to sunglasses and necklaces. Holzkern's going to give you something that's high quality and that stands out. And with over 1 million happy customers and free express shipping worldwide, Holzkern's the perfect gift for Father's Day. Especially my daddy is very difficult to buy gifts for, so be sure to go to holzkern.com/WillyMaxShow and use code Willy to get 15% off your order. Thank you, Holzkern, for sponsoring this video.
How do you do, fellow kids?
What?
For some reason on Kick, there's been streamers openly saying they're predators. John Zerka's main meme for the past year has been hanging out with young-looking OnlyFans models that are of legal age and then saying they're underage. It's the worst viral marketing attempt in history.
My name is John Zerka, prolific, notorious file out here. I always think because my mom hates this joke.
What joke?
That I'm a pedo. She's like, you're funnier than a pedo joke. And I said,
True.
I said, there's some truth to all jokes, Mom.
He is funny in a manic sort of way, but it becomes concerning with how many instances there are of him like this. He is and then Zerka's main meme for the past years, for some reason, thank you, Holzkern for openly saying they're predators. John Zerka's main meme for the past year has been hanging out with young-looking OnlyFans models that are of legal age, and then saying they're for the past year has been hanging out with young-looking OnlyFans models that are of legal age, and then saying they're underage. It's the worst viral marketing attempt in history.
My name is John Zerka, prolific, notorious file out here. I always think because my mom hates this joke.
What joke?
That I'm a pedo. She's like, you're funnier than a pedo joke. And I said,
True.
I said, there's some truth to all jokes, Mom.
He is funny in a manic sort of way, but it becomes concerning with how many instances there are of him like this.
My dream is to bang that 17-year-old on her birthday when she turns 18 and to find out it was daylight savings when I busted illegally, man.
I hate when my 16-year-old girlfriend gets excited for her birthday, or what I like to call it, her expiry date. Whatever, it's just edgy humor, right? Well, during a live stream on June 8th, 2024, Kick streamers Zerka and Heel Mike would go drinking in downtown to meet women and invite them back to the house. Then they could flirt with the woman for content. The problem arises when they meet this girl who doesn't have her ID and she's introduced to them as a minor.
Yo, you too. Hey, my God.
Here, put your number here, because I'm a little lit.
Where do you
What the
Perfect.
How old are you? Prove it.
You're 20?
Uh-oh, no ID though. Okay, I'll get your number, but
no ID is the best ID.
We can't kiss until I see the ID. How old is this girl? All right, just give me the ID before I look crazy. Let me see.
What makes you think I need to have an ID?
You don't have ID on you and you want to come over? Are you out of your mind?
You send me the PayPal request.
Yeah, bro.
Yo, Sagan, look at this.
It's me. No, Sagan. Yo, Sagan, stop.
She broke that rule real fast. She just said she didn't have her ID. What are we doing?
You better be 18.
No, come.
I swear.
Oh, well, that's good enough for these guys, I guess. Less than 2 minutes go by and Zerka's intimately hugging her.
Hey.
Look at the sweat on me.
It's too early.
He is Tourette's.
This is already insane because they don't know her age, but the real negligence comes in when they go back to Mike's house and they cuddle, kiss, and dry hump the whole time.
Oh, she fixed my dick. This girl's kind of cute. No, she's not cute. She's my type. Everyone says I have bad taste, but yo, one in the chat if you like these small little tiny bones, little squeaky voice, little max feminine.
Josiah's the only one with any sense at this party and asks again for her ID.
Is that fucked up, or should we get a quick ID check on both of them?
Oh, she flashed it on her phone. Oh my God, we saw it, didn't we? Man, I don't want this joke. I'm not doing this joke.
It's not a joke. They never confirmed anything. After Josiah talks to her, he's like, yo, she's probably underage. And Mike comes in and calls them all slurs for caring.
Bro, stop with the car. I have anxiety. I have weird...
I'm not even trolling. I asked, do you have your ID? She said, oh, no, I don't. I said, when's your birthday? She said, 2005. I said, what? When? She said, December 1st. Go ask her birthday later and see if it's the same birthday.
This is not, you're trolling me.
I'm not trolling you. I said that.
Okay, good.
I'm not doing this for content. John.
No, because I'm used to Canada. In Canada, you can go to 17, 16. I've never done it, but you can do it. Like, nope.
Bruh, I'm used to Canada, and a conversation about soliciting a 16-year-old is probably the worst response you could give in this situation.
This is not happening. No shot.
Nobody's checked anything. We didn't even meet her in a bar. We met her on the street.
No way. Bro, I'm done with content. Stop. I'm going to my room if you guys are doing this.
What are you doing?
No, nothing.
All the liquor stores are checking. You're a f***ing ass, bro. We're not ID checking. The fuck is this? What the f***?
Never mind, you're right.
Her friend backs her up by saying she is 18, and that's for some reason good enough for them to just keep going, as if an 18-year-old has never lied on behalf of their friend before.
She's 18, right? Oh, yeah. You've done so much work for me. You wouldn't do that to me.
She's been my friend for like 3 years.
Okay. You swear?
And then they shame the guy for wanting the ID.
You could buy a cigarette, you could go to the army and kill someone, but you can't have a drink and get 30-year-old dick? Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Meanwhile, Josiah's just like, I'm doing this for your safety, bro.
What are you doing?
18. You're 18. 18. Yeah, she said yeah, she is.
It's a simple question.
In the most insane move, Mike just starts making up ages for the girls to try and chill everybody out.
They're 23, both of them.
No. Really?
Yeah.
She told me her birthday was 2005.
Who told you that one?
So 23 doesn't add
2005.
Okay. Let's drink. Should we drink alcohol?
Yeah, I'm trying.
That guy's scared
Get away from me, dude. My girl's.
That guy's scared
actually a girl I actually like this girl.
Guys, he really likes her. It's okay then. How many chances do these guys need to get to correct this before we can finally... Guys, I kid you not, Mike talks to the girls in the background forgetting that his mic is on, and when she asks, should I say that I'm 18, he goes, no, say you're 24.
You guys look 16.
I need some water.
That's why you're here. Dude, all the liquor stores are closed.
Second, you got cigarettes, right?
Okay, no, you're...
Second, we have cigarettes, right?
24.
Yeah, we're... I'm 24. Okay.
At this point, the chat starts to flip. Zerka goes outside to have a panic attack, and then he blames Josiah for the girl being under 18.
We're good? How do you know? Oh, you're fucking evil for that.
I was not evil.
But you knew the whole time, bro.
I didn't know the whole time.
Josiah, the man who's wearing a virgin sweater, is the only person with common sense in the house.
Okay, I'll order more wine. I don't know what's going on here. I simply checked for a very simple thing to come into this house to make sure everyone is good.
Why is Zerka vomiting? Why are you vomiting? I'm getting anxiety.
All of this fake puking is cringe. You guys had so many opportunities to get out of this. It's insane. The rest of the stream, Mike just leans into being a pedo.
You'll never find us, Vitaly. You'll never find us.
Yeah, what a good meme. Then magically, they're able to show her ID, and it says her birthday is in 1998. 7 years different than what she told Josiah.
Wait, these bitches are actually legal?
Yeah.
Bro, we've been trying to tell you guys. Like, do you need to see again? Do you want another double take? Don't slip up. Don't slip up. Don't slip. That's the whole ID. Give me that. Your...
Her answers earlier don't match up with her ID.
When's your birthday? She said 2005. I said what? She said December 1st.
It's a vertical ID, which is for people who are under 21. And before she said she forgot it, so how does she have it now? All of these questions are ignored. Nobody bothers to ask them. Chat keeps spamming that her ID is fake.
These girls can both be 18. Guess what? Are they on my stream? I don't give a f. Fake ID? Good. Good. I didn't even know they made those. Who gives a f? Losers? Kill yourself. You losers always and complain. Why are there only PG streamers?
I gotta love how a not PG stream to Mike is soliciting a minor, so he bans everyone in chat and tells Josiah to never come back.
I'm gonna have fun, so you can watch and clip it and cry, or you can enjoy yourself. Wow, she's 16? Guess what?
I'm 11, so shut the f up.
She's 11. She's 11. So mods, chop chop. Fix this chat out. And Josiah, you're never invited here ever again. The Virgin, aka Josiah, sabotaged the whole vibes. You sabotaged the whole vibes. Even though we literally showed you love. And then I'm the one double downing. Oh, look at the little Zerka viewers going, Mike, stop the stream, you killed the VOD. No. Your viewers are being complete and utter. Always double down, you monkey knuckle dragging monkey. Get the f out of here.
The stream ends with him being muted, gambling alone, and the chat roasting him. Yeah, I'm sure this is going to turn out fine. The following morning, Mike would post a picture captioned, "No regrets," with him in bed with a woman. I don't know if this is the same woman, but it's a very weird caption at the least. Update. They have since confirmed this woman is a different 18-year-old.
Yo, I'm clear. The bitch is 18.
Yeah, yes, it's clear. And this is the girl who was in bed.
Yo, you got ID her right now, bro. Is it a second? Is it 18? Yeah, she's 18. Okay, all right, cool. Subscribe.
So give credit where credit is due. He'd follow this up by posting a video.
Dude, if I had a time machine, I would go back in time and relive this night like 7 more times. Not even kidding. What a stream. Holy God, that was so dope. I'll be live tonight. Can't wait to see you guys.
Mike and Zerka would get banned on Kick, which is incredibly hard to do, and I completely agree with the decision. They asked her age, she didn't have her ID.
Nobody checked anything. We didn't even meet her in a bar, we met her on the street.
Which was their boundary.
What makes you think I need to have an ID?
You don't have ID on you and you want to come over? Are you out of your mind?
And she gave a different answer every time.
So when's your birthday? She said 2005.
What? Perfect. Second.
These bitches are actually legal?
There was no vetting done, and then you guys made consistently creepy moves to try and cover up her age. Goodbye, banned. Zerka posted "Never trust a woman" with a video attached to it.
I'm with Abby.
I'm Abby right here. We're just...
Your friend is not 17, right? She's above 18.
She's above 18. And I wouldn't bring her around my people. I wouldn't be friends with her. I wouldn't bring her around people that are underage if she was under 17.
Thank you. She had a fake ID that said 1998 that me and my friends were not aware of.
That's her,
you were not aware
That's her
of
sister.
either.
That's to get in the club.
That's
That's because we went to the
That's
bars to
fair.
get in the club
That's
down
fair.
Fort
So we met
Lauderdale.
you guys.
So it was a fake ID.
At a bar,
That's the IDs I had.
which was 21 and above, and we met you guys at a bar.
They didn't meet at a bar, they met on the street. And you don't know her well either, so why are you trusting her? Zerka tweeted again, "I did nothing wrong, followed every professional step by ID checking with multiple people, and making sure it was real by asking Abby before going on with the IRL stream. This is a lie to people who did not watch the stream. No one ID checked her, the only ID shown was hours in, and was the girl's sister's ID. A trusted worker of ours, Abby, clearly sniped us for clout on her off day, and lied non-stop with a real ID of her friend's sister that looks just like her. We did not delete the VOD because we got nothing to hide." Wow, real brave thing to post after your entire channel's been banned. There's nothing left for you to delete. Now try answering this question without joking. What would you have done differently? Nothing. That's what, and you know it. I would have done what your original boundary was. If she doesn't have an ID, she can't come back to the house. It doesn't matter what her 18-year-old friend says. To show just how willingly incompetent these guys are, the same girl showed up to a different streamer's party and she was immediately kicked out.
I'm 19. I told you 22.
What year were you born in?
2004.
Literally like, yep, nah, because you're lying about your age.
But I'm not lying. I told everyone here the same age. Everyone here believes me but you. Like, what's your problem?
You can't say your
Like, do
birthday
you have
year?
a fucking problem? I've said it.
Yes, I have hard copies. Because you're lying once you're
But I'm not
Okay,
lying.
so what
Like, what proof do you have?
So
that I'm
what year
lying?
did you graduate?
You don't have my social. I crossed out, as I said, 5
So
times.
you didn't graduate, you have no ID. and
My
you did it.
brother.
Yeah.
Like,
Hell no.
Bo, Mike, I grew up with Peg. I'm looking out for you. She was born in 2007. Check the IDs.
Mike posted, "This is me kicking the girls out. Secret recording."
I didn't even know.
I thought I wouldn't have.
Swear on the Bible and God.
On the
and
Everything on the
swear on your
Bible. I
no.
would not
Swear on your mother,
On my
your
mother,
dad, your whole
on my
family,
dad,
your
on my
whole.
whole family.
Look at me. Your whole family dies if you don't say. If you lie. You're above 18?
I'm above 18 on my whole family.
Swear to God.
I swear to God.
Wow, this is real detective work. She wanted fame so bad that she wanted to take us down for it. They are both snakes. Nasty and evil woman. Told you we were innocent, you stupid f***s. Attaching a new ID we've never seen before with an entirely new birthday of August 11th, 2005. But she is 18 there, so legally they might be in the clear. However, now you got her dad posting, "What the hell, she's only 16," after fans started to reach out to him. People have found a Facebook post from 2 years ago saying it's her 14th birthday. People started posting the girls' high school lacrosse stats showing that they're still seniors in high school. Look, I don't know which of this information is true. I don't think anyone's getting prosecuted either way. The problem is they clearly didn't care if she was under 18. Not until the chat started making it a big deal. I have sympathy for people who are catfished by a lying minor, but not in this situation. They're trying to find an excuse.
Fake ID? Good. Good. I didn't even know they made those. Who gives a fat loser?
It just seems to me they're literally trying to use the fake ID as like a way to do it, whatever, and to justify it as like a shield to like get a free pass.
The accountability lands on them, not these random women they meet. Kick did the right thing in banning them because, as Mike says, always double down.
Always double down, you monkey knuckle dragging monkey retards.
You'll never find us, Vitaly.
You want the Let's take off your pants. I'm gonna you right now.
The pedo culture on Kick is weird. Natalie Reynolds is driving around in a van pretending to be one, where she'd prank people by taking kids into a van and giving them candy.
What else? Here you go. Oh, just ignore him, ignore him.
Zerka and Mike seem to actually be predators, and Vitaly is hiring actors to stage catching them. But that is for another time. So subscribe to the channel and get your dad a watch. Shout out to the homies over on Patreon: Phoebes, Crimson Glass, Riveter, Christina Vina, Mac Monkey, Drain Kobex, Necro Valley, Stefan Bildman, The Confusing Opinion, Eddie Bizzle, Tiz McFitz, Christopher H, TV Anthology Reviews, Kinklemore, Sennial Music, Lucas If, ET Automatic, Snoopy Poop Doop 2, Amir MLB, Albert Krasiak, Deep Pocket Jew, that's a good reference, and the mega homies Ronald Hughes, Hellison, IGP, Or Taxi, Latchkey Goth Boy, Cyber Katie, Lore Reloaded, Papa Gut, Caden Lulin, Exo Irish Exo, BA Subway, Hawk and Load, Zerophonic, Derek Dew, Strictly Patrick, Kitty Cat, Terox, Faye Under, John Manfredo, Trick, Lucas, Dojorino Crepino, and Katie Huck.
Oh, shit. Thanks for coming. Yes. Look, man, try your best to have a good time. Try your best. I'm not saying have a good time, because that's not necessarily what's going to happen. But try your best. All right? I'm not no asshole, but sometimes I mess up, man. And I try to love people, man. I swear to you. I'm a loving person, but sometimes things happen. Like, I'm watching, look, man, now I'm watching the worst floods on TV in the history of America in North Carolina. And, you know, I'm watching the news, and they had rednecks on TV just, you know, drowning, you know, and they were being interviewed on the news, you know, like, God damn it. I lost everything. We tried to stack sandbags on top of each other, but it didn't work. The water just overtook our efforts, and I lost everything. My dog died. I didn't know what to do, and I swear, man, I'm not no asshole. I started crying, you know. I cried because I couldn't give a fuck. I tried my best. I really did. I'm like, oh, Jesus. Oh, man. I don't give a fuck. What's wrong with me? It's painful. But let me tell you something, man. Here's the thing about why I said try and have a good time. Because when you get adult, all you can do is try to have a good time. You know what I'm saying? Remember the good old days when you was a kid and you seen somebody with a funny shaped head and you pointed right at the head like it was nothing in you to stop from pointing at that funny head that made you, oh, jeez, look at that funny shaped head right there. It wasn't that bullshit in you to stop, you know, like now we adults, you still want to point at a funny shaped head, but now I can't point at someone's funny head. But your first feeling is your real feeling. You understand? That other shit is you trying to trick God some way into thinking you're a wonderful person. You know what I'm saying? But that first feeling of look at that big funny head, that's the real. You know what I mean? Now I'm watching a talk show. They had the 1,000-pound man on, right? He was 1,000 pounds. That was it. Now I'm 300 pounds. So that means this dude was 3 of me and another dude with pneumonia. And he was just laying there. That's what he was doing. That was his job, just to be on the show and just with his big 9X t-shirt he had on, and he was just and people were in the audience crying. You know what I mean? They were just, you know, oh my God. He's 1,000 pounds? What happened? Exactly, he ate. He ate till he couldn't move no more. You don't catch 1,000 pounds. Nobody stick you with a dirty needle and give you 1,000 pounds. You eat. Motherfucker, that's a half a ton. Now I did my research. A half a ton is a baby killer whale, or a full-grown sea lion is 1,000 pounds. You know what? We kill horses for less. For a hurt ankle, we'll shoot a horse. But we let this dude grow till he's just useless. Look, I got rules to my fatness, right? This is my rule. This is my thing. If I eat, and that's why I'm gonna kill myself, because I'm taking up too much of your air and too much of your space. If under my stomach I start to grow an ass in the front, I'm gonna kill myself, because I know that I'm not gonna lose and do what I have to do to lose an ass in the front. I'm having trouble getting rid of the real stomach. I'm not gonna exercise to remove an ass. This dude, you're not supposed to be able to turn your drawers backwards because it fits better. Your drawers fit better because the ass is nicer. You see people like that with an ass in the front. All right, whatever, right? But this dude, he had titties everywhere on his. Am I lying to you? On his neck, on his shoulders, his elbows, and I was getting horny. Watch, I was sitting there like, and you know you don't want to, but I'm like, damn, he's just full of titties. Look at his titties. God is hilarious. He gave me a disease where I could die from all the stuff I like to eat. The doctor didn't go, Mr. O'Neill, if you ever eat Brussels sprouts and spinach again, you could die. Oh my God, no. All the shit I like, I could pass away from. A pack of cookies could kill me. Now, I found out 5 years ago I was diabetic, so you figure I haven't eaten cookies in 5 years. But it's not the case. I'm walking through the supermarket and I see some white chocolate covered Oreos. And that's death. You understand? That's heroin and coke and everything for me. And you figure I'll walk right by it like, what the fuck is this? This is, I could die from this. Who put this display here? But it's not, I'm sitting there, I'm shaking, I'm praying to God. I'm praying to God for the strength. I'm wasting a good prayer not to eat cookies. I'm not praying that people in Africa get food. I'm like, oh God, please give me the strength not to eat these cookies. And I'm lactose intolerant, but if I eat these cookies, I gotta have some milk. I got to. So I'm, but I don't want to die, but you gotta tell yourself something to make you feel better. Like, you know what, fuck it, I don't need both my feet. One day I'm gonna lose weight. It's harder when you get older. When you get older, it's harder to lose weight, man, because, now I have to lose weight to stay alive, And that's not enough motivation for me. Look, you gotta lose weight or you're gonna die. Oh, shit. Oh, really? Oh, man. When I was younger, it was easier because the motivation was different. Pussy. When I was trying when you tried to drop a few to get some pussy, you did everything you could. You was Rocky when you was trying to get some pussy. And because when you're younger, man, the whole thing is and I say, look, no offense, I say pussy, right? Because when you were younger in high school, you wasn't trying to get, vagina. You were trying to get some pussy. I gotta get some pussy. So you're trying your best to just, So I tried everything, man. Everything in the world. Because I used to look at guys, role models. Dudes were my role model who got girls. They were good at it. Meaning they got girls. It wasn't even an effort. Like if your name is Tony, girls could not. This is the sign where you're one of those dudes. Girls can't just go hello. They got to sing your name. They have to. Hi, Tony. And and I'm sitting there like, damn. This dude Tony in high school, he'd get dates. He would get a date. I swear to you, I used to watch him like a hawk. He'll smack a girl in the back of the neck. Yeah. Bam. And she'd be like, ouch, motherfucker, and look back and be like, Tony, why you hit me in the back of the neck? You want to go to the movies? Yeah. When? When you get paid. I used to be in the back watching them, looking, yeah. Yeah, that's it. That's how you do. That's how you get girls. Smack them in the back of the fucking neck. What was I thinking? Because I used to do all type of shit. I was poetry, man. I used to write poetry to get girls. And pictures, the pictures too. Like if I wrote, I cherish you, I would draw a chair. Plus ish. An eyeball. I draw an eyeball and a chair. And oh, that's so cute. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's wonderful. But this new shit, I'm like, But whatever he did, that wasn't my shit. It didn't go like it. You ever watch the original Frankenstein? And the little girl, he was playing with this little girl, and the little girl had a flower, and she threw in the water, and it floated. And Frankenstein just was like, and he took her and threw her in the water, but she sunk. And he's just like, he getting burned and shit with torches. That's me hitting girls in the back of the neck. I was anxious. And it just, I always find a way to hit her in the part of the neck that makes her fall in a coma and smash her face open. Everybody's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I'm like, shit. Women bring all type of stress to the motherfucker, right? Y'all, come on, stop. Damn. Women don't want to be sex objects. Reconsider from time to time. Reconsider. Because it helps us. It helps guys. It helps us out of this violent streak we got. Guys they just get violent. Anytime I'm getting violent, I see a woman with a nice ass. That shit calms me down. And it brings men together because a nice ass is it's some kind of thing that men have with a nice ass. You can't enjoy a nice ass by yourself. If you see a nice ass alone, it's no good. You can't. You need somebody else. You're looking, but you start looking for somebody else. And I've been all over the world, man. White guys have a signal for nice ass. And it doesn't even involve verbal contact. It's just like, you don't want to talk to me, but you want to enjoy a woman's ass with me. So you're just very careful. This is a universal white guy's signal for nice ass. Woman walks by. Don't confuse that with nice titties. Nice titties is... I turn into a ventriloquist when I see a nice ass. I'm like, God damn! Oh, shit. Y'all can help us, ladies. I'm serious. Well, we got that violent street shit. It's the strangest thing. You ever get violent for nothing? For no reason? Is that a weirdest feeling? You stand next to somebody at the bus stop or something, some dude you don't know, you look at him, you go, hey man, how you doing? You look back, hey, good. Then you look back again, your brain's like, hey, you know, it'd be a good time for you to punch him in the side of the fucking head. And you like, what? To yourself, what the fuck are you talking about? And you only want to punch him because he's standing there not ready to get punched. So you're just like, oh man, you gotta punch him in his head. This dude, he's disrespecting you, man. You know what? This dude ain't paranoid enough. You gotta punch him in the side of his head to let him know that there's people out there that'll punch him in his head. He's not even using his peripheral. You know what? He ain't even scared of you. You should punch him and let him know you better be scared of me, motherfucker. You don't just stand there and not pay attention to the fact that I want to punch you in the side of your head. You gotta be paranoid of people out there, man. You gotta look just like this. Don't let people guilt you into death. I see Arabs on the train, I watch them. Do you understand me? If they got bags and shit and they get up and walk away, hey, you left your bag, man. You left your bag, sir. You left your bag. What? What do you mean you left your fucking bag? It's garbage. No, get your bag. Why? Because it might be a bomb. I don't trust you. I'm watching you. White guys are good for that shit. Y'all are good for that guilty shit. That's your punishment. For racism, guilt. White guys are so afraid to be a racist. I'm telling you. You see a few black guys walking towards you in an area you don't belong in, run. But you can't run. See black guys coming out. I don't want to assume that these young men are going to beat me in my face. I don't want anybody accusing me of racism. So they got to wait to get beat up first before they can even think about running. My advice, run, get home, feel guilty, but be alive. Alive and guilty is a good thing. Because if I see 5 bald white dudes walking towards me, I ain't gonna wonder if they got cancer. I'm gonna go. Those look like skinheads. I'm getting the fuck out of here. And I'm not gonna come back, even if they pretend they got cancer. Oh, dude, oh. No, don't run, dude. We got cancer. We was all coming from chemotherapy classes over here, and they just thought we were strong enough to get, and I'm not running. No. Because that could be the old cancer hang a nigga trick. I go back, hey, you guys all right? Get him! Oh. I fell for the cancer hang a nigga trick. How the fuck did I? I get paranoid delusions all the time about going to prison for shit I didn't do. You know? Like, white women make me very nervous. And not now, because there's witnesses, but I'm talking about at night. White woman's walking towards me, and she could be nervous, you know. Oh, Jesus. You know, getting that fantasy going. Oh, big black guy, hope he doesn't grab me. And I'm thinking the same thing, like, oh, Jesus. I hope nobody kills this white lady, because I'm going to get blamed for this shit. I keep my receipts. I collect receipts because it's a trail of where I've been during the day, during the week. It's a time, it's a date, it's a place of where I've been, and I don't go more than a half hour without buying some shit. Ever. Because you could kill somebody and then make it back to where you got to be in a half hour. So every 15 minutes, I buy something. A candy bar, whatever. Hey, can I get a candy bar? Hey, thanks. Can I get the receipt? A receipt for a candy bar? I don't know why. I need my receipt, man. I don't have receipt for candy, man. Look, I need my receipt. No receipt. Give me my receipt. I don't have receipt. And then I don't really need it because now we're arguing and he remembers me. So I'm like, fuck you. Fuck you too. What time is it? 5:15. All right, good. All right, I gotta go. Remember my face, asshole. I will. Yeah, that's right. Remember this fucking face. That's right. That's right. Remember this. Take a look. That's right. That's why I don't litter. I don't throw garbage in the street ever, and not because I care about the earth, but I'm afraid I'll be walking through the park drinking a soda when I'm done. I throw that shit away to fly over a bush and land on some dead white woman's head with my fingerprints on the fucking can. Now I'm the Pepsi-Cola rapist because I'm fucking lazy. That's just my luck. Land right on the head, look like evidence, just sits there. The chances of that can landing right there are 85 million to 1. You are. Oh, come the fuck on, man. That's why it's good to have a girlfriend, man. It's good. You see how I should go in my nose? You know, women are the best, man. My girl, we at this point now, though. I love my girl, but we at this point, it's like we've been together a long time. We're not married. And we went from early 20s together to 30s. And it's good for me. But for her now, she's panicking because we don't have kids. And she's like, I gotta have a baby, or I don't have any eggs left. All my eggs they're no good. You gotta hurry up. And I gotta listen to her panic, and I don't know what to do, you know, because my sperm still comes out. You know, I still ejaculate, but it don't come out like when I was 18. I felt the difference from now to when I was 18. That shit, it came out with purpose and anger, like. You know, my fucking sperm was like, where the motherfucking egg at? Where's the egg? I'm trying to get somebody pregnant. And her egg was young and didn't want to be pregnant, a little scared. I'm like, oh my God, hiding in the uterus, telling all the lesbian eggs, tell them not here. She's not here. Why don't you just leave her alone? Why don't you just leave? Stop stalking her, man. Get the fuck out the way, dyke. I'm trying to get somebody pregnant. I mean, now it still come out, but I know this shit ain't like it used to be, because you see me, I ain't moved a muscle. Now shit comes out like, hello, 227, please report to the tip of the dick. Hello, 227, please report to the tip of the dick for attempted pregnancy, thank you. Now my sperm's like, hi, anybody around? And her egg is angry, knitting a sweater. In here, faggot. I think I masturbated all my real good sperm away anyway. You know, all I got left really is some fucking bank tellers and a couple of security guards left in my sperm. All the real good citizens are jerked off, man. I've been jerking off in the shower, so I'm surprised a baby hasn't crawled out the drain yet. You ever try to watch porn with your girl? Ever watch porn? Ever? I just introduced porn, you know, to our relationship. I watch hers, she watched mine, you know, the porn that turns her on, and, you know, it was interesting, you know, some woman's dove flew out the window, and the woman was like, oh my God, my favorite dove, and then there was a knock on the door, you know, some dude, you know, is this your dove? I found your dove, it was flying around, and it came to me. Oh my God, that means my dove came right to you, your aura is so, whoa, come in. Please, come into my dove room and, you know, let it go. And it's all doves and shit flying in the room and there's no dove shit, you know. It's a beautiful dove room and there's a lot of slow motion shots and there's a lot of wind. And I'm like, wow, if you like, wow, that turns you on, you gonna love mine. Whatever, right? I put in my favorite tape, People Fucking. Volume 1, and I put it in, hey, and she's just like, ugh, what the do you know these people? And I'm like, oh shit, and she's like, I gotta go. And I felt bad until we ended up having sex later on that night. We ended up doing everything on the tape, stuff we never did before, and I don't discourage her when she does new stuff. You know what I mean? She likes her nipples pinched really hard, you know. And she goes to reach for mine, and you know, I got, you know. Because you don't want to be no punk during sex pain. You want to take it, but you go, ooh. Fuck, I don't do that. But this one was so violent, I couldn't let her do it no more. She just started, boom, flicking my nuts. Boom, boom. Oh. And I was trying to take it, but I couldn't. I'm trying to reach for oh, shit. All right, stop. And it was my fault, right? Because she saw the dude on the porno tape getting his nuts flicked, and he, you know, he enjoyed it because he had professional porno nuts. He, you know, he, boom. Bow. Go ahead, punch him. The best thing I ever seen on a porno tape in my life, this is, I swear to you, the best thing, nothing can beat it. This dude is having sex with this girl, and he looks at her and goes, hey, start counting down from a 30. And she's like, 30, 29, 20. You know, she starts, you know, messing up numbers. 40. I'm sorry, I forgot. And he just goes like this, hey, that's okay. Just start all over. Now I'm like, what is he doing? I'm sitting there watching. It's not even a porn no more. It's a real movie. It's a mystery thriller now. I'm like this. And she started going, 15, 40, 30. It took an hour and a half. She finally gets to 1. When she gets to 1, he pulls out and comes right on cue. I gave him a standing ovation. I was like, oh my God. Oh my God. Did anybody see that? That's dick control. That's power. You look at your girl and go, hey, pick a number. And she goes, why? Because that's when I'm going to come. 1,000. And if you could go 999, I tried it with my girl like the next day after I saw her, just like, yeah, baby, start counting down. Woo, from 3. Hurry up. 2, fuck. That was magic, wasn't it? Hey, look, I gotta go, man. Y'all take care, man. Thank you. Hey, man. Thanks a lot, man. Thank you. Look, wipe your hand off. I don't want no evidence. Look, thanks again, man. Y'all take care. Thank you very much. Thank you.
When you look back and see where all these tropes of like Jewish people own all the banks and stuff like that, and when you tie it all back, it ends up being like white supremacist groups saying that stuff.
Where does your masculinity come from in a community where you have no economic opportunity? I feel like there's a lot of reasons why, especially in black communities, there's like so many kind of weird associations with masculinity and gang culture, is because I think for a lot of people, like the only path to success or the only way to exhibit those characteristics are sometimes through like criminal activity. Like you just don't have the ability to go do like white collar jobs, go to college, get work, and then kind of like be the nice providing dude for your family. And when you don't have those types of opportunities, people will gravitate towards the other.
But it was never any like ill will at all. I've never been like, man, Gideon, man, I hate this mother. It was nothing like that. So just want to throw that out there. I've always checked out your content and supported it.
Hey man, that's love, bro. That's love, and I really appreciate that.
No, I got something to
I don't
say.
think that people would like my vote.
All right. Dear God, what you want to talk about voting?
What's your
Your life is everything. You serve all purpose. You should treat yourself now and give yourself a piece of that oxygen in the ozone layer that's covered up so that you can breathe in this blue trap bubble. Because you know what I'm here for, to worship you. Love yourself. I mean that with 100%, with 1,000%.
I'm agree with Gideon. I don't vote.
You don't vote. There you go. That's what I'm talking about.
Why do you not vote?
I was watching. I just feel like it serves no purpose as far as the presidential candidate shit goes.
There you go.
Really?
Based.
How come?
You don't think Biden put in 20K?
What's up?
Wait, so you think that when it does count for presidential, or that's only when it counts, or you think it doesn't even count for presidents?
The reason why I don't agree with it is because, like, Obama's second term, like, nothing happened for blacks. So, yeah, after that, I was like, you know what, I'm cool off voting. I feel like we were kind of swindled into voting for a black president, and we got nothing out of it. Not saying we deserve, like, reparations or anything like that, but I feel like we got nothing. If anything, it was like rap songs and shit made, but yeah, blacks got nothing.
Okay, but can you honestly say, like, the past like couple of years, like what's happened so far would be the same if Trump was in office instead? Do you think things would be like the same? No, like like the most recent election. Let's say Trump won again.
Wait, hold on, real quick. I have to step away because I have a 10:30 business call that I got to do real quick. I just want to say real quick, the reason why Obama didn't do anything for a second term was because people voted. It's because Republicans voted and he lost the House and the Senate. Just as a heads up on that, but I'll be right back.
All right, so, I mean, was anything of a promise, like, for blacks? I mean, not saying that I want anything because, I'm not that type of person where I'm looking for free shit. But, nothing was done when Obama was in office for blacks, but I think everything was done for LGBTQ, the Latino community.
Asian.
So after that,
don't forget the Asians.
I was just like, fuck it. Oh, the Asian community as well?
Yeah, the Asians, man. Everybody got a little piece of that bread.
Nothing was done. And the thing is, I think since we're talking about voting, are we talking about Trump too?
Well, we're talking about voting in general.
Oh, okay, I was about to say, I guess.
How is nobody saying shit? Hold up. Do you guys notice the pattern that I'm talking about? Is like people don't think the system works, so they tune out of voting. And that's why I'm saying if you don't convince them that the system works and that it's work as intended, they're not going to give a fuck about voting. And so whether me, Gideon, Lil Tier God, or like the other
46% of people who don't vote, there's a disconnect there in regards to like feeling like the system doesn't work.
That's just because this stupid ass nigga doesn't know about fucking Obamacare, doesn't know about Obama phones, he doesn't know about anything the fucking Obama did.
Darius, you can't just come here and be fucking disrespectful and then have a civil conversation. I always tell you.
We're not having a conversation. There's no point. If this dude don't know about basic shit, then what the fuck's the point of even talking to him?
Oh, Darius, calm down.
Yeah.
Is that?
Bro, he's the Bollywood nigga who says the N-word. He's really weird, bro.
Okay, I seen that cartoon PFP. I was like, what the f is that?
Yeah, no. It actually looks like him in real life. I don't know but apparently he does.
Yo, you gotta upgrade your mic quality, cartoon PFP.
God damn.
Sounds like it's talking into a pillow.
Darius, do you have a YouTube channel?
Yeah.
What do you do on your YouTube
There we go. It's a little bit crispy.
Yeah, it sounds good now.
Yeah, it's much better.
Okay.
Do you guys think Trump is gonna run again?
Yep. He's gonna announce in 8 days too. Watch.
What do you think is gonna happen?
Beautiful.
More riots.
Lose miserably. That's all.
You think so?
Yeah, he won't even get out of the primary.
Whoa.
Why do you think that, IRA?
Because Ron DeSantis is way more popular. You know, he's already started fight with him, threw some shade at him last night. Ron DeSanctimonious, so he knows.
Yeah, I've heard him called Mo Ron. He's not my fave.
I thought Trump was going to jail. What happened to that?
Oh, he will, trust.
You think so?
It takes time. Yeah, you got to build a real solid case. You're going to put a ex-president in prison, you know what I mean?
Yo, I mean, who's his competition?
I do not think that he will go to jail.
Who's his
Anyone
competition?
actually think he's going to jail? He's not going to jail.
I hope that even if he does, that Elon Musk lets him get back on Twitter. That's really important to me.
Do you think Elon will run one day?
No. But I want Trump to get his Twitter back. I think the world was a better place when he did.
I think that's gonna happen.
I agree.
He'll get back.
What about you, professional Raw Dogger? Do you want him back on Twitter? Do you want him to have a voice again?
I just want to push back on something that Low Tier God said earlier. Just like the whole thing about like, oh, Obama wasn't able to do shit for Black people in his second term. Like a lot of the things that he was like trying to pass was blocked by a Republican House and Senate. So, you know, the presidency isn't capable of like doing a bunch of shit by itself. It needs.
What was he trying to pass for blacks though?
From what I understood, like there was probably reform having to do with like Obamacare and shit like that. But I can find specifics if you want. But either way, don't you think it's a little bit of like a fallacy that just because one president didn't do stuff for your community means that every president afterwards is not?
Well, let's keep it 100% factual. Anybody that was black only voted for Obama because he was black. Young Jeezy, he did like a stupid video. Oh, my president's black, my Lambo's blue. Like for some reason, we all thought we were just gonna get like, I don't know, a piece of Montana as soon as he got in office.
Remember the Obama phone?
No, I definitely didn't have one of those. But
what was the Obama phone?
Everybody, all the niggas were supposed to get phones.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, so I think people thought just because Obama got in office, just miraculously shit was gonna get better with the black community, but it did nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So after that, we needed somebody else to hate. So, you know, black people, we started hating Trump once he got in office for absolutely no reason. You know, at first it was like 100 rap songs, probably like 150 rap songs that just loved Donald Trump. As soon as he got in office, we all hated him for no reason. So I guess we shifted our...
Low Tier, do you remember? Yeah. I think there was a perception that things would improve for black folks under Obama, and maybe they did, at least in the first term. But in the second term, I think one thing that I heard a lot of black folks say in the States was that basically, you know, it's kind of weird that he passed this legislation for LGBTQ folks or Latinos or Asians, but there was nothing passed exclusively for black folks. And I think people felt a little bit betrayed considering he was the first black president. And so I think that was like part of the betrayal. Am I right?
I mean, that's correct, but I mean, you can't fix the black community. So
what kind of things would you have wanted him to pass?
That's what I'm saying. He technically couldn't have done anything because you can't fix the black community.
No, but you can certainly improve things. You don't think so?
Like how?
I mean, in order to have a tight-knit community in the first place, you have to have unity. You also have to have language. We lack that. First, we lack unity, and we lack language. So if we had a whole Jamaican community, they'd be getting together, you know, having festivals, jerk chicken, everything like that. Black Americans, yeah, we can't be fixed.
Wait, so
As harsh as
you
that
don't-
sounds. So.
Jeez,
You don't
you really
think-
think that?
Wait,
Yeah,
you-
I 100% think that.
You don't think things like the prison system currently hurts Black communities? Like,
I mean, it's your choice what you do. So, all right, here's a quick story. So, I used to drive this shit car. So it was me and my friend in the car. So we got pulled over because I had like Senate trees in my rearview mirror. So it's a certain way you act around cops. So we get pulled over. I'm quiet because I want to go home. My friend's irate because he just wants to talk shit. So that could have fucked up the whole situation. I mean, it's about choices.
wait, so you don't think like Black people are ever unfairly targeted by the criminal justice system, or
I mean,
you're
I've
not
never experienced racism. So, I mean, it's
Okay, wait.
everything's a
What?
choice. I personally,
Wait.
being Black, have never experienced racism.
So but you can understand just because you haven't experienced something doesn't mean that a lot of other people don't have that experience or do have an experience. Like I've never experienced being in a
What do you
$1 million
consider
job.
racism?
Other people don't.
I don't know, being called the N-word. I've maybe experienced prejudice. Like if I walk into
Yeah.
a store, they might think,
Yeah,
you know,
so
just
like
by
violent
default.
racism.
Racism, I guess, would be just calling somebody a name. I guess that's blatant
Or like
racism.
a hate crime. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Like I've never been picked on by anybody outside of the Black community growing up. So yeah, I've never experienced racism outside of that. I had one girl call me the N-word when I was 16 because I said she looked like Gonzo. So I guess maybe it was warranted. But outside of that, I mean, you can't. I mean, that's the Black community is just something you can't actually fix.
So if
in
you
America.
think that if you're
acknowledge
Black,
that racism has happened even though you haven't experienced it, like can you
I mean-
acknowledge it happens to other people?
I mean, here's the thing: people get racism mixed up with prejudice. So it's easy to just say racist, but it's harder to break down and define like prejudice. Like, are people really fucking racist? Like, are people going around in America just really just hating Blacks? Or are they just prejudiced because of what they see on World Star Hip Hop?
Can I ask you, do you think representation matters?
Absolutely, because if I put on World Star Hip Hop right now, what's the fuckery you see on the website?
Okay, so do you think like having a Black woman on the Supreme Court is a big deal?
I think it's a great thing. I think Black
Hey, that
women
wouldn't
are.
happen, but that wouldn't happen under Trump. That happened because Biden got up there.
I mean, probably it's a demographics issue. I mean, you gotta hire a Black guy if you have a Fortune 500 company. Like, it's demographics. So it's by law you have to have a certain demographic in your company. I can't just, you know, have a business and just hire all Blacks. I don't know. Can Black people do that when we have a Black-owned in parentheses business? Do we have to hire a white guy?
We can. We just can't say it's only Black people. We got to be like, yes, they were the most qualified. And
I feel like the thing to fix the Black community, and I feel like the Black community has to accept this first, is that we have to fix ourselves before we go to other races and like talk about other issues. Because, you know, if you're not united on one accord, then it's hard to get certain bills passed. But what Low Tier God's saying that the Black community's like lost and it can't be found, I don't think that's true, because I just think we're at war and we don't have a governor right now.
Yeah.
And I feel like once, you know, there is an established head and there is someone that actually knows what they're talking about and everything like that, then everything will be good.
who would that person be? Would that person be like a foundation, like head talking piece, or like a president?
I mean, you know, we just had a foundation, Black Lives Matter, and everybody sees how that went.
Yeah.
So obviously, you know, I feel like
So
it has to be
president?
Black people, we're visual learners. We have to look at somebody. We have to see someone, be about that action, do it, and stuff.
Yeah, we like to, for some reason we like to emulate.
And so, you know, you saw it in the '60s with Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, and I feel like that has to be a perfect tandem. You know, you have to have that one person who is the more lovey-dovey, and you have to
Stacey Abrams.
You have to have another person that's more raw truth and stuff. So I feel like if we get another tandem like them, I feel like it'll be great. But until that happens, we're low-key in shambles right now. But
You think that's not happening? Do you not think that there are like powerful Black figureheads right now, like
name
Stacey
one.
Abrams?
Stacey Abrams, I don't even know who that is.
Stacey Abrams is like she's basically who like got people to like black people mostly to vote in where was it? I'm gonna say the wrong thing. Georgia. She like made sure. What did she try to pass to make sure that like black folks could vote? She got a ton of people to vote that otherwise wouldn't have.
But you see, like, you know, it all goes back to like voting and stuff. Like, I feel like this is like circling back to the thing before.
Well, that's how you take power. That's how you take power in a democracy.
How can you tell a group of people when we're already like, you know, this is a black issue? Like, we are not in agreement all together. You know.
No,
like,
neither are white people.
When our culture, when we have the biggest promotion of us is, you know, rappers and athletes and stuff like that.
Exactly.
So it's hard not to, you know, have we're not getting the representation that we need. You know, you go to Japan, all people are gonna think is Michael Jordan or, you know, Tupac.
Sure.
You go all over the world, you know, they're not gonna think about Martin Luther King. They're not gonna think about Malcolm X because that's not what they're seeing on the media. That's not what's being shown, and it's really not what we don't have. We don't have that. We had Obama, but like, you know.
Who would you say that is for white people?
For white people, it's not that you guys have a person. It's that you guys.
You just think black people need one.
They're more structured. White people are more structured than blacks.
Exactly. Like you guys have, like if black people weren't in America right now, white people would be fine. Whereas if you took all black people out of America, if you took all black people out of America right now, gave us our own land and say, here you go, do your own thing. I'm not gonna lie, I do not think it would end well.
It would be like Smallville.
We would need to get together first. So yeah, you like we cannot just all leave America right now and have our own land and it end well. It wouldn't.
So I have a question for Low Tier God. If you say that like the black community like can't be helped, how do you live your day-to-day life? Like what do you like if you're just completely black pilled, so to speak? Like how do you live your day to day?
As an individual, I got to the point where I realized that in this realm, it's never going to be any unity involved. All my fights, physical fights, IRL have been with blacks. Anytime I've ever been teased for how I've spoken growing up, it's always been with blacks. Anytime I've had any beefs in real life, it's always been with blacks. But that's my personal experience. I still love being black. I still love black people, but I feel like it's just an unfixable issue. There's too much envy in the community, if you want to call it a community.
So,
Low Tier,
it's definitely not fixable.
Lev, I got a question for you. What did you mean by the statement, black men mistreat and disregard black women?
Okay.
Damn, are we getting on that?
That's what I was actually going to bring up also though, is I was going to talk about what you thought about the what you thought about Anna, Anna's viewpoints in general.
But before we tangent, can I tell Low Tier God something that I think
about the black experience?
Well, yeah, exactly. So as a white man, so no, hey, listen, I took a college class, okay? Yeah. So no, there was actually so the truth is that like this unity is an illusion, and I'm talking about for white folk, for black folk, for whoever. Like if you look at white history or whatever, we have this big narrative of like, oh, we've been organized for so long, but if you look at like the 1800s were a mess. Like everybody was fighting everybody over everything all the time, and they all had different ideas. And even in like the early 20th century, Zora Neale Hurston, who's a black female author who grew up a few miles away from my house, she rejected Black Harlem because there was like a Black Illuminati, there was like a Black Enlightenment movement where they were trying to say, we're going to create our own culture, we're going to do our thing, we're going to get money, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. But what they thought was fancy, what they thought was correct, was adopting to white culture. So they wanted everybody to be really well read and really well spoken and really fit into like white expectations of what black folk were supposed to be. Whereas Zora Neale Hurston basically said, fuck you, there's parts of our culture that should be independent and we shouldn't adapt in this, that, the other way. So what I'm trying to point out is that like, if you're looking for like a perfect unity or cohesion of culture, it's never going to happen. And basically the only thing that you can do is advocate for your group as best as you can.
Yeah, that's the point that I'm trying to make when I say that it's unfixable. I think we gotta get past.
Do you mean external or internal? Because like you fixed it for yourself, right?
I would say as a whole. So if we're going internal, right? It starts from within. So my thing is the envy. The envy is almost like it can't be fixed in the community. And I feel like I feel like we're blaming the wrong people. So when we want to blame slavery on, I guess Europeans, so on and so forth, if you really read back, I don't know if you ever heard of the Dohimbe tribe or something like that.
Yeah, the Dohimbe, the Benin. Yeah, Benin.
Yeah. So they were responsible for 1/3 of African slavery. So they sent over like 500,000 blacks to America.
Do you know what movie was based off of them recently?
The Woman King.
Yeah, and not only that, do you know who the female warriors from Wakanda are based off of?
Yeah. So yeah, the
fucking
Amazonians
female warriors of Benin.
Exactly. So, I mean, we got to get out of the whole blaming system. I feel like what we do now is when we don't get our way, we try to use that pandering card. Now, a lot of people probably think I'm trying to, I guess, maybe be on the white side. That's not what I'm trying to do. What I do is I go against the grain, but I'm still for blacks and for positivity and everything like that, which is one of the misconceptions that I had like a couple months ago with Gideon. Like it never was, I was like trying to diss or anything like that. I was just like, yo, you're blessed, this and that. Maybe it's not like a racial issue. And I was trying to think of like maybe a bigger issue like business 101, because I'm a business major. So, I'm a business graduate. So I look at things differently. So when I go and I read back that one of the biggest, slave trades or some of the biggest slave trades were Africans themselves, who do we really have to blame? And when do we pick up the pieces and just say, you know what, F it, let's just, let's be like the new Asian or something. Let's get a San Gabriel. There'll never be a black San Gabriel.
Well, the shit for me though is like, so I see it both ways. The one thing that you said that I super agree with is like, how about I stop trying to blame, or white people stop trying to blame black folk for problems, black folks stop trying to blame white people, and we just say, hey, the country's a mess, why don't we fix it? Like that would be an infinitely better attitude to adopt, is, hey, it's up, let's fix it. But when we say, hey, it's up, let's fix it, I can't help but notice that like Republicans, conservatives, like I come from that world. We always talk about equality of opportunity. We always talk about like, oh, in America, you can be anything, you can do anything. But that dream is kind of dying with the way our economy is set up. And then also not just that, but like educational access or high quality educational access, that's a major problem. Like a lot of people who go to dog shit schools end up having dog shit results later on in life. So that's kind of my thing, where it's like, I don't give a what you call it disparate outcomes, call it systemic racism, call it whatever the fuck you want, but recognize there's a problem and we should all be pushing in the same direction.
I feel like it's like, if a overweight person goes to the gym, but they're forced to go to the gym, they don't want to help themselves, but they want to get back in shape, so they go to they're like, help me. Then the trainer's like, okay, do you want to get back in shape? How hard are you willing to work? It's like, well, I just want you to do your stuff. It's like, okay, but you have to do the work. It has to be on you. And I feel like we haven't really accepted that. Like, if black people to get reparations today, I still feel like it'll be like a major problem, just because like
I just had this conversation.
We wouldn't have, like, Dave Chappelle made a whole skit about it. If black people had got reparations today, they were like, you know what, all people get their reparations. It wouldn't go to the right things, it wouldn't go to the right infrastructure to have generational wealth, and that'll be trickled down to generation upon generation. It's already bad enough that like when someone has like a black business, it's like sometimes we dog each other. It's not like, yo, let me support that. It's like, oh, look at him trying to do this. Like Ice Cube, he just created the Big Three, which is the first recognized African American sports league in American history. And I too, Alba, do you watch the Big Three?
Hell no.
Lil God, do you watch the Big Three?
I watch that shit.
Exactly. I don't watch it either. So, but it's like, it's spirit, I support it, but am I supporting it financially? Am I shouting it out on my social media?
Bruh,
am I doing all this? No.
I'm gonna keep it a stack with you. I ain't supporting something just because it's black. It's gotta be quality. I'm not saying it's not bad, it's just not part of my interest. Maybe if I was a huge basketball fan, I might watch that shit, but
I feel you. I feel you too. It does have to be quality, but this is the thing. You see, like, okay, let's say this isn't quality, okay, but we're supporting something, the NBA, which has been around forever and is majority run by
White people profiting off of black athletes.
Exactly.
Okay, what kind of
Is
white
there
people?
Is there any
Shut
black
the fuck up.
Is
We
there any black
appreciate our
owners in the
feminist ally.
NBA? Like I don't know. I feel like that's ridiculous that there's not at least one. Oh, except for Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan's the only, and for him to be an owner, he has to be the greatest basketball player of all time.
Yeah.
You feel me? So he has to be the exception of the exception of the exception, just to be at the top tier of the
Doesn't
NBA
Jay-Z
world.
own a team?
He owns like a small percentage
Of the Nets, yeah.
the team. Yeah.
Wait, it's not
I
the
love
Nets. I'm
sports.
pretty sure. Wait, who owns a portion of the Nets?
Jay-Z owns like a small
Doesn't Jay-Z?
percentage.
Yeah.
Oh, Jay-Z, yes.
So
Someone
if you
brought
guys,
up-
oh, sorry.
But he put himself in that position because he let go of the whole systematic racism bullshit. Like, so when everybody was kneeling and
I don't think he did.
when everybody was kneeling, take a look at this. When everybody was kneeling, Jay-Z was like, you know what? I'm gonna go talk to the NFL and get shit back going again. I know everybody said Jay-Z is all about his money first, and then everything else second. But I mean, the fix shit sometimes is not always just like a big black issue. Like he got shit going again because he sat down with the NFL. Once people seen like a positive black figure say, "Fuck it, let's put it behind us, play football and get this money," I feel like that's when shit started picking up again. Because let's keep it real. Complaining or us going on strike or anything like that, that's not gonna do anything. End of the day, like if basketball players go on strike, it solves nothing. If we all kneel, it solves nothing. If anything, in America, let me say something real quick. In America, I feel like what black people need to understand is that at the top of the tier, we're allowed to be millionaires. So anybody that's black can be a famous millionaire. So what the f are you complaining for? I mean, we got people like Blueface who's rich. You're gonna tell me that you see somebody that's rich as like that around, and you're still complaining? This is America. Anybody can get money.
That's not
There was
the exception. Though,
yeah,
not the
and
rule.
well.
No,
well,
I think
what
he's
what-
just saying that's the viewpoint of those people. I don't think that he actually believes
Hey,
that.
you guys are hanging around two billionaires, okay? Two black millionaires. Don't tell us we're the exception.
Okay, so well then this is kind of my point. Is I felt like there was a real political moment that like happened basically in the wake of George Floyd, where everybody, largely conservative Americans, were like anti-BLM, you know, anti-police reform, anti, you know, any kind of criticism of the police, blah blah blah. But then after George Floyd was like so fucked up that, you know, you basically had 2/3 of the country that was behind police reform, and then that got squandered. This is kind of the thing where, for me, I get a little pissy. I don't know if IRI is still listening or not, but for me, I feel like the political class just completely like dropped the ball on police reform during that moment, because there's real things you could do, like federal subsidy.
Oh,
okay, that was.
Shit, he just
Okay.
dipped out.
Before he comes back, I just want to say, like,
I think this is all cope. This is all cope. All this talk about the exception. Honestly, if people are struggling and they got these issues, they can use the creator kit. They can find ways to get money. They can
what I'm saying.
Get the skills they need. I know plenty of people who run courses. You know, so I feel like if you haven't used, if you're struggling, if you're 18 or whatever you're watching, then you should try out the creator kit.
Yo,
Okay, wait, no, I want to. Okay, yeah, sorry, you go first.
Can I ask you a question, Alba? Alba.
Yeah, go ahead.
What do you think? Like, what do you think about the black community? Do you think it's more of like, do you think the black community is the lost cause, or do you think it needs like a leader and govern to kind of like help, like, okay, this is what we should be doing, yada yada yada, where it's like not everybody has to follow this, but like mostly the vast majority like is moving in this way, like back
Okay,
in the 60s.
let me counter you with a counter argument. So to Judeon and Lil Tier, I'm gonna ask you too. Okay, and this is something I think about all the time. It's like, on one hand, we're all black. On the other hand, it's like you don't know how much you're tied to each other. You know what I'm saying? And he kind of said that too, alluded to earlier, but like how much of a community is it really? It's like, I think so long as we tie ourselves to this idea that kind of blackness is going to constantly unite us, I don't think there's going to be much opportunity for much uniting. I don't think there's that much of a bonding factor as you make it out to be. And, you know, maybe people say this because I'm of African descent. Well, Low tier. What are you? Caribbean?
I'm a mutt.
Okay.
Oh, I don't 100% know. I know my dad was adopted. I'm gonna label myself as black.
Okay.
But you see, that's the thing about like, especially like American black people is like, bro, when I went to the UK, like I felt like that was like the most eye-opening experience because I would have people be like, "Oh, yo, what are you?" I was just be like, "Oh, I'm from Texas," and they'd be like, "Man, if you don't shut the fuck up with that, like,
can answer that question.
Are you Nigerian? Are you like?" And then it's like it really puts like a spotlight on me, and I'm just like, damn, you know, I don't know exactly where I'm from. I don't know what my heritage is. And,
different.
And like it's like I'm not gonna lie, it's like low-key like a really it's kind of like a scary thing. It's kind of like it's like having Alzheimer's, you know? It's like you fucking ended up somewhere and you don't know how you got there. You feel me?
We got to do 23andMe.
Exactly.
Can I ask y'all a question that might be kind of like contentious?
Sure.
Someone brought up like an accomplishment, something that Ice Cube just did, like something positive that he just did.
Oh, he created the Big Three.
What is that?
It's a basketball league.
Yeah.
The greatest basketball league where they play 3-on-3 with all the guys who can no longer play in the NBA or never made it.
Y'all were talking about like Kanye earlier and like the anti-Semitic comments and Kyrie Irving, and like Ice Cube has a history of, I think he's like either tweeted some like anti-Semitic memes and stuff like that.
No, he got some lyrics. He got some lyrics talking about the Jews.
Okay.
What year did he say those lyrics in?
The lyrics were like, everybody got to pay the money to a Jew or something like that. I might have made it up, but it sounded like it involved money and Jews. That's all you need to know.
What year was it though?
This was part of NWA.
Okay, that's why he got away with it. That's why he got away with it.
Damn right.
Ice Cube was speaking out against like Kanye West, and he literally tweeted like, "Please leave my name out of all the anti-Semitic talk. I'm not anti-Semitic. I've never been anti-Semitic." And like people were saying like, "But you shared anti-Semitic memes," because I think he did. I think it went beyond the lyrics. I think he did share some memes that had like bankers basically, and he was kind of alluding to like a Jewish cabal or like the Illuminati.
Yes.
And I think Steven was saying earlier that he thinks that there's like a particular problem with anti-Semitism in the Black community. Like, what do y'all think about that?
I feel like I think Kanye said it in an interview where a lot of Black people, we say stuff and it's just stuff that we've heard for so long. Like, you know, it's like kind of like white people not seasoning food or you know, stuff like that, where we think it's some backhanded shit where we don't think it's racist, but it's just like when you do put a magnifying glass to it, it's just like, oh shit, this low-key does have some like racial origins. And I think in a clip, Kanye was talking about how he was talking about Jewish people, and he was saying how like that's just how he's always grown up to learn. But it's just like, you know, it's like, where did you learn that from? Because when you look back and see where all these tropes of like Jewish people own all the banks and stuff like that and all this and that, when you tie it all back, it ends up being like white supremacist groups saying that stuff. So it's just like byproducts of stuff we've heard, but we think it's just stuff that we've always been told.
I don't even think it's that deep. You know what? How about I tell you this? Like, this is true for like a lot of minority communities, but there's just a lot of prejudice against other communities, period. And so if you think about Asians, oftentimes the representation of Asians in Black communities is generally the guy who owns the liquor store or owns a corner store or whatever. And so they have that relationship with the Asian community through that lens. Or if you think about anti-whiteness sentiment, it's generally seeing them through the lens as like, these are the police officers or these are the racist folks that we encounter from time to time. So there's a prejudice against white folks to some degree in regards to like racial experiences that you have. And so you think about Jewish folks, and then you hear being rapped about all the time, or these are the guys who are in power, and these are the guys who are fucking over the people and the record labels and doing all this stuff. So from a media perspective, the way that you internalize it is generally negative. So in terms of prejudice or like negative sentiments to a lot of minority groups, it's done through the lens of these people have power and they f us over often, and so there's a bit of a negative resentment there. Or these people have mistreated us, and it's kind of like a constant media portrayal that's like a feedback loop.
Listen, I got a little bit more anti-Semitic in this conversation because a powerful Jewish man pulled me out of the chat temporarily because we were talking about Black unity. So I'm getting a little suspicious.
Yeah.
Oh, are you talking about Dan?
Yeah.
you guys remember? I remember Dave Chappelle had this bit about like him going to the corner store, and the way that he described the man who ran the convenience store as being incredibly suspicious the moment he walked in, is the way that a lot of people have encountered experiences with the Asian community in terms of like being in their corner stores within a lot of inner city spots.
What was that one movie? The movie where the guy shot Menace to Society, I think. Where like Asian people were like, hurry up, and he like ended up shooting them in the movie.
Yeah.
Like, like even in our media, like, you know, like.
When people say it's anti-Semitism, I always cringe a little bit because I think of anti-Semitism. I think of the sentiments that ferment society to lead to the point where it creates the Holocaust or whatever. And I don't think the sentiment that Black folks are espousing in regards to like that would lead to that outcome. I understand that the roots may seem similar. I just don't think like the power structure.
The roots are exactly the same.
Yes, but I think where the starting point. Hold on, I think the starting points of the people involved are not, and I think the power dynamics involved are not. And so I understand the historical context.
Why would you let that get loose in the first place? This is why white people bitch.
But do you guys understand? Like, hold, do you guys understand the relationship that they have to some degree with other minority groups is similar to the relationship that they have with the Jewish community. You guys are saying it's different because there's Jews involved, but I would argue that if you polled most people and you ask them like their opinions of like either the Asian folks or the white people or Jewish folks specifically, they would have probably the same negative sentiment towards each group, irrespective of like.
So here's the problem. Here's the problem with that is that now we live in a technological age where Black and white people are integrating at rates that they never have before. So if Black people online are sharing these anti-Semitic memes, these anti-Semitic sentiments, and white people are sharing these anti-Semitic sentiments, it's like Germany uniting against Jews again. So I'm Jewish. I'm in a bunch of Jewish spaces. And we see right now, like more than ever, are people like Groypers and Black people, the two most like unlikely allies, coming together and spewing this like crazy shit. And it's extremely reminiscent of Germany in the 1940s. Where it doesn't start with let's kill all Jews. It starts with this is who's in power, or even questions about it. Like this is who. Why are these people in power? What is? And then like this false kind of narrative that the money hungry, the jokes. It starts with jokes. Like these are things. It just snowballs.
But this is where like right wingers or liberal anti-social justice warriors get pissy or whatever, and the Black folk can play their smallest violin for me. But when you like normalize like rhetoric where you're like all people are in this X group are pieces of shit because of whatever reason, when you talk about like the dialogue of whiteness when it comes to intersectionality or CRT or whatever, that shit it can be flipped on its head so fucking fast because Asians and Jews technically do better than white Americans. So if you go from a systemic analysis perspective, you could just as easily arrive at anti-Asian or anti-Jewish sentiment.
I saw some dude on TikTok, he was breaking it down and he was basically saying like the anti-Semitic rhetoric. Like,
shit ain't gonna work for me.
Why they're like, why is this a bad thing? We're saying they're good with money. We're saying all this and everything like that. But the guy was like, the reason why it's a bad thing
this shit, right?
If someone came out and was like, Black people are stupid, their brains don't function the same and stuff like that, they're viewing Black people as not as a threat and just like, lower. Whereas
we'll see if it works because I'm on Elgato Cam link.
People are good with their money. Oh, they always stick together. Oh, they control everything. They're saying that out of like a place of fear, and they're saying because they view them as a way of a threat and stuff like that. So when he put it in that perspective, I was like, it really clicked for me. I was like, wow, it really hit for me like why people I could see like how that can be very alarming and stuff because it's just like that's why Hitler did what he did because he saw Jewish people as a threat.
Okay, can I ask a quick question? So I would argue that Black folks as a whole probably have a more negative sentiment towards white people specifically than they do against Jewish people. Do we think that the anti-white sentiment in the Black community is going to ferment some kind of white Holocaust?
No, but I think it's more dangerous because white people don't hate white people. So you have like a big enough community who's hating Jewish people, who's also like a mega minority now. Like now, Jewish people there's less Jewish people than there are Black people. And then you put into perspective that they've already gone through a Holocaust. They're the highest when it comes to hate crime rates. Like, even you are more likely as a Jewish man to get hate crimed than you are a black man. Like, this is true in America because there's just less of them, like on the street.
So you're saying more people hate? You're saying more people hate Jewish folks, and Jewish folks are small in numbers, so it's more dangerous.
Yes, because they don't have any institutions put in place to like protect them, and also nobody gives a fuck.
Right, I need to start making more babies so we can get this Jew hate on.
People do give a fuck. Like, there's been a lot of
no people do not. Dude, there was anytime a synagogue is shot up, nobody gives a fuck. It's in the news for a fucking day, and that, dude, it's like it's gnarly.
That's so cap. That's so cap.
That's not cap. It's not cap.
That's
It's
okay.
No, I think sometimes
No.
That's
cap.
No. Like,
the last time that happened
is kind of true. Like at Parkland, the Nicholas Cruz shooting, I think in Florida, that school that he shot up was like majority Jewish, and I didn't really hear like any media outlets. I could be wrong. Somebody could link me articles. Cover on the fact that I think a lot of his of the motivation for that crime and that school shooting had to do potentially with anti-Semitism. But like another thing I wanted to bring up was y'all were saying that like I think Abba, you're kind of making the argument that there's anti-Semitism within the black community, so there is some prejudice there, but y'all don't have the power to actually like enact that prejudice meaningfully. And of course, I know you're saying it's still bad, but what do you think about like the Breakfast Club having like Louis Farrakhan and like Charlemagne the God kind of like talking about defending and playing defense for these figures who are like openly anti-Semitic in a lot of different ways?
Charlemagne the God is not, bro. Yeah. Charlemagne the God.
He's the GOAT.
The fuck out of
y'all don't.
He's the
GOAT. What you mean? I'm gonna take up for Charlotte.
Charlemagne the God denounced the hell out of Kanye.
Yeah, exactly.
Really?
I mean, the real reason why
did
Kanye
you see the Charlemagne the God clip from 10 years ago?
Oh yeah, I saw that too.
Wait, you don't think he should have denounced him?
Huh?
You don't think he should have denounced him, Gideon? For the comments that he made?
Well, denounced too.
I don't know. For like the anti-Semitic comments that he made.
Maybe you guys feel the same about this, but I feel like the way that Shaq and everybody in the black media came out super strongly with their like, oh, I'm so sorry that you guys. I feel like man, y'all doing a bit too much. This is a little bit.
That's exactly what I feel. You know, I feel like
y'all look like y'all about to cry.
Like what place does Shaq or Charlemagne the God have to denounce Kyrie for saying something anti-Semitic?
Because I think they're around Jewish people but they're around Jewish people who they work. Okay, sure, but also these are their friends. This is who they're around. Of course they're gonna care.
I mean, like if someone dropped a hard R and they're like, Love, you know what? We need to get Love to denounce this person. Like, why are we going to Love to denounce someone that said the hard R? You feel me? Like, why out of everybody, why you?
Can I answer a question Abba asked a second ago? So basically, do white people think that a black genocide against white people is coming? No, but white people are trending towards a minority status in the country. So unless there like becomes like a racial conservative alliance between conservative Hispanics, conservative whites, and conservative blacks, it could get really ugly along racial lines, and that's what people are afraid of.
Well, it's more so.
I feel like it was very smart. I feel like it was very smart that they got every single.
Lord Southern.
I feel like it was very smart that they got every single.
Don't talk shit about my boy.
It's not gonna happen.
Like what I saw was like whenever they had everybody go, like when Kanye said what he said, they didn't go to Jay-Z or Drake or anybody to.
Oh no, they tried. They emailed everybody, said, "Hey, how do you feel about doing a comment?" And then they slid them a couple of checks. They said, "Yo, listen, we'll pay you to do this."
But like Shaq and Chuck and LeBron, like it's like, why ask them? You feel me? I'm not saying you should denounce Kyrie, but why ask LeBron? Why ask Shaq? Why ask Chuck? None of them are Jewish. None of them are Jewish. The only thing about them is that they're prominent black athletes. And me personally, I feel like
Kanye was.
I feel like it was more to set a I feel like it was more to set a point of like,
get in line.
We have the biggest black figures to say Kyrie was wrong. I honestly think that. I feel like
do you not think that's a matter of your algorithm? Because what I saw is Jamie Lee Curtis come forward crying about it on like
that was the most cringe. That was the most
of course
cringe.
it was. Of course it was cringe. But I'm wondering because like I didn't see all these like black people come forward and were like, "Be nice
Oh,
to the
it's
Jews."
because you don't watch Sports Laugh. But if anybody turned into ESPN,
watch sports.
it was 48 hours of like rabbis telling NBA players who can barely read that they're
That's
that they
weird.
need to
That's corny.
apologize.
That's corny. Yeah.
Oh,
They're like, yo,
Understand why
get in
y'all
line.
like the,
We got checks coming.
Like, this is the type of energy that, like, I feel like politicians should have if they say something, you know, anti-Semitic or racist. You know, not a basketball player.
Don't you think that's kind of racist on its face too? Like getting all these black people to answer for like one mentally ill black person is like crazy.
Yeah, that's,
It's not that it's racist. It's that they know. It's
I
like
think
you
it's
have to.
racist.
You
I don't
have
know.
you have to make an example, and they want to make an example out of Kyrie. It's just
I guess
like,
I guess it just shows
this
how
is not cool.
Shaq's an NBA player though, or like he was an NBA player. He's involved in it. That makes sense. But do you take frustration with the fact that you felt like individual black, like prominent black men and celebrities were made to answer for like another black man's like anti-Semitism, and you think that's bullshit? Or like why don't you like this the denouncing? Because they didn't organically do it themselves, or because like you kind of felt like they were asked to, or do you think that that's like a big
I don't think they
virtue
were asked
signal?
to. I think they were told to. I really genuinely think they were told to. I think even before
By
like.
who?
Because bro, all these
Who laughed?
Okay, that's not, you know, I'm not here to answer that question, but what I do know
this
for
is
a fact
okay.
is
Beep,
before
I
the
want you to be
people
careful. I want you to be
go
careful. This is what
online-
I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about.
You
So
know,
it's
I'm not
funny,
saying
it's
I'm not
funny,
saying a
it's funny,
particular group or
but
nothing.
this is the stuff that gets people to start fucking being suspicious
But
of a very
definitely
small
before-
minority. So it's
But-
a little spooky. You have to walk the line a little bit.
Okay, but the small minority out of 10, how powerful would you say it is?
Discord can.
Jews? I mean, when you look at like who's Jewish in like the House and Senate, like not a lot of. Are there a bunch of people in the media who are Jewish?
I'm talking
Sure.
about titans. I'm talking about titans.
What do you mean titans? Like the most
talking about, like,
wealthy?
People,
millionaires.
people who are wealthy, influential, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. Tell me, like how
But do you think? But here's the thing.
overrepresented are
But
they?
here's the thing. Do you think
overrepresented?
Do you think that Jews, like, how do you think that Jews got there? Like, this is what I talk to the Groypers about this all the time because they think that there's like this conspiracy that like Jewish people have like somehow taken over like all this money on purpose. Like, why do you think there are so many rich Jewish people?
Yeah, and can I point out something horrific after you answer that question?
If you're asking me the why, I don't know the why, and there's probably a valid reason why that would
But
explain.
you have to think about the why when you bring up the what. Like you have to.
I don't disagree. I'm just saying I don't even think you're allowed in mainstream media to even say that that's true. Now you could get to the why. I just don't think you could openly even say that.
I just want to
to the why?
about this very quickly, and then I'll let everyone talk. Like, I hate whenever this point is brought up because, you know, the vast majority of people are like millionaires or like billionaires or straight up Christian, and yet like we don't talk. And like there's a fucking Vatican Church, right? Like oh my God, the Christianity has so much like power over the world, whatever.
The Mormons, how much money they're
Well,
funneling in?
Yeah,
Crazy.
you don't hear about like this vast like Christian.
How much power does Christians really do have over the world?
That's facts, man. Tell 'em.
Anybody
What do
can
you
talk
mean?
shit about a Christian.
What do you mean? How? Wait,
No,
what?
no, because they're doing it for
Why do you think separation of church and
if
state
I went on Twitter
exists?
right now and said some stuff about Jesus and everything like that, I might just piss off a couple of my fans and stuff like that, but I would never get canceled. But we all see what happens, and this is
We all see because the Jews went through a genocide not even 100 years ago. We're still a little
and
sensitive
slavery
about
was
it.
200 years ago. You know, at some point we gotta move forward.
Well,
Wait, but do you think that Jewish people are kind of like oversensitive about like the Holocaust and anti-Semitism, or no?
Yeah, I mean, low key.
Really?
Wait, what? Because I don't feel like Jews bring it up ever.
You know what I mean? Listen. You know, segregation was like 40, 50 years ago. We got to get over that. I mean, at some point, motherfuckers got to get over it.
Don't you think Jews have gotten over it? They've created their own wealth. They've created their own communities. They
I
got
mean, it
their own
does sound
fucking
like it. The
country.
way I saw Charles Barkley crying, and then Sarah Lee Thomas,
No,
the old white lady. It sounds like
it's just a trauma. It's just a trauma. So if I mean, it's the same thing. Black people are talking about the prison industrial complex in the same way because it scares you.
Not
just because it scares, but also because like there's still effects on both. Like today, like you can't just pretend that like, oh, like, you know, this was basically grandparents' generation. Like, oh no, like now the effects have gone away because we're over with that time period. Like, holy fuck, it wasn't that far ago.
All I'm saying is this: sometimes I want to be able to just criticize somebody and not it be because they're a woman, and the other times I want to be able to criticize a Jewish person and not be because they're Jewish. You know what I mean? Sometimes I feel like they're too sensitive.
But when you criticize, especially when you're talking about the
you know what I mean? They just got to pick themselves up by the bootstraps and just keep it pushing.
Abba, the problem is when you're talking about the what in response in when you're talking about Jewish wealth, when you're talking about the what, there's the implicit shadow of the why, which can be hateful. So you need to be sensitive about it. And you haven't answered why.
Yeah.
Why do you think Jews are
when he's done,
point,
can I answer
Abba,
why without Dan pulling me out?
On that point, Abba, I think the problem is that like when you criticize, misogyny doesn't look like the Jewish question. Like anti-Semitism presents in exactly the way that Lav is saying, where people kind of gesture and imply that there's disproportionate Jewish representation and control, and they're getting at that there's a Jewish conspiracy, that Jewish people are making up their oppression, that there is a cabal, that they are conspiring to revolt against the United States. I don't see the woman question. You know, I don't hear, like, misogyny doesn't really present in the way that anti-Semitism does, where people think that like women are involved in like cabals to like oppress men or something like that. It's a lot more denigrating or benevolent. I think that's you're saying like, well, if I can criticize women without being called misogynistic, why can't I criticize a Jewish person without being called anti-Semitic? And it's like, well, the way that you were kind of presenting it, you know, by asking that question, like, I don't know, that's like kind of like classic anti-Semitism, my dude.
Well, wait, okay, well, here we're just using the examples that we have at hand with Kyrie. Everybody knows exactly what he did, right? He shared the link to the book.
To one of the greatest documentaries ever made.
Yeah. Has not answered the question, and it's really important when he's talking about that he thinks that Jews are being too sensitive, and he won't answer this question. Come on, answer the question, Abba. Why do you think Jewish people are rich?
I think they're just born this way.
Nah.
So it's in their blood.
All right, can I do it?
Structure.
So. All right, so I'm gonna do it. I want 2 minutes, Dan. Leave me alone. So basically, if you look at medieval history, during medieval history, Christians were prohibited from usury, and as a result, a lot of Jews were forced into business as a trade. And on top of that, it behooved them, by the way, this is from Jewish history, to integrate themselves into the society in the most useful ways possible. That way, they wouldn't be persecuted or killed because they were too useful to be persecuted or killed. Also, when you talk about the modern 20th century and it comes to Israel, it was not a foregone conclusion that the state of Israel would be successful. There were plenty of times that it was almost destroyed, and people basically had to back each other up in order to make sure that the state was formed. This included, by the way, taking technologies from Western countries that prohibited the sale of technologies that were necessary for Israel to succeed. And as a result, you get all these conspiracy theories about Mossad when they actually operate pretty much similarly to the United States CIA. And the reason why they have to be aggressive with both allies and foreigners, I'll wrap this up in a second, is because they're on a fucking state the size of Rhode Island surrounded by hostile neighbors. So they always have to be on guard. They have to be smart.
And also, they weren't put there because people felt bad for the Jews after the Holocaust. Nobody wanted to live with them, so they delegated a place in a place that they thought that they could have control.
Well,
that's another thing.
I do not appreciate.
Final quote. Abba, I love you. Final quote. Brett and Eric Weinstein from the Weinstein brothers, they said this, and I think it's really smart to keep in mind. The reason why Jews celebrate Passover is because the Jews who waited for the bread to rise did not escape Egypt. And so that's like a mentality that's been passed on for thousands of years, that if you are not on guard and if you don't survive, or if you don't pay attention to your own survival, it will be taken from you. And I'll shut up now. Thanks, Dan.
That was a very base take.
Yeah, I'll just say one thing. I say as a pro-Palestinian individual, I don't want to listen to two pro-Israeli individuals just go on and on about Israel's right to exist.
Wait.
So I just want to say
let Abba respond. Let Abba finish. Let Abba finish his response.
No, this is a problem because you said two pro-Israel individuals. Who are those pro? Are you saying that because I'm Jewish? You think I'm pro-Israel? This is a problem, Abba.
I'm
what are you doing?
I'm pro-Israel.
Okay,
and were you
that's
saying,
fine.
Like, I'm pro-Israel?
Wait, I'm pro-Israel.
That's like what a strange thing. What a strange thing to assign to an American Jewish person. Like, this
I don't
is
think
what
it's
I mean.
that strange. It's a generational thing. There were plenty of people.
It's not strange, but what it is it's fucked up. Like it is. This is lowball anti-Semitism, and it's fucked up, and you need to call it out.
I got a question for counterpoints.
Sure.
So everything you said that the Jewish people were able to do you think that could have been replicated by blacks? Don't worry about being racist. I'm a new age black. It doesn't matter.
No. And,
Exactly.
and actually,
Wait, careful. Qualify that. What do you mean when you say no?
Yeah. So what I mean by actually, this is really interesting. Again, I'll try to be brief. West Africa actually has like very specific geography and topography and agriculture that's required, and jungle, mountains, agriculture, all this kind of stuff. Where a lot of the technologies that were used in the Mediterranean and Europe weren't required in West Africa, and so and they wouldn't even be that useful in West Africa. And so basically the development that's required, where you're constantly under threat and pressure from other groups to develop technologically, I just don't think it was present in West and South Africa until the arrival of colonialism. So, yeah.
Are any of you guys Jewish in here?
So going on that real quick.
I was Jewish.
You just explained how basically it was almost written. So since it was almost written, maybe this is the actual order of blacks.
I'm doing
When
great.
think
How
about
are
it.
you?
We're probably
watching
not
this
supposed to be
interesting
on that wavelength.
couple-year-old debate on
This
Destiny
is just the way it
Channel.
was written. It's premonition.
Wait,
but hold up. So I think that nature and nurture feed into each other, and people evolve over time, and they also evolve with technology. So for instance, like an American black person who lives in the United States is going to have a completely different experience than a West African black person in the 19th century or even now. And also, like, geography is going to determine resources. Resources is going to determine wealth. Wealth is going to determine education. Education is going to determine opportunity. Opportunity is going to determine the next generation's opportunity, so on and so forth. And as a species, I think it's our job to try to enable the maximum of human potential in each successive generation.
All right, I got a funny question for you. Why
What
do you think
of the
black people don't
debate
get
so
credit
far?
for Egypt?
Because they're West African and Egyptians are North African. Sorry.
Like, I know that's a f***ing topic. I just had to say that. Yo, Abba, what do you have to say about that? You're African. Did he leave?
Where's
I think Abba's probably North African or East African.
He's going to a synagogue right now to repent.
No.
Nah, I doubt that.
Where did Abba go?
I
Or why
don't know.
did
That
he
was
leave?
random.
Yeah, I kind of want to push back on something that Low Tier God said earlier. That was basically like, oh, like people just have to like choose better, et cetera, et cetera. And then like, I don't know. I felt like you were responding kind of weird when it came to the whole idea of like, does racism exist or do people experience it outside of yourself, et cetera, et cetera. And I just want to point out something quickly. You said, oh, Black people just have to choose better. And I think, I don't know if you've obviously taken this into consideration, but whatever. There's a huge problem where Black people just literally choose the same thing as like a white person, but they will be punished for it. For like the best way you can see that is when it comes to drugs, right? When it comes to like marijuana convictions, or like the rate of usage when it comes to a lot of drugs are similar between Black and white people, yet Black people are much more likely to be punished for it. So I think it's weird when you're like, oh, you just have to like choose better when you're making the same choices as other races in certain areas, and yet you're still being punished or basically being punished more for it.
Okay. So if I know that the system, you know, Black people say the system is against us. If I know that the system is metaphorically against us, why would I try to replicate the same thing that everybody else is doing, knowing good and well I would not be able to get off the same way? So if I run at a cop and I'm big and I'm Black, I'm 6'5", I'm like 219, right? So if I'm big and I'm Black and I run at a cop, you motherfucker, like, what do I think is gonna happen? But if I'm looked at as a non-threat, because most police officers, a lot of them that aren't raised in an urban area, when they see Blacks, they see everything that is happening on the screen. They don't see the positive side. They see what's going on in World Star Hip Hop, so on and so forth. So me being 6'5" and Black, anytime I've gotten pulled over, I know how to act accordingly, because I know shit can go left if I don't act accordingly. I'm not doing that because I'm being a good boy, you know, to the white cop, but I know how the world is structured. Therefore, I'm gonna sit there, I'm not gonna talk back, and I'm gonna leave. Every time I followed suit when I got pulled over, I never got a ticket from a white cop. But
And as an ex-cop, sorry, real quick. If I pull over Lavloon,
I'm crying.
Yeah, I mean, I already told you.
Oh, I know what you're gonna say.
I already told you I am.
If I pull over Low Tier God, or if I pull over Lavloon,
I already asked you how you was
like
doing.
even if,
I
if
asked
we
you
have
how,
a perfectly
what
good
do you think of the
conversation and it's all
debate that
pleasant,
I'm watching?
who am I going to be more on edge around?
You're gonna be on edge around me because that's what you're
6'2", black male, 220 pounds. If I get into a fight, it's going to be rough.
6'5".
6'5". He's an inch taller than
I already
me. And
told
I'm a
you
tall
that.
motherfucker.
It's almost like we give up more of a threat.
You can be on your best behavior, or you can act even better than white people. But the point is that
is there something
in
you want to
certain
talk
areas,
about?
Prejudice is so strong that like it doesn't really matter, right?
Wait. I think we gotta be really careful. Wait, hold on, real quick. We have to be really careful when we say that. It always matters. There's never a case where it doesn't matter. Like people can always like do better, even if there are some cases where the odds are stacked against you. There's never ever a case where it doesn't matter. Yeah.
But
you probably agree with Anna then. Did you watch all of those conversations? Because she talks a lot about personal accountability and stuff like that.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
When was I didn't chime in. Was it yesterday?
It was. I think it's been most of the week.
Okay, yeah. I've chimed in a couple of times. My thing is, I've made the correct choices in life to where I didn't have to experience the bullshit that maybe other black people have put themselves in those situations that could have actually been prevented. Anytime, now I'm just bringing it back to something that black people complain about, being arrested or being mistreated by cops. I have acted accordingly. The only cop that ever impounded one of my vehicles was a black cop. Everybody else let me go. You don't have insurance? Oh, okay, get the insurance. I'm gonna give you a ticket. The time I was caught by a black cop, I happened to be driving on a suspended license like hella years ago, right?
Did you grow up in a black or white area?
So I was raised a little bit in LA, and then I moved to the high desert, which is like somewhat suburban, but they're still like multicultural.
So what do you think of the debate that I'm watching?
If you acted the best way, et cetera, there can be somebody out there who acts the best way, and that doesn't matter. Like if somebody already
do you think it doesn't matter, really?
Well, let me finish this sentence.
Every single video I've seen.
What I mean by it doesn't matter, right? What I'm saying is that there can be a person out there who acts in their best behavior, and if you have a cop that is like already so prejudiced or so scared or whatever, they're gonna see everything that black person does as a potential threat, or they're gonna already basically have believe
it happens, but how often do you think that happens?
Well, I just want to make sure that Low Tier God acknowledges that happens, because
racism exists.
Earlier when I was pressing on it, he was like, just make better choices. So that's why I'm asking and clarifying.
Free Abba in the chat right now, man. Free Abba in the chat. They fucking locked him up. Free him.
I don't make excuses. Like, I understand how shit can go. So for me, it's all about choices. If you know being black in America is dangerous, especially when it comes to law enforcement and how you're perceived, why don't you act accordingly? I was in Neiman Marcus, right? I could afford anything in there. I went in there, just quick example. I went in there, the guy was looking at me weird. I'm like, okay, I understand, because he probably just has that, just based off of what he's seen on TV and this and that. That's just how he thinks. But it's up to me to change his mind just on a single-handed way. I've talked to people who were actual skinheads. It was like, yo, you're like the only black guy I can talk to. Like, sometimes you just got to change somebody's mind.
Okay, it's just a yes or no question. Are there times
yes or no question for what?
That sometimes people can act on their best behavior, and other people are still going to be racist, prejudiced, and fuck them over. Like, even though they're acting in their complete best behavior.
I think he knows that, but I also think he said that he doesn't believe that that's extremely frequent.
There's a chance, but you could change your outcome.
So it's a yes or no question. Yes, like you could, like you believe that. Okay, if somebody acts in their best behavior, there's always gonna be a change. Or you said that, like they're gonna change the outcome. You don't think there's any point in time where if somebody's in their best behavior, they're still gonna get fucked over.
No.
Yo, am I not coming through on the mic? I asked you a question.
I think the bullet on that. Like, I think that what you're saying is you think it happens extremely infrequently. The problem is he's already answered you 4 different times. You're like posturing over a black man.
Stop! Oh my god! Hold on. Stop. Hold on. Wait. The number 1 rule for this Discord server, okay? No racial slurs and know opposite of the racial slurs, which is virtue signaling. None of that bullshit. Okay, don't ever do that.
That's what I feel like Pixie's doing.
I don't care what you feel like she's doing. Okay, go.
Like, let me ask her a question. Do you have a black boyfriend?
What'd you say?
Do you have a black boyfriend? Does she have a black boyfriend?
No, I'm not dating anyone right
Okay,
now.
Why did you ask that?
I was just asking because maybe you had some sort of sentimental. Maybe you came home and cried on a pillow or cried on your lap.
Suck it,
I was
shut
just
the
trying to.
fuck up.
Oh my god. No, I just think the whole thing of like,
I asked the question because I know
always
sometimes.
your choice is bullshit because it's not always your choice. We can say it's your choice half the time.
I'm
We can
asking
even say
what
it's a
you
lot of
think
time,
about the
whatever. But to
debate
say it's
I'm
always your choice, I
watching.
think that's kind of dumb.
Okay, here, let me bridge these gaps, okay? To say that it's always a choice is stupid, and low tier God, if he's pushed enough, will admit that it's not always your choice. You can do everything right and still get fucked up. And probably for black people, you can do everything right. What?
Are police officers?
Yeah, you can do everything right and still get fucked up. It can happen if you're white, it can happen if you're black, probably a little more likely to happen when you're black. Something that low tier God, I think he was going to say this earlier, but I think he got cut off. I think what he was going to say was, oftentimes when you see videos of people getting fucked up by the cops, black or white, usually there's some stupid shit happening first.
I gotta pee.
Now,
Do your
occasionally,
best.
you do
I hope
have
you
your
heard my
Philando
question this
Castiles who
time.
do nothing wrong. I don't think he did
I
a single thing wrong.
Really
but then
hope that you're not
oftentimes,
here to
you'll
try
see
and
videos
sell me
where
on
people are doing dumb shit.
graphics for my channel. Thought so. How in the fuck do you get 149 followers and you don't stream? You're a bot, dude. You don't even have a bio. Well, you're sitting here talking to me, and literally the only thing I said to you 5 times was, what do you think of the debate that I'm watching on my channel? but
shady
you're
shit.
talking to
it
me
looks
like
they're grabbing a gun, they're fighting
you
the cops
want
or whatever, and then something
responses.
happens that's not cool,
Like,
it's not acceptable,
how's
it's not
your
good,
stream
but it's a
going?
situation
Or
that was,
do you
like,
stream
entirely
other games
avoidable.
as
I think
well?
that's the point Lotier God is trying to get across.
But you
Yeah, the
don't
thing
hear
is,
any
if I say
questions that I'm
certain shit,
asking you,
I know
which
people are gonna
means
think about me weird.
you're
like,
not even listening
can I
for the
remind you
answers
guys
to
that,
the
like, I
questions
would
you're
choose
asking
nothing
me.
else but to be black. Like,
Trust
I'm an
me,
attractive
I've been
black guy,
doing this
obviously.
shit
I would
for
choose to
6
be nothing
months,
else, so I'd probably
and the
look
only
weird.
people who
But,
come in here and
I mean,
act
it's-
like
when
you
look at the
are people
history
who are
of, like, shit
trying
that has
to
happened,
get
like, if you look back on Rodney
insinuate
King, like, that
themselves
shit
so
could've
that
been
they can sell
prevented.
me
Like, you just, when it comes to police officers, you
graphics
simply
or
just don't resist.
animations for my
Like,
channel.
if you want to,
Wait,
look,
you
if
think
wanna-
Rodney King could have prevented what happened to him?
I'm using that for an example. Like, if you look back on certain shit that has happened, all you do, look, when you get pulled over, put your hands on the steering wheel, ask the police officer, may I get my license? Like, I've been pulled over like fucking 10 times and I've only gotten like 3 tickets.
Here, I'll give you a really hold on, wait, real quick. I'll give you a really hold on. Wait, we live in a fancy. Okay, hold on. Here's a really fancy. Okay, hold on.
Of course, but I think that's what Pixie wants to hear.
No.
Like Pixie wants to hear Low Tier Gods say like, it also sucks that we have to do this, but like I will because it's the situation that I've been given.
Sure.
Like,
Okay,
that's,
so
that's what Low Tier God is saying.
Sure. So George Floyd could have been completely avoided. That's a situation that was avoidable.
Thank you.
But that sucks to say, but like that's a situation that 100% started with the criminal activity, continued with resisting the police, and then ended with him dying, which sucked, and he didn't deserve to die. And I'm glad the cop got convicted, but that was a situation that was 100% avoidable.
Wait, Destiny, how are you saying it's avoidable? Like, if he had just like not.
He could have not done the illegal activity in the first place, or he could have not resisted the cops when they tried to arrest him.
Okay, can I say a couple of words?
Go for it.
It was a choice. Get it? So when she says something about choices, George Floyd had a choice. If he could have, just like Destiny said, he could have completely, that situation could have never happened. Yet it happened, and I bet you there's a lot of black people that are happy it happened because they got a free Dior bag from busting the windows out of a store in a Atlanta mall.
Jesus.
Yeah, I
wouldn't have gone that far, but
I'm black. I can say that.
Well, I mean,
you can optimize choices based off of environment. You can optimize education. You can optimize redistribution of wealth. You can optimize culture. You can optimize all these external environmental factors. And our society is not perfect. It is fucked up. So while I am happy to hear choice bootstrap rhetoric on Twitch and YouTube, or on YouTube at least, we should also optimize the environment because the truth is things don't have to suck this bad.
And it's all based on choices.
Why does everyone think, because obviously we know, I think that like black people are like brought up to fear the police, right? Because of like what has happened to them. Why do you think that these black people, Low Tier God, are still like getting killed? Why do you think they're reacting in a way that someone who was scared of a policeman like wouldn't act?
I mean, it starts in the home. First off, black people, what we do is we look for the fastest way to get money, which AKA is scams. So when you're doing illegal
Jesus
shit,
Christ.
you're gonna be scared.
I need to get more.
Like if I get
I need to
pulled
get
over,
other black people in here.
Look, if you
God
want to search
damn
for
it,
car,
dude.
go ahead, this and that.
Oh, fuck.
It starts in the home. So if we grow up looking at rappers who are committing scams or rapping about flip.
Wait, people are saying free ABBA. ABBA didn't get banned. I don't know why people are saying free ABBA on YouTube yet. He's not banned.
See, the thing about black people, we love to replicate what we see on TV, what we see in movies. That's what happened. How many people you think did drive-bys to Tupac? Because they felt amplified. So it's like it starts in the home. If your parents teach you, you know what, fear the police, fuck the police, this and that, don't ever let a cop know your rights. That's the bad way to teach the community. So if we're consistently being taught to fear police, we're gonna act in a certain manner that puts us in danger around police officers, and it's gonna be a revolving door.
Yeah.
It's never gonna get solved.
So what do you feel about the black absentee father point?
I mean, most black men, we fornicate for pleasurable purposes. So we're usually not looking, for a wifey when we're having sex. And I think it also starts at home too. Like my father wasn't there, but it didn't morph me into a guy that's just gonna, shoot the club up, AKA, or ejaculate in a bunch of chicks.
Definitely.
And just be a fatherless black guy. Like you still have a choice. Like I can break the cycle. I can have kids now and I could be absent, or I can have kids and make sure that I'm hands-on and create the best specimens that I could possibly be. I mean, that they could possibly be. But the thing is, I don't date black women. So, I mean, You know, I'm looking for
Dear
culture.
God, this is literally what Anna was talking about.
Wait. Before you guys continue, like, I'm not gonna lie, Low Tier God. Like,
yeah.
I see where you're coming from, but you saying stuff like this enables people like Nick Fuentes to like just have like field days and stuff like that.
I mean,
I think so.
But that's not what I'm trying to do. What I'm trying to do is.
I know. You're being realist. You're being realist. I'm not gonna discount you and say you're not being real, but you know, we can't just. You know, I know we should put the blame mostly on us, but we can't always just like, you know, the blame's not always gonna be just on us. You know.
Yeah, I'm not trying to allow other groups to talk about this. I feel like there should be like-minded Black people that only are allowed to speak on this level of quote unquote scrutiny or blatant. When it comes to
none of them are gonna, because you know they don't want to fucking get like canceled and shit. So none of them are gonna say shit in here. So of course they're gonna agree with you. Like they're gonna have to agree with you. You're the only Black dude talking, but like, you know, what you're saying, like, you know, we're asking for this and stuff like that. You know, we're not asking for this. The Black community is not asking.
Well, what exactly, when you say we're asking for, what do you mean exactly?
Like, the Black community is not asking for, you know, police to beat us or.
Oh, fuck no. Absolutely not.
Controlling our communities 24/7 or to be fucking, you know, like if we really want to be real, you know, a lot of the weaponry that Black people are getting, you know, we're not creating guns. We're not going to Mexico to get this shit. So where is it coming from?
But we're fucking buying them though.
We are buying them, but but we got to find the source of the problem.
But let's how about we do it like everybody else? Let's go get a gun license. Let's register that weapon. Instead of picking up that weapon illegally, let's register it. So if we shoot, everything's registered instead of just, you know what, I'm gonna pick up a gun from Jerry. Yeah, I'm gonna pick me up a Glock. Like let's do things correct. See, the thing is,
LTG, can I hit this real quick?
Of course, go ahead.
Yeah, so basically, like, this is the thing from the community that really, this is where I really do see it both ways, okay? I appreciate what you're saying because I think on an individual perspective, you have to take that because you have to deal with the way society is and you can't wait for somebody to come and save you. The system isn't going to be fixed by the time you and I are dead. So taking like an individualist mindset, I can only control what I can control. And if I act the best way possible, I'm going to have better outcomes, et cetera, et cetera. I think that's a perfectly good individual thing to adopt. But when I was working in the communities that I was working in, there were kids who were smart. I actually worked in the schools. Very smart, but around 8 to 10, they were told that cops were the enemy, that education was a sham, that they weren't going to be doing anything else except for basically dealing drugs and burglarizing shit. And on top of that, it was a good thing that they were going to do that. So they created like a burglary ring of teenagers who were breaking into shit. They catch their felony. Once they catch their felony, they're basically prohibited from voting. They're prohibited from so much other part of life. So they double down on the criminal lifestyle. By the time they're like 16 to 18, they're slinging weed, they're slinging coke. And then by the time they're in their 20s, they've been in and out of the system so fucking bad that it doesn't matter. And it's the family that's recruiting them into this lifestyle because that's the lifestyle that they were brought up in. So what I'm saying is, if you wanted to break that cycle, you would have to have better schools. You would have to have better mentorship programs. You would have to have better shit because a 10-year-old or a 12-year-old can't decide whether or not they're going to become a fucking criminal. That decision is already being made for them by their family. So if you want to break that cycle, yeah, sure, the personal responsibility shit is fucking awesome, but we could have a fucking better system too.
We could have a better system, but
and I feel like we're doing better in today's community as well, where it's like kids are seeing now, you know, okay, I don't have to just be a rapper, you know, rapping about, oh yeah, I just Shaquita and I shot Tyrone in the head, and you know, and they're also saying, oh, I don't have to just be a basketball player. Now they're saying, you know, people like you, people like me, people like Kai, Rage, Bruce, all these other Black, Flight, everybody, like, oh, okay, I could just turn on the camera and create like that, and I could, and then. Now, what we need to do is we need to show other avenues. We need to start promoting, okay, oh, Black doctors, Black lawyers, Black attorneys, this, that. Imagine if I'm not saying Johnny Depp had to get one, but like, imagine if Johnny Depp's defense attorney or whatever was like a Black guy or girl. Like, imagine like, you know, with how publicized that was, you know how many people like young kids that could have been inspired, you know what, I want to be a lawyer. You feel me?
Yeah, I feel you. And the thing about this is what I was telling Destiny before. So, you know what me, you, Rage, everybody else, Kai, everybody has in common? And you know why we get money?
What?
You got the answer?
Why do we get money? It's because we're entertaining.
Exactly. So why we could say, oh, you don't have to be a basketball player, rapper, this and that. It's still a circle of entertainment. And just what I was telling Destiny a couple of weeks ago, the only real way black people can get money in America on a grand scale is entertainment. But I guess what you're saying is it doesn't always have to be through rap.
Okay,
but the thing is,
I do agree with that. I do agree with that. Like, I do feel like in the grand scheme of thing, that's all we're looked at as good as, you know.
So why not chase that if that's where your, you know, the road to your Emerald City leaves? Why not just chase entertainment if that's what America wants to give us? If black people are like, oh man, Jewish, this, that. You do realize that a lot of Jewish people sign our checks. Like, they do own these companies, and I think that we're allowed to become millionaires. We're allowed to be expressive, but there's just certain shit you cannot say. Like, why if you're making millions of dollars a year, do you want to say anti-Semitic comments? Like, what is the point? What does it change? You're damaging the community again by saying stupid shit, because you're gonna get black people that are like, wait a minute, I should be able to say this. But at the same time, think about it.
How does it affect Kanye? He's a multimillionaire. He's a billionaire.
Oh,
that's what I'm saying. Kanye
loads of money and clout.
So what is he even gaining?
Kanye is crazy. Kanye is having a mental break from reality. Okay, that's
true. That's true.
Kanye.
The only reason Kanye is saying this weird shit is because Kim started f***ing Pete.
Yeah,
it's half true, but it's because he's like has some.
That's like every black guy.
It's because he's got some insane mental shit going on.
A white boy with a 10-inch dick.
Yeah, like I don't know what this weird stigma is. You know, we always think we're the only ones with like big ass cocks. Like, that shouldn't even have been an issue. It should have been like, if it was really a problem, he would have been saying this shit with the red hat on. Where was the anti-Semitic comments when he had the red hat on? It wasn't until Kim left him and started fucking, you know, some 28-year-old guy with a fucking
Isn't Pete Jewish?
I don't know. He's from Staten Island, but I think
his parents.
If you're from Staten Island, you're culturally Jewish. Just by
I think his
okay,
parents are Jewish.
but this is kind of like the anti-Semitic shit or whatever. So his wife starts a Jewish guy, but the Jewish guy's dad was a firefighter who died in 9/11. You know what I'm saying? Like, the math isn't adding up for the global cabal to lead to your wife fucking another guy.
No, the cabal is like, it goes nowhere. This cabal thing just makes no sense.
This whole fuckery, look, see how the world plays out? This whole fuckery started because Kim didn't want to fuck with Kanye anymore. Now all of a sudden, all these blacks, now we're talking about Jews. Like, this is what Kanye wanted.
It's always about a woman.
I do agree. Like, I feel like
succubus.
talking about Jewish people is the least of our concern. You know, I do think, you know, I feel like the things that we do unite on, low-key, be sometimes the dumbest stuff. It's just like, why? Like, because I'm pretty sure you've seen, like, why is it that all black people are trying to unite on? Why can't we say anti-Semitic stuff? Whereas, like, you know, you should be able to, like, you know, work and build on something else. Is that what you're trying to say, Lil Tear God?
Yeah, I feel like we got to be a sport about it. So if we want to say anti-Semitic comments, what would have happened if two white or Jewish, let's just say this, actors, let's just say Seth Rogen and somebody else, say, you know what, f it. You know, black people, they made white girls or white chicks. Why don't we dress up as two black chicks and just make the funniest ghettoest comedy? Now, we would have just, oh my God, we would have just had a
Robert Downey Jr. did an awesome job in fucking Tropic Thunder, okay?
That's what I'm saying. That shit went under the radar though. But I'm saying, like, if we were to, I want to figure out why we're allowed to be racist, but we're not allowed to, or quote unquote racist, or I don't. Is there another way we can call this shit?
Because white people feel bad for you over for 400 years, so we're letting you catch up a little bit. That's all
it is. It's not 100% white people's fault. Like, we just talked about all those Africans that were slaughtering and doing cannibalism on blacks and killing 1,200 blacks.
But the same way that you were saying, like, okay, we as black community, yeah, it's not the guns, we're the ones who are buying them and killing people with it, right? Like, the way that you're taking collective responsibility for that is the same way that white people should take collective responsibility. It was free labor. They probably knew how fucked up it was. They were watching other human beings suffer and die, and they didn't care. And they made whatever justifications they wanted to. So we have to take collective responsibility as the nation for what we did.
Okay, and I think a lot of white people feel bad about that, but you guys aren't doing shit to us in real time. That is real damaging.
Can I point some shit out?
We're doing shit to each other in real time.
No. Okay, I want to point this shit out. So for instance, like I went on Lauren Southern, ABBA joking about that is kind of funny. We went on a documentary shoot in Baltimore, Okay, so we go to West Baltimore, South Baltimore. It's all fucked up, right? Infrastructure sucks. Pipes are still lead. Lead. They have fucked up water, shitty schools, no funding. Everybody's leaving it alone. I literally go talk to the cops in the Western District, and I'm like, hey, where can I go that's safe, day or night, in order to talk to people and shoot a film? They literally tell me it's not safe anywhere. You will get carjacked or shot day or night in this neighborhood. That's how bad it is. And so you can't tell me that, yeah, and when you have 20,000 people who are underemployed, who don't have any money, don't have any hope, don't have any education, don't have anything like that, I could see how people would think that that was like intentional neglect, because it's so fucking bad. And we're talking about the richest country on the planet. How the do we have no-go zones in the United States, the richest country on the planet?
Same way we have sundown towns.
I think so. Lord to God, I think everything you're saying has elements of truth to it. Have you ever seen videos of people who turn on the cell phone and the video starts and one partner is insanely fucking unhinged and the other person is being really calm? Do you know what I'm talking about? Like these types of like relationship abuse videos or like the freak out videos or whatever. When I see
double fire.
What do you mean by that?
Double fire is when if you're arguing with your girlfriend, right, and you argue back, that's double fire. But instead, one person could just collectively absorb all the fire and then it fizzles out over time. That's just, I don't know, that's the way I do things. I don't argue.
Well, sure. What I'm saying is that like one thing you can do is you can get somebody super strung up where both of you are being unhinged as and then one side can turn the camera on and can look at the other person and go, look at how fucked up this person is. But they're recording, so they know they're on their best behavior, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of like weird, it can be cop videos, it can be relationship videos, it can be abuse, whatever. There's a lot of videos where the footage starts at a certain time, and when I look at it, I go, I wonder what happened 20 minutes before this. Sometimes it feels like when the way that you talk about these black issues, I know it doesn't come off this way, but the way that it feels like it, you or other people, white people, black people, when they talk about the black community needing to take responsibility, sometimes it feels like starting the video right at the point when the white person wants to, while looking at the entire black community. That like, yeah, where the black community is at right now is super nobody's denying that, white people, black people, whoever, but it's not by accident. It didn't happen randomly. And there's a whole bunch of shit leading up to it that to start at this very moment in time when the footage is rolling and say, look at how crazy and horrible these people are. They need to do better. And it's half true, like they do need to do better, but damn, there's a whole lot of shit leading up to it that put them in that situation that nobody would have been able to crawl their way out of. That's, I think, is like the point that other people on the other end try to make, or that I would try to make.
That's Anna won't concede on.
I don't care. I'm not
That's
talking
why
to Anna.
So mad.
I mean, she believed that in America, there's no way. You believe that in America, there's no way out of the maze?
In America, I think that any person can find success. I don't know if a whole people can find success. There's always going to be exceptions to any rule, right?
I mean, yeah, it's not meant for everybody to be successful. We need people that's going to deliver our Amazon packages. That's just the way the world works. But I mean, why not at least try, especially if you're in a f***ed up area? Always imagine if I stayed in LA. I mean, I go visit my family, and nobody's doing shit.
I mean, like you can always, yeah, you can always try. You can always try. But like, if let's say that I find out that my son is walking to school every day and he tells me that as he's walking, there's always like 3 kids that try to like with him on the way to school, right? Yeah. I could tell him like, well, take a knife or learn to defend yourself or whatever. But realistically, what's going to happen is, well, I'm probably going to start walking with them. If you tell me that there are kids that are bullying you, well, I'm going to go with you. Because at some point, like, you can only tell people to do better so many times where they need a little bit of help to get out. Now, you still should try to help yourself. I agree with that. And sometimes that message gets lost in this permanent fucking victimhood. And people like, dude, I agree with you. When I see people building statues of George Floyd, it's the most cringe-inducing fucking shit I've ever seen in my entire life. Yeah, absolutely. But on the other hand, it's like this pull up the ladder mentality to where there's like a certain game, there's like a rat race kind of that it feels like black people have been put into sometimes, where you set the cops on them, you put them in certain communities, and their only way out is through entertainment. And now they're entertainers, and all they want to say is F the cops and F these communities because they F with us. And now other people are turning around and going like, wait a second, that was the only way out for you, but you got the way out, and now you're on the cops. Well, why are you being so disrespectful? Like, why can't you act right? Like, what's going on here? And it's like, it was almost like you were set up to fail from the start. And again, I agree, you got to do better, but the request is a really big one, and that needs to be acknowledged. That's a really big request that nobody else in any other group is making. Nobody's making that. Nobody else in the United States is expected to overcome that much, right? I don't know if anybody else in the United States could overcome that much.
I mean, I want to go back to, and it kind of plays off what you said. I want to go back to, because you said something about entertainment. I want to go back to Gideon, where he said, where if Johnny Depp had a black lawyer, it would have made a bunch of, like a bunch of the black youth say, you know what, I want to go to school for 7 years or whatever and pass the bar. Let me ask you a question. How many black people do you know that would just sit on their ass, study books, and pass the bar? What do you think the percentage of black lawyers there is? We don't want to do that shit. What we want to do, I'm saying we.
Well, I mean, you could just say that, but like,
it's too much work. We want shit fast, right?
If we go to college, we go to colleges and like see the work and like HBUs and stuff like that, and then see what would people rather do. Then you could just say that. But like if you just say it right now, then yeah, like I would just have to agree. Yeah, like no nigga wants to be a lawyer, but like
it's too much work.
That was against what's his face, O.J. Simpson. He was black.
Well, here's the real quick on that. For what Low Tier God said there, for being a lawyer, right? I agree with you. Nobody does want to do that. What do you think is like one of the biggest drivers for whether or not a kid actually would go through and get a college degree? It's if mom and dad has one, right? So like when you got if your parents have a college degree, you have a 3 in 5 chance of getting one yourself. If they don't, it drops to like 25%. So like, and who's more likely to have a degree? People who have a history of having all the rights afforded to them, all the economic opportunity afforded to them, and everything through the generations that this country have existed, or people who didn't have like civil rights protections up until 2 generations ago. Right? Again, not that it's an excuse, but like even when you talk about like the reason why black people don't want to sit through school and get a degree is because, well, what is your success as a black person in the United States? I think we all agreed it's through entertainment, right? I'm not going to become a rapper or an NBA player by sitting to school and going to college and getting a degree. And if you don't see that, if you don't see people around you succeeding doing that, like a lot of white people do, Jewish people sure as fuck, right? But you got parents that are getting degrees, when you've got strong members of the white, Latino, black, or not black, Asian community, all these other communities that are doing it, you see that. I think that's what motivates kids to do it. And when black people don't have those role models, I think like Gideon said, seeing like a successful black lawyer on TV would do something, I think, to push kids in that direction.
You know what's about that? So if you look at all these cases that's going on with the rappers, and people who commit stupid ass crimes, so on and so forth, they fire the black lawyers, or the main lawyer is a Jewish guy. So we're crying about Jewish people, yet we only want to hire Jewish lawyers when we get in deep shit. And our supporting lawyers are black. Anytime you watch a video, like let's just say GJ Academics, anytime he's covering a crime, he makes a joke like, oh man, you got to fire that black lawyer, get you a Jewish lawyer because such and such. So what's the point of going to school to be a black lawyer, right? Passing that hard ass test, the bar, if we're just going to go with the Jewish lawyer anyway when we commit the crimes that we could have prevented in the first place.
Don't let DJ Academics get away with that bullshit. Call them out on it.
And also it's good.
Black lawyers.
No, like actually. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna ask him because you're saying that like the majority of positive black representation in media is gonna come through like entertainment, celebrities, etc. Like, what did you think about the fact that like Takeoff, recently passed in Houston? Like he was involved in a shooting. Like even his like wealth and privilege and stuff like that didn't like save him from like his untimely death. Because I was speaking to somebody and they he's biracial and he was telling me that he felt that like Takeoff almost kind of like did it to himself, because he said like, well, he transcended his impoverished circumstances, but he chose to hang around like the wrong people. So he's like partially responsible for it. I don't know what you think about that or what Gideon feels about that.
I don't know, Gideon, you want to go first? You want me to speak?
Nah, I said the exact same thing because I'm actually from Houston, and he was hanging out in Fifth Ward, and Fifth Ward is like one of the most dangerous neighborhoods in America, let alone Houston. So you being a rapper, being in Fifth Ward is like it's like the president going to fucking Iran. It just doesn't make any sense. So I feel like it's a stigma especially in the rap culture where it's just like you have to still look hood and stuff like that. You still have to be down with the cause. Like, you know, all these top rappers, they all have to check in, you know. Takeoff and Migos have to check in with Jay Prince. You have to check into Houston. You have to check into LA. You got to do all that. But, you know, what's their face? Katy Perry doesn't have to check in with anybody. Post Malone doesn't have to check in with anybody. And it's like a bullying mentality. And I feel like it's the thing that's the worst thing in our community that needs to be taken out. But, you know, it's here to stay. So it's sad.
And just to throw a little chime on it. So I did a YouTube video on it. You know, I do my videos, I get off, blah, blah, blah. There's a bunch of detractor channels, this and that. So my message doesn't get out there crazy. But I woke up the next day and somebody sent me the TikTok of somebody taking a clip of what I said about Offset and the whole situation. And it got like 2.5 million on TikTok. And it wasn't even on my channel. So, I mean, I said what I had to say about it. We put ourselves in these situations. If I'm kicking it around, you know, if I'm kicking it in the hood, if I go to South Central right now to visit my family, I immediately lower my life expectancy just from being in that situation. So you can lower your life expectancy. I mean, when you're black, you already know how shit goes. When you go to certain areas or you're around a certain demographics, this and that, you kind of put yourself in those situations. Not saying that I feel like when you're killed, it's never your time to go. I feel like it's only your time to go through disease or natural causes or something like that. But when you're killed, it was never your time to go. It's based off premonition, space, and time. So I feel like it wasn't his time to go, but he put himself in that situation of rolling dice and being in that, you know, that amped up environment. And if you watch the video, there's a certain type of a bravado that black men have towards each other where they don't want to look like a bitch. Nobody wants to submit. So when you watch that video, you know, you're hearing Quavo saying, yo, y'all keep doing this, I'm gonna hurt somebody. So he tries to walk off and then somebody tries to hit him, which causes the gunfire. So it's almost like, was it meant for him? Like, could this been prevented? Yes, it could have been prevented if bravado wasn't in place. That could have been 100% prevented.
This phenomena that you talk about where like no black man wants to like look like a bitch, where do you think that comes from?
It comes from growing up. I mean, I was always the quiet kid growing up. You know, I was always tall. I was being made fun of for being tall and quiet because I wasn't amplified enough. And in the black community, if you don't speak loud enough, you know, if you're not, you know, one of the loudest ones in the room, you're looked at as a bitch. Also, if you, yeah, go ahead.
Where do you think that comes from? Like what, like
Can I give another sociological answer? There's a theory about like motivations in different kinds of cultures. There's like dignity cultures, there's honor cultures, and all that kind of stuff. And my guess would be that black hood culture would be classified as an honor culture, where your reputation is important. And so as a result, you have to.
Why do you think that is? Like, what builds an honor culture? Like, what's the foundation? What builds an honor culture? Like. Because I think honor culture comes from places that are like heavily riddled with like war, right?
Yeah.
So, like, if you grow up and you're basically in like a war zone, which like I think a lot of black young men think that they are, I think that makes sense.
I mean, negative media too.
I think even more than like negative media or war zone, I think that the idea is like, what are the ways that you can show like you're a man, or where does your masculinity come from in a community where you have no economic opportunity? I feel like there's a lot of reasons why, especially in black communities, there's like so many kind of weird associations with masculinity and gang culture, is because I think for a lot of people, like the only path to success or the only way to exhibit those characteristics are sometimes through like criminal activity. Like you just don't have the ability to go do like white collar jobs, go to college, get work, and then kind of like be the nice providing dude for your family. And when you don't have those types of opportunities, people will gravitate towards the other.
And if I could read this real quick. So honor cultures emerge when a centralized state authority is not present or not legitimate, and when people are extremely materially vulnerable. Under these conditions, people will take offense very easily, grow quickly fearful, and engage in higher rates of defensive, preemptive aggression, as well as vigilante justice in order to settle their disputes. So they're literally saying that it's like a sociological structure. And then dignity culture is more of a modern phenomena because there's a central authority that people resolve violent disputes through. And then as a result, what actually matters more is that everybody involved in the contract maintains their dignity. But I think if you were to do some kind of sociological analysis with this, I think you would you would find some pretty quick correlations.
And Steven doesn't care, obviously, because he has already shut it down. But for the viewers watching, I wish that this conversation could have been had with Anna, because this is literally the direct like counter argument for someone like Anna, who has all like the ingredients of something, like has, you know, the statistics, but also like doesn't have the empathy, or doesn't even care about the empathy to understand like what culture Black men live in and why it's different than Black women's culture.
This was the biracial chick that was on.
I don't know if she was biracial. I think she was just lighter skinned.
Yo, low tier God, before we end, well, not before this isn't my stream, so let me stop that. But you know, we've had our well, I wouldn't say it's a back and forth. It was just a one-time incident. But you know what, man? You know, me personally, I have no problem with you. I just feel, you know, man, I don't know how to say this.
Say what you gotta say, bro.
I see the clip of you saying it, you know, I think your mom said, you know, it's the way you say things and stuff like that. You have a way of saying things, and, you know, it rubs people the wrong way. And when I did my video, your reaction to it, especially with you being a brother, it made me feel a type of way. But you know what? I feel like that's your right as, you know, a man. You don't have to feel the exact same way. You don't have to feel, you know, you don't have to be by my side, especially just because I'm Black and stuff like that. So, you know what? All means that way, you know, I have no hard feelings towards that, man. So, you know.
Yeah, it was never
it's no beef.
Yeah, it's nothing like that. So for you, I look at, you know, you and a bunch of the other guys. I know you guys, I don't know, I use like a bunch of jokes. So my personality is either you're really gonna like me or you're gonna be like, what the f is this guy saying? Like, that's just the way that I work. So for me, when I was doing that, I was like, yo, this guy, like, Gideon is like, you know, he's one of the most popular, if not the most popular Black content creators on YouTube. And I was wondering, why the f does he give a fuck about Twitch? Mind you, I've been banned on Twitch like 6 times, literally, for, I don't know, I used to be real crazy like some years ago. So when I seen that, I was like, yo, why does he give a f if he's really successful? So it was probably my wordplay. And as you could hear me like throughout this conversation, my wordplay is like, either you're gonna take it away or you're not. So my thing was never directed at you to try to like shit on you or anything like that. I was just wondering, you know, from somebody who's in a less successful type of aura, why you would really give a f about Twitch. So it was never like I'm trying to shit on you or other Black content creators. And I think it caused a shitstorm because everybody's like, yo, this guy, Low Tier God, is a fucking hater, this and that. I want all Black people to win. If all Black people won, the balance would be reset. So yeah, I was never.
Then we can get working on that white genocide.
You know, I like, you know, imagine you game up with your homies, you know, you have the ability to make a living, and like Destiny, you know, who would you say you're like? Imagine if YouTube was like, yo, you can't have Abba on your show anymore, you know, like it just ends, dones, you know, you can't have him on. Like, it takes the fun out of it, you know what I mean? And so that's the reason why. That's the reason why I feel like I'm most hurt about Twitch, is because it's just like, damn, you know, like I can only talk to my friends when they're not in their grind mode, and it's like, you know, sometimes it's, you know, it's kind of hard because, you know, I'm over here grinding, doing my thing, then all my friends are out here grinding, doing their thing, and so like we have to find time, you know, in between to catch up and see how each other are doing, or like, you know, where moments where like they had a moment on stream where it's like I could have been there with them to say my piece or whatever. It's like, you know, I have to wait till after they get off and then I have to be like, yo, man, congrats on.
Bro, I know that feeling 1,000,000%. Like, I'm banned from Twitch and my wife is a Twitch streamer and I can't be on her stream with her. So it's pretty fucking weird. Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know all about
like,
it.
You know, like it's not a monetary thing at all. You know?
Yeah, it's like the meme of like the kid that's like inside, like watching his friends play outside, and he's just like upstairs in his room, like the little Peppa.
SpongeBob, like SpongeBob.
Oh yeah, the SpongeBob.
Like,
Squidward. Yeah.
Or how do you think I feel? Yo, Gideon, how do you think the I feel? So after I gifted Kai 20 subs, miraculously my shit got hit for fraud. Now, mind you, I've had that account since 2014. So it's just like, damn, I was trying to support, you know, throw him like 20 gifted, and then I lose my account after. So I'm right there on that SpongeBob meme with you. Like, I can't even watch people's streams. I gotta go on desktop just to see some shit, and I can't even log in. So I get where you're coming from, but it was never like a shot like that. But ask yourself this question. So if I would have never had that, like, that type of arrogance and said this and that on the video, you would have never found out who the fuck I was. Like, the way I do.
No. You can't even say that, like, you know, because one of my best friends, the reason I found him is because all he would do is just comment on every video being like, oh man, that was a great video. Da-da-da-da. It wouldn't be on those stuff like, yo man, we need a collab. He would literally just showing love, and I just hit him up and I was like, yo man, like, yo, you always showing love on my videos. And I was like, where you stay at? He's like, oh, I stay in Houston. I was like, what the fuck? I'm in Houston. And then we became friends. So like, I feel like you shouldn't have that mindset of, oh, I gotta say the most outlandish things, or, you know, be out there like that and say something crazy to get people's attention. Because, you know, how your first impression goes a long way. You feel me? So, I'm one to talk too, because a lot of people are like that with me, where it's just like, you know, my first impression with them is like, they're like, what the fuck? Look at this dude. But then, like, over time, they get to know the real me and stuff like that. But
I think after a while too, when you start to become a bigger content creator, you actually start to specifically avoid people that are negative, because what you start to learn is when you give those people attention, everybody tries to build careers off of being haters. And it's like the most annoying thing in the world when you know that some dude is on some wild shit because he's, holy shit, she's in here. Because
hi, Annalicia.
Oh God, you removed me from Discord. I didn't know you were still on my server. But yeah, when you start giving those types of people attention, they, like, everybody starts to talk shit about you because everybody just wants to get on your radar so that they can be a part of your, like, orbit and shit.
But you know the fuck thing, nobody ever put into light. So remember when you went to like the world's most racist neighborhood? So I reacted to that video on stream, and I was agreeing with everything you said. This is way before you knew who I was. Nobody clipped that, and I was labeled like some black guy. Like, people, they'll like Photoshop me with a fucking Confederate flag on. So it's like nobody showcased. Like, I've really been rocking with your content for a while, but nobody showcased that. But I don't know, I got this weird up type of stigma on the internet where I'm a small content creator, but when I say shit, for some miraculous reason it sticks. Like I said, it's probably my delivery, but I guess maybe that's something I need to work on. But it was never any like ill will at all. I've never been like, man, Gideon, man, I hate this mother. Was nothing like that. So just want to throw that out there. I've always checked out your content and supported it.
hey man, that's love, bro. That's love, and I really appreciate that. And you know, I'm gonna start peeping yours, and you know, yeah, man. Like, I don't like to have any ill will towards anybody, because I feel like everybody in here is trying to get it. You know, everybody in here is a content creator, right?
Yeah, that's why I don't have any hate.
Yeah, man.
I like to see people succeed.
And you know, that's why I have respect for Destiny. You know, like I don't like to come in here to, like, you know, try to, like, you know, like get clips or nothing like that. I just genuinely just like coming in here and, like, because, you know, whether I agree or disagree, is just, you know, everybody's just working towards something, and I feel like that's the common goal. We all love this platform. Everybody in chat, man, you know, chat's being great hosts, so shout out to everybody in chat. Shout out to everybody in this Discord. I'm gonna go get me some pizza, and I gotta go celebrate the Astros won, so I gotta go to the parade. But everybody in chat, be sure to like the stream.
Wait,
I'm out of here. What's good?
Yeah, not everyone's a content creator. Annalicia, she's not a content creator.
She hold on, she's here. Yep, she's here.
I think it's really interesting. I think that it was so at certain points I would have some people who would send me the stream so that I could hear whatever the black men that you were having conversations with earlier were saying. And I think it's interesting how black men come up here and tell on themselves, first of all.
Wait, what?
I also think that it's interesting how black men come up here and just affirm everything that I've said. Absolutely.
Wait, who are you?
Hold on, Jaden and Carol.
You're coming in really hot.
There was this old Ethan Klein video, and he talked about, it was a story about how he was very poor at the time, living with Hila in LA. And he remembered how he had to put like a bell pepper back because he was so broke. Like, he couldn't afford a bell pepper.
When you look back and see
issue. There's too much envy in the community, if you want to call it a community.
So,
well, low tier, can I tell you?
I would not. It's definitely not.
Left.
Ended with him dying, which sucked, and he didn't deserve to die.
Prove the black community.
Yeah, that's what I wanted her to say.
I do is not going
Against them and stuff like that.
I
So all the
have a 200. I promise you, when I
Fight.
have money, Ray do. So because
She also white people,
You actually start to specific.
and I was agreeing with everything you said. This is way before you knew who I was.
one, so I gotta go to the parade. But everybody in chat, be sure to like the stream.
Wait,
I'm out of here. What's good? What's good? What's good?
Yeah, not everyone's a content creator. Annalicia, she's not a content creator.
What is Annalicia?
Hold on, she's here. Yep, she's here.
I think it's really interesting. I think that it was so at certain points I would have some people who would send me the stream so that I could hear whatever the black men that you were having conversations with earlier were saying. And I think it's interesting how black men come up here and tell on themselves, first of all.
Wait, what?
I also think that it's interesting how black men come up here and just affirm everything that I've said. Absolutely.
Wait, who are you?
Hold on. You're coming in really hot.
Hold on. I'm not trying to come in hot. I just think that, and I'm not going to get hot. First of all, my throat hurts. Like, I'm not a fucking superhero. But I think that it's really interesting because some of the things, you know what's really funny? Every archetype of the black men that I described yesterday that are negatively contributing to either the culture, the community. I think it's interesting that the black men that and again, these are the ones that claim to be the good black men, right?
True. Yeah.
So I think and Abba, I don't want to have a problem with you, but I don't appreciate, like, sometimes you have to learn the temperature of the room, and sometimes the ad libs and the condescension and sarcasm, sometimes it's gratuitous. So let's just have the conversation.
Yeah, I agree.
Because I really want to.
Wait, hold on, real quick. Let's keep the temperature low in here if we can.
I'm out the loop. I'm kind of out the loop.
Okay,
Gideon, run.
God, this is
my ad libs are only in honor of the Migos passing. So that's it.
Right. See, already. See, that's what I'm saying.
Don't let
Blank slate. What is your?
No,
beef
I'm
with
trying to
black
hold
men?
on. Wait a minute. I'm
No,
trying to.
no. What is your beef with black men? What do you have against black men?
So I'm literally coming up here and to have a conversation, and then this is what you're doing.
No, you, bro. I don't know who you are, so I'm trying.
Right. So why don't you let me finish speaking?
You're not saying nothing. That's the problem.
Okay. Well, I don't know what. That's a different kind of problem.
Okay,
that's
hold
a
on.
different kind of problem.
Jadian, just to bridge the gap, Jadian, she's somebody who, follows.
No, I can speak for myself. No, I can speak. Just
sound like
allow
you're
me to speak.
Okay, I asked you, what are you on about? Can you please tell me what you're
He's
on about?
cutting me off, and like allow me. I can speak for myself. I'm fine.
Stage,
Everything's
you
okay.
You got it. Let me hear you.
So I think it's interesting that every archetype or every type of issue that we're having in the black community, you saw one by one come up here and talk to Destiny. You saw the hopeless and absolutely conquered. There's nothing that they can do, and this is just the way that it is. You saw the what's the problem with having a whole bunch of women and being in an open relationship on my end and closed on her end, and someone who tried to justify otherwise degenerate behavior, even in a marriage or within a relationship. Okay. And if you guys think for 1 minute that people come up here to make arguments that they don't themselves adhere to in some way, or at least identify with in some way, you're crazy. First of all.
Okay.
Second of all, hold on.
Okay, my bad.
Second of
right
all,
now, Gideon, she's referencing people that came on my stream earlier. So
earlier.
Yeah,
okay, this is nobody now. Okay.
Nobody now, but I think she's probably getting there. She's warming up. Okay, go ahead, Ann.
So you had the black man who said there's nothing that they can do. They have to carry their guns. They simply must. So that's one. And then you had the hyper promiscuous one who was really only concerned with his ability to access as many women as he wants. Really, we know that this is a problem in the black community. We also know that this problem obviously leads to the fractured homes in the black community. And then now you have who's the gentleman here?
issue. There's too much envy in the community, if you want to call it a community.
So,
well, low tier, can I tell you?
I would not. It's definitely not.
Lev,
fixable.
Lev, I got a question for you. What did you mean by the statement, black men mistreat and disregard black women?
Okay.
Yeah, we getting on that.
That's what I was. That's what I was actually going to bring up. Also, though, is I was going to talk about what you thought about the what
Debate
you thought
yesterday?
about Anna, or just
Yeah.
Anna's viewpoints in general.
But before we tangent, can I tell low tier god something that I think
About the
grain of salt.
Nitty can second. Listen.
so Anna, I
sentiments as LTG at all. I think that there are absolutely things that you can do.
Everybody in chat, man. You know, chat's being great hosts.
So I think it's
I am never going to vote.
You're on a cloud right now. We lost the right. We lost the federally protected right to have an abortion because Trump was president. It's great that it doesn't affect you and you don't care, but like, bro, you can't just.
Gideon, did you vote?
Yeah, Gideon.
I am never going to vote.
Why?
Because I feel as though, I feel like, you know, I'm not gonna put my life in the hands of politicians. That at the end of the day,
you can leave it up to other people.
No. I mean, what's gonna happen is what's gonna happen. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to put myself in a hive mind of like, oh man, bro, like, yeah, Obama, man, I'm a ride or die. Yeah, he's gonna get it done. Or I don't want to be like, oh yeah, Trump, man, he's like, you know, like I just want to take care of my life the best that I can. And whatever policies get politicized or whatever, I'm gonna just run with them. But you know, I feel like it really doesn't matter. I feel like we have no control over what happens. And that's just what I think. I think voting's bullshit in my opinion. But like, if you want to vote, like you can. I see all your things in the background.
True. A voting loser.
Call me out.
You're a voter.
No. That's just me personally. Like, I literally like.
Do you say what state? Do you say what state you live in?
Oh, I live in Texas.
Damn.
Texas is pretty important, man.
Oh man,
your vote counts a lot.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like, how much can my vote really count when my vote wasn't recognized until like 1960 something? You feel me?
No.
That's all the more reason. That's all the more reason.
Like I look at it like
those
that,
people.
like,
I just want to say that.
To vote.
Yeah,
People
dude. I was gonna
fought for
say
you to
one of
be
the
able to vote.
one of the most crazy things. But that's why I just don't like the comparison to like this Jewish society. You're in a.
So that's gonna happen. No, I don't know. I'm actually pretty optimistic. I think, and so for the PM in the chat, I guess it'd be chaos if they and 10 Republicans. So they haven't add and up
and then
deal with people like how they blew. I mean,
are we just done passing legislation?
There's just these.
But he's mine. Oh, no.
Plays.
Oh, for real? My name's DeMarcus.
Oh, what's up, man? Nice to meet you.
No, I don't want to fuck up the flow of your guys' conversation. You guys continue.
What's up? This guy goes to live action role play, traditional Southern events. He shows up as a slave.
Oh, based.
That's a way to introduce me, Becky.
Well,
are you a fan of Doug Mastriano? He likes to dress up as a Confederate soldier, Republican governor for Pennsylvania candidate.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Wait, does he actually?
Yeah, there's like a picture of him where he went to some sort of like, as a Confederate soldier to some sort of role play thing.
Oh shit! Maybe it was Jaden was at the event. Damn.
What's your name, my friend?
I go by I'm Really Important, but my name's Guy. Mm-hmm.
Guy, what's a good guy? I love that movie, Guy.
I don't know that movie. I do know the '90s group though.
Never seen the movie with Ryan Reynolds? Free Guy.
Oh, Free Guy.
Yeah, oh, bro, you should watch it, bro. It's so fucking funny.
It's not that funny. It's okay. But what's up? How you doing, Whitty? Whitty and Gideon. Well, I guess Whitty is okay. Well, yeah. How you doing? How's life been?
It's been great, man. I just need your wisdom.
All
your liberal wisdom is just amazing. So I just had some questions.
What's going on, buddy?
Hopefully for you too, guy. What do you guys think about this Kanye, Kyrie anti-Semitic thing going on? Like, my whole For You page is just taken over by it.
I wish that there was space for people in the black community to have hard conversations about how the black community feels about Jewish people. I know that a lot of people outside the black community now are talking about like Kyrie and stuff, but like anti-Semitism in the black community, there's a decent history of anti-Semitism in the black community, even among like basketball players and stuff. So it'd be interesting if there was a place for that conversation to happen. But obviously it's pretty scary when you've got like Ye and now you've got Kyrie like saying some pretty wild stuff. And it seems like, yeah, the response from the press or from the sports teams has just been to like or from like larger orgs has just been to like cancel or get the conversation not happening as much as possible.
What do you think, guys?
Yeah, I don't know about Kyrie. That's something new to me, but I know Kanye seems to be having some mental health struggles, and I feel like this is a cry for help, honestly.
I don't know if it's a cry for help. I think he's just a little crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't appreciate the anti-Semitism stuff. I think it's dangerous. I think it's actually going to have some real-world impact, and he's definitely not helpful at the very least. But it seems like he's getting quite the crash course in learning, hopefully.
Yeah. Why? What do you think about it?
Kyrie, the Kyrie thing, just real quickly, it seems like the Brooklyn Nets have decided his apology wasn't enough, and so he's suspended for at least a few games from what I read. And Adam Silver, the commissioner, decided it wasn't good enough either. So I think he's on a journey too, man. I don't know. It's a wild ride.
Nah, yeah, it's pretty crazy. But like, I think the craziest thing about it is, I feel like it's kind of crazy that when it comes to like anti-Semitism, I feel like the media takes it a whole it's different than I think any other type of like someone saying the N-word, or it's almost like a complete shutdown of like how they handle it. And like they had like rabbis on ESPN, you know what I mean? Like, ESPN's a sports show, but they had like rabbis talking about it, and everybody that talked about it, like LeBron and Shaq and like everybody that they had talk about it, they basically had like the biggest athletes. Like, they say you guys have to go full force and denounce them completely, or else, you're gonna be like them. And you kind of see like in the interviews how much they're walking on eggshells. Like it was actually really like low key, because whenever like someone says some shit, it shouldn't be like a hot take to disavow what they say. But when you look at the way they disavow what he said, you see it's almost as if they're walking on eggshells. And so I was just wondering, like, why is it when it's anti-Semitism, it's more like a super touchy subject than when you're talking about regular, like, just, standard racism that you see every day?
I think there's two big things. I think one is that historically, a lot of the United States is still ran by old people, and old people traditionally, both Republicans and Democrats, have like massively supported Israel. It's like a staple of like U.S. politics. It's even Trump, I'm pretty sure, is like a huge, like everybody's like a huge supporter of Israel. So if you're an older person, you're part of the United States, you're probably already lean towards being pro-Israel anyway. And then there's also kind of like, it's pretty easy for anti-Semitism to like feel really bad when you've got pretty like recent reminders of like the Holocaust and stuff that had happened. It's just probably something.
So is that what you think it is? You think it's because like the Holocaust is more recent than like other things that it's more touchy?
Probably that'd probably be a part of it, yeah. Because you see like where like anti-Semitic thought can slowly head towards, yeah.
Yeah, because like on my For You page, I've seen so many like Jewish people hopping on, like just like talking about this stuff, and then like I see like it's like a really big uproar right now where it's like the other side is like, he's wrong, stop talking about it. And then the other side is like, oh, he did nothing wrong. And it's like this big back and forth. And I think it's really going to start a conversation that's going to be kind of like here to stay. What the conversation is, like, you know, I'm not smart enough to say what the conversation is, but all I'm saying is like, I'm just seeing it a lot more. And it's kind of like, yo, like, you know, I've never seen this before because I don't know too much about Jewish culture or heritage or nothing like that.
Yeah.
So I don't know the signs of like anti-Semitism until like people start bringing it out.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, I think that it feels like a pretty are there, so here's a question for you. Do you feel like there are instances in like the NBA or in anything where there's like these massive portrayals of like anti-black racism? Like if somebody called somebody like the N-word, for instance, I feel like it'd be a pretty big deal. Like most people are like, holy shit, this is really, like it would be called out like pretty immediately, no?
No, it is a big deal, but like recently the Phoenix Suns owner, some emails leaked that he said the N-word or something like that. And it's just like, oh, okay, well, you can't be the owner no more. But it's like,
well, that sounds like a really big deal, no? Wait, is that?
Hey, I mean, yeah, you would think like, okay, he has to, but like, it'll be a really big deal if he has to completely leave and he gets nothing. But it's like, when you're forced to sell your team for $4 billion, is it really a big deal?
I mean, if you didn't want to sell, I don't know as much about the athletic world, so I'm just reading a couple things from chat. Owners got obliterated or go ahead.
I just feel like, and like me personally, like, I feel like the N-word holds no power no more. I feel like if a person says the N-word, like, Twitter might be mad for a couple days. And
wait, hold on. You just said a guy got forced to sell his team because of using the N-word in an email. That's a pretty big deal, no?
No, it's a big deal, but like when you're getting $4 billion, like if anything, he's getting when you bought the team for $300 million and you're getting it for $4 billion, like I don't know.
I think if a white basketball player, I could be totally wrong, but I feel like if a white basketball player called a black basketball player the N-word on the court, I think that would like dominate headlines. I think that'd be a really big deal.
I mean, yeah, but like I don't know. I guess me personally, is my personal views. I don't look at racism as like I don't get overly emotional when someone says like the N-word or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not like, oh shit, they called him the N-word. I gotta be on Twitter like nonstop about this.
Yeah, but I think it's because we kind of broadly agree in society that like racism is bad, and like what Kyrie and what Ye are doing is like, imagine if there was a basketball player that was tweeting out about how like maybe black people need to be back in the fields, and maybe the way society's right now, like do they need to vote, like et cetera, et cetera. Like that's kind of the equivalent of starting to get into like JQ, like Jewish question related stuff, like that type of stuff, which is not acceptable. Like no one would say that. Nobody's saying this. That would be like insane.
I actually watched the documentary because I feel like they fucking were promoting the shit out of it. And I was just like, fuck, I want to see what it's talking about. And then like, I'm not gonna lie, like they were fucking quoting Hitler and shit in that hoe, and it's just like, you know, if you're quoting Hitler, that's not a good sign that your documentary, like if you're quoting Hitler to support something, that's not a good sign that what you're promoting is a good thing. But like, I feel like a lot of people didn't even like watch it. They just heard, you know, oh, okay, this is bad, so let me just hop on it. And then also, I also feel like, you know, obviously Kyrie should get some blame for promoting something that's hateful, but it's just like, why is it still up? You know what I mean? It's like you have like, it's like why are you promoting the thing and like talking about it every single day? If it's so bad, why do you keep on promoting it, and why?
Well, I think it's bad. I think the crazy thing is
literally number one on Amazon right now.
Yeah, well, I think the crazy thing is that right now, like the reason why people are talking about it is because it seems like there's almost like mainstream support for like anti-Semitism coming back, which is really scary. Like you're starting to see Ye, arguably the biggest and most influential musician of the world right now, like doing full on like almost like Nazi talking points, and then you're starting to see major athletes do it. I mean, basketball players kind of had some of these positions, and they haven't it's not as public. And you're starting to see more and more people kind of like open up to this. And I think that's a very scary thing because we see where that type of stuff like normally leads, right?
Yeah,
like
definitely.
multiple times in human history that's been like time to kill all the Jewish people again. Like it's been like, you know, it's been 50 years, time to do another.
Yeah, I completely see how Jewish people see how this is leading back to like the same thing that was being talked about like in the 1930s or whatnot.
Well, not even just in the 30s, to be clear. Also, it's like this is a worldwide thing. A lot of people like to kill Jewish people. But sorry, go ahead.
Nah, I was just wondering like why. I don't know what I'm wondering, but like just
Gideon, don't let Destiny gaslight you.
Oh no.
What do you think about all this, Alba? Do you feel
Gideon, listen, these guys are gonna sit here and they're gonna tell you like, yo, you're imagining it, but like, no, the media uproar when the anti-Jewish
wait.
is
These guys
exponentially worse. Do not let these guys convince you otherwise. You are correct in what you're seeing. The media attention when an anti-Jewish comment is made is exponentially worse than when an anti-black comment is made. And don't let them tell you otherwise.
No, I can. Wait, hold on. No, I can prove this. Wait. I can prove this wrong. I can prove this wrong with one example. Okay, a guy that was on the Scuff podcast a few times, so I'd say a close friend of mine, NBA player, that Myers dude. He used an anti-Semitic slur, kike. He used it on stream. He just shouted it at some player. I guess he didn't know it was anti-Semitic, but he did it, and he got fined and I think suspended for a game. But nobody talked about it. That's anti-Semitic, but there was no mainstream coverage about it. Nobody freaked out because it was just a slur. That's it. Same thing with like saying the N-word is just a slur. But if you had a player that went on stage and started talking about like we need to bring back slavery, and you had like major figures supporting it, that would get a ton of coverage. But nobody does that because people know that's fucked up. We're not going to go back to slavery. But like you got these like NBA players and Kanye are flirting with like JQ shit. Like that's some pretty insane. Oh, Myers might have gotten dropped from his team too. Sorry, but still, like the equivalent of like a slur. There wasn't like huge mainstream media coverage around it, right? But I think it's because the JQ shit is like a whole boatload conspiracy. It's not just a dude saying a slur.
I think a player last year or 2 years ago got suspended for a game for calling someone like a white boy or something like that.
Sure.
Montreal Herald. I think he got suspended a game or two. Well, Alba, what do you think?
Hey, Gideon, I think what you think. I'm in the same boat, bro. I see what you see.
Really, in the same boat? You're gonna go with that analogy, Abba? Okay, buddy.
Yeah, that's the analogy I'm gonna go with.
Yo, chat. I wanna ask chat. Like, I feel like it's very ignorant to compare different people's struggles. You know, I feel like every culture, every race, every religion's been persecuted in some time in history, so I'll never compare. But like I just feel though it's like maybe it's because more, I don't know, like I just feel the media coverage that's happening today is different when other things happen, when other people say certain things. And
Okay.
I
Hold
feel
up,
like
Gideon.
it's covered differently a little bit in the media.
Gideon, what did Kanye say that was bad? Tell us about Jews. If you listen to those comments, I want you to tell us. What did he say that was bad?
I'm not gonna lie, I can't really tell you because I just see clips on TikTok, like, you know what I mean? So like I can genuinely not tell you exactly what he said. So if someone could give me like a quick rundown of like what he said, like I could give you my opinion, but like I just genuinely cannot give you like, oh, okay, all he said was blah blah blah. All I know about Kyrie is that Kyrie just shared the link to that book. That's
And
that's
then he
what I
doubled
know.
down when asked about it, right?
Okay.
I guess I would ask you guys, do you think that there would be a similar blowback if somebody started talking about race realism in like a public way, right? Because we saw this kind of happening with the 90s with the bell curve coming out and all of that. There was a lot of controversy around it. I feel like if we saw like race realism being talked about in a mainstream matter, or one of these people kind of spouting it, I hope that we would see the same kind of blowback.
Okay, wait, I'm dumb as so can you tell me what race
It's the
realism-
stuff that Nick Fuentes was talking about.
Like the idea that like
okay,
black
okay,
people
that
are.
shit, that shit, cray cray.
But that's why I just don't like the comparison to like this Jewish question stuff to like people saying slurs, because I think the Jewish question stuff is a lot scarier and it's starting to get a lot more mainstream support. So yeah, I agree with you. People are talking about it.
Wait, what do you mean by the Jewish question stuff? Like, I don't
So
know.
like broadly speaking, there's this concept called the JQ, the Jewish question. And the question is like, what do we do about the fact that Jews are running everything in society? And the answer usually involves some form of like genocide. Like we have to get rid of them. Like they're going to fight for their ability to f with society. They're going to oppress everybody. They're controlling all the levers of society. Like we have to violently go against them. You know, in Nazi Germany, there was like concepts called like cultural Bolshevism. This idea that like Jewish people.
Well, do Jewish people even have a country?
Israel.
Yeah, they got Israel, bro.
Yeah.
Which
Isn't
belongs
that
to
like-
Palestine. I'm just playing.
Isn't that like a tiny country though? So like compared to like the rest of the world.
Yeah, but it's
So
got
why
a
are
lot
people
of
like
money,
so
bro.
like
They're rich.
why are people so scared of them?
There's a lot. It's a complicated.
Aren't they a tiny country? Like, why are people?
It's a tiny country, but it's arguably like a Jewish ethno state that has massive military and geopolitical power because it's like one of the most important allies of the United States. And there's a lot of other countries in the Middle East, predominantly Arabic countries, that really don't like Israel. And that's why there's a big fight over what ought to happen within the state of Israel and how it should be ran in relation to the interests of both the Jewish people that live there and a lot of the Arabic people that live in and around Israel. But it's a super complicated issue.
Okay.
It counts a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was like, how much can my
Gideon, did you vote?
Yeah, Gideon.
I am never going to vote.
Why?
Because I feel I am never going to vote.
You're on. But that's why I just don't like the comparison to like this Jewish question stuff.
I hope that we would.
It's a tiny question. It's a to the interests of both the Jewish people that live there and a lot of the Arabic people that live in and around Israel. But it's a super complicated issue.
Okay. Background. Know what I mean?
Gideon, did you vote?
Yeah, Gideon.
I am never going to vote.
Why?
Because I feel as though, I feel like, you know, I'm not gonna put my life in the hands of politicians. That at the end of
So
the
you can
day,
leave it up to other people?
No. I mean, what's gonna happen is what's gonna happen. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to put myself in a hive mind of like, oh man, bro, like, yeah, Obama, man, I'm a ride or die. Yeah, he's gonna get it done. Or I don't want to be like, oh yeah, Trump, man, he's like, you know, like I just want to take care of my life the best that I can, and whatever policies get politicized or whatever, I'm gonna just run with them. But you know, I feel like it really doesn't matter. I feel like we have no control over what happens. And that's just what I think. I think voting's bullshit in my opinion. But like, if you want to vote, like you can. I see all your things in the background.
True. A voting
Damn,
loser.
call me out.
You're a votard.
No. But like, that's just me personally. Like, I literally like.
Do you say what state? Do you say what state you live in?
Oh, I live in Texas.
Damn.
Texas is pretty important, man.
Oh man,
your vote counts a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was like, how much can my vote really count when my vote wasn't recognized until like 1960 something? You feel me?
No.
That's all the more reason. That's all the more reason.
Like I look at it like
those
that,
people.
like,
I just want to
died
say
for you
that.
to vote.
Yeah,
People
dude. I
fought
was gonna
for you
say
to be
one of
able
the
to vote.
one of the most crazy things to me. I learned this when we did. I did a whole canvassing operation out in Columbus in Georgia, the state of Georgia, the city of Columbus, and holy, old black voters there did not f around when it came time to voting. Dude, it must have been like half the doors that we tried to knock on to talk about candidates. Hey, you're gonna vote for Warnock? No, we already voted. We voted. There were so many old black people that like, yeah, the idea that you just recently got your right to vote, I think is all the more reason to exercise it. Not to talk to you as like a whatever white black shit, but like, I think that just because you only got it recently, I think that makes it all the more important to exercise it, not to take it for granted. That's a, ooh.
Okay, well,
but you don't have to if you don't want to, of course.
No, I mean, like, I just don't like getting wrapped up in all that because I just see, especially nowadays, like how, like, bro, if you say you like Trump, like a group of people are gonna hate you, or if you say you like Biden, a group of people are gonna hate you. You know what I mean? And it's just like, it's like low-key disgusting in my personal opinion. And I know I'm pretty sure you guys aren't like that, where if like someone in here like Trump or Biden, you would hate them. But it's just like, I don't want to I want to like try to find the best thing possible and actually have good conversation with people. I feel like at least the people I know, I can't have good conversation with them. So it's like I'm not really figuring out where one side leans or where the other side leans, seeing where my peers are siding to. It all just seems like, TikTok said this, or TikTok saying that, so I want to be different and go this way. And so I guess I want to be different and just, not do anything. Me personally, I don't think my vote would do anything. Like my single vote, like would my vote particularly do anything?
So here's like a question I always have for people that talk like this. So there are so many people that fight so much for things relating to voting rights. They might fight for the right to vote. They might fight for voting hours or how polls are ran or how booths are ran or whatever. Like if people are so invested in those fights, it must be because they think it does something, right?
Yeah. No, I guess, yeah.
I mean, imagine if 100,000 people felt the way you did, then that'd be the difference between winning or losing in some states, you know what I mean? And some serious rights on the line. What about you, Abba? Did you vote?
He's Canadian.
No, I didn't vote in Canada or in America where I'm eligible.
I got you.
Damn.
I feel like if no one went out and voted and you didn't do any of that, because I feel like I don't know, I feel like it's all pre-planned, because I saw this thing where this girl, she did some lineage shit and like figured out that 40 out of like the 45 presidents were like related some way. You know what I mean?
Bro, you gotta get off the TikTok, man. There's some crazy shit on there.
But it's true though. It's true. Like you could it's actually true that 40 out of like 45 of the presidents
What's up,
are related.
babe?
Related how?
Through some king in
We
England.
got it?
Ooh.
Fuck yeah.
It's pretty distant relation, right?
Okay,
is
you say
Obama
that.
part of that list?
That's the fucking thing. Obama's part of that list. You're telling me that
That's
nigga
a very distant list. That's a very distant.
Out of
Hold on 2
everybody,
seconds.
Obama
I
sneaks his
apologize.
ass in
Let me
there?
pause and-
Okay, if it was everybody else but Obama, I would be like, okay.
Right.
We got the
I'll
place,
say
guys.
this,
Fuck yeah,
just
I'll be
to
right back.
Dion's point. I don't think it's dumb to vote. I don't think it's time. Well, I think it actually makes sense. Just
Obama through some king in
Yo, sorry about that, guys.
England.
Ooh.
That's a pretty distant relation, right?
Okay, you
is
say
Obama
that.
part of that list?
That's the fucking thing. Obama's part of that list. You're telling me that
That's
nigga
a
fucking
very distant list. That's a very distant
out of everybody,
relation.
Obama sneaked his ass in there. Okay, if it was everybody else but Obama, I would be like, okay.
Right. I'll say this, just to Jadion's point. I don't think it's dumb to vote. I don't think it's the time. Well, I think it actually makes sense. I just don't care to get informed. I don't want to put the energy or the time. And so, yeah, because I don't want to get informed, I'm not going to waste my time going to vote ignorantly. So
Wait, why is that? Why do you not want to get informed and see who's on the right? Like, yeah.
Yeah, because I just think as a thing to invest your energy in, generally it leaves me feeling negative or it leaves me thinking negatively. And so for me, who does a lot of work, well, at least this is true prior to doing YouTube, but before, I just found allocating my time to being really interested in politics was such an emotional drain. So I was just like, well, I don't want to do it. That's it.
Oh, also, I found this thing from the Daily News. The 42 of 43 U.S. presidents linked back to King John of England. Just as a heads up, this was done by a 7th grader. Okay, but...
Nice.
But it's true, though. 7th graders are smart.
Okay, based.
So I want to see based Jadion in the chat.
I think
Everybody's saying,
apathy
poor
towards voting
guy.
is pretty common too. I'm pretty sure like the things like was like right. List.
That's actually true. Figured out that 40 out of like the 45 presidents were like related some way. You know what I mean?
Bro, you gotta get off the TikTok, man. There's some crazy shit on there.
But it's true though. It's true. Like you could like it's actually true that 40 out of like 45 of the presidents are related.
Related how?
Through some king in England.
Ooh.
That's a pretty distant relation, right?
Okay,
is
you say
Obama
that.
part of that list?
That's the fucking thing. Obama's part of that list. You're telling me that
That's
nigga
a
fucking
very distant list. That's a very distant
out of everybody,
relation.
Obama sneaked his ass in there. Okay, if it was everybody else but Obama, I would be like, okay.
Right. I'll say this, just to Jadion's point. I don't think it's dumb to vote. I don't think it's the time. Well, I think it actually makes sense. I just don't care to get informed. I don't want to put the energy or the time. And so, yeah, because I don't want to get informed, I'm not going to waste my time going to vote ignorantly. So
Wait, why is that? Why do you not want to get informed and see who's on the right? Like, yeah.
Yeah, because I just think as a thing to invest your energy in, generally it leaves me feeling negative or it leaves me thinking negatively. And so for me, who does a lot of work, well, at least this is true prior to doing YouTube, but before, I just found allocating my time to being really interested in politics was such an emotional drain. So I was just like, well, I don't want to do it. That's it.
Oh, also, I found this thing from the Daily News. The 42 of 43 U.S. presidents linked back to King John of England. Just as a heads up, this was done by a 7th grader. Okay, but...
Nice.
But it's true, though. 7th graders are smart.
Okay, based.
So I want to see based Jadion in the chat.
I think
Everybody's saying,
apathy
poor
towards voting
guy.
is pretty common too. I'm pretty sure like the things like was like.
Well, yeah, it is common.
Most elections, I think you got like, if not 25 to like 30% of people are not voting.
More than that for midterms, yeah.
It's pretty common. It's almost like relied upon for the other party to win at a certain point, right?
I think a certain level of disinterest is like pretty much inevitable. I think the way the politics is run, I think the way a lot of it happens in the media sphere, I think it's very natural for people to want to tune it out as much as possible. So people can get mad or busy about it, but yeah.
But it's like you know, you say, oh, your vote's important and stuff like that. But it's just like, if I vote against the person that you don't want in office, then it's like, is my vote really important? Like, it's important to you if my vote goes to the person that you want it to go to. But if it goes against the person and the values that you believe in, is my vote important to you?
Participation is important.
Aren't there things you care about though? Aren't there things that you would like to see go one way or the other, like gun rights or abortion? Like, don't you want to, like, maybe you want to raw dog some chicks, you know? Like, I don't know.
Nah, definitely. I feel like all women should have control over what they do and don't do with their body. I feel like me personally, I feel like, you know, I don't think it's necessary for us to be walking around with nuclear bombs in our houses. But then again, it's just like, what is my vote gonna do? You know, I just look at it like what possibly can my vote do, especially here in Texas. Like, I can't tell.
If enough people turned up to vote in Texas, that there is a very real chance of like swinging the state in a different way. You know, your vote is important as part of like a larger group of people. If everybody thinks the same way that you do, then, you know, pretty much we're like giving up a vote that isn't being cast is basically just giving all that much more power to the people who are voting, who
And
are
also-
voting against your interests.
We're literally influencers, right? Like, don't we? Like, can't we influence other people to vote or not?
Okay, but like, you know, I feel like that's even scummier. Like, I'm gonna use my platform to fucking manipulate the people that, you know, look up to me the most.
Well, we use our platform to like sell ads and shit, right? We might as well get them to vote too, no?
Man, I don't know. That's me personally. Like, I never want to try to push my political leanings on
What'd
the
you say?
people that watch me, because
But
I just feel like.
to be fair, you kind of.
I'm going to in a sec, yep.
To some degree, even
why do you say that?
Well, irrespective of whether or not you push your own political takes on people, I think you do get involved in politics to some degree with some of your videos in regards to the type of content it is. And so, because you take an interesting stuff and you highlight certain people, you are putting your hand in the ring itself, right? So I think even when you did that KKK video, that kind of had influence on the political sphere, even if by a tiny margin. No?
I don't think so. I never said. I feel like it never gave anybody a lean in. I was like, oh yeah, you guys got to lean left in this video or lean right. I feel like I like, because I feel like my videos are pretty just, you know, you just turn off your brain and you just watch and enjoy, you know, and just have a good time.
Okay.
I don't know. Like, fucking when Casey Neistat made that video, like, vote Hillary Clinton. I am voting for Hillary Clinton. It's just like, bro, I was fucking 14. It's like, you're telling a 14-year-old to go vote for Hillary Clinton. It's like, even if I wanted to, I can't. I can't. And then, like, in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, I look up to Casey Neistat, so I have to, okay, oh, damn, if I did like Trump, oh man, I'm ostracized. Or if like I watched the Nelk Boys, and let's say I liked Biden and Harris, it's just like, fuck, I can't go to a meet and greet as a Nelk Boy liking Biden. They're gonna eat my shit alive.
Yeah, I want to ask you guys, the ones who were telling us about voting and all this stuff. If you guys see that so many people are disinterested in voting, and that so many people are pretty apathetic toward the whole voting process, rather than the whole discussion being centered around, like, don't you guys feel like you have a responsibility, or don't you guys want to exert this kind of influence, which is pretty much the same talking points you've been hearing for 40, 50 years. Wouldn't there be a better way to incentivize people to do so? I feel like the discussion is more so about, like, take personal responsibility for the way that this country is being run or whatever, and that hasn't worked for so long. So at some point, don't you guys have to acknowledge that maybe the rhetoric around this is just ineffective?
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously it seems like it, but I don't know what the solution is there. I mean,
right.
There's like so much political fighting over like people's right to vote. There was a lot of sacrifices made historically for the right to vote. Not even just for black people, but I mean, just like the existence of the United States for, you know, the defense and freedom that we had from the Revolutionary War onwards to every other thing America's been involved in. Like that, all of these institutions have been built up to enable us to have a pretty cool power, which is the ability to choose an elected official. And to,
but that's the cool thing about it. It's the right to vote. You know, if you don't want to, you don't have to.
Yeah,
but it's
well,
the
that's
right to-
that is true. You don't have to participate in your democracy, but it's like it's arguably like one of the most important influences we as the public have, unless maybe like a billionaire or you have like a huge business like you or employ a lot of people, whatever. But like this is one of the biggest exercises I think of like one of the most unique freedoms in history that you know we've had afforded to us. So.
But I think this is where your pro-establishment stance kind of fails for me. Is that you keep saying
on the end of the
most
bed,
important and powerful political statements you can exert in terms of influencing the political sphere. However, the perception that people have of it is completely the opposite, and that vast majority of people who don't vote really feel like their votes don't matter. And even for a lot of people who do vote, they sometimes feel that way, but they still exert it. And so, at some point, there's got to be a failure somewhere, either in the fact that it's not as powerful as you claim, or that they've done a poor job of displaying the fact that these votes actually matter. And so there's a failure somewhere in there. I'm just not sure where.
I think the failure is that it's just hard to see like what is happening with our system. I think a lot of people just don't know how our political system works. Like if I had to guess, I legitimately would guess that less than 50% of Americans could explain what the Supreme Court does. I bet it's less than like 20% actually could actually explain like what the Supreme Court actually does in the United States. Or I bet like less than half know the difference between like the House of Representatives and the Senate. Probably like 10% could well, maybe not, could explain like what an executive action is. Like, I don't know. It just feels like our level of knowledge about the government in general is really, really, really low.
Yeah, I think we failed the youth on teaching civics and people understanding how the system works. Most people don't know you need 60 votes in the Senate to pass a bill. So I just think that's done on purpose to try to dumb us down, to try to keep us from engaging and feeling helpless that our vote doesn't matter. It's just one vote. So I think once you start learning about the system and you see how you can influence it beyond voting, I'm talking about organizing, I'm talking about knocking doors, things like Destiny did. I don't think anybody would say that Destiny is just a single vote and he has the same influence as anybody else. He organized door knocking. So there's a lot you can do to get what you want. And but that's the other side. That is a coordinated effort to make you feel like your vote doesn't matter. That is on purpose.
I agree with you about school because I'm class of 2019, and when they were telling us about like the government and stuff like that, it only lasted for like half a semester, and then we talked about some other stuff. Like I could tell you anything about Texas history, World War II, the Civil War, because history is my favorite subject. But like I couldn't tell you anything about like what the Supreme Court, like all I know about the Supreme Court is like they're the judicial branch, I think, right? And like it's like 9 people and they don't allow cameras. Like that's like literally it. Like that's all I know really.
Yeah.
It's most people. More than most people.
Yeah, I feel like, but I think that schools failed us in a lot of normal ways too. Like, how many people left to their own devices could file their own taxes? Just a single W-2 earner. Like, I think most people can't do it.
Like from
It's
Publix?
not hard. It's very easy.
Okay.
But like, it'd probably take like, my guess would be like 20 or 30 minutes maybe to teach somebody to do it. But we just don't learn a lot of those things in school anymore. I don't know why. I'm not sure.
Well, we're too busy learning about pronouns, right?
What now?
Stop.
That's what the right wants you to think.
Okay. Yeah.
No, they teach us that on TikTok now. We don't need that in schools.
Right. All right. Love you, babe.
So who you got?
You gonna vote now?
I don't know. I might fuck around. My mom's been trying to get me to vote because again, it's a war zone out here in Texas. It's like Greg Abbott versus Beto.
Yeah.
And fucking, bro, oh my gosh, man. Everybody's on everybody's ass to vote.
It's an important election, yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to like jump in here and say like you kind of came into this conversation talking about the Jewish question, and in a way that's also related to politics, race relations, right? You talk about how you care about women's rights to choose for their own body, and it seems to me if you care about these issues, if there's any way to sort of influence where the direction of this country is going, even if it's small, you might as well try, right?
It's just like, I don't know, man. Like all these fucking politicians, like, I don't know if they're like, you know, really rocking with Mark or not, you know?
So
really, wait, what? Really, what?
Rocking with Mark?
Yeah,
Zuckerberg or?
Like, I don't know if they want to run duos or if they're just gonna like betray us and just like and just try to get a squad.
I have no idea.
You don't know what their true intentions are because like they'll say anything during their campaign rally. But then, like, once they get in office, that's I feel like when you see the real people. You feel me?
Gideon, I want to ask you: do I don't know if you're like me? Do any of your friends vote? Your close friends or the ones you grew up with.
My mom always told me that if you want to have civil conversation and not get into arguments, you don't talk about race, religion, or politics. So like me and my friends, we don't really talk about politics too much. We just keep it to like surface level stuff, and everything. So I think my friends voted like during the presidential stuff, I think. But what they did for like midterms and stuff like that, no, I don't think so.
I mean, I feel like you should.
Why'd you do that?
Okay, sorry.
My bad. Here, just continue what you're saying. My bad.
I was just thinking you should just compare the pros and cons then, right? Worst case scenario, you spent an hour or two, that sucks, whatever. They didn't pass what you wanted. Okay, that really sucks. But best case scenario, or like, I guess the worst case scenario is that the opposite team wins and they pass a whole bunch of shit that you just are morally against, and you could have helped shift the tide, but you didn't. And then the best case scenario is that they follow through with what they originally said, and you helped influence that, you helped make that reality. So I feel like you should keep that in mind before you just say your vote doesn't matter because you're not sure if people are going to deliver on their promises.
I mean, yeah, I agree, but it's just it's so toxic now, like even when you start getting into it, like, I feel like I could, even if I did have like a political leaning, if I were to say it out publicly, it'll be one side to be like, oh yeah, base Jadeon, oh wow, you go. Like even this chat, like me saying I don't want to vote, like literally people in the chat are like bullying me into like, dumbass, oh this dumbass, he has a responsibility, he's not using his full rights. What a, like, you know what I mean? It's just like you're getting bullied either way.
True.
Well, I mean, are you gonna let people bully you? Like, is that how you choose what to do in life, though? Isn't that kind of...
No, but it does make it less appealing. Absolutely, yeah. If people just start ragging on you for a decision you did or didn't make, for some that should be a personal choice at the end of the day, then yeah, I definitely think it does negatively impact people. Now, it wouldn't tell me what I should or shouldn't do, but it does color things. And the national discourse around whether or not you vote is essentially like, you're a loser degenerate. It's like, holy shit. And also, let's not, I don't know about you, Dion, but for me personally, growing up, like there was never a time where everyone felt like the system was working in their favor or working towards them. And so, yeah, there's a bit of a disillusionment, especially among immigrant communities, when it comes to voting to some degree. And so at least the people I grew up with, none of them ever voted. None of them ever took an interest in it. Just because in general, it's not even just voting. It's just a system in general. Folks kind of check out in a lot of ways. And so I think by extension, voting becomes an extension of that. And also, there is something weird where I don't know if this is just a narrative that's painted in the media or something that you just hear constantly, but there's always that bizarre thing where you vote somebody in on a bunch of promises that they never end up keeping, and you get that betrayal sense and that upset sense. And it's just like, what Pixie was saying in regards to pros and cons isn't a lie, but I would argue that there is something to be said about investing yourself emotionally and time-wise into politicians who then thereafterwards do not commit to the promises that they said they would. And that is something that becomes very frustrating over time.
Yeah, but I mean, like, politicians can't do everything they want to do because there's only going to be so much support for what they want to do, I guess. The reality is that, like, at the end of the day, the type of system that we've elected to use relies on a populace that decides to vote for their leaders. And when that system fails, one, you make the vote of somebody that might oppose you twice as powerful because now you're not voting and they still are. And then two, the system starts to break down because we start to see wildly different types of groups participating in electoral outcomes. Like, as much as we feel like the rich and powerful and, white people all control society or whatever, they're the ones that vote the most. It's not just because they're using their businesses to influence things. Like, it's funny because on one end we'll say like, well, I feel like voting doesn't mean anything. But then on the other end we'll go, it doesn't mean anything. And look at how much these lobbyists spend on these politicians. Look at how much all this stuff, like, obviously the political system is incredibly important. Why do people spend so much money on super PACs? Why do people spend so much money on political advertisements?
Did I misunderstand? So you were saying people were like, whoa, the political system doesn't work. And then afterwards you mentioned lobbying. Yeah, I think that's probably going to be an indication of why a lot of people don't like the idea of voting, is that they see these super PACs or filthy rich, whatever, conglomerates, whatever it is, investing money into politicians to sway them to do their bidding and going against the very campaign promises that they kept on the campaign trail because they were paid enough money.
Yeah, but a lot of that lobbying...
Against your example of why I should
No. A lot of the lobbying and the super PAC spending is on political advertisements. They don't just give money to politicians and they're put in their pockets. They do it so they can spend on their campaigns when they go on the campaign trail. Like, there's a reason why there's so much, like people spend a decent amount of money, like, advertising this stuff. Like, it's a big issue with who gets media time and who's, buying whatever advertisements. Is like, like Citizens United was over like a documentary that wanted to advertise relating to arguably, Hillary Clinton and climate change and stuff. I don't know. It just seems like people throughout history, like black people or women or whoever is like fighting for suffrage. Like, it's not like women were like, do we really want to fight for the right to vote? Like, I don't know, like, does it really matter? Like, nobody's saying that, right? Like, obviously the right to vote is incredibly important. And different communities, you know, like look at white nationalists or look at people like Nick Fuentes. What is Nick Fuentes' biggest fear? It's voting demographics changing. It's brown people coming in and changing the makeup of a state so that they vote in different ways. Like, voting is obviously an incredible, and a lot of people are invested in who's allowed to vote. Are mail-in ballots allowed? Like, I don't know. It seems like on one side people recognize the power of the vote, but then on the other side people are like really keen to just kind of throw it away.
Well, it's like if voting was like so like important and so like, you know, why aren't they making any updates? Why is it still only 2 people in Congress for every state? Like, you know what I mean? Texas has so many people. Why are they not updating it? Why are they not making it better? Why is it still the same way that it was in the, you know, dark ages?
I mean, there's
a couple of things to say about this. I just want to throw this like really out quickly. There's also people who benefit from you not voting, right? And making it difficult and keeping things as they currently are. So you can make that argument on the reverse too. Like, voting is so important that they only want to make sure that people who are, you know, in their same district and their same, ideology vote, right? Which is why we see things like gerrymandering happening. So to say like, oh, why hasn't there been any update because it's so important? Well, in some places they prevent like, you know, having let's say a national voting day, for example, for that county or whatever. And they prevent people from getting there. Does that make sense?
A little bit.
Or I think like the way that I would think about it is like, what was your original question is why aren't there any updates? The United States of America has the oldest surviving constitution of any government that exists on the planet right now. So it seems like, and we're the biggest and baddest country, or at least we are up to this point. There's a reason why. There's probably something to be said for how effective our system works. So it makes sense that it'd be really difficult to change it, and any changes would be done very carefully. But there are changes made, right? That's the point of our Constitution. We're allowed to vote on new amendments, and we have a Supreme Court that reinterprets the Constitution to change some things that we feel are important to change.
Jadion, as like a fellow Texan, can I make my case too?
Yeah, what's up? Wait, before you continue, what's your name?
I'm Aaron, but my ad is like straight. What's up? I agree with like so many of your frustrations about how like, you know, voting. I think even statistically, the likelihood that your vote will be like the determining vote is very low. There's almost like an irrationality to even voting in the first place, but I think there's a reason to still do it. Like even I went to like a canvassing event trying to get Michelle Vallejo, who is like a progressive in my district, elected to Congress recently. And I early voted for her already. And there's like a ton of races. But the most important thing to keep in mind to people who I understand, like they're disaffected, like I agree with a ton of your criticisms of it. But like not voting doesn't actually help solve any of the problems. It actually kind of becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. You get me? Because like you don't like the way that the Texas government is run. But if you don't vote, there's no reason for any of your representatives or politicians to even try to improve things for non-voters like you, because they're like, what's the point? He doesn't vote anyway. And like, dude, I don't know how much the like Texas power grid impacted you, but Greg fucking Abbott is getting up there trying to blame renewable energy, even though the ERCOT disaster and like 5 million Texans being left without power, that was his fault. You know, so to me, it's like, why should he not be held accountable for that? Like something like that, he should be out of politics forever. That should be career ending, you know?
No, I'm not gonna lie. That fucking power outage had my balls freezing. Like I'll never.
But Jadion, how your balls freezing in your mansion, bro?
Well, bro, it didn't matter where you lived in Texas. You had no fucking power, right?
The mansion.
I thought you had a generator, everything set up in your mansion, Jadion.
The mansion came later, you know. I was still at mom's crib back then.
Okay, I got a question for you guys. So earlier I asked the question. This kind of rhetoric has been around for a long time, trying to encourage non-voters to vote, and it's been ineffective. Nothing really you guys said today's stuff I haven't necessarily heard. Even though they're compelling arguments, I'm not arguing against the substantial. If you guys had to incentivize people to, or even mandate it by law, basically saying everyone has to vote or they get a fine, what kind of solutions would you guys come up to encourage the non-voting party to vote, if any?
I feel like it has to be a cultural push. I feel like it needs to start in the schools. Like, people need to be more educated on why voting is important, but probably not a good idea to make a law to vote, because it kind of, I guess you have the right not to vote if you don't want to. Although I'm torn on that. I don't think it'd be the worst thing in the world to force people to do it, but
I feel like where it gets dicey is like, you know, you tell people, oh, okay, you need to vote. And it's just like, okay. Then it's like, you know what? I want to vote for so-and-so. Then they're like, no, don't vote for that dude. And it's just like, you just told me to vote.
well, you don't have to vote for anybody. There's no requirement. You can vote.
No, I'm not saying y'all. I'm just saying like when people say go vote, I feel like the right really doesn't tell people go vote. Like, I feel like the right side they just.
Oh,
vote.
yes, they do. I promise you, they do.
They do, but also a lot of their base, a lot of people who end up voting every year, who we don't have to really worry about telling to vote, are like retired people. It's usually like younger people and working people who we have trouble getting voting.
What about you? Really important. How would you get non-voters to vote, other than trying to just say like, "Hey, man, it's bad"?
Well, I think you got to show people how it works for them. For example, look what's taken away from them in Texas right now, where women don't have access to abortion for like a year. And, you know, everybody's got somebody that's impacted them. Also, look at the student loan debt relief. That came from people getting involved. And I agree with Pixie that if you don't show up, then the politicians aren't going to deliver for you because they just think you're not going to show up. So if people start showing up, then it changes. But I think young people have to show up nowadays out of necessity. I didn't grow up with active shooter drills in my schools. That's some bullshit. And I would be marching and protesting over that. Young people have to worry about climate change. What's this world going to be like in 100 years from now? So they care about this stuff. So they're out there, and it's not an option. So I don't know what world Jadian lives in where he can float above this stuff. And, you know, sounds a little privileged to me, but there's a lot of people out there that are sweating this stuff, man. And it means a lot to them.
Okay, like, it's that shit right there. Like, okay.
But I'm going to come at you with this because you're just floating above it. Like, I don't care. I got no reason to vote. Well, that's cool for you, but some people are living and dying by this stuff.
You said that the Texas power grid affected you.
Like
not enough, right?
One at a time, yeah.
Sorry.
It just sounds like you're saying, oh, I'm floating above it. How am I floating above it when I'm in the midst of it all? Like, the same shit.
Because your only excuse is because you're concerned about your audience giving a shit. Think about that. You got to put out your values. You do that every day with your videos, I'm sure. Why are you so afraid to put out your values when it comes to this kind of stuff? What do you care what people think about you? I'm sure you don't. You seem like a guy who's super confident. You don't care what people think about you, but for some reason you're falling down broken on this issue. Why is that?
I'm not falling down on the issue. It's not that I care about what people think about me. It's that I just don't want to vote. Like, if I cared, then I would be voting for something and then not saying publicly. That would be me being a coward. But I don't vote for anything because I feel like no thing is the perfect answer. No left person is the perfect answer. No right person is the perfect answer. There's nobody out there where I'm like, holy shit, this dude is spitting nothing but facts. I need to go vote for him. He has all my morale. None of these niggas have my morale.
I mean, what is it? Rome isn't built in a day or something? We're not going to get the perfect candidate probably ever. But the whole idea is that if we start pushing more and more for policies that we like, or, you know, the candidate that has the most policies we like or whatever, we'll eventually get there. But if we just decide not to do that because nobody's perfect, we stagnate. And if anything, we retreat sometimes.
Jadian, I share that frustration because I feel like I've never been able to really, well, with the exception of a couple of candidates, I've never really been like positively casting my vote. I don't really see it like I'm voting for someone. I usually look at the candidates and I'm like, who needs to go? Like, who fucked up? I'm usually voting against people. You get me? And even though, you know, I don't agree with everything on Beto's platform because he's Greg Abbott's opponent for governor. I agree with him a lot more than I do Greg Abbott, and that's why I thought it was worth it, worth the time to say, to take to go vote for him. You know.
I'm gonna say. Go ahead.
Oh, we'll go Abbott.
No, you go ahead.
No, I interrupted you yesterday. This is my this is my atonement. Okay, go for it.
I was gonna say I'm really important. I understand the frustration that you have, and rhetorically, I don't think what you're saying is incorrect. I just think it's ineffective in regards to the change that you want to see happen. And I think that's the important thing that I'm trying to get at in the part of this conversation. I think what Destiny said in regards to like cultural change sounds interesting. I don't believe it's likely, but at least it's an idea. That's why I'm asking you guys for solutions, because all I'm trying to say is in hearing this conversation, even the rebuttals that people are making to Dion, none of it's compelling for vast majority of people. So I think the outcomes you guys are wishing for are not the ones you're going to get from these kinds of conversations.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you 1,000,000%. I don't think there's much that I can say to convince an individual to vote. My audience, I could, because they're primed for it. But the problem is that all of society is bombarding you with messages that your vote doesn't matter. They're saying that lobbyists and Citizens United have bought elections. They're saying that ad campaign dollars at the end of the day are the only thing that matters. They talk about the revolving door between private industry and public. They talk about things like the military-industrial complex and politicians lying to you. And when you're bombarded constantly with messages that your vote doesn't matter, politicians do what they want, and who cares anyways, then like, yeah, at the end of the day, I'm not gonna be able to give you some impassioned speech to talk to you.
But both
about,
sides do that. Like,
what do you mean?
The left said that shit whenever Donald Trump won. They said Russia hacked their shit and sent them, fake votes. And then when Biden won, the right was saying that, oh, they were sending in dead people's voting ballots and stuff like that. And then Brody above me, I'm really important. Like, he just literally tried to Hall of Fame press me. Like, nah, you you're not voting.
The reason, well, hold on.
Wait. Just tried to impress me into like just right now, just okay, you know what? Oh damn, I'm gonna show him. I'm gonna go vote. It's like, oh,
no. He pressed you for a good reason, and he's right. It's because you're rich, and none of this at the end of the day matters to you. It doesn't matter to almost anybody in this room.
This shit matters to me the most.
It doesn't, because no. Wait, hold on. Sorry.
It matters to all of us.
No. It does. If you don't care,
because I'm in a good financial position doesn't mean that my people are in a good position.
There you go. I get what you're trying to say.
A bunch of other stuff, you know. Just because I'm ahead doesn't mean I want everybody else to be ahead.
Yeah. Jadion says, basically, Jadion's trying to say like it matters to him because he cares about how other people are suffering. Destiny's saying it doesn't matter to you nearly as much because you're kind of insulated to a degree because of your financial status. Is that fair?
Yeah, financial status and just I don't think you care about the other people suffering, because if you did, I think you'd vote. I think that's like at the end of the day, that's the most important thing. It's like one of the most important ways you can exercise power over your government.
I feel like other people voting is also hurting us because we're looking up to these people. We're like, please do something. Please change this for us. And then we vote. We put all this manpower. Instead of putting the money that's going into these campaigns into the community, we're using the money to set up these stupid ass picnics and parades to vote for somebody. Then they get in office and we're like, okay, we got you here. We could use this money to do so many other good things in the community, but instead we got you up here. Now please do something. And then they don't do anything, and it's like, oh shit, what the? And then they squabble.
Well, I think the thing is though, like that's it. They don't vote. There isn't voting. It doesn't happen. Yeah. Young people don't vote. Minority communities tend to vote less. Local elections get almost no votes, like 20-30% turnout in some areas, and these are arguably some of the most important elections. So I don't think the voting is happening.
People like to complain about parties and politicians not doing things for them or not coming through with promises for them. But like when it comes down to it, there is a responsibility to go out and vote so you can actually get that person elected, get enough representatives elected so they can actually effectively do change. If you're not going out there and helping your politician doing that, they can't do anything for you. And so you're basically, I mean, there are other politicians who are relying on you to be to not vote. And if the whole Texas power grid thing really it really meant something, you really did affect you, and it really you really did care about people who were sitting there with no power and were freezing to death, then I think it would be all the more reason for you to go out and vote. You can't expect politicians to do everything on their side and not putting some work on your side too.
Okay, by your logic, you saying that me not voting is me not caring, then before 1968, when people could vote, Martin Luther King didn't care because he never voted.
Well, people didn't have the ability to vote. People didn't have.
Wait! Stop! Wait! Hold on! Wait! Real quick! Wait! Hold on. Martin Luther King fought for the Civil Rights Act.
No, but he didn't vote though. He didn't vote. He didn't vote.
I think.
Did he really not?
I think the point.
He got assassinated before he could even vote, so he never voted.
Oh, so
wait, hold on, wait.
It's different.
So obviously he doesn't care because he never voted. So by your guys' logic.
Wait, do you mean just in that election for next, like when you got a?
And he was a felon. And he was a felon, so he couldn't vote even if he wanted to.
I think the point that Gideon's trying to make is that there's ways that people can care about political issues without being involved in necessarily voting. Is that what you're trying to say?
Wait, repeat that one more time. Repeat that one more time.
Basically, you're trying to say, like, because they said you don't care because you don't vote, and what you're trying to say is there's ways that people can care and get involved without voting.
Exactly. That's the point I'm trying to make. That's
okay. Okay.
All right. I'm not gonna lie. I did go on a very extreme.
Yeah. Okay. I get what you were trying to.
I went on a very extreme tangent there.
Yes. Yes. That was wild. But I get what you were trying to say. I got you.
There have been like communities.
Someone got my point.
There have been communities in the United States that have fought so hard for the right to vote. I just don't know why we pretend today like it doesn't matter, like it never mattered.
I'm not saying it doesn't matter, but you guys are saying you guys are acting like I did everything. Oh man, bro, I put in some hard work. I got into my Honda Civic and drove to my local voting center and checked the little box. Man, bro, I contributed to society. It's like, no, like that. Okay, yeah, you voted. That's a great thing. But there's so many other things. But just because you vote doesn't mean that you're contributing the most to society and that you're above everybody.
But in some ways, it's like the most important thing. Like I swear to God, I'm not trying to lean on racial issues because it's black people. I don't mean to do that. But like the best example of this that I can think of is when the BLM riots were happening. Everybody wanted to go out and march because it was sexy, because it was cool, because they could take pictures, they could post on Instagram, they could make YouTube videos out of it. Like that was the thing to do. But at the end of the day, the only thing that really matters is who are you casting your vote for in your local city election? Because your mayor is the one that's going to nominate your chief of police, and these are going to be the people that are going to make the call on how your society is going to be policed. If you show up for the rallies, if you show up for the Instagram pictures, and if you show up for the YouTube videos, but you don't show up to vote, nothing you do matters. It's not like different things matter. If you don't vote, nothing matters. Period. Like it's the only way that a politician is going to bend their will is if they think they're gonna get more votes doing something, which is exactly what it should be. Politicians should work for the vote. And if people don't vote, then I don't think anything's ever gonna change. They're just gonna keep kowtowing the line of the older, whiter, richer people that decide to show up at the polls.
Okay, what if we got all African Americans that go to the polling to vote on an issue and say, you know what, instead of voting, let's go out and do different type of demonstrations. Let's go out and do different type of boycotts. Let's go out and put our money where our mouth is. I think the black dollar in America is, I don't know how much it is. Like, what is it? Maybe like what, 15.
It would be horrible. It'd be a waste of time. It'd be a total waste of time.
Okay, I feel like if you got all the black people that voted to do something else and boycott something and to actually build something else, instead of voting, I feel like that would get a lot more done.
Why would any politician do anything any of those black people want if they're not voting?
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying like you could do so much more than waiting on a politician if you were to get everybody together.
What could you go spend money on that would get police to change the way they treat people in custody?
If every black person instead of going to vote went and got life policies on their life, and then a police officer were to kill a black person, and they're like, oh shit, damn, I'm not gonna lie, these life insurance policies are going crazy. We gotta do something about these police. Then that would affect the police department because
hold on, do you really believe this?
Want to lose money?
Do you really? If you truly believe this, that's just gonna be like the life insurance policy is gonna become more expensive, right?
So you're telling me,
actually, it might.
Oh, wait, hold on. I want to back and forth with Gideon on this. Wait, I just want to back and forth with Gideon on this. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Gideon. What's your response on?
So you're telling me that the fucking insurance companies wouldn't like crack down on those police stations?
No. I think at the worst case scenario is the insurance companies would just raise their rates and it'd be more expensive to buy life insurance.
Yes, and it would disproportionately more expensive for black people. Actually, it'd be worse for them.
Okay. If we all got life insurance policies?
Well, because eventually it would just be anytime a black person goes to get life insurance, they would just charge them way more. That's what would happen.
Can I ask, do you guys know a lot about life insurance policies?
A bit, yeah. I know if you kill yourself, you don't get to cash it out.
Gideon, do you know a lot about life insurance policies?
No, I'm not kidding.
Okay. So let's get out of this retarded example, okay? And let's just get to the actual meat of what the fuck he's trying to say, which is basically saying if all these black people, instead of voting, pooled their money together to exert some kind of financial pressure, I think that would have more impact than them all voting. Is that fair?
Yeah, look at the bus boycott.
Okay,
when black people walked instead of going on the bus, They had the fucking
This just
Alabama
feels like
government like,
un-
oh shit, like we gotta do some shit.
It just feels like an unfair.
What?
Okay, I just want to jump in for a second. So this is a beautiful thing, right? Nobody's saying like to just vote. You can vote and also do other forms of activism and participation, right?
But
The whole
that's the
idea
thing.
is that
People
voting
think
is
all
the
I
bare
need to
minimum.
do is vote, though.
Well, you can
Well,
vote
then
and
they're
do other
wrong.
forms of activism, but none of the the reason why you do activism is to get people to vote differently.
Okay, can I ask you guys what other activisms you guys do instead of repping your political party?
You can do. What do you mean? Like
no, I'm
personally?
asking, like you guys particularly.
Me particularly, I spent $100,000 to get people to go down and poll to go door knock in Georgia.
Okay, so
and then,
besides repping your political party, what else do you guys do?
Actually, Jadina, remember how you said one vote itself doesn't matter? I do think there is something to be said about the fact that Destiny does pull a whole bunch of people together to get all these groups of people to get out and vote. I think that probably has a sizable, so that is something that's large.
But I said besides their political party and backing that, what else?
Wait, why would I rep somebody besides my political party? That's who I want to win.
No, obviously you could. I'm saying something that's not like voting wise. No, what else do you do?
We talk about politics on our
community
stream.
development.
IRI was literally here to go over midterms and stuff and like talk about like political engagement. Like
Exactly, it's all about voting. It all goes back to voting. Like
that's because at the end of the day, that's the thing that matters most, right?
There's no there's no community things. There's no.
I'm sorry, you're relying so heavily on politicians to be able to carry out and come through with their promises. But if we as voters can't even get enough people elected so that they can pass things, then we're not doing anything, and they can't fulfill their promises. Then it's absolutely useless. It takes two parties in this. There are two people in this, or two groups in this that are central, that are like super important to this: the people voting that get people in, and then the people who are in and can actually do stuff for us. But if there's not enough people in there, there's not enough voters on either one in these sides, then we're fucked. So
Personally, I've worked with like community development before, so I've worked with trying to make mixed income housing more prevalent in certain areas. I've worked with with local businesses, like trying to like create like associations and stuff like that, so they're not pushed out by gentrification. So I agree with you, there's things that you can do that are impactful, but like at the same time, the organizations I worked in, although they were private, they also worked with governmental organizations in the area. They worked with the local government. They wouldn't have been able to do a lot of the things they did if the local government was against their side. So I agree with you that, hey, you know what, there are other forms of activism that we can take. But at the end of the day, I think we should do as much as we can, where we can, and voting is the minimum bar that we can do.
True. And to Dion, if you were asking like what other types of like nonpartisan activism like any of us engage in, I babysit sometimes, and an activity that I had permission from their parents to do with them was that we made these like little care packages for homeless people. Like we made like sandwiches, we got a toothbrush, like some socks, just like basic necessities and stuff like that, for them to keep in their car, for me to keep in my car, anytime that we saw, like anytime they were driving around or I was driving around and I saw somebody who was panhandling, in case I didn't have like cash or change to give them, or like sometimes it can be difficult to like make that maneuver in the middle of like traffic. That was something that we did multiple times. I did multiple times with the kids that I babysat. And I also want to say, like, these things are never mutually exclusive. Like I was saying earlier, I see voting as more of just like a utilitarian calculation. It's not really about like hero worship, or, you know, the strategy I've heard is like, would you have a beer with this politician? You know, like, it's just strategy. Like that stuff to me is so irrelevant. The important thing is just making sure that you keep in mind, like, of the two politicians, like, which one for sure doesn't have your best interests at heart, you know? And like another thing that happened in Texas was like, how did you react to like the Uvalde shooting? Because I can tell you how Greg Abbott reacted, and it was disappointing.
The day that happened, I threw the first pitch at the Astros game, and I was like sick to my stomach like that whole day. Like, I'm never gonna forget that day. It reminded me of when I was in the 6th grade and the Sandy Hook shooting happened, and my mom took me out of school because she was heartbroken. And it really it really ruined my like month. Like it was a very horrible thing. So yeah, that's how I reacted to it. Now things like you know, I did you know, I don't live near there. I live in Houston, so I can't really like affect like the political stuff unless I guess I vote for the governor, and you know, maybe Abbott or Beto can do something that can better, you know, help schools, protect our children, especially here in Texas. But yeah, that's how I reacted to it.
And I had a very similar reaction. Like when I was getting my tires changed, and I was waiting in like the Firestone like lobby, and there was like 2 women there and a man, and they were doing the news report on ABC, and I had never seen people, like strangers in public, cry just over them talking about a news story that was so devastating, you know? And Greg Abbott's response, or I should say like non-response, was disgusting to me, because that like it's his state, you know? Even though it's a locality and stuff like that, his response to Pivot and like recently at the most recent debate between himself and Bethel, which was actually like in my city, he blamed gang violence, you know? Like this dude will not own up any responsibility or propose any meaningful solution to it, and he doesn't even ever express that he's willing to even like reach across the aisle, even though I feel like I see Democratic candidates all the time more than willing to you know, make bipartisan efforts to come together and try to like find solutions to these things, even if it's not like you're saying like overnight. It's not going to 180 and like everything's going to be fixed, but the attempt is what's really important, because like the small stuff, the devil's in the details, and the small stuff compounds and it can lead to something bigger. And once people can see like a measurable impact in those small ways, I think it kind of gives you some like hopium about voting, honestly. Because you see like, wow, like all I had to do was show up, you know, take less than 30 minutes, mark this, you know, cast my vote, and I can see the ramifications before my eyes. Like, I would have rather had someone like Bethel or Wendy Davis or like other gubernatorial candidates that have tried to unseat Greg Abbott, you know, leading Texas at that when Uvalde happened, as opposed to Greg Abbott, because what he did was unforgivable to me. He did nothing.
Okay, Gideon, am I saying your name right? I'm sorry if I'm saying it wrong.
Yeah,
Can I just say Dion?
You can say whatever you want.
No, just say Gideon.
Gideon. Okay.
Say whatever you want, Brody.
Did any of that have any impact on you? I'm guessing no, right?
What the fuck?
No, I'm just saying, like, let's be real. Did any of what she just said have any impact on you? And I'm not trying to give you a hard time. I'm trying to be with you. I'm on your team right here, because I think that none of that impact you at all. What?
What do you mean? You're not on my team, bro.
No, because
You're
it's a
on my
personal
ass.
journey. I'm just saying, because people talk at you like that, and that doesn't have any impact at all. Listen, I don't know who you are, Aaron, but I feel you, and that's your journey. That's your story. Obviously, he lived through all that. None of that had any impact on him.
I didn't say shit. How are you gonna say it didn't have any impact on me? I didn't say anything, bro. I was sitting up here listening.
I'm on your side on this. Trust me. I'm on your side. I'm saying you get people talking at you like this, and it doesn't get you anywhere. I'm saying people have to meet you where you are. Going back to what Abba said, I agree, Abba.
You're undoing everything I just did. Stop it. I'm trying to get through to like.
You're not getting through to him. That's what I'm saying. Like,
No,
you're just talking at him.
Was I not
Wendy
getting
Rogers and Abbott, and he doesn't know about any of that stuff. He doesn't care. You have to meet him where he's at, and I agree with Abba.
Yo, meet me where I'm at. Meet me where I'm at. Meet me up. Can you please meet me?
I think Aaron's Uvalde thing was actually a really good example. Oh God. Okay, after this, I'm gonna go hardcore. I'm gonna do way more censoring of the Discord groups. Oh God. Oh no. I feel bad for IRI because he got like dragged into
I would
this
be happy
one.
to do and get to know where you're at and what you care about.
Jesus.
That's how you change people.
What's your IG? No, Master, can we talk after this? I want you to teach me. I need you to teach me.
Come on, man. I'm not trying to give you a hard time here. I'm trying to be real with you and say, like, I think people have to meet people where they're at.
Oh yes.
I'm not saying you don't have knowledge.
All right,
No, you're taking this all wrong. Man. I'm not trying to say you're below anybody, dude. I'm saying you're in a different place in life with different values, different things you care about. That's not a knowledge level thing.
You're right. Hey man, thank you.
So when
Do you honestly think?
Hold on. So when you say you want to meet, let's say it's me, you're talking to me, okay? And you say you want to meet me where I'm at. What would that look like for you?
That would be learning about your life experiences, what you've gone through, what you value, things like that.
Okay, and I still think that's the wrong thing to do, and I'll tell you why. And I actually think you nailed it earlier with what you said. You have to demonstrate to the people that the system works. It's not enough to say it rhetorically, because what we see in the media and what we visualize in the news every day is that it doesn't work, or that it's always corrupt. And maybe that's a problem with media and how we're ingesting stuff, but generally speaking, if you ask most people who are non-voters, they feel like the system doesn't work. So if you come to me, you're like, well, these are your problems and voting's going to fix it. I don't believe that voting is going to fix it. First, you have to prove to me that voting actually has the intended effect. And then if you tell me, oh, it really can't fix these things, then from there, I think you can transfer it to getting people to vote for the issues that they care about. But the first step has got to be proving that the system actually works. And I don't think enough people believe that.
Okay,
I have nothing. Can I just respond real quick? Don't disagree with anything you said, Ava. And I think my whole point is that I would have to get to know you to see what you would care about and how I can make those connections for you.
You gotta get to know me, but you're making assumptions like, oh, y'all, you don't care. That's not like you're contradicting yourself.
No. I said you're privileged. The way you're talking about it is privilege. That's not you don't care. I know you care, but just from talking to you here, I could tell you care.
I feel like, Jadian, you said earlier that, like, I remember that Casey Neistat video where he was like, Hillary Clinton, I'm voting for Hillary Clinton, and you know I am doing this because I have backbone. And that was met with a lot of, like, a huge polarizing response. Some YouTubers supported it, some came out and endorsed Hillary Clinton, others didn't, and you said you didn't really like Casey Neistat's video, right?
Oh, you said I didn't like?
Well, I think I heard you mention that you didn't, you weren't particularly a fan of like Casey Neistat's video.
I just feel like, you know, just because we have social media following and stuff like that, we put ourselves on a pedestal of like, all right, y'all, follow what I say. You know, I know, right? You know what I mean? I feel like you see that especially with the mainstream media, and now you're starting to see it with social media. You feel me? Like your social media influencers, where we think that we know what's best for every single individual person. So we're putting our ideals and our ideologies on everybody. When I feel like that should, I feel like social media should be like low-key like the teaching place, where it's like, you know, when you're teaching,
you only got one because it was not on sales,
or your religious views and stuff like that, you know. And I feel like that should be the same thing with, you know, the social media space. But obviously it's not going to be like that. But it is like that.
Got to get rid of people like Destiny and all their political takes.
Base.
You know who actually kind of like shared your criticism? Destiny's had him as a guest on the stream before. I think his name's Louis Rossman.
Okay.
And he made a really compelling rebuttal to Casey Neistat's video. It would be cool if someone could link it in the chat. I don't know the title of it, but he was saying that he understands why Casey made his video. You know, like he's like, you got this big platform, you feel like you want to use it for good, and you decided that like endorsing Hillary Clinton is what's best. And Louis was taking a more agnostic approach and kind of saying like, look, I'm not interested in like getting in anyone's face and wagging my finger, telling them you need to do this, you need to do that. And I don't think like it's incumbent upon influencers and all of us, like we don't know what's best for you. But I do remember like the general sentiment that I took away was he wasn't saying don't vote, and he wasn't even criticizing Casey too heavily for being like really partisan. But what he was saying is that he kind of understood the like innate revulsion that you had to that strategy of like, you know, you should vote for Hillary Clinton because I'm telling you to, because he was saying what he's found to be more effective is actually like talking to people one-on-one, engaging with them, having a conversation, hearing them out about their reservations about voting for a particular candidate or learning what's really important to them, because he's always found that is way more useful than like making it this huge moralizing issue of like, if you do or don't vote for this candidate or that candidate, you're a good or bad person, because it's not really about that, you know. And that's not productive. That's not a productive conversation like whatsoever. And like Louis, like I think he was kind of like also blackpilled like on voting in the same way that you are, but like damn it if he didn't go to like Congress, I think, trying to pass like right to repair, like an issue that's like super close to his heart. Like it would be interesting if I could like to talk to him and like learn, you know, like or if you could talk to him honestly, and he would be able to tell you like the like I think the importance and like the perspectives that he's learned over the years, like seeing people's endorsements and stuff like that, and like disagreeing with Casey, and like trying to understand like what's the best way I can like leverage and utilize my platform for good, and like what does that matter if I'm not actually trying to like get policy like and all of this like down in law, you know?
But you see, I feel like, you know, like, you know, like Brody's saying, I'm really important. He's saying that, oh, it's easy to like not have an opinion. Oh yeah, that's like the cool thing to do now. Oh, not have it. Like actually, I say it's the opposite. I feel like it's actually rare for someone not to put their political opinion out there and, you know, have the world eat it up. You know what I mean? Like, you look at it in the mainstream media, and now you're looking at it like social media. Like everybody has their political affiliation as their like sole identity, and for people just to like keep that shit private and stuff and keep it between them, I feel like that's a commendable thing. You know, not everybody needs to know which way you're leaning or who you're voting for and everything like that, because at the end of the day, you need to vote for what's best for your community and what's best for you in particular and your family, you know? Like what fucking Abba wants and what I want are two different things. What
No. We want the same things. Why you throwing me out?
My bad, Abba. Bro, Abba's like my spirit animal. You know, Abba's me.
Don't even act like we buddy anymore, bro. Don't
you my dog, man.
All right.
I don't think
Hold on, say something.
the issue isn't. I think you have an obligation to put your values out into the world, and I don't agree that.
Bullshit.
Okay, let me phrase that more strongly. If you don't, it's because you're a spineless coward, or you're too lazy to do the research on your own to understand. It's not the exact. No. The real cap is being too lazy to vote, too lazy to register, and then going, oh well, actually, I'm doing this because this is the respectable and commendable things. I just don't want to tell anybody. Bullshit. What's respectable or commendable about having rape panels where Republicans are going to be deciding whether or not a girl was actually raped for having an abortion? What's respectable or commendable about keeping quiet about that? Or what's respectable or commendable about keeping quiet about what types of...
You hear Ryan Tour Review's opinion on these rape panels?
If he feels like it's important for him to share...
Ryan's Tour, where is this energy towards Ryan's Tour Review?
Do you think that Kyrie...
Why does he not say shit?
Do you think Kyrie's...
We need Ryan's Tour Review to talk about this issue.
Okay, earlier you expressed fear over the way that the Jewish media or Jewish like interests were pushing back against Kyrie. Do you think that he shouldn't be speaking about anything that he believes in? I want an answer to that. I want an exact answer to that. Do you think that all NBA players should shut the f up when it comes? Do you think that Kaepernick was wrong when he took a knee? I want to hear you answer those questions. Don't dodge them.
No, you can talk about whatever you want. If you feel if you feel the fire to talk, you can talk. And if you don't feel the fire to talk, you have the right not to talk. Just because you don't talk doesn't mean you're a spineless and weasel.
Okay, so if hold on. So if you do feel like you have a strong thing that you believe in, you do have a right to put that out. You have an obligation to put that out.
You have a conviction to talk. Yeah.
Okay, do you think that Casey just didn't care, and he just put it out there for no reason, or?
No, he does. But then
what is your problem with what he's saying?
But the difference between Colin Kaepernick and Kyrie is they weren't telling you who to go vote for. They weren't telling you what political side to tell me where Kyrie said, yo guys, go vote for Trump. Tell me where Kaepernick said, yo guys, go vote for Hillary Clinton.
Kaepernick, who's supporting BLM, who do you think he wants you to vote for? Really?
He didn't say so. I don't know. I don't know what he's writing for.
I don't know either. Then I don't know. I have no idea. Who knows?
I feel like
I have no idea, man. Who knows?
Hard red for all I know.
Who knows? That's true. He might be.
All he did was take a knee.
He take a knee and say, "Yo, stop."
That's the difference.
That's true.
They didn't tell you who. They just stood up for conviction. But Casey Neistat was telling you what to do.
Gideon, be good faith.
What?
When he's endorsing BLM and when he's endorsing all this stuff, you don't think there's a heavy Democratic or left-leaning lean when he's telling people to take care about this issue?
Did he tell black people to vote blue? Yes.
It's not about telling people to vote blue. It's about putting your values out there.
But no. Casey Neistat said vote blue. Okay. You used the comparison. So did Colin Kaepernick or Kyrie Irving say vote blue? Yes or no?
I want to ask you, do you agree that that statement is political in nature? When he's taking a knee and he's telling people to care about this issue, is it political in nature?
It depends.
Destiny, do you want to explain to him why it's political in nature?
I don't know if I can do it without losing it.
Explain to him why that.
Well, there is an issue surrounding police and how they treat black people, and that is an issue that can only be resolved through political processes that usually involve elected officials that are elected by people that are voting. Feels like a political thing to me.
Okay, but like I need a citation of where he said vote blue.
So is your only problem is if they, as long as they don't tell you who to vote for, you're okay with people telling you to go out and vote?
Bro, you know, like I'm saying, you have the right to tell people to go vote, but when you're using your platform to tell people who and what
All right, guys,
and
I'm
where
headed
they
to the
should
gym.
lean,
Peace.
that'll be like